Block 1 Audiobook title, I Can Summon All the Gods, 01 to 396. By author, Xuanting_official. Volume 1, Chapter 1. At the westernmost end of Ikasa continent, a convoy of more than 20 people was slowly moving forward. There were only 3 carriages. Someone was in one of the carriages, and the other 2 were full of goods. However, such a team was conspicuous and luxurious in the desolate and barren border of Natan County, especially when civilians saw the 4 knights riding tall and gingerbread horses with shields and swords in front of the convoy. Their eyes were full of respect. "Uncle Cotter, when will we arrive?" In the carriage, the young man put down the magic book, opened the curtain of the carriage, and asked the middle-aged knight. The young man was about 16 or 17 years old. He wore a simple black robe, and his angular and handsome face looked somewhat pure. His eyes were somewhat deep, and there was a touch of indifference after experiencing vicissitudes of life. After withdrawing the reins, Cotter Harlan shrank the distance between him and the carriage and reported respectfully, "Master Locke, it's only half an hour's drive away from Lister. It will take about an afternoon to reach your castle." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Cotter." Hearing that there was only half an hour to go to his territory of Lister, Locke Capet nodded his head. "It's our honor," Cotter replied sincerely and respectfully. He didn't show any disrespect to the master, who was called the most useless person by other nobles in Natan County. When he saw the magic book beside Locke, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Master Locke was such a nice person. Why did God have to be so cruel and let him have no magical talent? Thinking of the dilapidated residential quarters he had seen along the way, Cotter sighed even more. Although he felt sorry for Locke, he was not distracted at all. He was on full alert. According to his observation of the surrounding environment, there might be groups of beasts here. Sitting back in the carriage, Locke read the magic book, shook his head helplessly, and put it back on the shelf. There were more than a dozen books about magic on the shelf. The pages were slightly rolled up, which were flipped through often. There was only half an hour left before they arrived at Locke's territory. He didn't want to continue reading and decided to have a rest. He put hands at the back of his head and leaned against the carriage, lost in thought. 16 years. He had been in this world for 16 years. Yes, Locke was not from this world, but from the Earth. In the past 16 years, Locke had basically known all about the world. This world was very similar to medieval Europe, where there were many kingdoms. The difference was that there were many extraordinary existences of power in this world. There were mages, destroying mountains and forests instantly. There were guardians of holy light and the noble and loyal holy knights. There were swordsmen, with a sword in hand, killing the demons powerfully in the whole world. There were also some powerful warriors, breaking stones by strength. In addition to these professions, there were also all kinds of strange creatures, such as dragons, phoenixes, elves, demons and so on. All in all, this was a world extremely similar to the Earth but filled with extraordinary power. In his previous life, Locke was obsessed with the career of a mage in online games. When he knew that mages existed in this world, he was extremely excited. Relying on the wisdom of adults, Locke was able to write when he was 3 years old and outperformed his peers in terms of intelligence. He was good at learning the magic theories and could even draw inferences about other cases from one instance. Soon, he won the honor of the #1 genius in Natan County. However, fate played a big joke on Locke. When he was tested at 6 years old, the magic crystal in front of Locke did not respond. This meant that Locke's magic talent was 0 and he couldn't become a mage. Locke also fell from heaven to hell and became a laughingstock of Natan County. Since the achievements of the mage were limited, Count Capet wanted to train his son to be a knight like him. But as an earthling of the 21st century, how could Locke give in so easily? Regardless of the resistance of Count Capet, he had learned stubbornly the magic for 10 years. In the end, he failed in the magic and missed the best time of the night practice. Locke's reputation as a loser gradually spread in the noble circles around the Capet family. Helplessly, Count Capet managed to ask for a baron title for Locke through his connections. The fief was Lister, which was barren and deserted and no one wanted. It was well known that Lister was poor. Locke wouldn't be envied if he got such a fief through some connections. Although the fief was not good, it was at least a title of baron. Count Capet gritted his teeth and let Locke come over. Damn it. Locke could feel the magic element and absorbed them into his body. Why was his body always like a funnel and couldn't keep magic element? Locke couldn't help but clench his fists at the thought of the situation that had happened to him every time. His eyes were full of unwillingness and loneliness. Half an hour later, Locke felt the carriage stop. "Master, we have arrived at Lister." The voice of Cotter came in the carriage. Locke walked out of the carriage and saw the scene in front of the carriage. Even with his composure, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The surface of the giant stone, which could be called barely a boundary tablet, was pitted as if it could break apart at any time. The word Lister on the boundary tablet had already been eroded by the wind and rain, blurry and invisible. Only a few marks of the knife were left, and a few letters could be barely seen. Behind the boundary tablet, there were withered plants and sparse trees. Such a desolate scene showed the barrenness to the fullest. What was more horrible was that the whole world was so quiet that there was even no sound of birds or beasts. Fortunately, Locke had a strong ability to accept the fact. He suppressed his depression and said to everyone with a smile, "From now on, this is our home. Cheer up, everyone. I believe that we can build up Lister with our own hands. We also believe that under the leadership of Master Locke, Lister will become better." With a smile on his face, Cotter replied with approval. The two's words cheered up the others. After a short pause, the convoy began to move forward again. The carriages creaked. "Ding! I have detected that host has arrived at the territory, and the system of gods has been activated. To reward the host for activating the system successfully, you will be rewarded with a big gift bag for newbies. Do you want to open the system now to receive the reward?" As soon as the carriage passed the border tablet, Locke heard a continuous and cold mechanical sound in the carriage. Locke's body trembled and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Yes, he just heard the voice of the system. Locke's eyes widened and his breath quickened. As a young man who had read all kinds of time travel novels in the 21st century, he was too clear about what these voices meant. The golden finger, which he had waited for 16 years, appeared. At this moment, Locke wanted to shout to the sky to vent his depression, resentment, and humiliation in the past 16 years, but he held it back in the end. If he did so, he would be doubted by Cotter and others whether he was crazy or not. Open the system. Locke took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. His trembling voice was full of uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 2. As soon as Locke finished his words, the attribute panel, which only he could see, appeared in front of him. Host, Locke Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning gods, no. Other functions, to be developed. Below the attribute panel was the function introduction of the system. 5 minutes later, Locke had a basic understanding of the function of the system. The so-called system of gods could get the opportunity to summon powerful gods by completing the system task. These gods would serve the host, help the host conquer a different world and reach the peak of the world. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. Ares, the brave god of war. Poseidon, the god of the sea, who called for rain and shook the sky and earth. And Thor, the god of thunder, who was in charge of destroying lightning. God. Locke finally calmed down and became excited again. In the real world, every god was the existence of destruction. Excited, Locke thought of the unopened gift bag for newbies. System, open the gift bag for newbies. Locke thought to himself. As a senior game fan in his previous life, he knew that the novice gift bag was not simple. Ding dong. The board in front of Locke lit up with a bright white light, and the golden gift bag for newbies began to vibrate. Staring at the gift bag which was opened gradually on the screen, Locke was looking forward to it in his mind. Respectful host Locke, congratulations for getting the opportunity to summon the gods once. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of level 1 body refining fluid which was stored in the system space. Congratulations. You have got a magic cloak of level 3 and it has been stored in the system space. The cold voice of the system was as sweet as fairy music in Locke's ears. As he expected, the gift bag for newbies was quite generous. According to the introduction of the system, the level 3 magic cloak was immune to below level 3 and most level 3 magics. Level 1 body refining fluid was used to strengthen the physique and increase the amount of physical strength. If these two things were placed in the world, they would probably cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Although Locke was shocked, he ignored the two rewards and fixed his eyes on the floating card, the god summoning card. As long as Locke touched the card, he could summon gods. Compared to the god summoning card, the first two items were insignificant. Looking at the card floating in the air, Locke was in a good mood. His previous depression was swept away. Locke didn't call gods immediately. After all, he was still in the carriage. No one knew what would happen if he summoned gods. As for the body refining fluid, he could have it dry. Locke thought to himself, body refining fluid. A small glass tube appeared in his palm, which was filled with green fluid. He pulled out the cork from the bottle and drank the fluid. The moment the fluid passed his throat, Locke only felt a mass of hot air in his chest which gradually spread to his limbs, constantly changing his meridians and muscles. A few minutes later, the hot air dissipated and the reconstruction was completed. Touching the tight muscles, Locke felt that there was inexhaustible strength in an instant. Locke estimated that his strength had increased by at least 5 times. As far as he knew, generally speaking, the efficiency of the level 1 body refining fluid was only 2 to 3 times, but this body refining fluid could reach 5 times. Sure enough, the products of the system must be the best. After a while of excitement, Locke took out the magic cloak from the system. The cloak was printed with a complicated magic pattern, which he had seen in the magic book. He knew that this was a magic array, and the defensive function of the cloak mostly came from the magic array. Of course, in addition to the magic array, the level of the magic cloak was also affected by the materials used to make it. With Locke's current knowledge, he was still unable to recognize what the magic cloak in his hand was made of. Just as Locke touched the magic cloak happily, an accident happened. Howl tilde. A howl of a wolf exploded in the quiet carriage. The carriage suddenly stopped, which startled Locke. Watch out, wolves. Protect Master Locke. Curtin and I will block the wolves. Becky and Sam stay around the wagon to prevent the wolves from sneaking in. Cotter's voice came from outside the carriage, accurate and calm. Locke opened the curtain and saw something black in the distance. More than a dozen ice wolves bared their teeth and stared at them greedily and fiercely. Ice wolves were quite common in this world, but their threats were incomparable to those wild wolves in his previous life. In a word, an ice wolf in front of him should be able to easily fight against a pack of wolves in his previous life. The horse began to be restless. To better deal with the wolves, Cotter and others had already jumped off the horse. Looking at the bestial wolves, Locke felt a little cold on his back. These wolves were different from those tamed wolves in the zoo in his previous life. These wolves would kill them. Uncle Cotter, to reduce the number of casualties, kill Wolf King first. Looking at the giant wolf behind the wolves, Locke shouted at Cotter hurriedly. Although he had never experienced such a situation, he had seen Animal World many times in his previous life. As soon as the Wolf King died, the wolves would collapse without be attacking. The giant wolf was more than 1 meter high, and the hair on its head had turned into silver, which was a symbol of the level 1 magical beast. If the giant wolf's hair had completely turned silver, it meant that it had advanced from a beast to the level 1 magical beast. If so, they would be in danger. After all, the strength of the magical beast was often much higher than that of human beings at the same level. Although it was not a level 1 magical beast yet, only Cotter could kill Wolf King in a short time. At the same time, Cotter had already noticed the Wolf King. With a strong fighting spirit, he replied, "Don't worry, Master Locke, I'll kill the Wolf King." After saying that, Cotter bent his body slightly and then bounced towards the Wolf King like a cannonball, chopping the head of the giant wolf with the sword in his hand. Seeing that, the giant wolf growled, and the rest of the wolves roared and began to attack. The giant wolf also opened its tusks and bit towards Cotter. While Cotter fought with the giant wolves, Curtin and the others were also constantly preventing the attacks of the wolves. Half a minute passed. Cotter pulled out his sword from the wolf's chest. The giant wolf trembled and fell to the ground. Seeing the death of the giant wolf, Cotter breathed a sigh of relief. But he found something wrong in an instant. The Wolf King was dead. Why was the wolf pack not affected in the slightest? Not even a little chaos? Was it because a bad feeling rose in his heart? He hurriedly turned around and loudly reminded Curtin and others, "Wolf King hasn't shown up yet, be careful." However, he said a little late, and a giant silver figure had rushed to the carriage. Chapter 3, it was the Ice Wolf King of Level 1. Seeing the giant silver wolf which was nearly 2 meters high, Cotter's heart sank. He didn't expect that this ice wolf was so cunning. Not only did he know to attack the important figure first, but he also knew to use the method of pretending. Curtain was the first to react. Although he knew that he was no match for the Ice Wolf King, he did not retreat and roared to fight with the Wolf King. Bang! Curtain was knocked away by Wolf King and hit heavily on a tree in the distance. After solving Curtain, the Wolf King ran towards Locke again. Scrap! Scrap! The sharp steel teeth of the Wolf King gave off a gloomy and cold luster, which made Locke curse, with his hair standing. Jumping out of the carriage, Locke instantly realized that staying in the carriage would only make him more passive. But it was too late. Howl! The Wolf King roared at the carriage. Under the roar of the Wolf King, the frightened horse went berserk and started to run crazily with the carriage. Locke, who was about to jump out of the carriage, was trapped directly in the carriage. Bang! Sam swung his sword at the Wolf King, trying to stop him from approaching the carriage. But the Wolf King was faster and easily dodged, and once again chased after the carriage where Locke was. Curtain and the others were shocked, but their horses had already been scared away by the Wolf King. How could they catch up with Locke and the Wolf King? On the other side, Locke pulled the reins, hoping to stabilize the carriage, but it was useless. The well-trained horse was completely out of control. Bang! The carriage frame was broken because of the violent impact. The strong inertia directly threw Locke out. He rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Boom! The carriage was smashed into pieces by the Wolf King. Fortunately, Locke had just used the body refining fluid and his physical fitness had been greatly improved. Even so, he was still badly hurt and dizzy. Howl! The Wolf King's roar was getting closer and closer. Locke endured the pain and quickly got up from the ground, but the Wolf King was only 10 meters away from him. He couldn't run away at all. At the same time, the Wolf King bared his tusks and locked his eyes on Locke. His legs were slightly twisted and his head was very low as if he was ready to pounce on Locke at any time. However, the Wolf King didn't attack at once. Instead, he slowly moved towards Locke, with a hint of humanity banter in his eyes. Locke knew that the Wolf King was enjoying the excitement of hunting and ravaging his prey. In Wolf King's eyes, Locke was like a boiled duck, unable to fly away. Come on! It was not sure who would be the winner. Locke took a deep breath and restrained his impulse to run away. Summoning card. Locke thought to himself, and the card appeared in front of him. At this critical moment, this was his only life-saving straw. Bless me to draw a powerful god. Locke muttered and clicked on the card. Ares, Thor, Poseidon. Locke would be satisfied as long as he could summon such a powerful god. The card trembled slightly and burst out a dazzling light, forming a light door in front of Locke. The colorful light inside the door was unbridled. The Wolf King stopped and whimpered. He felt a sense of fear inside the light door, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he carefully recreated and maintained a safe distance. On the other side, Locke stared at the light door with great expectation, breathing faster and faster. Gods, a powerful god. Under Locke's excited gaze, a tall figure walked out of the light door. The moment Locke saw the god's face clearly, he was stunned, as if his soul had been extracted from his body, and his brain was in a mess. The figure was a girl of 18 or so years old. She was dressed in a white gilded robe, and her long golden hair cascaded down her shoulders. She had a beautiful face, a slender and slim figure, and was elegant and noble. She was shining in the light of the holy that had not yet dissipated, which made people feel worship. Normally, Locke would appreciate it, but at this critical moment, he only felt sad after being cheated. Where an incomparably powerful god was, why did he summon such a delicate girl? What was the use of such a girl, to be his girlfriend? Even if he wanted it, he had to survive under the claws of the Wolf King. The light door disappeared and the surroundings returned to peace. If it weren't for the girl in front of him, Locke would have suspected that what had happened just now was just his illusion. Is it over? Locke felt sad extremely. Not only Locke but also the Wolf King, who was watching carefully in the distance, had a trace of doubt in his big eyes. Where was the sense of threat just now? Why had it gone? Sensing no danger, the Wolf King no longer hesitated and roared, opening his bloody mouth to bite Locke and the girl. Run! Locke was shocked and pulled the girl back. At this moment, his heart was filled with bitterness. He had thought that he could summon a powerful god, but he didn't expect that he would summon a burden. But it was too late. The Wolf King rushed in front of the two, and the two had no place to hide. Oh my god! There was only the sentence in Locke's mind. Bang! crack. Locke only felt dizzy, accompanied by screams and the sound of broken bones. The Wolf King had flown out in a parabolic route, hitting a giant rock in the distance. Locke stood still numbly, feeling his brain buzzing as if he was struck by lightning, and his brain went blank. Just now, he seemed to see the girl in front of him kick the fierce Wolf King away. Crack crack, the giant stone had been smashed into pieces by the hitting of the Wolf King. The Wolf King struggled to stand up from the ground and looked at the calm girl. The greed in his eyes had already turned into deep fear. Howl. With a painful groan, the Ice Wolf King didn't dare to stay any longer and disappeared into the forest. Locke looked at the girl. She was without much emotional change, as if she had just done something insignificant. Locke stared at the slender back surprised, and his jaw was nearly dislocated by the shock. Who are you? Locke's trembling voice was full of uncontrollable excitement and happiness. The girl in front of him was so powerful. You can call me Athena. She turned around and looked at Locke. The smile on her face was like a spring breeze, and her voice was as graceful as an aureole, which made people intoxicating. Because of Locke, Athena could use the language of Icasa continent. Athena. Oh my god, it's the goddess Athena. Ha ha. Locke Capit. How lucky. Locke jumped with excitement. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, was brave, strong, kind, and merciful. She was the incarnation of wisdom and beauty. It could be said that among all the gods, Athena was ranked absolutely in the front. Locke suddenly thought of something and hurriedly found the attribute panel. Sure enough, the value of the attribute panel had changed. Host, Locke Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning god, Athena. Fondness, neutral, 0. Faith point, 0. Opening it after establishing a divine temple. Note, fondness was divided into 6 levels: cold, neutral, ordinary, friendly, intimate, and respectful. The higher the level was, the more rewards and help the host would get. The faith points were used to unlock the power of the gods so that they could recover and even surpass the original strength. Looking at the excited look on Locke's face, Athena asked in confusion, "You know me? Why can I feel a sense of familiarity from you?" Locke came back to his senses from the surprise. He tidied up the messy corner of his clothes and formally introduced himself. "My name is Locke Capit. I'm a baron in this world, and also your summoner. The law and strength of this world are indeed different from my world. My strength is also restricted." Athena closed her eyes and raised her fair hand in the breeze as if she was feeling the difference in the world. However, Athena was smart enough. "Judging from your expression, you should be very familiar with me. I guess you don't belong to this world, right?" Locke didn't deny it, but he had already seen the anxiously arriving Cotter. So he smiled and said, "Yes, or no. But I'll explain it to you later." Locke didn't lie. After all, his soul came from the earth, but his body was the original product of this world. Chapter 4. Athena nodded her head. She was not in a hurry and looked at Cotter curiously, who rushed toward them. "Oh, god of creation, I finally found you. Are you okay?" Seeing Locke safe and sound, Cotter was too excited to say a word. Locke shook his head and smiled. "Uncle Cotter, I'm fine. I just got some bruises." As soon as the Wolf King escaped, the other ice wolves quickly dispersed, and Curtin and the others also arrived one after another. Curtin knelt on the ground with a guilty look on his face. "Master Locke, it's all our fault. We didn't protect you well." Sam and Becky also half knelt, looking guilty. "It's not your fault." "And I'm fine now." Locke hurried to help them up. After comforting Curtin and the others, Locke looked at Athena and introduced to them, "This is Miss Athena. She will go to the castle with us." Cotter and the others had already noticed Athena. They were just too worried about Locke's safety, so they held back their curiosity. Looking at Athena up and down again, they felt that the girl in front of them was like a goddess coming from the world. She was stunning, and her temperament was even more superior to that of the noble Count ladies. It could even be said that they had never seen such a beautiful woman in their lives. "Nice to meet you, Miss Athena." Cotter and the others greeted Athena. Although they were very curious why such a beautiful girl suddenly appeared, since Locke did not explain, they did not continue to ask. Athena also greeted them politely. After completing the corresponding etiquette, the eyes of Cotter and the others were focused on the giant stone not far away. There were already cracks on the giant stone, and the blood in the cracks hadn't dried up. The blood was mixed with the fur left by the Wolf King, and the silver fur had been dyed blood red. Looking at the blood on the ground, Cotter couldn't help but ask, "Master Locke, how did you get rid of the danger here?" Locke glanced at Athena and shrugged helplessly. "Maybe gods bless us." Gods? Stunned for a moment, Cotter and the others thought Locke was just joking. Could it be that a certain strong man passed by and saved Master Locke and this beautiful lady? It should be like this. The strong man had a special identity and a strange character. Master Locke couldn't expose his identity, so he just found a random reason. The image of the man who had just left after solving the troubles had already been constructed in the minds of Cotter and the others. Locke's carriage was destroyed, but fortunately, the magic books were still there, which surprised him. Afraid of other unforeseen events, Cotter took his men to get a simple pack, finding horses back as walking tools for Locke and Athena. Then they set out on the road again. However, they had a vague feeling that their master's physical strength seemed to have increased a lot, and he looked more masculine than before. Of course, they didn't know that Locke's body was really strong. They just thought that he had grown up after being attacked by the magical beast. In the evening, Locke and the others stopped. More than 10 meters in front of them, several stone houses stood lonely, and the walls were broken. Fortunately, the stone house in the middle was 2 floors. The tower still existed, and its shape retained the feeling of a castle. This was the base camp of their trip, Lister Castle. There were already people to greet them waiting in front of the castle. Although the old man in the lead dressed plainly in civilian clothes, his clothes were clean and tidy. Obviously, he was the leader of the civilian. Seeing Locke, the old man led several civilians behind him to kneel with a respectful face. "Respectful Lord Hansen, Phil welcomes you. Lister will be honored by your arrival." Although Locke was known as a loser in the noble circle, he was not someone ordinary people could offend. Moreover, Locke was the Lord of Lister, so Hansen didn't dare to show any disrespect. "Get up. You don't have to be so restrained." Locke smiled and motioned them to stand up. As a modern civilized person, Locke didn't like others to kneel to him. Seeing Locke's expression, Hansen and the others were relieved. They had preliminary contact with Locke. Although the new lord was called a loser, he was not a playboy. Lister was a poor and barren castle. If there was a lord who oppressed them, they would be doomed. "My lord, have you been attacked?" Hansen asked, bowing to the injured servants behind the line. "We met wolves on the border of Lister," Locke replied frankly. "What? You met wolves?" Hansen exclaimed. The people behind him were also frightened. The appearance of a pack of wolves was a disaster for Lister. "It doesn't matter, the wolves have been kicked out of Lister," Locke explained when he saw the frightened look on Hansen's face. "My lord, thank you for helping us solve the danger," Hansen said gratefully to Locke, and the others also expressed their thanks. From Hansen's words, Locke knew that for some unknown reason, there were often wild beasts, even magical beasts, entering Lister. But maybe it was because Lister was really barren. These wild beasts and magical beasts stayed for a few days and then left. As Hansen spoke, he respectfully led Locke and Athena towards the castle. At the same time, Cotter also ordered his fellows to unload the goods. Following Hansen, Locke walked into the castle. The paint on the iron gate of the castle had almost fallen off. Although it had been wiped, there were still yellow rust marks on it. The castle must have been carefully swept, so it looked clean and tidy. Before long, Cotter had ordered his fellows to unload all the materials and put them into the warehouse. As the level 1 knight, with outstanding fighting skills and management ability, Cotter was trusted by Count Capet. As the leader of the night this time, he made Locke feel much more relieved along the way. At the same time, Hansen, the supervisor, had also arranged a horrible dinner. The food that was hard to swallow refreshed Locke's understanding of the terrible taste of food in the world. They had been on the way for more than 10 days and encountered the attack of wolves. When they arrived at the castle, they were a little tired. After dinner, Locke asked them to have a rest. After arranging a room for Athena next to his bedroom, Locke also took a hot shower comfortably and went to bed. Locke thought to himself, open the attribute panel. Host, Locke Capet. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning god, Athena. Fondness, 0. Faith point, 0. Opening it after establishing a divine temple. Looking at the board in front of him, Locke still felt dreamy, but the real feeling of everything around him told Locke, yes, Locke, you got the system of gods and summoned the powerful Athena. In a good mood, Locke fell asleep. Chapter 5. On the second morning, With 2 books on night fighting skills in his hands, Locke knocked on the door of Athena's room. "Miss Athena, I've brought some books on night fighting skills. I'm sure you'll be interested in them." Locke didn't forget the important thing after summoning the god. To refresh fondness, Athena was the god of wisdom, war, and art. Locke would show her some books on night fighting skills first. She should be interested in them. As for books on arts, he didn't have them. After careful consideration, Locke decided to cater to her pleasure. Locke's father, Count Capet, was a knight. He had many books on night fighting skills at home. Locke carried a lot of these books when he came out. Sure enough, Athena took the books with great interest and thanked him. Ding! Athena's fondness increased by 5 points. With the sound of the system rising, Locke left contentedly. After all, this was the first day he came to the territory, and he needed to arrange something. In the hall of the castle, Hansen was telling Locke about the distribution of Lister's population. Under the guide of Hansen, Locke had already made an inspection tour of the territory and had a clearer understanding of the situation of Lister. To sum up the situation in one word, poor. All the trees in the territory were the property of the Lord. Without the Lord's consent, cutting the trees would be severely punished. Therefore, although there were a lot of woods on the mountain, most people could only live in the thatched huts which could not even block the wind and rain. Except for a few ordinary people living in the old wooden huts, Locke was sure that Lister was the most remote and desolate place in the kingdom. After all, Lister was his territory. He couldn't just leave it alone. Locke thought while listening to Hansen's report. Ding dong. As a great lord, how could he live in such a miserable castle and watch the commoners in his territory live in such a shabby house? System tasks: completing the castle construction and the house construction for the residents of Lister. Task requests: repairing the castle and making Lister's residential houses so that they could shelter from wind and rain. System rewards: the reward will be given according to the completion level of the host's task. Task completion levels: unqualified, qualified, good, excellent, perfect. The voice of the system echoed in Locke's mind. Did he have a mission in the system? Locke was slightly stunned and reacted with a burst of surprise. The houses of Lister must be built, and his castle must be repaired. But he didn't expect that he would trigger the system tasks and get the reward of the system. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What reward could he get after completing this task? Would he get another chance to summon the gods? Thinking of this possibility, Locke began to look forward to it in his mind. Without any hesitation, Locke said to Hansen, "Mr. Phil, please stop for a while, my lord." "You can just call me Hansen." Hearing that Locke called him Mr. Phil, Hansen was overcome with trepidation. It was not Hansen's fault to be so terrified. In the Grim Kingdom and even the whole continent, the nobility was the ruler of the commoners. How could they call commoners like this? On the other hand, Cotter seemed to be used to it. This was also the reason why he recognized the kind and approachable master from his heart, who was regarded as a loser in the eyes of most nobility. "Then I'll call you Supervisor Hansen." Locke nodded with a smile. "Yes, my lord." Hansen bowed to Locke respectfully. "I know almost everything about Lister. As the Lord of Lister, I can't watch my commoners live in thatched cottages which couldn't shelter from any wind or rain. That's why I need you to gather the people to go up the mountain to chop wood and build houses for yourself. I will also ask retinues to help you." Although Locke wanted to improve the completion level of the task and get a higher reward, he knew that he should do what he could. With his current 1,000 gold coins, he could only repair a castle. So it was better to take materials from the ground and build a house with trees and rocks. Locke's father, Count Capet, was only a knight at level 2. However, due to his outstanding performance at that time, he had made a great contribution, so he was awarded to Count title by breaking the rule. Because of this, the territory of Count Capet was undoubtedly much smaller than that of the other counts, and its economic strength was also much weaker. 1,000 gold coins could be said to be a huge sum of money. Hansen was stunned at first, and then he seemed to suspect that he had heard it wrong. He had already received 2 lords, and each of them tried every means to squeeze money from their territory. But now this man said that he would use his property to build wooden houses for them. "My lord, are you telling the truth that we are allowed to cut trees and build houses?" Hansen said in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Locke nodded again and said with certainty, "Of course. Go and inform the residents of Lister." Thump. "My lord, on behalf of Lister's residents, I would like to thank you for your kindness." Hansen suddenly knelt on the ground, making a big salute to Locke, and his voice choked with sobs. Locke helped Hansen up. He understood how Hansen felt at the moment. This world was not like the Earth in his previous life. The government was centered on people and would protect everyone's right to live. This was a world to play the law of jungle, and the commoners were only the objects of exploitation from the ruling class. Locke sighed in his heart. Seeing that Hansen had calmed down, he continued, "Then you can go to prepare for it. The construction had better be started tomorrow." Hansen nodded, wiped the tears on his face, and left quickly. He wanted to tell the good news to the others of Lister. After Hansen left, Locke asked Cotter to prepare as well and arrange personnel to assist the residents in the construction. In the evening, dinner was ready in the dining room by the servant arranged by Hansen. Athena entered the dining room, holding the books on night fighting skills sent by Locke this morning. "There are too many loopholes in these 2 books. I have revised them for you." Athens put the books in front of Locke and sat elegantly next to him. There were too many loopholes and she revised them. Locke was stunned. He opened the book and found that it was full of contents, which indicated that there were loopholes in the move and the measures to improve it. He would give Curtin and the others to check on them later. Locke thought to himself. After all, he didn't practice night fighting skills, so he couldn't judge the content of the modification. The goddess of wisdom deserved her reputation for being able to make such a big revision in just one night. Locke had planned to use these books to refresh fondness, but now it seemed to not work. In addition to the books on night fighting skills, the most he had now was the magic book. Locke asked tentatively, not knowing whether Athena was interested in it or not. "In addition to these books, I happen to have a few magic books." "Magic?" Athena's beautiful eyes lit up slightly and seemed to be interested. "I felt the energy of different colors in the environment. It should be the magic element you mentioned. I can learn it." "You want to learn magic?" Locke asked in surprise. He was not surprised that she could feel the magic element. After all, Athena was a god, but he was still curious why she had to learn magic. Athena sighed and said helplessly, "I've lost a lot of strength in this world, and many divine skills can't be used, so I need to learn the system and way of strength in this world." "Okay, I'll get it for you now." As Locke spoke, he stood up and went back to his bedroom to get a basic magic book and 2 level 2 magic books he collected for Athena. Athena was the god he summoned. Of course, he wanted Athena to become stronger. Athena fondness increased by 5 points. The sound of fondness's rise surprised Locke. Seeing that Athena was absorbed in reading, Locke didn't disturb her. He decided to show Curtin the revised fighting skills of Athena. Chapter 6. Curtin and the others were having combat training outside the castle. At this time, Curtin and Becky were fighting fiercely. Seeing the two's fighting skills, Locke became interested because the moves they were training were exactly in the revised fighting skills of Athena. "Becky, Master Locke is looking at us. Now it's a good chance for us to perform well. Let's show our strongest moves." Curtin's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Becky nodded solemnly and chuckled. "Come on, let me learn the level 1 fighting skill of your practice." After saying that, Becky roared and took the lead in attacking Curtin with his long saber. Curtin looked calm and his long sword was placed horizontally in front of his chest. With a careful look, the long sword emitted a faint light. When Becky was only 5 steps away from him, he moved and the long sword quickly swept across, the sword shadow overlapping. After the collision of weapons, Becky was kicked out by Curtin. Curtin put away his sword and walked forward to pull Becky up. "No wonder it's the level 1 fighting skill." Becky stood up and sighed. After saying that, he looked at Curtin with admiration. "You have practiced the fighting spirit. You are about to become a level 1 practitioner, aren't you?" "At present, I can barely gather fighting spirit on the sword, but I can't release it as freely as Cotter," Curtin said modestly with a smile. "Congratulations, Curtin. You're going to be a practitioner of level 1. Locke walked towards the two and said to Curtin with a smile. Curtin bowed to Locke and said, "Thank you, Master Locke. I will continue to work hard and become your level 1 knight as soon as possible." Locke nodded with a smile. He thought of the flaw mentioned by Athena and then said slowly, "Curtin, it's a good move. But in my opinion, there is still something wrong. The flaw is too obvious." Curtin's face froze. Although he respected Locke very much, he was still not convinced by Locke's question. He retorted, "Master Locke, this move of streaming swordsmanship has been tested by countless predecessors. It can be said that it has been thoroughly practiced. How can there be any flaws? If you don't believe me, let's have a try. Locke said confidently. Curtin hesitated, afraid of hurting Locke. But when he saw Locke's confident face, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll control my strength. I don't use the fighting spirit." Locke took the long sword from Becky and recalled the shortcomings marked by Athena silently. He smiled and said, "Come on, Master Locke, watch out." Curtin quickly approached Locke, constantly changing his moves, and finally swung his sword at Locke. But he was worried that Locke might be hurt, so he didn't use the fighting spirit in his sword move. His momentum and power were much weaker than before. Locke's eyes narrowed slightly and quickly looked for the flaws mentioned in the book. In the past, even if Locke knew the weakness, it would still be difficult for him to seize the opportunity to fight. However, after using the body refining fluid, Locke's sensitivity and strength were greatly improved. Finding the chance, Locke took a step back and stabbed the sword at Curtin's chest. Curtin was well prepared, his body slightly sideways and directly dodging the long sword. Now, with a slight smile at the corners of Locke's mouth, the sword tip instantly changed its direction and hacked horizontally. Then his body spun. After landing, Locke lowered his body angle and lifted his long sword upward from the left. Curtin panicked immediately. When he came to his senses, the sword had already reached his throat. Becky and the others were also completely stunned, and the whole scene was very quiet and weird. "Now you believe me, don't you?" Locke coughed and put away his sword. Curtin swallowed and nodded stiffly, looking at Locke. Curtin's eyes were full of shock and undisguised admiration. "Master Locke, so many people who practice swordsmanship haven't found any flaws. You can see it at once. You are really a genius." The others also looked at him with admiration. Seeing the eager look in Curtin's eyes, Locke knew that he had to explain, so he shook his head and said, "It's not me to find that. There is someone else who is talented." "Someone else?" Everyone's face froze. Curtin patted his head and asked, "Is Master Locke talking about the strong man who appeared 2 days ago?" Curtin's words enlightened everyone. "Yes. Master Locke was rescued by a strong man 2 days ago." Seeing that everyone was guessing, Locke stopped playing the riddle and said directly, "It's Athena who found the flaw." Not only had this move, but she also found the flaw in other fighting skills. Locke handed the book on fighting skills to Curtin. "Miss Athena?" After a short pause, he smiled and said, "Master Locke, are you kidding me? These 2 books were level 1 knight fighting skills. They had also practiced according to the books. However, except for Curtin practicing the fighting spirit and barely using a few moves, no one else could use them at all." It could be seen how complicated these fighting skills were, but now, the master told him that the 2 books of fighting skills had been revised by a young girl. This was impossible. It seemed that the master still didn't want to expose the strong man's identity. Thinking of this, Curtin opened the book. Yes, the man was very serious. Looking at the notes beside the fighting skills, Curtin smiled in his heart. He thought that even if the man wrote nothing, he would praise a few words. However, as he continued to read, his face became more and more serious. At last, his hand holding the book began to tremble slightly. "Is this really modified by Ms. Athena?" Curtin widened his eyes and said in a trembling voice. Although he only saw 2 revised places, he was convinced. "Yes." Locke nodded. The 2 men, Becky and Sam, saw that Curtin was so shocked, and that 2 of them also came over. After reading the notes on it, their faces became serious. "Master Locke, I'm afraid Miss Athena has an unusual background to be able to find out the flaw in the level 1 knight fighting skills so soon. Maybe she is the successor of some big shot." Taking a deep breath, Curtin suppressed the shock in his heart and murmured, "Athena was not an ordinary person just by her insight." Was the Wolf King of level 1 defeated by Miss Athena? The 3 of them suddenly came up with this idea, but it was instantly extinguished by them. The one who could defeat the level 1 Wolf King so quickly must be a practitioner of level 2 at least. At most, Miss Athena was about the same age as their master. They didn't believe that she was a level 2 practitioner. She was not a successor of some big shot. She was a god. A true god. Looking at the shocked faces of the 3 people, Locke couldn't help but feel funny. But he still said, "No matter who she is, she won't do anything harmful to us." "Okay, you can continue to study it." Then Locke went back to Athena. When Locke came back, the manual in Athena's hand had left the last few pages. Interesting. 10 minutes later, Athena put down the book. It seemed that she still wanted more. "Although I have a certain solution to the magic," The level 2 magic is still too weak. Do you have more advanced magic book? Is level 2 magic too weak? Locke was speechless again in his mind. The level 2 mage was not everywhere who was still popular to be drawn into sides by the noblemen in the Grim Kingdom. Surprisingly, it was disliked by Athena, but on second thought, he agreed it was no problem. Level 2 mage really couldn't attract the attention of a powerful god, like Athena. With my ability, I can only get 2 level 2 magic books now. Locke shrugged his hands and replied shyly, he spent a lot of money to buy these 2 level 2 magic books. Seeing the disappointment on Athena's face, Locke knew that it was time for him to show his ability. Although he didn't have a high-level magic book, his magic theory was indeed quite rich. Therefore, Locke told Athena in detail from the beginning of the magic, the principle of the magic release, and finally to the profession of mage. For example, the levels of mages. The mage had a total of 10 levels. The level 6 mage could also become a grand mage. The level 7 mage was a tutor mage. The level 8 mage was a grand tutor mage. The level 9 was a holy tutor mage. The level 10 was a god mage. The 5 major branches of magic were metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Most mages majored in the 5 major branches. There were also some special magic branches, such as ice, thunder, darkness and light, which were rare but powerful. In addition to the mage, Locke also briefly introduced the other professions in the Akasa continent to Athena. The levels of the warrior, swordsman, holy knight and so on were the same as the mage. Among them, the warrior, swordsman and knight were mainly practicing fighting spirit, but the key point of practice was different among the 3. Swordsmen who practiced fighting spirit also paid more attention to the swordsmanship training. Warriors refined their bodies with fighting spirit, the king of close combat. As for the knights, they could fight and defend with the mounts. Whether they were a mage, warrior, swordsman, or any other extraordinary professionals, they were all called practitioners. At this moment, Athena was like a girl next door, listening to her elder brother's story of the wonderful world outside. Her eyes flickered with curiosity from time to time. Half an hour later, Locke had spread the basic knowledge of the Akasa continent to Athena. Judging from Athena's expression, Locke knew that he had achieved what he wanted. Ding dong. Athena fondness increased by 10 points. The prompt tone of the system surprised Locke. Looking at the 20 points of fondness, Locke felt relieved. It didn't waste his words. I have some other magic books here. Although they are all very low level, there are still a lot of interesting things in them. I'll go get them for you now. Seeing that Athena felt fonder of him, Locke decided to strike while the iron is hot and brought some more magic books to Athena. After that, Locke went back to his bedroom in a good mood. Chapter 7. On the pier wall of the castle, Athena supported her chin with one hand. Like a bored young girl at home who was watching the training of Curtain and others with great interest. There were 3 magic books on the table beside her, which were the 3 books sent by Locke last night. Noticing Locke's arrival, Athena looked away. She looked Locke up and down and sighed. As the Lord, you are weak. Shrugging helplessly, he sat down opposite Athena. With a bitter smile, Locke explained, I don't know what's wrong with my body. Although I can feel the magic element, I still can't condense the magic element. Locke told Athena everything about him, and Athena listened quietly. Let me have a look. After Locke finished his speech, Athena grabbed Locke's hand and closed her eyes to feel what was going on in Locke's body. Feeling the softness of her palm, Locke's heart beat faster and faster as if waves of ripples appeared. The unique fragrance of the girl made him distracted, and his heart was restless. About half a minute later, Athena let go of Locke's hand and said in a deep voice, your body is indeed different from that of ordinary people. It seems that this is natural, but this problem can be solved. Really? Locke was so excited that the ripples in his heart were swept away, leaving only full of excitement. Athena nodded and said slowly, your body is special and you can practice magic like others. But the premise is that you can make the god of medicine, Asclepius, come here. He can transform your body and make you use magic. Athena had already known Locke's identity and knew that he could summon gods. The god of medicine, Asclepius. A few moments later, Locke found information about Asclepius from his memory. Asclepius was the son of Apollo and Thessaly Princess Coronis. He was a highly skilled doctor, with the noble intention of saving all mankind, often in the wilderness of the forest to investigate the nature of plants and animals, seeking drugs to prevent and control diseases, known as the god of medicine. However, There weren't many chances for him to summon the gods, and he had to summon Asclepius. In this way, the chances were very slim. Unless he was lucky as the son of God, he could summon Asclepius next time. He had been waiting for more than 10 years. Locke didn't care about the rest of the time. Moreover, he had the system, at least as half the son of God. Locke felt like his mood was riding a roller coaster. Fortunately, he figured it out in the end and didn't feel very depressed. Although he couldn't solve the problem of his practice right away, there was still hope now. Athena, on the other hand, looked at Locke with a gleam in her eyes as if she was thinking about something. She said slowly, "Before the arrival of the god of medicine, I will train you, or a little magical beast will kill you." Training? Locke was stunned for a while and then nodded in his heart. Indeed, he should receive some training. After using the fluid, his strength was promoted, but he did not receive any training. It was like a child who has mastered the power of Hercules and couldn't use it skillfully as Hercules did. No problem. I'm also planning to carry out some basic training so that I can protect myself. If you can guide me, that will be great. After saying that, Locke suddenly thought of something. He looked at Athena curiously and asked, "What's your strength now?" After all, Athena had kicked once the Wolf King of level 1. Her strength should be higher than the level 2 mages. I'm not very familiar with the system of strength in this world, and most of my strength has been sealed. However, it should still be a little stronger than them, Athena said after thinking for a while, looking at Curtin who was carrying out the combat training. A little stronger? The corner of Locke's mouth couldn't help but twitch, a little speechless. Was it true that she who could kick away the level 1 magic beast was just a little stronger than Curtin? But it was understandable. After all, the strongest one here was only Cotter, and the highest level of the magic book and night fighting skills was only level 2. Athena had no judgment at all. This is the equipment for training. Get ready as soon as possible. With a wave of Athena's hand, a drawing full of all kinds of equipment floated in front of Locke. Locke was envious of her power. Athena seemed to have read Locke's mind. She explained with a smile, "It's simple telekinesis. You can learn it in the future." It was true that a mage could use magic to extract things from afar. Locke stopped admiring and looked at the equipment on the drawing. Locke looked around the huge stone piers. Pairs of iron wrists, dumbbells. Locke glanced over it. Many of the items were used to train Curtin and the others, but some of them he had never seen before. Locke didn't want to waste any more time. He asked Cotter to get ready. Looking at the direction Locke left, Athena's eyes twinkled, as if she was recalling some regretful past. Then she muttered to herself, "Perhaps, in this world, you can break the shackles of demigod and become a true god." Of course, Locke didn't hear that. On the third day after he arrived at Lister, it seemed that Locke woke up early because he hadn't adapted to the environment of Lister. Hansen was organizing the residents of Lister to cut the woods. As for Cotter, he went to prepare training equipment for Locke. When Locke gave him the design drawing, he was shocked. Although he didn't know many things, he could tell that they were for training. Hearing that Locke was going to train himself, Cotter was even more shocked. Of course, in addition to shock, there were more surprises. His master finally figured out. He finally gave up the illusory magic dream. It seemed that he was afraid that Locke would go back on his word. So he didn't waste any time and went to prepare. In a day, most of the equipment had been ready. As for the equipment that required a large amount of steel to make, Cotter had already sent someone to buy it in the nearby Bond City. Chapter 8. In the morning, Locke changed into a casual white training suit and followed Athena to the square. Outside the castle, Cotter asked someone to reclaim a large open space which was more than enough for training. The open space was filled with training equipment. "Cotter, is it suitable that Miss Athena to coach Master Locke?" Looking at the girl in front of Locke, Curtin was a little suspicious. Anyway, Miss Athena looked like just a weak girl. Don't forget that Miss Athena can find the loophole in level 1 fighting skills. Her vision and insight are not something ordinary people have, Cotter said, who was standing next to Curtin. When Curtin gave him the revised books on fighting skills, he was shocked. As a knight of level 1, his feeling for these fighting skills was even deeper than Curtin's. He tried it later according to the revision. After the change of Miss Athena, the power of the level 1 fighting skills was close to that of the level 2 fighting skills. Curtin smiled awkwardly and nodded without saying anything. There was still a certain distance between the two of them from Athena, and they could still talk freely while Locke felt a little scared. In front of him, Athena's face was as cold as ice. She looked neither peaceful when she was reading, nor sweet as a girl next to the door when Locke told her all kinds of legends about Icasa continent. She looked like a hell drill master. Under the strong cold pressure from Athena, Locke asked carefully, "Which item should we start?" "Put them on." Athena pointed at the 4 training iron rings which weighed 10 pounds. Her tone was cold and there was no room for a retort. Locke was obedient and put the 4 rings on his hands and feet. He felt it by himself. Although his body was indeed much heavier, it was not difficult. Of course, it was also because he had used the body refining fluid that the physical strength in his body had increased a lot. "Do a warm-up first." Seeing that Locke was ready, Athena nodded and continued in a cold voice, "Run around Lister for 3 laps first. To better manage the territory, the 2 lords of Lister asked people to build roads around Lister, which were connected when Locke came here." "How many? How many laps?" Locke was stunned. Did he hear it wrong? Although Lister wasn't a big territory, a circle was at least 70 or 80 kilometers. 3 laps. "Hurry up." Athena repeated the number, but there was a hint of threat in her tone. The coldness made Locke shiver. He didn't waste any more time and began to trot. "Wow, the 40-pound iron ring is for our daily training. Our master hasn't received any special training, but he uses it directly. Is it a little too heavy for him?" "I don't think it's a big deal. Look at Master Locke. There's no unsteadiness or chaos in his steps." When did Master Locke's physical strength become so popular? Cotter and Curtin were still discussing in the distance. As for Becky and Sam, they led retinues to help residents cut wood. "Let's follow, in case Master Locke is physically exhausted and in danger." After the discussion, Cotter and Curtin mounted their horses and followed him, keeping a watchful eye on the side to prevent Locke from being in danger. 20 minutes later, Locke disappeared from the training ground. Athena didn't follow him. She sat down on the chair beside her directly and began to read. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an hour, Locke had run 20 kilometers. At this time, he was sweating heavily, his breath began to be chaotic, and his steps began to be unsteady. Cotter and Curtin looked at each other, and both of them saw the deep shock in their eyes. 20 kilometers running with heavy weight was almost as equal as the regular exercise of retinues. Adjust your breath. Just as Locke's breathing became more and more chaotic, Athena's voice rang in his ear. Locke looked around and didn't find Athena except for Cotter and Curtin. Gods are powerful. Sighing in his heart, Locke quickly adjusted his breath and continued to run. Then, every time he breathed and ran disorderly, the voice of Athena's guidance would appear in time. More than 3 hours later, Locke finished a lap and began the second lap. Finishing a half lap of the second lap, Locke had staggered and couldn't move as if his feet were filled with lead. Several times, Cotter and the others wanted to help him, but Locke refused. They could see that Locke's body was almost reaching its limit when he finished the first lap. So they wanted to talk with Athena and asked for a rest for Locke. But before they could say anything, they were forced back by Athena's glance. Hold on. Take a few more steps." Locke stared ahead and murmured. His lungs seemed to be about to explode, and his throat was also burning. He was very painful. Another half an hour passed. Puff. Locke fell to the ground and lost consciousness gradually. 1.5 laps, not qualified. Forget it. Barely qualified. Before his consciousness was completely blurred, a blurry beautiful figure appeared in his sight. When Locke woke up, it was already noon. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. After lunch, Locke was taken to the training ground by Athena. On the training ground, Locke was holding a 40-pound stone pier. His legs were trembling, and his back was already wet with sweat. It was difficult for him to do a squatting stance. Master Locke fainted in the first training. Miss Athena is too strict. I'm afraid Master Locke will suffer a lot in the future. Looking at Locke on the ground, Cotter and Curtin sighed. They finally realized that no matter how they tried to persuade Locke and Athena, it was useless. Miss Athena and Master Locke were willing to train in this way. No one could stop them. If they hadn't seen Athena with their own eyes, how could they have thought that the usually quiet and elegant girl would have such a cold and harsh side? But I'm still curious about how Miss Athena caught up with us. When he thought of the morning when Locke fainted, Athena suddenly appeared not far away from them, which confused Cotter. Curtin was also confused, but they were so concerned about Locke that they didn't notice how Athena appeared at that time. In the evening, today's physical training is over. Looking at Locke, who persisted in train hard, Athena's emotionless eyes flashed a trace of satisfaction, and her face gradually softened. Bang! Locke dropped the stone pier on his body. which left a deep mark on the ground. Locke fell to the ground, staring blankly at the red sunset. This day was the most tiring of his 2 lives. After a rustling sound, Locke found Athena sitting next to him. At this moment, Athena became the sensible and gentle goddess again. The sunset glow in the sky made a large area of gorgeous clouds red. The young boy and young girl bathed in the glow of the setting sun, forming a quiet and charming picture. This is the practice method of the small universe I prepared for you. Athena tapped the air with her finger, and several pieces of paper filled with the method practice fell beside Locke's head. The practice method of the small universe. Resting his hands on the back of his head, Locke began to recall all the methods he knew about the practice method. But he couldn't find anything related to the small universe. It's different with meditation with mages, which is to communicate with elements and make elements enter the body. The practice method of the small universe is based on the body of practice people, and to develop the potential of practice people, practicing your small universe, Athena explained in a soft voice, with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Locke nodded and didn't say anything. He enjoyed the beautiful moment quietly. He found that the girl's face was more and more charming in the gentle light. Chapter 9. In the bedroom of the castle. Swoosh. Locke exhaled deeply with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. In general, Athena had given him another method of practice, which could stimulate the potential of his body through meditation and train, developing his own small universe. Then he stored the divine energy in the small universe. Yes, this was a practice method of divine energy. The small universe referred to the potential universe energy within the human body, which was the source of human strength. The practitioner could construct a small universe in his body and store great power in them, using the extraordinary power of shattering the stars and tearing the earth apart. After awakening the small universe, it was divided into 5 levels, which were the 6 senses, the 7 senses, the 8 senses, the 9 senses, and the 10 senses of the small universe. Although he didn't know how his divine energy compared to the magic power and fighting spirit in this world, it was not low. Since this was a practice method of divine energy, the harshness of it could be imagined. Locke even felt that this practice method might be several times more difficult than that of magic. On the following day, in practice, Locke became crazier. His desperate efforts almost make Cotter and the others think their respectful master had been driven lunatic by training. On the other side, the residents had cut the wood for 2 days. At this time, a group of people was packing up their tools and preparing to go home. The middle-aged man chopped the shiny axe in his hand on a tree stump. His face was dark, and there were traces of sun and sand on his rough skin. Supervisor Hansen, did the Lord really promise to build a house for us with these woods? The others stopped their work and looked at Hansen suspiciously. The Lord didn't want to exploit them, but he planned to repair the houses for them. How could it be possible? In their eyes, this Lord wanted to use this name to ask them to do the unpaid work. In the face of his suspicion, Hansen kept silent for a moment before answering cautiously. After these days of contact, I find that our Lord is indeed different from other noble lords. So since the Lord said that he would build a house for us, he won't lie to us. Ha ha, these aristocrats are sinister and cunning. We can't trust them. Yes, these aristocrats can do anything for money, someone in the crowd retorted as soon as Hansen finished his words. Hansen didn't know what to say in the face of people's suspicion. It was no wonder that these residents didn't believe the promises given by their lord. The previous 2 lords had made a lot of promises to get benefits from Lister. He had explained it several times, but many of the residents still didn't believe it, which also resulted in their low enthusiasm and inefficient work. Helplessly, Hansen had no choice but to go to Locke and explain the situation to Locke. After hearing Hansen's report, Locke finished practice and decided to talk with the residents in person. After all, the progress of building houses was related to the reward of the system. Seeing Locke approaching, the residents of Lister all bowed, and Locke also returned with a smile one by one. Under everyone's gaze, Locke walked to the front. Everyone, I know you will have doubts and scruples in your hearts, but I promise with the honor of the Capet family that these woods will be used to build houses for you. I won't make money through it. I'm the Lord of Lister, and I'm also a member of Lister. My goal is to make Lister a rich and powerful place. I know your wish is the same. Locke didn't lie to them. He not only built the house for the system task but also didn't want his people to live in distress. The system task only served as a catalyst. Locke's words touched the citizens on the ground. They expressed their opinions. "We will carry out the order of my lord firmly, my lord. We believe you. Under the leadership of my lord, Lister will become better." Locke was satisfied with the reaction of the residents, but his face was still a little gloomy. He changed the topic and said, "But I have to warn you first. If anyone else continues to be perfunctory and disobey the order, don't blame me for punishing you." Locke knew that whether it was the 21st century or this world, the parallel of grace and power was the best way to manage. Sensing the threat in Locke's tone, the residents trembled in their minds. They suddenly realized that the amiable man in front of them was their lord. The lord had the right to decide whether the residents in the territory would survive or not. Locke didn't even need to talk to them so much and could force them to work on the mountain. After figuring it out, the residents promised that they would do their best to carry out Locke's order. After chatting with the residents for a while, Locke left. In the following days, he also returned to the terrifying daily training. To Locke's disappointment, he couldn't open the small universe. However, under Athena's training, Locke's physical strength had risen sharply, even surpassing Curtin's. Of course, if they fought, Locke would not be a match for Curtin. After all, although Locke's physical strength had increased, he didn't practice the fighting spirit. Locke wanted to learn some swordplay or blade skills, but Athena refused. According to Athena, the 9-floor terrace must be constructed from its very base. The practice would be promoted step by step to make a good foundation. Since Locke talked with them, the efficiency of Lister's residents had increased significantly. On the third day, a wooden house had been built with chopped wood. Seeing that these woods were really used to build a house for themselves, residents became more enthusiastic and worked more efficiently, especially when they knew that Locke hadn't even repaired his castle and built residential houses first. They were deeply moved. Although everyone was excited and worked hard, Locke was still a little depressed because there were few people in the city, and there were not many people who could work, except for the old, women, and children. The construction of houses was huge, and he didn't know when the task would be completed. So Locke asked Cotter and Hansen with gold coins to recruit workers in the nearest bone city to speed up the construction. One day, Locke finished a day's training and was answering Athena's questions about magic. Dozens of people were gathering more than 10 kilometers away from the castle. This group of people looked ferocious. Obviously, they were ruthless people who lived on killing and robbing all year round. When you saw the clothes and behavior style of these people, you immediately thought of them as bandits. It was a gang of thieves with dozens of people. At this time, a black figure moved quickly from afar. It was a thin man. "Leader, there are still 20 kilometers left. We will arrive at Locke Capet's castle," the skinny man reported to the foremost man in the band of thieves. The man who was called the third leader had a ferocious scar on his face, a large sword on his back, and a faint killing intent in his eyes. According to reliable sources, the loser, Locke Capet, brought 1,000 gold coins when he went out. "It's a great fortune. It's a waste to keep it in Locke's hand. Inform the team to speed up," the scar-faced man ordered. Chapter 10. The magic of level 9 is called Forbidden Incantation. It is one of the strongest strengths in the world, and its attacking range can cover more than 1,000 kilometers. It is said that a kingdom has offended a forbidden mage, but it was destroyed by this forbidden mage the second day. But in the past 100 years, it seems that no one has seen forbidden mages. Of course, god mages above forbidden mages haven't appeared for thousands of years. In the hall, Locke was chatting with Athena. Most of the time, Locke was talking and Athena was listening. Ding Athena fondness increased by 1 point. Ding Athena upgrades fondness of the host to a normal level. Reward: a 1 drop of blood of the snake-haired demoness, Ghorgon, held by Athena. Locke was thrilled to hear the familiar system message. After half a month, he finally raised Athena's fondness to the normal level. The blood of the snake-haired demoness, Ghorgon, was said to be something that could bring people back to life. "Ha ha, refreshing fondness is the key," Locke exclaimed with joy. Just as Locke was about to continue the anecdotes on the continent, he suddenly saw Athena's face darken and an extremely cold breath rose from her. Locke was confused by the sudden change. How could gods be so willful? Athena changed her face so quickly, but when he carefully felt, he found that the coldness of Athena was not aimed at him. Athena frowned slightly and looked out of the castle as if her eyes could penetrate the thick stone wall. "Let's talk about the matter in Ikasa continent later. Now we have to solve the current problem first." After a while, Athena looked away and said something that made Locke more confused, but the next moment, he understood. The sound of weapons colliding came from outside the castle. It was obvious that something had happened. How could there be sounds of fighting in the castle? Locke's face darkened, and a bad feeling quickly surged up. He rushed out of the door. Before he took a few steps, he saw a figure covered with blood rushing towards him. When he looked carefully, he immediately recognized that the person in front of him was the knight. Becky. Master Locke. Becky rushed over anxiously. When he saw Locke, he shouted, "The territory is attacked by the robbers. We are about to lose control. You'd better run away from the back of the castle. A gang of robbers?" Locke's heart sank. Lister was famous for being poor. How could a group of bandits appear in such a place? But Locke also knew that it was not the right time to think about it. No matter why the robbers appeared in Lister, their cruelty would not change. The unarmed civilians of Lister would face a one-sided slaughter. Although Locke hadn't experienced dealing with bandits, he didn't panic. He asked in a deep voice, "Tell me the situation outside first." Curtin is leading retinues to resist, but the number of bandits is large, and the leader of the robbers is the level 1 warrior. They won't be able to resist for long. Master Locke, please leave here quickly. Let's buy some more time for you. Becky held his sword and looked determined. He knew very well that without the presence of Cotter, they would have no chance of winning against the brigands led by the level 1 warrior. Becky, I won't leave. Locke shook his head and refused Becky's suggestion. What a joke. A god was standing beside him. The terrible bandits should be afraid. Master Locke, you must leave. When he heard that Locke was unwilling to leave, Becky raised his voice. Hearing the fiercer sound of fighting outside, he became more anxious. Shaking his head again, Locke's eyes flashed with coldness. Lister is my territory. How can I abandon my territory and escape? Since the bandits dare to come, they have to accept the harshest judge. Then Locke looked at Athena and said in a low voice, "But I'm afraid I have to rely on your strength this time." Becky was stunned and his words of persuasion were stuck in his throat. Was Master Locke scared to death? Although they also knew that Miss Athena had extraordinary wisdom and could see through the flaws of level 1 fighting skills, it was another thing. This was not to modify fighting skills, but to resist murderous brigands. It was not his fault to be so suspicious. After all, Athena had never shown her strength in front of them. Although they are some low-end brigands, their auras are disgusting. Athena frowned and nodded approvingly. She continued, "Although I don't want to make a move, I can indeed lend you a portion of strength." At this time, Athena slowly raised her fair hand. A pearl-sized light grain lit up on the tip of her slender index finger. She lightly tapped it, and the light grain instantly merged into Locke's body from his forehead. Locke instantly felt an unparalleled strength pouring into his body. With the support of Athena's strength, he even felt that he could smash the castle with a punch. The powerful strength made him nostalgic. Locke suddenly remembered that Athena had told him that she couldn't exert all her strength because there was no faith in this world. This was strength. Holding his hands, Locke's eyes were full of excitement and passion. Sensing the powerful and mysterious aura from Locke, Becky was too shocked to say anything. Was this Miss Athena's strength? "Thank you," Locke said to Athena gratefully. After saying that, he took the lead in rushing to the direction of the sound of weapons fighting. Becky also reacted and hurried to follow Locke. At the gate of the castle, the robbers had been beaten back and were ready for the next round of attack. Sam had more than a dozen blade wounds on his body, and some parts of his body had exposed white bones, while Curtin was a little better, but there were also several blades on Curtin's body, and more than 20 retinues were also injured in different degrees. Sam's armor had already been dyed red with blood. Looking at the surrounding bandits, he tightened his grip on the long sword. "Curtin, it seems that we have to die here today, but everything is worth it." Master Locke must have left the castle safely. Leaning against the wall, Curtin breathed heavily. Looking at the direction of the castle behind him, he grinned. Sam nodded approvingly with red eyes. Master Locke had treated them well, which was a return to Master Locke. At the same time, Sam saw two figures blurrily. "Shit, Becky, what an idiot. Didn't we ask him to escort Master Locke out? Why did he come back with Master Locke?" However, when he saw the figures' appearances clearly, Sam was first stunned, and then roared angrily. Chapter 11. Curtin, are you all right? Seeing that Curtin and the others were covered in blood and guarded the door bitterly, Becky trotted over and asked with concern. However, Curtin didn't appreciate him at all. He roared at Becky angrily. "Becky, you are an idiot. How can you bring Master Locke here? Hurry up and leave with Master Locke." Sam was even angrier. He said directly, "You bastard. If anything happens to Master Locke, I will not let you go even if I die." Becky was stunned by the two people's scolding. Locke also came to the side of the two and explained with a smile, "You don't have to blame Becky. I asked to come here myself." Curtin carefully guarded against the bandits and sighed bitterly. "Master Locke, why are you doing this?" Now Locke couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Curtin was busy defending against the bandits, so he didn't notice the faintly strong aura of Locke. Curtin thought that Locke worried about them, so he came back. Looking at the shaky gate, Curtin and the others escorted Locke back towards the castle. Bang! The bandits had broken in and approached Locke and the others step by step. Locke roughly counted. Under the desperate resistance of Curtin and the others, the casualties of bandits also suffered a lot. At this time, the bandits suddenly made way for the scar-faced man. He rode a black horse and slowly came to Locke and the others. He looked at them playfully, and the other bandits also laughed with mockery in their eyes. Locke was like a piece of meat on the chopping block. He could only be slaughtered by them. Let me give you a brief introduction. Elsie Yarlin, I'm a third leader of the Great Black Rock Bandits. In front of you, these men are warriors of the team. After saying that, Elsie's eyes passed the Curtin and the others and fell on Locke. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Are you Locke Capet? Humphrey, you are such a loser with a bad brain. How dare you come back and wait for death?" Locke's face was calm. He looked up at Elsie, the third leader of the brigands, and said, "How do you know that it must be us who will die, not your group of damned brigands?" "Ha ha. Damn guy, you're still talking tough at the end of your life. Later I'll make you taste worse than death." Elsie was slightly stunned and then burst into laughter. The other bandits looked at Locke as if they were looking at an idiot. Ignoring the mockery of the bandits, Locke turned to Becky. "Becky, lend me your saber." Becky nodded and handed the saber to Locke. Although in his impression, Locke had never used a saber, there might be a miracle. What happened just now gave him a glimmer of hope in his mind. "Master Locke, let us take the lead." Curtin couldn't help persuading Locke. In his eyes, Locke also wanted to fight to the death. In this situation, they couldn't escape. The only thing they could do now was to block more stabs for Master Locke. Curtin and Sam, let Master Locke have a try. Although Becky didn't know how many changes had happened to Locke's body and how strong his strength was, he still advised the two of them when he thought of the magical scene just now. But seeing that Locke was holding a long saber, Curtin and Sam finally nodded and didn't say anything more. In such a desperate situation, there was nothing they couldn't try. Holding the saber in his hand, Locke didn't know how to use it. It seemed that it was the first time he had used this weapon. After recalling for a while, Locke made a pose that he saw Becky and others do in training at the ordinary time. "Ha ha, that's so funny. I'm sure that Locke Capet is not only the most useless person in Nathan County but also an idiot. It must be his first time to take a saber, judged from his pose. Yes, I think this loser can't even beat the old lady on the street." Looking at Locke's poor gesture of holding a saber, the bandits burst into laughter again and laughed wildly. Curtin and Sam also sighed, while Becky was still looking forward to it. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Locke remained unmoved. "Just laugh as you like, you don't have much time." Looking at the bandits, Locke even raised the corners of his mouth slightly, feeling sorry for these ignorant bandits. "Brothers, kill this loser." Seeing that Locke could still laugh in this situation, Elsie lost his interest instantly. In his opinion, Locke had lost his mind. As soon as Elsie gave the order, the four bandits beside him came out, holding broadswords, and walked towards Locke with a sinister smile. Although Locke knew that there was a powerful strength in his body, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous when fighting with others for the first time. Curtin and the others had made a gesture of attack, ready to support Locke at any time. Seeing the bandits approaching, Locke mobilized the strength in his body. In the eyes of others, Locke's body suddenly raised an oppressive strength, which was incomparably powerful and trembling. Something is wrong. Looking at Locke, Elsie's heart trembled. He was the level 1 warrior, but he felt a shocking strength from Locke. At the same time, Locke moved, and a vast strength burst out from his body. Curtin and the others were directly forced back by the strength. At the same time, the long saber in Locke's hand had slashed out. The four bandits also found the problem, but it was too late for them to retreat. "Kill him. One of them shouted and rushed to Locke, intending to kill Locke without mercy. Without hesitation, the other three bandits also used their strongest strength. But it was too late. Boom! The four bandits were directly annihilated in the sabolite. After killing the four bandits, the sharp sabolite did not disappear and directly chopped towards the direction of the bandits. The leader of the bandits, Elsie, was exactly in that position. Wherever the sabolite passed, the slate on the ground was all broken, and the sound of breaking the air was deafening. Looking at the sabolite coming to him, Elsie was terrified. He used the fastest speed in his life to dodge aside. He could feel that if he was hit by the sabolite, he would die. Boom! Boom! The stone wall of the castle turned into powder under the light of the saber, leaving a scar of more than 10 meters outside the castle. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the surprised expression of other bandits. What did they see? The most useless person in Natan County, the idiot they thought, used the godlike strength. At the same time, Curtin and the others also looked at Locke numbly, and the fanaticism in their eyes was constantly emerging. Looking at the powerful strength, Locke was also stunned. Chapter 12. Master Locke is invincible. Long live Master Locke. Everyone, don't be afraid of bandits. Seeing that their master was so heroic and defeated the bandits, the three men and retinues shouted excitedly. As soon as Curtin and the others shouted, the morale of their side instantly rose. It was not until now that Elsie, the leader of the brigands, got up from the ground. His face was covered with dust and dirt, and there were several holes in his black robe. Although he was not directly hit by the sabolite, the aftermath of the sabolite still made him very embarrassed. So powerful. This blow exceeded the attack of level 3. At the thought of Locke's sabolite, Elsie felt a chill down his spine. Wasn't Locke Capitolusa? How could he have such a devastating ability? Did he use some secret skills? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could it explain that Loser suddenly had such a strong strength? The bandits became more and more scared when they heard the shouts of Curtin and the others, and many of them had already had the intention of retreating. Don't be afraid, everyone. He must have used some kind of secret method to release such a powerful strength. He won't use this strength many times. When the strength disappears, he will be exhausted, and he will only be killed by us casually. Seeing that the morale of his subordinates was low, Elsie immediately shouted. Hearing this, the bandits who had been panicking calmed down. They looked at Locke in suspicion and found that Locke's breath had weakened a lot. Exhausted, Locke sneered in his mind. He raised the long saber in his hand slightly, and the powerful aura burst out from his body again. But this time, the aura was indeed much weaker than before. Rush! Locke roared and rushed to the bandits. Although he hadn't learned the saber skill, the half-month training was effective. Those ordinary bandits were scared to death when they saw Locke rushing towards them. They tried their best to escape. Brat! You are doomed to die. Elsie didn't panic when he saw Locke and the others rushing at him. Instead, a vicious smile appeared on his face. Puff! Locke directly slashed a squad leader. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in front of him. Someone wanted to do a sneak attack on him. Magic. A mage was hidden among these brigands. Although Locke had never learned magic, he had studied so many magic theories. He had also seen mages perform magic, so he instantly knew what the energy fluctuation in front of him was. However, a mage had a noble status. How could he become a bandit? Things were not that simple. At the same time, the magical fluctuation had reached its peak. Locke narrowed his eyes and didn't take out his magic cloak. He felt it carefully as if the energy fluctuation in front of him could not break his defense. Whoosh! The huge fireball rushed out of the group of bandits. Care. However, before Curtin could utter the word careful, the huge fireball had already hit Locke. Bang! The fireball exploded on Locke's body, and the huge air billow directly overturned the bandits approaching Locke. It's over. Looking at the smoke that hadn't dissipated, Curtin and the others were desperate. After despair, their eyes turned red and were replaced by deep hatred. Revenge. Revenge for Master Locke. Kill. Even if we die, we have to drag one to die together. Curtin and the others shouted and rushed towards the bandits. Seeing that Locke was enveloped in the sea of fire, Elsie shouted excitedly, "Ha ha, brothers, Locke Capet is dead, kill them." Encouraged by Elsie, the bandits' previously low morale rose in an instant. They shouted and rushed in the direction of Curtin and the others. At the same time, the mage, which was dressed like a bandit, appeared beside Elsie. Looking carefully, you would find that the mage was middle-aged, with a gloomy face and vicious eyes. Looking at the culprit who killed Locke, Curtin and the others were filled with hatred. However, the mage was not as happy as Elsie. He stared at Locke with a frown. The explosive effect of the fireball spell seemed to be different today. Then, as if he had seen something in the sea of fire, his pupils suddenly dilated. Something is wrong. With a cry of shock, the mage retreated quickly. The smile on Elsie's face froze totally. A figure? Yes, he saw a figure in the sea of fire. The figure emitted the baby blue light, blocking the flames outside. The most terrifying thing was that the figure rushed towards him and the mage at an extremely fast speed. Elsie dodged aside in a hurry. "I'll kill you." The scum of the mage whirled first. With a murderous look in his eyes, Locke gave up Elsie and rushed to the mage. After all, Elsie was the level 1 warrior. It would take more time to kill him, so Locke decided to first solve the mage, who was dangerous but weak in close combat. The mage failed to dodge and was directly hit by Locke. Instantly, blood spurted and he flew backward. Master Locke is still alive. Curtin and the others also looked at Locke in surprise. The other bandits also stopped fighting and looked at Locke, who escaped from the fire, in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could you ignore the damage of the magic element? Looking at the unharmed Locke, the mage opened his eyes wide in shock. He had never seen anyone who could withstand the damage of magic with his physical body. Ignoring the shock of mage, Locke held a long saber and said with murderous intent in his eyes, "You're a mage but accompanied with bandits. What a real disgrace to mages. Let me end your guilty life." "No, you can't kill me." Seeing the cold light from Locke's saber, the mage cried out in fear and instinctively struggled to step back. But Locke didn't give him any chance and cut his head off quickly. In his previous life, he had watched a lot of TV dramas. He knew clearly that both the rebel faction and the righteous faction died because of too many words. Although it was his first time to kill someone today, he knew clearly that he killed his enemy, so he did not have any psychological burden, and even the discomfort after killing was very small. How dare you kill the mage? On the other side, Elsie was still in a state of shock. He pointed at Locke in a trembling voice. Hearing Elsie's words, Locke sneered, "He can kill me. But why can't I kill him? I'll kill you to keep him company now." While they were talking, Locke had already walked towards Elsie, with an undisguised murderous look on his face. "Kill them. Kill these brigands who invaded our territory." Seeing that Locke was about to make a move, Curtin and the others didn't hesitate and once again rushed to the bandits with swords and sabers. Sensing the murderous look on Locke's face, Elsie panicked. He didn't expect Locke to have such a powerful secret skill. He had to leave, or this would be his burial place. Elsie thought thoroughly and quickly of a way to escape. A few seconds later, he finally came up with a way to escape. "Locke, cap it, go to hell!" Elsie roared and rushed to Locke. When he was only 5 steps away from Locke, he suddenly threw the broadsword in his hand out. At the same time, he turned around and rushed to a gap in the castle. The other sharp-eyed bandits also ran in different directions. Of course, the other brigands also wanted to escape, but Curtin and the others tightly controlled them and they had no chance to escape. Chapter 13. Dodging the broadsword thrown by Elsie, Locke stopped and had no intention of chasing after him. He had planned to kill all the bandits, but just now he received a message from Athena, asking him to leave a few people alive. Seeing that the third leader and several leaders had run away, the other brigands had no intention of continuing to resist and knelt one after another. They had already been scared totally. Even the mage and their leaders had been defeated, so they had no room for resistance. "Lord Capet, please forgive me. Lord Capet, we are all civilians near Lister. We were forced by Elsie to be bandits." "Yes, we were forced to do so. Please spare our lives." Watching Locke walking towards them, the bandits kept kowtowing in horror. Curtin and the others surrounded the bandits in the middle directly. "Master Locke, what should we do with them?" Curtin asked respectfully. He looked at Locke with incomparable respect. Locke's heroic figure was still engraved in his mind. "Lock them. If someone dares to resist, kill him directly," Locke ordered as he handed the saber to Curtin. The construction of Lister still needed a lot of people and Locke didn't kill them. Although they could escape death, they would endure suffering in the construction. Let them atone for their sins here. At this time, Athena walked out slowly, facing the bloody environment on the ground. Her face did not change at all. "Miss Athena." Curtin and the others bowed respectfully to Athena. Just now, Becky had briefly told them the whole story. It was hard to imagine how powerful Miss Athena would be. She just lent some strength to Master Locke, and he became invincible. Curtin's body trembled, and he suddenly thought of the scene when they met the Wolf King. Was it Miss Athena who drove Wolf King away that day? They were covered by heavy bloody aura. Pull them out and kill. Pointing at 3 of the bandits, Athena said in a flat tone, as if she was talking about something insignificant. Locke nodded his head, gesturing for Curtin to take action. The heavy bloody aura indicated that they had killed many people. They might be brutal men, and it would be a disaster if they stayed here. One of the 3 was the thin man who had explored the way before. When the man heard that he was going to be killed, he was instantly stunned. Then he roared angrily, "Damn it, why do you want to kill me, my lord? Please forgive me." The other 2 bandits begged for mercy with pale faces. Curtin was very decisive. He ordered his men to arrest the 3 of them. The thin man wanted to resist, but he was not a match for Curtin without weapons. He was killed in a few seconds by Curtin. Locke also walked towards Athena and wanted to ask why she let those bandits go. Before Locke could say anything, Athena's beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom. She explained with a faint smile, "Aren't you short of money and people now?" Locke patted his head and immediately understood what Athena meant. That was right. Bandits rampaged around, robbing property. There must be a lot of money. Seeing Locke and Athena smile at each other, Curtin was confused and asked, "Master Locke, what are you doing?" Locke waved his sleeve and ordered Curtin, arrange 2 people to watch over these bandits who surrendered and leave the seriously injured people. Take the equipment and let's go rob the bandits." "Master Locke, what did you just say?" All of a sudden, Curtin felt something was wrong in his mind. "I must have gone through too much today and misheard. I actually heard that Master Locke wanted to rob the bandits. I mean, making preparations, and let's go to rob the bandits." Looking at Curtin standing like a wooden pestle in place, Locke repeated, speechless. Curtin was still standing there. He didn't hear it wrong. Master Locke was really talking about robbing the bandits. After a while, he swallowed saliva and advised cautiously, "Master Locke, should we wait for Cotter to come back? After all, he is the level 1 warrior. In this way, we are more confident." Although Curtin knew that Athena had a powerful strength, the team of bandits couldn't be underestimated. Even the 3rd leader was the level 1 warrior. The chief and the 2nd leader would only be stronger than the level 1, and maybe there were warriors of level 2. What's more, in addition to the leaders, there were also hundreds of bandits. No matter how powerful Miss Athena was, she couldn't deal with so many people at the same time. Locke could see the scruples in Curtin's mind. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't fight a battle without preparation." Locke's confidence calmed Curtin down. Now that his master was not afraid, then what were they afraid of? Curtin didn't say anything more and went to arrange it. Over a dozen miles away. Seeing the secret sign of the Black Rock bandits in front of them, Elsie breathed a sigh of relief deeply. He was afraid that Locke and the others would continue to chase after him, so he ran all the way and didn't dare to stop at all. Mr. Elsie, a bandit who was responsible for support and sentry, came out of the dark place. When he saw Elsie in a mess and the other bandits were all injured, he was stunned and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Elsie, have you been attacked?" There was only 1 warrior of level 1 in Locke Capet's Knights. Wasn't it easy to capture them? Something bad happened. Go back to the camp first. I'll personally report to the chief. Elsie gritted his teeth and said angrily with a straight face, "Rustle, rustle." At this moment, several other voices were coming from behind. Elsie's face changed. Did Locke come after him? Astonishment and doubt could be seen on their faces. Elsie and the sentry took out their weapons and carefully prepared. When the 2 of them were in high spirits, they saw 3 familiar figures. One of them reported, "Maybe we are the last few, the others all lost. Leave here first, and then come to get even with Capet." Elsie's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were full of resentment. The group of people quickly left Lister's area and rushed to the stockaded village where the Black Rock bandits were. After a night's journey, Elsie and the others finally fled back to the village. Inside the room, Angus, the chief of the team, was having sex with 2 women. It was a critical moment. "Chief, Mr. Elsie is back." A flustered voice came from outside. Angus was in a good mood, but he was annoyed after being disturbed. He cursed, "Scrap. Don't you know what I'm doing? Let them wait." "Honey, it's time for me to change another guard. He is too blind now, Angus put his hand on the woman's plump chest beside him while teasing the woman beneath him. Chief. However, just as his sex feeling came, the voice of the guard came from outside again. For a moment, his anger rose. Mr. Elsie failed and lost a lot of brothers. Sir Jax was also dead. The guard continued to report. Elsie failed. Jax was dead. Angus's anger was choked by the guard's words. The level 1 warrior and level 1 mage were almost a tyrannical force. Were they hurt badly in poor Lister? At the disgruntled voice of the woman beneath him, Angus got up with a serious face and quickly put on the clothes aside. The magic robe. On the chest of the magic robe, there were 2 bright red bars, which was the symbol of the level 2 fire mage. Chapter 14. The huge conference hall was filled with the leaders of Black Rock bandits. There were 3 seats in the front, Elsie on the left and second leader Leth on the right. Looking at Elsie, who looked like a loser, Leth sneered, "Elsie, you were beaten up by a loser and ran away, almost losing all brothers. You're getting worse and worse. Even if it were you, it wouldn't be much better." Elsie snorted and said with a long face. The others had already been accustomed to the tit-for-tat between the second leader and the third leader. At this moment, they just sat silently and did not dare to interfere. However, when they saw the wounds on Elsie's body, they were still a little shocked. Even the third leader had suffered such a great loss. Was the rumored loser so powerful? At this time, Angus also came in. Seeing Angus come in, everyone stood up and greeted him. In Black Rock Bandits, Angus had absolute authority. Angus didn't say anything else after he sat down. He looked at Elsie directly and said, "Let's talk about the situation. At first, we had already broken into Capit's castle. We thought we were sure to win. But Capit suddenly appeared at this time and grasped a mysterious strength. This strength is very powerful. I am not a match for it, even a single move in head-on-head fighting." Speaking of the mysterious strength controlled by Locke, Elsie's eyes were full of fear. In the end, Sir Jax mingled with brothers and planned to do a sneak attack on Capit. However, Capit resisted Jack's fireball spell with his strength, which could be said to be unharmed. Finally, he killed Sir Jax. Elsie told them what had happened to him. Thinking of how powerful Locke had been that day, he was a little shocked. Mysterious strength? What kind of strength can directly hurt the level 1 warrior? It not only defeated the level 1 warrior but also resist the magic at level 1. As soon as Elsie finished his words, the bandits were in an uproar. Some of them even looked at Elsie suspiciously. Did he just find a random reason after he lost the battle? Thump, thump. Angus knocked on the table and the hall gradually quieted down. Capit is a famous loser, so he can't defeat Elsie with his strength. I suspect that he has used some secret method to get the mysterious strength. Angus spoke out his judgment slowly. He believed that Elsie didn't dare to deceive him. Secret method. The bandits of the team exclaimed. Their eyes lit up with extreme greed. There was a secret method to improve one's practice space, which was an invaluable treasure that could only be found once in a while. In many people's eyes, the secret method in Locke's hand was already theirs. Don't forget that loser can use the secret method now. How could Elsie not understand what was on everyone's mind? Only you will be defeated by this loser. Leth scoffed. Then he turned to Angus and pleaded, "Dear Chief, I request to go ahead and kill Locke and take the secret method for you." Faced with Leth's mockery, Elsie clenched his fists in anger, but on second thought, he felt relieved and even sneered in his heart. He knew the strength of Leth. Although Leth was a little stronger than him, if Locke used the strength last time, he might die there. However, Angus shook his head and said, "I'll go to Lister myself this time. The secret method must be a priceless treasure to make a loser defeat the level 1 warrior in an instant." Angus decided to take it by himself in case of any accidents. There was no everlasting ally in front of interests. The reason why these subordinates obeyed his orders was also because of his powerful strength and background. It was hard to guarantee that no one would have a second thought and run away with the secret method. Gather all the people, take your weapons, kill Locke, Capit and all people in Lister. With the order of Angus, the whole brigands were excited in the encampment, and they began to move quickly. Locke stopped 10 kilometers away from the fortress of Black Rock bandits. They followed the clues left by bandits along the way to this place. Since they had rested several times at night, they were not too tired. These bandits are good at choosing a place. Looking at the changing terrain ahead, Locke sighed. The fortress of the bandits was located between two dangerous peaks, which served as two natural barriers to protect the fortress in the middle. The road in front of the fortress was getting narrower and narrower. On both sides of the road were mountains and hills, which were suitable for defense. Locke didn't know about the situation of the back fortress, but he thought it was easy to defend but hard to attack. More importantly, more than 10 kilometers away was one of the critical transportation channels for trade between Nathan County and Devil County, from which a large number of the caravan would pass. Master Locke, the bandits occupied the high ground with a large number of people. I'm afraid we are no match for them. It's not too late for us to retreat now. After looking at the terrain, Curtin said with concern, except for Sam and 4 seriously injured retinues, there were only more than 20 of them now. How could they rob the bandits? It's too late. We have been found by the bandits. Looking at the grass in the distance, Athena said slowly. Everyone followed Athena's gaze and saw the grass move. Then a figure quickly disappeared behind the grass. Seeing this, Curtin and the others became a little anxious. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Locke didn't say anything but looked at Athena. With such a small group of people like them, if they attacked by force, they would definitely lose their lives. But he knew that since Athena came with them, she must have already thought of a solution. Athena smiled mysteriously and gently raised her palm. Everyone saw a blue light spot in size of a rice grain appear in her hand, and then it quickly expanded. With Athena's palm as the center, the blue energy quickly gathered in the shape of whirlpools. The energy around them was accumulated, making the surrounding wind whistle. Chapter 15. The young girl's hair was flicking with the wind, clothes fluttering. She was like a noble goddess in the painting, which was worshipped. In a few seconds, a fist-sized water ball had formed. Is this water ball spell? Locke stared at the water ball in Athena's hand and asked uncertainly. He knew that Athena planned to learn magic, but she practiced too fatly. According to the magical theories he had learned, this was indeed the water ball spell. But normally, the water ball was as large as a human head. Why was the water ball used by Athena so small? What Locke didn't know was that the water ball spell condensed by Athena with divine force was the purest water element that was directly refined. It was compressed in a very small space at the same time and had great power. Playing with the mini ball in her hand, Athena nodded with a smile. This is the water ball spell, but I have modified it myself. Curtin's dry throat moved, trying hard to express what he wanted to say. Miss Athena, are you a mage? Now, I think so. Athena nodded with a smile. Although the water ball spell she used was different from this world, this was indeed the level 1 water magic that could only be used by a water mage. Miss Athena was a mage. The hearts of Curtin and the others began to turn upside down, and the respect in their eyes was beyond words. When did you learn magic? Locke asked curiously, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Athena rubbed her chin, thought for a while, and said, it's just some simple magics. It's not difficult. I acquired them after reading. It was not difficult. She knew it after reading a book. Listen, how easy for her. Seeing Athena take it for granted, Locke felt that his blood pressure had risen. This was the difference between persons. No, between a man and a god. Miss Athena just began to learn magic. Magic was very simple. Curtin and the others only felt that the conversation between the two of them was like a fantasy. Locke put an end to this topic decisively. If they continued to talk, he would be sadder. While everyone was shocked, with a slight wave of Athena's hand, the water ball in her hand flew far away and exploded directly. A thick mist in the forest in front of them quickly dispersed in the direction of the brigands' fortress. Obviously, it was caused by Athena's water ball spell. You used the fog produced by the water ball spell to block the bandit sight. Looking at the white fog that was still spreading, Locke seemed to understand what Athena wanted to do. Yes. With a serious look on her face, Athena said slowly, there are many bandits. They are powerful and guard the dangerous place. We don't have a good number of people and any advantage in the place. We can only take them by strategy. Therefore, we need to manage to consume their strength and arrows firstly. The logic was clear, and the analysis was comprehensive and thorough. At this moment, everyone had an illusion that the girl in front of them was like a female general who was tactical and invincible. Athena was the famous war goddess. It was a piece of cake for her to command such a small battle. Looking at the admiration in the eyes of his fellows, Locke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the fortress. What did you say? Angus suddenly stood up from the chair. his face full of disbelief. Feeling the anger from Angus, the bandit bit the bullet and said again, "Lock Capet is coming up with his knights and retinues." Good. Very good. Angus laughed in anger, with a murderous look on his face. "Capet, you ask for trouble. Tell everyone to go with me with weapons, and don't give Locke any chance to escape." It was a shame to be beaten at the gate. The rest of the bandits were flabbergasted when they knew that Lock Capet, who had defeated the third leader, had brought his knights to catch up with them. Soon, the three leaders of the brigands gathered together. Leth looked at Elsie with a smile, and the mockery in his tone was undisguised. "I heard that Capet, who defeated you, has brought someone to catch up with you." What a shameful thing it was to be beaten and run away. Being caught up with at home, he believed that Elsie's prestige among the bandits would be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, he felt happy. Elsie's face was more darkened when he heard the sarcasm of Leth. Suddenly, Angus, who had been silent all the time, reminded them in a deep voice, "The situation is not right, you all behave yourself." Elsie snorted and ignored Leth because he had noticed something unusual. A white mist gradually enveloped them. A few minutes later, they were already in the mist. In the white mist, the range of vision was only 2 meters. 2 meters away was a white blanket and nothing could be seen. If something was unusual, there must be something wrong. They had lived there for more than 10 years, but there had never been a fog. Why did it happen today? It was not a coincidence. Things have changed. Don't act rashly. Staring at the white mist, Angus ordered Elsie and others beside him, "Ask everyone to cheer up highly to prevent the enemy from a sneak attack." "Ha ha, dear chief, you're overthinking. There are more than 10 traps and defenses in our fortress." "With that little number of people, Capet is doomed to death," Leth said with a smile in a disdainful tone. "Yes, I bet that Capet and the others can't even reach the gate." "I don't think anyone can afford to offend the fortress of Black Rock bandits," other bandits echoed. Only Elsie kept a straight face and no one knew what was on his mind. Hearing his subordinate's words, Angus also felt that he was too careful. "Who is Lock Capet? He is just a loser in the aristocratic circle of Natten County. How can he break through the solid defense of the fortress?" However, he still waved at his subordinates and said, "Be careful and make preparations." Angus's order was quickly conveyed to other bandits. On the defensive wall of the fortress, a group of bandits stared ahead with full attention, and arrows covered with poison had already been placed on the bows. "Kill." Suddenly, a sound of killing came from the white mist in front of them. "Archer, hurry up." Face changed. The group leader of the brigands shouted at his men without hesitation. Judging from the sound, they wouldn't be more than 20 meters away from the enemy. Rustle, rustle. Arrows covered with poison rushed out of the bandits' bows one by one, penetrated the white mist, and shot in the direction of the sound source. 2 groups of bandits shot 2 rounds of poisonous arrows in turn, and the sound in the distance finally disappeared. According to intelligence, there were only more than 20 people on the other side, and they had shot at least more than 100 poisonous arrows. Even if they couldn't see the person clearly, the other side must have become a hedgehog now. "Rush, kill these bandits." However, just as the bandits relaxed, another young and loud voice came into their ears. They were still alive. "Hurry up. Keep shooting. Shoot them to death." The group leader's heart tightened and shouted at his subordinate. Half an hour later, in the white mist in the distance, there was a familiar sound of shouting again. The group leader's face was a little darkened, but he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Shoot, shoot, shoot." Another rain of arrows pierced through the white mist. Chapter 16. In the hall, the group leader had reported the situation at the gate to Angus. "Do you mean that you have shot more than half of the arrows without even seeing anyone?" Angus's face darkened and asked seriously. Sensing the anger in Angus's tone, the group leader explained stiffly, "Yes. The fog is spreading in front of us. We can't see the situation at all, and we don't dare to go out to investigate, so stop shooting. Everyone should be on high alert to prevent the enemy from a sneak attack." Angus was very decisive. It was obvious that the other party was consuming their arrows. The group leader took the order and quickly went down to deliver it. "Lock Capet, you are smart, but it's your bad luck to meet my Black Rock bandits." Although the underlings had been tricked, Angus didn't worry too much. He was confident in the defense of his fortress. There were more than 10 traps and defenses. Locke would never be able to come back. About 1 mile in the forest away from the fortress, Athena had sensed that the bandits had begun to relax. She turned around and said to Locke, It's about time. Locke nodded and gestured for Curtin and others to get ready. Curtin and the others also held their weapons tightly and were ready to charge. Under Locke's lead, they approached the fortress carefully. Looking at the arrows all over the ground, Curtin felt his scalp tingling. If they rushed over like this, they might die without knowing how. But deep in his heart, he began to admire Athena. It was just a little trick. They had only roared a few times and consumed so many weapons of the enemy. Of course, it couldn't be without the magic sound transmission ability of Athena. After a while, they were less than 100 meters away from the gate. Looking at the blurry outline of the city wall in the distance, Locke lowered his voice. These brigands are really unusual. They have built such a large defensive wall. The gate is a hard nut to crack. Looking at the 10-meter-high city wall, Athena said, "Explode the gate directly." To explode? Looking at the tall wall, Curtin twitched the corners of his mouth and reminded in a low voice, "Miss Athena, we didn't bring gunpowder with us." Locke didn't say anything. He knew that Athena must have a plan. "I didn't mean to use gunpowder." The corner of Athena's mouth raised a beautiful arc. It was a confident and charming smile. After saying that, she strode towards the gate without hiding anything. At the same time, the energy in her palm was transmitted. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized fireball was formed. Fireball spell. Looking at the fire in Athena's hand, Locke twitched the corners of his mouth again and said numbly, "In such a short period, using water magic well was already very terrifying, and now she even had fire magic." Curtin and the people behind him looked nervous and confused. What was the fireball spell? What was Master Locke talking about? But the next moment, they seemed to know what Locke meant. The fireball in Athena's hand had taken shape. Different from the previous cold, they felt a burst of burning sensation in Athena's hands. There was no doubt that as long as they touched it a little, they would suffer a lot. On the wall of the fortress, a bandit rubbed his sore arm tiredly and complained, "I don't know who dares to." The next moment, the bandit's words were stuck in his throat. All of a sudden, a slender black shadow appeared in his eyes. The black shadow walked over from the fog above board, even giving people a feeling of strolling leisurely. There seemed to be a ball of red light flashing in the black figure's hand. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" After a short pause, the bandit trembled and roared. The person who dared to come to the fortress at this time couldn't be a guest. At the same time, the bandit saw the light in the shadow's hand suddenly move and quickly fly in his direction. In just a few seconds, the ball of light had already rushed in front of him. Bang! With a loud noise, a big hole had been made in the city wall by the fireball. The brigands in the center of the explosion didn't know what had happened and were directly burned to ashes by the flames. It was so powerful. Looking at the smoke which didn't spread on the city wall, Locke was shocked. "Come with me." Although he was extremely shocked, he knew that it was not the right time to think about it. He roared and rushed to the fortress. Curtin and the others were also awakened by Locke's roar. They pulled out their weapons and followed Locke into the fortress. The several bandits were far away from the explosion center, but they were also stunned by the aftershock of the explosion. When they came to their senses, Locke and the others had already put their swords on their necks. "We surrender. Don't kill us." Feeling the chill on their neck, one of the bandits knelt directly, and the rest of the bandits also knelt, not daring to move at all. After all, Lister still needed a lot of labor, and Locke didn't kill them all. After binding up the bandits, he left a retinue to watch them and continued to attack with his men. On the defensive work of the Stonehenge in the fortress, a group of bandits was carefully observing. They all heard the explosion in front of them, and it was obvious that someone was rushing into the mountain. As long as they saw people, they would push down the huge stones in front of them, and these stones would ruthlessly crush their enemies. However, they didn't see anyone but saw a few red lights flying towards them first. Boom, boom. In the explosion, more than 10 bandits were directly burned to ashes. A familiar scene played out in other defensive works. The traps and defenses that the bandits were proud of were destroyed in this way. Boom, boom, boom. "Why are we here? What are we doing here?" Looking at the fireballs that flew out of Athena's hand one after another, Curtin and the others were somewhat numb. From the moment they entered the fortress till now, they had solved a few disordered bandits. It could be said that they came in unimpeded. They almost walked into the fortress. As soon as the bandits showed up, Athena would throw a fireball at them as long as they didn't surrender. There was no need for Curtin and the others to do anything. Locke and the others moved quickly towards the conference hall with an irresistible momentum. "Chief, bad news. Capet is coming with his men." A bandit ran in a hurry and reported to Angus. "That loser came here with his men?" Angus was stunned and didn't want to believe it was true. In terms of the defense of the mountain, even if the armies of several nearby areas came to attack, they would suffer a lot. Leth and Elsie were also shocked. "Is Capet, the loser, so powerful?" Another explosive sound came from outside the conference hall. Angus couldn't sit still any longer. The truth was in front of him, and he had to believe it. His eyes were filled with coldness. He grabbed the magic wand and walked straight out of the conference hall. "I'm here to see what this Capet can do." As a member of the level 2 fire mages, he didn't believe that there was anyone who could threaten him. Leth and Elsie followed Angus closely with weapons in their hands. 10 minutes later, puff. After killing a bandit who rushed up to obstruct him with a sword, Locke stopped and fixed his eyes on the front. At this time, a large group of bandits appeared in front of them. There should be 80 or 90 people. They were Angus, Elsie, and the others. Angus waved his hand and all the bandits stopped. Staring at Locke, Angus turned to Elsie and asked, "Is this the Locke Capet you mentioned?" Locke was wearing ordinary combat armor, and his young face became more resolute after more than a month of training. Although he was only wearing ordinary armor, he could not hide the youth's spirit and heroic posture. But that was all. Angus didn't feel fighting air or magic power from Locke either. He was just a strong ordinary person, not as strong as Elsie described. "Is it this guy who beat you like this?" Looking at Locke up and down, Leth burst into laughter. Angus doubted whether Elsie had lied to him. Seeing Angus's questioning eyes, Elsie immediately promised, "Chief, I'm sure what I said is true." Angus nodded slightly. He didn't intend to look into it now. Since Locke could come here from the gate, it was true that Locke was extraordinary. His eyes fell on Locke again. Looking at Locke, Angus's eyes were filled with viciousness. He said in a low voice, "Boy, you're a good man. You're the first person to break into the fortress over the years." Although they knew that Athena was very strong, seeing the 2 red bars on Angus's magic robe, Curtin and the others could not help but feel nervous and cautious. Locke looked at Angus without fear. He shook his head and pointed at Angus with his long sword. "You're wrong. I'm not a person who broke into the fortress. I'm the man who would destroy your Black Rock bandits." "My chief, look. This loser has got paranoia." Ha ha. Hearing Locke's arrogant words, Leth was a little stunned and burst into laughter. The bandits also laughed directly with obvious disdain. A man who was called the most useless man in Natan County said he was going to destroy a force with the level 2 fire mage. How ridiculous it was. Angus also laughed and looked at Locke contemptuously. "You are a loser. You are so arrogant. Do you really think you can be invincible by destroying a little trap and defensive works?" With a disdainful smile, Angus looked at Athena and said, "Capet, if you give me the secret method and the beauty beside you, I can spare your life." Angus looked at Athena with lustful eyes. He had never expected to meet such a beauty in a remote place. He had seen countless noblewomen. With just a glance, he was sure that the woman in front of him, regardless of her beauty or temperament, had surpassed all the women he had seen. Locke didn't pay attention to the secret method in Angus's fantasy. He looked at Angus and said calmly, "You must die today." Athena was his teacher and friend, and no one was allowed to desecrate her. In his eyes, Angus was already a dead man. Curtin and the others also looked at Angus angrily. After getting along with Athena for so long, she had been one of the most respectful people besides Locke for them. Now someone dared to insult her. Damn it. Chapter 17. Athena's face was covered with a layer of frost, and her body was emitting a trace of coldness. Feeling this coldness, Curtin and the others could not help but shrink their eyes in an instant, as if their whole body was about to fall into an ice cellar, which was extremely cold. They knew that Miss Athena was really angry. "Well, since you want to struggle to the death, I will fulfill your wish." Obviously, Angus wasn't frightened. He looked at Locke contemptuously and said with a creepy smile, "I won't kill you so soon. I will cut off your limbs first, and then slowly cut off your head, so that you can die in fear. Elsie, you prepare to lead the men to cut off their route of retreat. Leth, I'm going to kill Capet, and you catch that beauty. Remember, don't hurt her. I'll have a good time with her tonight." Ha ha. After giving the order, Angus didn't say anything more. He waved the magic wand in his hand, and a head-sized fireball gathered at the top, throwing it in the direction of Locke. The reason why he used the level 1 fireball spell was that he wanted to see if Locke had a secret method to improve strength. On the other hand, he was afraid of hurting Athena. To Angus's surprise, Locke didn't do anything. He even noticed a hint of mockery in Locke's eyes. At the same time, he noticed that Athena, who was standing next to Locke, raised her right hand slightly. A small fireball instantly appeared on her delicate palm. Looking at the small fireball, Angus was shocked and shouted out in disorder, "You are also a mage." The two fireballs bumped into each other under the watchful eyes of the public. The big fireball was directly smashed into pieces by the small fireball, turning into the magic elements and disappearing in the air. The power of the small fireball was almost not reduced at all, and it continued to hit Angus. "How is that possible? Why is your fireball spell so powerful?" Angus couldn't control himself and shouted out. He couldn't believe his fireball spell was gone. The small fireball whistled and flew over, and he had no time to dodge it. Fire shield. Without hesitation, Angus directly used the defensive magic at level 2. Fire shield. A shield made of flames appeared in front of him. Boom. With a loud explosion, the fireball hit the shield. The small fireball only paused for 2 seconds, and then the shield broke like glass. What's more, the fire crystal on the magic wand in Angus's hand exploded on the spot. Angus had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the fireball. Angus painfully cried and wanted to use magic power to resist the erosion of the flames. But it was useless. A few seconds later, Angus was burnt to ashes and dissipated in the wind. The horrible scene petrified all the bandits present, and their jaws almost fell to their feet. They had been arrogant just now, however, fearful expression was on their faces gradually. It was so powerful. Miss Athena was so powerful. Where did our master find such a horrible person? Seeing that the level 2 fire mage was killed in such a way, Curtin, Becky and the others were too shocked to speak. "I'll leave the rest to you." After dealing with Angus, Athena turned to Locke and said, as soon as she finished her words, Locke felt a strong strength injected into his body. He knew that it was the magic power that Athena had shared. "Don't worry." With an evil smile on his face and strong killing intent in his eyes, Locke held the long sword and rushed towards Leth. Leth had planned to deal with Athena, but when he saw Athena's fireball spell, he flinched. "Are you kidding me? Even Chief is dead. If I fight again, I will die." Leth knew that Black Rock bandits had failed today. Originally, seeing that Athena didn't continue to make a move, Leth secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Locke, whom he had been looking down upon, suddenly burst into a powerful strength. Damn it, it's true. Just for a moment, Leth knew that the strength of Locke was not something he could resist. He wanted to escape. However, Locke was rushing at him. He had no choice but to face him. Clang! Locke's sword collided with Leth's. How powerful! In an instant, Leth felt as if his long sword had cut into a hard black iron, making it difficult for him to move forward a little. The tremendous force coming from above directly shook his hand to crack. This huge strength was simply unstoppable. Puff! The two of them had only been in a stalemate for a few seconds. The huge strength shook off the sword of Leth, and he was swept away by Locke's sword, smashing heavily into the distance. With just one move, Leth spat out blood and was almost dead. Elsie had already retreated to a far corner secretly. He clenched his fists and stared at Locke and Athena, with a hint of panic in his hostile eyes. What an idiot! Leth is courting death. Fortunately, he was careful and had found a way out in advance, not listening to the order of Chief and acting rashly. Otherwise, he would die here this time. Locke, cap it. Wait and see. You will die when we meet next time. Gritting his teeth, Elsie turned around silently. He knew that there was a secret passage to the foot of the mountain in the back mountain. However, just as he turned around and took 2 steps, he suddenly felt a hot breath coming from behind. Bang! With the sound of an explosion, Elsie was burnt to ashes by the fireball spell thrown by Athena. The invincible chief was killed. The second leader and the third leader were dead. The other bandits were also desperate. At this moment, they had completely lost all their will to fight. At this time, all the bandits knew that Black Rock Bandits was doomed. "Listen, all the bandits. If you surrender, I won't kill you," Locke shouted, stepping on the dead body of Leth. The bandits looked at each other as if they were considering the authenticity of Locke's promise. One of the bandits trembled slightly and looked at Locke with fear. Do you promise not to kill me?" Pointing at Angus's body, Locke repeated, "I've told you. You will be safe if surrender. If anyone dares to resist, he will be your fate." The bandit hesitated for a moment, finally dropped his weapon, held his head, and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the other brigands no longer resisted. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Chapter 18. After taking away all the weapons of the bandits, Athena reminded Curtain to execute more than 10 bandits covered with heavy blood aura. These brigands were definitely full of malice, with much innocent blood on their hands. Except for those who had been killed, there were a total of 73 bandits who surrendered. Locke also knew from these bandits that many of them were civilians in the territory near Lister. They only knew that their chief came from a great force. With this identity, they didn't need to worry about the army besieging them. Moreover, after robbing the trade caravan, they would also have a certain share of interests. Except for this information, these bandits knew nothing. Since he couldn't ask anything, Locke decided to let it go. The most important thing for him now was to build Lister and complete the task. Led by a bandit, Locke found the bandit's treasure house. Locke almost drooled at the wealth of the treasure house. Gold coins, precious porcelains, weapons, medicinal materials, and so on were all in a variety. "Master Locke, this time we have collected a total of 10,000 gold coins, 2 level 1 swords, some pieces of cloth and many types of porcelain, and a large number of precious herbs. We can't estimate the specific value." Curtain rubbed his hands and excitedly reported the revenue to Locke. 10,000 gold coins. Although Locke knew that the bandits might have a lot of money, he was still shocked when he heard the number. Even the whole Capet family couldn't afford 10,000 gold coins now. This was 10,000 gold coins. It was enough for him to repair all the Lister. Unfortunately, the level 2 magic wand was broken by Athena's fireball spell. Otherwise, it would be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. But apart from gold coins, there were also many other valuable things. What surprised Locke most was that he found the magic book on level 2 defensive magic, the fire shield Angus had displayed at Angus's residence. Ha ha, it was a good deal this time. Locke thought happily and then ordered Curtain, "I see. Bring the gold coins and the useful items to us and get ready to go back." Curtain nodded and went to make arrangements. With the captives and 3 chariots of spoils, Locke and his team set off happily for the territory. Perhaps the bandits were shocked by the terror of Locke and Athena, and they cooperated well along the way without any accident. Although the procession was large, the forward speed was not slow. In the evening, the procession was only 2 kilometers away from Lister. Click. Click. Locke heard the galloping of a horse in front of him. As the sound approached, Locke found that it was none other than Cotter and Hansen. "Thank God, Master Locke, you are all right." Seeing that Locke, Curtain, and the others were safe and sound, Cotter finally felt relieved. At noon, he and Hansen had just come back from Bone City. When they saw the mess outside the castle, they guessed that something big must have happened. After they knew that Locke had taken people to attack the brigands' fortress, they were almost scared to death, especially from the bandits who were caught. They knew that the chief was a level 2 mage. The 2 men, Cotter and Hansen, were deathly pale. A level 2 mage that was not something they could deal with. Cotter just hoped that his master would shrink back from difficulties and not provoke the other party. With a glimmer of hope, the 2 of them rode after them. At first, hearing the footsteps of a large group of people in front of him, Cotter's heart skipped a beat. He thought something had happened to Locke and the others, and Black Rock bandits planned to make trouble in Lister. When they saw Locke and the group of obedient bandits, the 2 of them were shocked. "Master Locke, are these the bandits from Black Rock bandits?" Looking at the bandits who were tied with ropes on their hands, Cotter was still unable to react. Were the bandits broken through by Master Locke? Hansen was too shocked to say a word. Locke nodded with a smile. "Of course, we defeated the bandits." Cotter let Curtain tell him what had happened during the whole process. It was not until then that Locke realized Curtain was how good at telling stories. In Curtain's vivid narration, both Cotter and Hansen exclaimed from time to time, as if they had experienced the scene of fighting. Hearing the exaggerated description from Curtain, Locke just smiled helplessly and turned to chat with Athena. When Curtain's narrative ended, both Cotter and Hansen looked at Athena, who was riding side by side with Locke. In the eyes of the 2, there was incomparable admiration and respect. Soon, they returned to the castle. The residents of Lister didn't go out to work today. They were all anxiously waiting for Locke to come back. Worrying about Locke, in more than a month, They had completely recognized Locke as the Lord. Locke's victory naturally caused a shock, and his prestige reached its peak instantly. After coming back, Locke handed the 2 rounds of bandit captives over to Cotter. Cotter and Hansen went to Bone City to recruit new employees. The price was also high, but when they knew that the place to work was poor Lister, many people directly gave up. How about Lister? It was synonymous with poverty and desolation. They didn't know whether they could get their salary or not. If there was an accident, it was a problem whether they could come back or not. In the end, only more than 10 men were willing to come to Lister. But now, with nearly 100 bandits captured, Lister suddenly added more than 100 labor forces. Locke had enough people and money to complete the task now as soon as possible. Not only to finish the task but also to improve the level of completing the task. So he asked Cotter to hire craftsmen with a lot of money to guide the construction of Lister. In addition to craftsmen, he also bought a lot of materials that were needed for repairing the castle. After arranging all these, Locke entered daily practice. With the help of gold coins, many exquisite wooden houses rose from the ground one by one, and the dilapidated castle was gradually changed. A month later, the hall of the castle was not as dilapidated as it used to be. Instead, it was decorated with a gorgeous and exquisite crystal chandelier. The stone pillars had been replaced with exquisitely carved jade pillars, water clouds and marble floors and first-class Phoebe table. In general, it was luxurious but connotative. An old man with a white beard reported respectfully to Locke, "My lord, all the buildings of the castle and Lister have been completed." He was Rowan, the leader of the craftsmen. Ding, I have detected that host has completed the task and is checking the degree of completion of the task. After Rowan finished his report, a voice that only he could hear rang in Locke's mind again. Detection completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task completion level. Perfect. Mission reward 1. 2,000 pounds of Demeter's potatoes. A product improved by Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, suitable for barren land and yielding a good amount. Improved potatoes? Locke nodded his head. Now Lister had a big problem with food except accommodation. The land here was barren and the natural environment was bad. The annual harvest of residents' farmlands could not even satisfy subsistence. This reward did solve his pressing problem. Locke didn't show too much surprise and excitement. He continued to wait for the broadcast of the system. According to the prompt just now, there were other rewards. Could it be an opportunity to summon gods? At that time, he might be able to summon out Asclepius. Locke thought expectantly. Task reward 2, Victory Temple of Athena. The prompt tone of the system rang again. Hearing the reward, Locke was first stunned, and then ecstatic. It was the Victory Temple of Athena. With the temple, the function of the faith point could be activated, and Athena's strength could also be restored and improved. Moreover, in his previous life, he had seen the recovery picture of Victory Temple of Athena, which was very magnificent. At this time, the task reward was also distributed to the system zone. Locke looked around and saw an exquisite divine temple floating in the air, including the wall, the statue of Athena, the jade pillar, and the stone carving. It had everything just like the micro-carvings seen by Locke in his previous life, which was a mini version of the Victory Temple of Athena. The only difference was that the Divine Temple was more exquisite and marvelous than the micro-sculptures. Chapter 19. While Locke was excited, he saw a small line of signs below the Divine Temple. Note: host can be directly put in the Divine Temple at a suitable place. Locke soon understood what it meant. That was to say, as long as he chose a suitable position in Lister and threw the temple out, Victory Temple of Athena would be completed. It was so convenient, simple and fast. Where was suitable to place the palace? Looking at the delicate palace, Locke began to make plans in his mind. After thinking it over, Locke thought the mountain beside the castle was good. It was in a high position, which not only showed the towering of Athena's divine temple but also close to the castle. Locke also had a plan on the time to put the divine temple there. If he just held the divine temple directly, it would probably frighten everyone to death. Therefore, he decided to do it tonight. Not only could he avoid accidents, but also could increase the mystery of the divine temple. After making up his mind, Locke exited the system zone. With a satisfied smile, Locke said to Rowan, "Mr. Rowan, you had worked hard in the past 2 months. On behalf of the people of Lister, thank you for your dedication. That's what we should do." Rowan replied, lowering his head. Looking at Rowan, Locke continued with a smile, "I've asked someone to prepare your payment. He knew that Rowan came to him for payment. Although there were not many gold coins left after the castle was built, he could still afford the salary of Rowan and others. Hearing this, Rowan's face lit up, and said sincerely, "If Lord needs craftsmen in the future, you can also hire us." In fact, they came to Lister with doubt. They were not only worried that they couldn't get the salary but also worried about their safety. After all, Lister had a bad reputation. But to their surprise, the work went on smoothly this time. Everything about Lister was arranged in an orderly way. What shocked them more was that Lister had a large number of captives. When they asked, they knew that these people were bandits nearby. Bandits, they were a group of ruthless people. Now they were captured by this lord. When they knew what had happened, they admired Locke even more. Locke nodded and said, "If Lister has any project, I will give you priority." The two of them continued to talk for a while before Rowan went back. The problem of living was solved, and then the problem of food was going to be solved. Looking at Rowan's back, Locke breathed a sigh of relief. Now all their food was bought from outside. This was not a permanent solution. Ding, release the task system. Rice is the source of energy. Reclaim new land and plant new seeds, so that your people can have a good meal. Task reward. The payment will be based on the degree of completion of the system. The prompt tone of the system rang again. Locke had already been used to the tasks of the system, but planting potatoes was also a big project and needed to be well planned, so he called Cotter over. Lister didn't have many citizens and there were few lands to cultivate, so Locke decided to reclaim the land first and then cultivate. With a large number of brigand captives joining, the time for reclaiming the farmland would be reduced a lot. To better manage these captives, Locke specially built a house for them. Of course, these houses were not as good as the wooden houses of the citizens, but they could cover the wind and rain. Locke didn't reduce the food, which guaranteed the normal needs of the bandits when they worked. They could have enough food and a place to live, so these bandits were quite cooperative. Very soon, Cotter distributed the payment to Rowan and others. Rowan and the others didn't stay any longer and left directly after dinner. Athena was reading a book leisurely on the wall of the castle. Locke sat down slowly beside Athena and said mysteriously, "I have prepared a big surprise for you tonight." Athena was slightly stunned. She put down the book as if thinking about what surprise Locke would give her. After a while, she smiled. "Really? I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you'll like this surprise," Locke promised, patting his chest. Hearing this, "I can't wait to see that." Seeing Locke so confident, Athena rested her chin on one hand, with expectation in her eyes. In the evening, Locke and Athena avoided the castle's guards and soon came to the mountain. "Here it is." Looking at the low ridge in front of him, Locke said. Just as Athena was confused, a palm-sized divine temple appeared in Locke's hand. "This is Victory Temple." Looking at the shining palace in Locke's hand, Athena was also surprised, which appeared seldom. "This is what I got this time." Locke nodded and said with a smile, "This is your divine temple. You can arrange it yourself." As he spoke, he gently pushed the divine temple in his hand. The divine temple floated towards Athena and soon fell into the hands of Athena. When it reached Athena's palm, the divine temple trembled slightly, as if it was joyfully finding its master again. Athena looked at the buildings in the divine temple with deep nostalgia in her eyes. After watching for a while, she smiled charmingly and said to Locke, "Thank you. I like this surprise very much." Ding, congratulations to host. Athena's fondness for you has reached 40 points. Athena's fondness has entered the friendly level and will be rewarded with Athena's power of perception. The power of perception, it can make host comprehend and learn all kinds of skills quickly. With the prompt tone of the system, Locke felt a chill enter his brain. In an instant, he felt his brain very clear. At this moment, he suddenly understood the magic principle that he couldn't figure out before. This skill was incredible. Locke sighed and was overjoyed in his mind. The young girl's charming smile warmed his heart. Suppressing the palpitation in his heart, he shook his head and smiled. "As long as you are happy, everything is worth it." As soon as Locke finished his words, the smile on Athena's face became more charming. "This is indeed a good address." Looking at the mountains in front of her, Athena nodded and pushed the divine temple out with a light tap of her fingertip. The divine temple trembled again, and the god's aura continued to scatter. Then it flew towards the distant mountains. From the moment it left Athena's hand, the divine temple began to grow at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, it had turned into a huge palace of dozens of meters high, several times the size of Locke's castle. The palace slowly landed on the mountain range and gradually integrated with it. In just a minute, a magnificent divine temple had already stood on the mountain range. To Locke's surprise, the huge change didn't make any sound. Such a huge palace seemed to have been here from the very beginning. With the divine temple as the center, an invisible strength quickly spread out and soon covered the entire territory of Lister. Waves of strength with vitality spread into the land and vegetation of Lister. The dying plants spat out green sprouts, and the soil made a tsk sound that was hard for humans to capture, as if it was undergoing some transformation. Lister's environment began to change. At the same time, the strength continued to enter the sleeping residents of Lister, slowly repairing the hidden injuries and old diseases in their bodies. Athena seemed to think of something, and with a wave of her hand, the aura emitted from the divine temple disappeared in an instant. Everything that had happened just now disappeared like a dream. In the center of the Akasa continent, in the ancient mage tower, an old man sat steadily like a boulder. His hair and beard had turned gray, and the wrinkles on his face were telling the traces of time. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. This strength just now, he felt a powerful and mysterious strength, but this strength disappeared in an instant. He could only sense the general direction. After hesitating for a moment, the old man slowly stood up and flew in the direction of perception. Chapter 20. The exterior buildings of Victory Temple were all small and elegant towers and stone pavilions. Walking along with the steps, Locke and Athena passed through the exterior buildings and reached the gate of the Divine Temple. The main hall of the temple had beautifully carved colonnades with 4 ionic columns in front and behind, and contained a wingless statue of Athena. On the left was a square, which was paved with marbles. A more than 10 meters high statue of the goddess of victory stood in the center of the square. Look carefully. The statue's face was very similar to Athena's. However, compared with the current Athena, there was more than a hint of divine sanctity, and people have an impulse to worship. Around the square, there were several exquisite buildings. There were several pillars on the front and back of each building. The foundations of these pillars were placed on the exterior stone steps on the ground, and the lower part of each pillar was connected with a set of marble railing decorated with bas-relief. This divine temple is really luxurious. Looking at the various buildings in the divine temple, Locke sighed. After staying in this world for 16 years, it was the first time that he had seen such an exquisite and elegant palace. Of course, my palace is also ranked top among the gods. Touching the exquisite carvings on the relief, Athena said with a little girl's pride. Let's go and continue to look. Seeing that Athena was so interested, Locke nodded with a smile. After a long time of training, although he hadn't owned the small universe through practicing, it didn't matter to him that he didn't sleep all night. Early in the morning, the mist in the mountains had not completely dissipated. In the morning, Curtin stretched himself and took a deep breath of fresh air. For some reason, he had a good sleep last night. However, it seemed that he had seen something. He was slightly stunned at first and then shook his head helplessly. I actually saw a palace. Alas, I must be still in a dream. At the same time, Cotter's trembling voice was heard. No, I saw it too. There seems to be a palace over there. Hearing the voice of Cotter, Curtin was shocked and looked back. When he saw the divine temple again, his eyes widened and he cried out, "Palace! There really is a palace." Soon, the foot of Victory Temple of Athena was full of people. The sudden appearance of the palace shocked everyone. Creator, it must be the work of gods. An old man knelt on the ground, trembling. Akasa continent always had legends of gods, the creator who was the head of all gods, the magic god who was in charge of magic, and so on. Although no one had ever seen gods, they had always been a taboo in the hearts of all living beings. I got up this morning and felt unprecedentedly comfortable. The fatigue yesterday completely disappeared. It must be the effect of this palace. Me too. I haven't been so comfortable for a long time. Yes, it must be gods who are looking after us. A group of residents whispered and looked at the divine temple, their eyes full of strong respect. They couldn't think of any other reason for the sudden appearance of such a magnificent palace except for the powerful ability of the gods. An 8 or 9-year-old child stared at Athena's statue, tugged at his parents' clothes, and whispered, "Why? I think the statue looks familiar." "My child, gods cannot be desecrated." The mother hurriedly covered the child's mouth with a cautious look, fearing that the god would hear it and punish them. However, she couldn't help but look at the sculpture curiously. Although the child's voice was not loud, it was still heard by many people. Many people gathered their courage to observe the sculpture carefully. "Oh, I see. That's Sister Athena." It was another girl's clear voice. When everyone saw the sculpture for the first time, their hearts trembled. The statue looked so much like Miss Athena, who was standing beside the Lord. At this time, Curtin and Cotter, who had just arrived here, the eyes had been occupied by shock when they were sure that the palace had really appeared. They wanted to find Locke, but they found that Locke was not in the bedroom, so they went straight to the Divine Temple. Just as everyone was very shocked, Athena and Locke walked out of the temple. "My lord, Miss Athena." Residents bowed to the two of them one after another, especially when they looked at Athena beside Locke. Their eyes were incomparable respect. "Get up, everyone." Locke nodded and smiled at the kneeling residents, saying, "As you can see, this divine temple was given to Lister by gods. It will bring protection and fortune to us." Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly and waiting for his explanation, Locke said loudly, "Lister is a lucky place. Under the protection of gods, it will definitely become better. Let's work together." Hearing Locke's words, the residents all took a deep breath, and the shock in their eyes became more and more intense. Residents believed Locke's words. Sure enough, a huge palace appeared overnight. Other than gods, nobody had such great power. This divine temple was truly the power of gods. Lister was going to be better. Actually receiving the favor of the gods was Miss Athena, the saintess chosen by gods. Afraid of offending gods, residents of Lister didn't dare to cheer loudly, but they had already shouted in their hearts, and their faces turned red with excitement. Athena didn't stay any longer. She greeted everyone with a smile and went back to the castle. A group of people stepped on the steps and began to worship the Victory Temple of Athena. "Master Locke, is Miss Athena the saintess chosen by gods?" Seeing Athena leave, Cotter asked cautiously. He was afraid that Athena would hear him. Locke was amused by the cautious look on Cotter's face. "A strong man. I said she was a god. Do you believe me?" Finishing his word, Locke laughed and left. Cotter and Curtin stood still, and Locke's words directly set off a stormy sea in their hearts. Were there really gods in the world? If there were no gods, how could this palace be explained? The two of them were in a trance for a while, having a dreamy feeling. In the process of worshipping the temple, all the residents were cautious, afraid of doing something wrong that would cause dissatisfaction of the gods. After the worship, the residents also started to reclaim the farmland according to Locke's arrangement. And Locke once again went through tough training. In the evening, after taking a shower, Locke found the attribute panel and began to wait anxiously. Host, Locke. Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning god, Athena. Fondness, friendly, 0. Faith point, 0. Waiting to be refreshed. Victory Temple of Athena had been established, and the function of the faith point had been activated. However, according to the calculation method of the system, the data would not be refreshed until 12 o'clock in the evening. It was finally 12 o'clock. The attribute panel lit up and the values began to change. Host, Locke. Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning god, Athena. Fondness, friendly, 0. Faith point, 102. Just as Locke had expected. After the battle with the bandits, Athena's power and wisdom conquered residents. Now, with the appearance of the Divine Temple, they directly became believers of Athena. Ding! I've detected that host has successfully built the first divine palace. At the same time, you have attained the first batch of believers. You will be rewarded with a chance to summon gods. Hearing the voice of the system, Locke's heart trembled violently, almost jumping out. A chance to summon gods. Ha ha! I finally get the second chance. At the same time, a floating card appeared in front of Locke. Without any hesitation, Locke clicked on the card. The summoning card trembled slightly and then turned into a light door, the same as last time. Locke fixed his eyes on the light door, waiting for a god to appear. Finally, under Locke's nervous gaze, a middle-aged man with a beard and a walking stick walked out of the light door. Chapter 21. Looking carefully, the man was middle-aged, in a black robe. His golden hair was slightly curled, and half of his face was covered with a beard. His deep eyes gave people a sense of relief. The most eye-catching thing was the staff in the man's hand. On the cane made of some unknown material, a spiraling black snake was carved. The snake was lifelike. There were two ear-like sarcomas on the top of the head. The eyes were blood red. The tongue was spitting out. and the scales exude a daunting gloom. The god of medicine, Asclepius. At the sight of the walking stick, Locke already knew who the man was. It's really the god of medicine, Asclepius. Locke's shoulders trembled slightly, and the excitement in his eyes was strong. When the god of medicine appeared, the problem of his practicing magic could be solved. The light door disappeared and the room returned to peace. As Asclepius looked around curiously, his eyes finally fell on Locke. "Welcome, Asclepius. I'm Locke Capet." Although Locke tried his best to suppress his excitement, his voice was still trembling. "Hello, Locke." Looking at Locke, Asclepius was also very casual, greeted with a smile. After greeting, the two sat down on the chairs beside the tea table. After sitting down, Asclepius closed his eyes to feel the surrounding environment and said, "This world is really magical. It actually has completely different law systems. Moreover, I feel the aura of the goddess, Athena, from you." Locke nodded. "Yes. She lives next door. But it's late now. I guess you won't be able to see her until tomorrow." "Haha, it doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry to meet her." Asclepius smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Athena was a famous aloof goddess. If he went to disturb her at such a late time, he might be slapped by her. "Mr. Asclepius." Locke couldn't wait to ask, "I have some physical problems and can't practice magic. Can you help me check it?" "Practice magic? Let me check it for you." After a short pause, Asclepius pointed at Locke with his walking stick and a burst of blue energy entered Locke's body. Half a minute later, Asclepius finished his examination and said helplessly, "I need to get familiar with the magic system of this world to find out what's wrong with your body." "Sorry, I was too anxious." Locke smiled apologetically. He knew he was too anxious. It was late now, so Locke decided that a place for Asclepius would be arranged first. After the castle was expanded, there were already more rooms, and Locke immediately arranged a room for Asclepius on the other side of his bedroom. Locke went back to his bedroom after he took the Asclepius to the room. Host, Locke Capet. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Occupation, no. Summoning God 1. Fondness, friendly, 0. Faith point, 102. Summoning God 2, Asclepius. Fondness, neutral, 20. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the Divine Temple. Locke opened the attribute panel and saw several more lines of data. Moreover, just for a while, the fondness had actually reached 20 points. A good man. Asclepius was really a good man. With expectation, Locke fell asleep. The second day, in the restaurant of the castle. "I have something to tell you." Seeing Athena come out, Locke said with a smile. He was already looking forward to the surprised expression on Athena's face when she knew the arrival of the god of medicine, Asclepius. However, Locke was disappointed. Athena sat down slowly. Before he opened his mouth, she asked lightly, "Do you want to talk about the matter of Asclepius? You already know." Looking at Athena, Locke was stunned, but on second thought, he felt that he still thought too simple. With Athena's means, she might know everything about the castle. "It's so boring. I thought I could see your surprised expression." Pursing his lips, Locke complained somewhat boringly. Seeing Locke's frustrated expression, Athena smiled charmingly. After thinking for a while, she naughtily replied, "Then I will cooperate with you next time." At this time, Asclepius had also entered the restaurant. Seeing that Locke was actually intimate with Athena, he couldn't help but admire Locke secretly. When he approached Athena, he bowed to her and greeted her respectfully, "Master Athena." Locke wasn't surprised that Asclepius called Athena in this way. After all, Athena was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. It was normal for Asclepius to call her master. Athena nodded and said calmly, "Have a seat." "Hi, Locke." Then Asclepius greeted Locke. "Hello, Asclepius. How was your sleep last night?" Locke asked with a smile. Asclepius seemed very satisfied with the bed last night, smiled, and said, "It's pretty good." The sudden appearance of a person in the castle surprised Cotter and the others, but they did not ask more. Residents and servants also didn't dare to say anything more. In the past few days, the status of Athena in the hearts of residents had risen greatly. After feeling the magic of the Divine Temple, all residents had confirmed that Athena was the spokesperson chosen by gods. Cotter, Hansen, and the others were busy reclaiming the land outside. As long as Cotter, Curtin, and other knights had time, they would go to Victory Temple of Athena to practice. Since the last time they discovered that practicing in the Divine Temple could get twice the result with half the effort and increase the speed of the practice, Cotter and others hoped to stay in the temple to practice every day. Of course, Locke was happy to see the efforts of his men in order to make Asclepius more familiar with the magic power of the world. Athena personally released several magics. Locke also prepared a lot of basic magic books for him. After Asclepius got the magic book, he began to study it. Locke, on the other hand, continued his training. The training ground was changed to the square of the Divine Temple. On the second day, Asclepius had already studied thoroughly and prepared to transform Locke's body. And Locke had obtained the most crucial thing to transform the body, the blood of the snake girl, Gorgon, in advance. In the practice room of the Divine Temple, there were only 3 people, Locke, Athena, and Asclepius. Looking at Locke, who was sitting cross-legged, Asclepius said seriously, "According to my judgment, although the amount of spirit power in your body is unusually strong due to the soul, your physique has undergone a change and can't have any reaction to magic element. So you can't keep magic element. There are many risks to transform your body, but fortunately, your physical strength has been greatly improved after a long time of exercise. Even so, the process of transformation will still be very painful. It's okay." "Come on," Locke said firmly without any hesitation. Although he had the chance to practice divine power now, he had always dreamed of learning magic. He would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "In that case, let's start." Asclepius nodded and said nothing more. Because Asclepius's divine power was lost now, he only provided the magic array that could transform the body. It needed Athena to control the magic array. As Athena raised her hand, a mysterious and complicated triangle appeared in her hand. The mysterious triangle flew over Locke's head and emitted a blue luster, wrapping Locke in the blue light. Then Asclepius opened the bottle containing the blood of the snake girl, Gorgon, and poured the blood into the mysterious triangle. Chapter 22. Locke only felt a huge force quickly entering his body from above his head. The force spread in his body, impacting the meridians and muscles in his body with a crushing momentum. For a moment, Locke felt like thousands of ants were eating his flesh and blood. Although he was mentally prepared, the piercing pain almost made him faint. Gritting his teeth, Locke endured the pain hardly. In half a minute, big drops of sweat rolled down Locke's face. His face was twisted in pain and his body was trembling slightly. Looking at Locke's painful expression, Athena was a little worried and looked at Asclepius with an unkind look. "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your method?" "Absolutely no problem." Being stared at by Athena, Asclepius felt chill on his back and hurriedly promised. In front of the great god, Athena, let alone his lack of power now, even in his peak period, he was weaker than her. There will indeed be heart-digging pains, but he can only rely on himself. It seemed that Asclepius was afraid that Athena would not believe him, so he added. Hearing this, Athena looked away and continued to observe the change of Locke. At the same time, Locke was still suffering indescribable pain, as if a meat grinder was slowly crushing his body. The force continued to tear and rebuild Locke's meridians and flesh. "I must hold on. I can't give up. I can't give up." Locke's consciousness was gradually fading away, and he could only warn himself again and again in his heart. Pain, the unbearable pain continued. It didn't know how long time had passed. Maybe 1 second. Maybe 1 minute, 10 minutes, or 10 hours, or even 1 year. Locke had forgotten the concept of time. Finally, when Locke was about to lose his consciousness, the sharp pain in his body disappeared instantly and a cool and comfortable breath entered his body. At that moment, Locke felt unprecedentedly comfortable and happy. His consciousness gradually returned to his real body. "Congratulations, you made it." Locke heard a gentle and joyful voice. He opened his eyes and saw an attractive smile on Athena's face. "Ha brat, you're finally able to make it through, or I'll be cut off by someone." Seeing that Locke had woken up, Asclepius complained to the side. Although he said so, he was obviously relieved to see that Locke was fine. "You don't know," he wanted to complain about how nervous Athena was just now, but before he could finish his word was stopped by Athena's threatening eyes. Standing up and moving briefly, Locke found that his body was light and very comfortable. "I'm fine, don't worry." After saying that to Athena, Locke looked at Asclepius and sincerely said, Thank you, Asclepius. Just now, he tried to introduce the magic element into his body. To his excitement, the magic element did not disappear. You're welcome. Shaking his head, Asclepius paused for a while and then said slowly, there is an important thing right now. Locke was startled by his expression. He asked hurriedly, what's the matter? Before Asclepius could say anything, Athena said with disgust, you smell too bad. You need to take a shower first. Locke was stunned. He looked down and found the problem. He didn't know when his skin was covered with a layer of black mud-like material. These things were not only disgusting but also gave off a disgusting smell. The transformation just now has eliminated all the impurities in your body. Asclepius covered his nose, opened the door, and was about to leave. I'm leaving. The smell is too strong. The disgusting smell made Locke want to throw up. Well, I'll go now. Locke smiled at Athena awkwardly and ran to the castle as fast as he could. After taking a shower, Locke couldn't wait to practice magic and began to meditate. Half an hour later, Locke opened his eyes in surprise and there was an uncontrollable excitement in his tone. I can finally condense magic element in my body. I can learn magic. After half an hour's meditation, a small mass of magic element had condensed in his body. Of course, these magic elements were very weak, and they were not enough to support Locke to use level 1 magic. After transforming his body, Locke practiced magic while developing the small universe. When Athena had reached the level of friendly to his fondness, Locke received the reward of power of perception. Locke understood quickly both magic theory and magic techniques. This made him more proficient in magic, and the speed at which he learned magic was like a rocket. As a doctor, Asclepius was responsible for curing residents of Lystra or collecting herbs on the mountain to study medicine. At the same time, under Cotta and Hansen's leading, residents had already reclaimed the farmland. The next step was to cultivate the land. A few days ago, Locke had already selected a warehouse and taken out the potatoes rewarded by the system. Looking at the potatoes in a warehouse, Cotta was shocked and speechless. When did potatoes show up in the warehouse? He knew Lystra's situation very well. There were absolutely no potatoes in this warehouse, and he didn't see anyone transport potatoes in. Was it a spatial treasure? Thinking of this possibility, Cotta's breath became faster and faster. But how could his master have such a precious spatial treasure? Even if selling the whole Capet family, Locke couldn't afford a spatial treasure. Locke laughed and didn't explain. He went to practice directly. He knew that the rest of the things could be arranged well by Cotta. Curtain. Master Locke is getting more and more mysterious. We have to work hard on practice. We can't be a burden to Master Locke. Looking at the figures of residents carrying potatoes, Cotta felt a huge pressure enveloping his head. First, it was the powerful and mysterious Miss Athena, then the highly skilled doctor, Mr. Asclepius, and now so much food suddenly appeared. They seemed to be more and more useless. Curtin took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Practice. They had to practice hard to keep up with Master Locke. The two thought at the same time in their hearts. Chapter 23. After getting the potatoes of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, the residents of Lystra began to plant them in full swing. The residents also found a magical phenomenon. The soil of the Lystra's farmland had been greatly improved. In addition to the soil, the plants that were about to die also began to recover. Generally speaking, it seemed that the environment of the whole Lystra was gradually improved. The divine temple must be the fortune the Lord mentioned. It didn't need Locke to say. The residents had associated this change with the divine temple. In this period, with the help of the divine temple, Cotta had successfully advanced to be a knight of level 2. Curtin also broke through a bottleneck and became a knight of level 1. It seemed that Sam and the others were stimulated by the two people. They also entered the crazy practice mode. As long as they had time, they would go to the practice room of Victory Temple of Athena. On the square of Victory Temple of Athena, Locke was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a trace of purple power. In order not to be disturbed by others, Athena had already activated the enchanted barrier on the square to isolate the others from the outside. Focus. Athena still looked like a devil drill master. She kept serious and reminded Locke lightly, continue to compress the volume of the energy in your body to improve the quality of the energy. At this time, Locke's eyes were closed, and a purple mass of air was spinning, tearing, exploding, and finally reorganizing and circling in his body. It seems that Locke is going to succeed. Standing far away from Locke, Asclepius felt the energy change in Locke's body and murmured, boom. At the same time, The purple mass of light in Locke's body had undergone the last explosion and rebuilding. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a purple vortex. The purple vortex slowly rotated, giving people a mysterious and vast feeling. In the innermost part of the vortex, there were 6 stars with overflowing divine power. Through the introduction of the small universe practice method, Locke knew that the first 5 senses in the human small universe were vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. The first 5 stars represented these 5 senses. When human beings broke through themselves and awakened the small universe, they could light up the 6th star. Whoosh! The small universe formed through practice. Locke exhaled deeply and opened his eyes in surprise. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and purple divine power sizzled in the palm. After practicing the small universe, Locke had a deeper feeling of the divine power. Although the force in his hand was very weak, the destructive force was definitely stronger than the magic element or fighting spirit of the same size. Very good. Although there is still a long way to go, it is a good start. Looking at the divine power in Locke's hands, Athena rarely smiled during the training. After you have practiced the small universe, you need to improve the level of the small universe and the familiarity to control the divine power. But you don't have to worry about missing the magic practice. Divine power can help you quickly grasp magic or other fighting skills. As she spoke, she waved her slender arm in the air, and the enchanted barrier on the square dissipated. Locke nodded. He also found the problem. Although his small universe had taken shape, his control over the divine power was not enough. For example, now, just condensing the divine power in the palm was very difficult, let alone fighting against others with the divine power. From tomorrow on, let's change your training method. I will suppress my practice to the same level as yours and carry out combat training for you. Athena told Locke her plan. Fight with you? Locke was stunned at first. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, okay, no problem. Athena had the title of war goddess, so she must have rich combat experience. The battle with Athena would definitely improve his control over the divine power quickly. Then you get ready, we'll start tomorrow. After saying that, Athena turned around and was about to go back to read a book. After Athena left, Asclepius came over and patted Locke on the shoulder. Boy, you are really brave. I have to silently pray for you. He had been lucky enough to witness the battle between Athena and the other main gods, which was extremely terrifying. The name War Goddess was not a waste. Although Asclepius also felt that Athena still treated Locke differently, according to his knowledge of Athena, Locke would suffer a lot. Is it so horrible? Looking at the back of Asclepius, Locke was confused. He found that in front of Athena, Asclepius was like a good baby. With a helpless smile, Locke no longer thought and went back to rest. On the second day, Locke finally understood the meaning of the word from Asclepius. Bang tilde. On the square, Locke was kicked away by Athena again and hit hard on the wall in the distance. Ahem. Locke struggled to stand up, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Seeing that Athena was about to take action again, he got goosebumps all over his body. He forced a smile and said, how about, this is the end of today's training? At this time, he had a bloody nose and swollen face, and there was pain everywhere. However, when Athena looked at Locke, her face was cold. She said emotionlessly 2 words, go on. Without giving Locke a chance to retort, Athena gathered all her divine power in her palm and slapped him. Locke almost burst into tears when he saw Athena coming towards him again. Although he was depressed, his speed was not slow. He dodged aside directly. At the same time, his brain was running rapidly. He recalled the details of the previous times when he was hit by Athena, so as not to fall into this again. Although Athena's practice space had been suppressed to the same level as Locke's level, she still had much more combat experience than Locke. Locke had almost no chance to resist Athena. However, Athena, the devil drill master, was never soft-hearted. She kicked Locke away every time. Boom. After a few moves, Locke hit a pillar in the distance again. Looking at Locke's bruised appearance, Asclepius, who was watching aside, couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 24. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, planting potatoes had been finished in Lister. Therefore, Locke got an excellent level system reward. The construction drawing of the sword in the stone of King Arthur. However, there was not a master of weapon refining in Lister. This reward was a little useless to Locke, so he left it in the system zone. After being tortured by Athena for half a month, Locke finally could hold on for a few minutes under Athena's attack. But it was only a few minutes. As long as Athena increased her strength a little, Locke would be defeated. One day, Locke got half a day's rest and adjustment time, so he leisurely looked at the training of his subordinates. On the training ground outside the castle, 3 people, Curtin, Becky, and Sam, were besieging Cotter. The horses neighed and weapons clashed with each other. Mr. Cotter, defeat them. Come on, Mr. Curtin, Mr. Sam, Mr. Becky. You will definitely defeat Mr. Cotter. Their respective retinues were cheering for them in the distance. After half a month of crazy practice and the function of the Divine Temple, Sam and Becky successfully became the Knights of Level 1. Although Cotter was attacked by 3 Level 1 Knights at the same time, he was still skillful and didn't feel any pressure at all. Bang! Curtin was thrown down from the horse by Cotter. The 3 of them were already under pressure when facing the level 2 knight, and now there was even one missing. Sam and Becky didn't hold on for long before they were hit out by Cotton. Uncle Cotter, let's play some moves. Watching the fierce fight between the 4, Locke felt a little itchy. During this period of practice, he had never fought with any other practitioners except Athena. He wondered how strong he was compared with the ordinary practitioner. Now that Master Locke wants to compete with me, I'll practice with you. Cotter jumped off their horse and said with a smile. Curtin and the others quickly retreated to the side of the training ground, leaving enough room for Locke and Cotter to fight. On the training ground, Locke and Cotter were confronting each other. The others were holding their breath and waiting for the 2 to fight. Master Locke, watch out, Cotter reminded, who took the lead in chopping towards Locke with his big sword. Of course, he didn't want to hurt Locke, so he only used 30% of his strength. Feeling the intensity of the fighting spirit on Cotter's body, Curtin's face changed slightly. He complained dissatisfiedly, how could Cotter be like this? He knows clearly that Master Locke hasn't been practiced for a long time and still uses such strong strength. I think that Cotter will control his strength and won't hurt Master Locke, Sam said slowly. Although he said so, there was obvious worry in his tone. Becky looked at the 2 on the training ground nervously. Contrary to the worries of Curtin and the others, Locke didn't panic at all when he saw Cotter coming towards him. He tiptoed and dodged aside vigorously. Wow! Seeing Locke dodge so easily, the crowd outside the ground exclaimed. Avoiding the attack from Cotter, Locke smiled and teased, Uncle Cotter, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid that you should use enough strength. He also noticed that Cotter did not use all his strengths. Holding the big sword in his hand, Cotter was a little surprised. Locke's speed was almost as fast as his just now. Master Locke dodged it so easily. Looking at Locke, Becky said in shock. Sam took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in surprise, the speed of Master Locke just now must have surpassed us. Looking at the 2 people on the ground, Curtin added in a trembling tone, no, Master Locke's speed is not only faster than ours, to be exact, he has caught up with Cotter. Hissed Tilda. Sam and Becky felt their scalp tingling. It seems that if I don't show some real skills today, I won't win so easily. Finally, Cotter became serious. This time, he had to use 60% of his strength. He believed that although Locke's speed was very fast, Locke's strength was definitely not as powerful as him. He was a real level 2 knight. Since it was Uncle Cotter who started the fight, let me do it this time. With these words, Locke's eyes narrowed slightly. The small universe in his body began to work, and a faint strong aura was emitted from his body. After a month's training, Locke had been able to operate the small universe and use the divine power skillfully. The small universe in his body had also entered the middle stage of the 6th sense, and its combat power was equivalent to level 2 practitioners of Ikasa continent. What was this? Feeling Locke's strength, Cotter's heart skipped a beat. Danger. He sensed danger from Locke. This power was not the fighting spirit, but he was sure that it was definitely stronger than the fighting spirit. Bang! Locke kicked the floor with his feet and stabbed at Cotter as fast as a shooting star. The huge recoil left 2 footprints of 5 or 6 centimeters deep on the ground, so fast. With a scream, Cotter couldn't see what Locke was doing. Gritting his teeth, Cotter made a defensive posture, staring at the direction in which Locke came, trying to capture Locke's movements. I found it. Within a second, Cotter finally figured out the direction of Locke's long sword. With years of fighting experience, Cotter held his big sword horizontally in front of his chest. Clang tilde. After resisting Locke's attack, Cotter took 2 steps back with his feet, and then his body spun with a strong power of fighting spirit on his arm. He wielded his big sword and hacked at Locke. Locke was surprised to see that not only did Cotter resist his attack, but Cotter also attacked him again. The small universe within his body rapidly worked, and his divine power was also rapidly gathering. The long sword in Locke's hand emitted a faint purple light, waved towards the big sword of Cotter. Clang tilde. The sound of the collision of weapons made the ears of the people around hurt, and a strong wave of energy directly forced them to take a step back. He is so powerful. Cotter felt as if his big sword had cut into a piece of black iron, unable to move forward at all. He felt a dull pain in his palm. Seeing that he couldn't win by his strength, Cotter distanced himself from Locke again. Locke chased after the victory and the long sword was waved towards Cotter's neck. Cotter cut Locke's long sword with his sword and then chopped at Locke's waist. They continued to attack and the 2 of them fought 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. The more Cotter fought, the more frightened he became. In the end, he no longer suppressed his strength. Bang! The 2 men's weapons collided. Uncle Cotter, it's over. Just as Cotter was still in a state of surprise, Locke's smiling voice rang in his ears. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a palm falling on his chest. The huge force in the palm directly threw him away. There was dead silence in the whole ground, and there was no sound at all. Chapter 25. Master Locke actually defeated the level 2 knight, Cotter. And now Master Locke seemed not to have done his best. Curtin and the others were petrified, with exaggerated expressions. They felt something was buzzing in their heads. Just 3 months at most. Master Locke had only been practicing for 3 months. He could easily defeat a level 2 practitioner. Although Cotter was defeated by Locke, he was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, his eyes gradually became moist, and his trembling voice was full of excitement and emotion. Sir Count, you are not disappointed. Master Locke is really a genius. Master Locke was not even 17 years old now. At this age, he can defeat the level 2 knight. There were only a few people like this in Nathan County. As was known to all, James, called the first genius in Nathan County, was now only a level 2 mage. Although a level 2 mage was much better than a level 2 knight. According to the performance of Master Locke just now, even if he couldn't win, he could at least tie. Uncle Cotter, are you hurt? Locke walked up to pull Cotter up, asking worriedly. After the battle just now, Locke had a certain understanding of his strength. It should be no problem to deal with the ordinary level 2 practitioners. Perhaps he had the strength of level 3. Locke could only make a rough estimate. He had no other reference except for Cotter. Master Locke, you win. His tone exciting. Cotter stood up and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Master Locke is powerful. Master Locke is awesome. Ha ha, Master Locke wins. Long live Master Locke. Curtin and the others on the training ground also cheered up. They were excited and their eyes were burning. They were all happy that Locke had become stronger. Just as everyone was cheering, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them, Miss Athena. Curtin said to Athena respectfully. They all knew that their Master Locke was trained by this lady in front of them. Athena greeted them with a smile. I've watched the battle just now. After stopping in front of Locke, Athena's beautiful face became serious as she was training. She said slowly, although you won in the end, in my opinion, there are still too many flaws and a lack of combat experience. Curtin and others were surprised at the place, their expressions a bit stunned. Just now, the 2 of them had fought with each other for less than 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, Master Locke had defeated the practitioner of level 2. How could Miss Athena not be satisfied? Even Cotter was a little stunned. Just now, Master Locke had done a good job. Was Miss Athena a little harsh on Locke? Different from other people's astonishment, Locke was lost in thought and began to recall the whole process of the battle. He knew that since Athena said there was something wrong with his battle, there must be something wrong. When everyone was sighing at Athena's sternness, Athena continued, just like your sprint. If Cotter takes a risk and doesn't choose to defend himself, he chooses to directly pull open your weapon and gather all his strength on the big sword, stabbing directly at you. You will die miserably. Locke recalled what Athena had told him and felt a chill down his spine instantly. Yes, if it was a life and death battle just now, Cotter would have directly deflected his long sword and hit his heart. Under the great inertia, he had no time to change his attacking move. After a moment's silence, Cotter nodded his head silently. Because it was just a practice, he did not pay too much attention to the opportunity to kill his opponent. Instead, He chose a conservative defense. If it was a real battle, it would indeed be a fatal flaw. Well, it seems that I still need to strengthen practice. Locke shrugged helplessly and sighed. Seeing that Locke seemed to be a little discouraged, Cotter comforted him. Master Locke, you don't have to be discouraged. You have done a good job compared with others. Ha ha, don't worry, Uncle Cotter. I'm not a person who can't stand the blow. Locke laughed and joked. Seeing Locke's resolute face, Cotter was stunned. The image of Locke before, the stubborn boy, who had never given up in the face of ridicule, suddenly came to his mind. Master Locke had never changed. He was always like this. At night, stars twinkled in the sky, and the soft moonlight covered the whole ground. On the wall outside the castle, the burning fire crackled. Athena sat next to Locke, quietly watching Locke's busy figure. Asclepius was sitting against the wall, staring at the fire. On the fire, there were 2 golden rabbits roasted. The oil on the rabbit meat made a sizzling sound, emitting an alluring smell of roasted meat, which was very attractive. Boy Locke, is it okay? Looking at the rabbit meat, Asclepius asked anxiously, swallowing his saliva. Almost. Locke replied helplessly while grilling the rabbit meat. It seemed that this was the 4th time that Asclepius had asked him. Soon, the rabbit meat was done. Locke tore off a rabbit leg and gave it to Athena. Then he handed the rest to Asclepius. After taking over the rabbit meat, Asclepius started to devour it. Compared with him, Athena was much more elegant. She ate slowly, but her delicate and coincidental face was also full of satisfaction. Locke took off the 2nd rabbit and tore a rabbit leg for himself. Soon, the 3 of them ate up all the rabbit meat. Boy Locke, let's not say anything else. I really admire your barbecue skills. Rubbing his belly with satisfaction, Asclepius exclaimed. He had eaten a lot of delicious food in his previous life, but Locke's roast meat was ranked at the top level. Locke put his hands behind his head and lay comfortably on the ground. Of course, I'm sure you can't find anyone in the world who can cook as well as me. You brag, boy. Although Asclepius had agreed with Locke in his mind, he still couldn't bear to see Locke's smug face. Under the dim light of the fire, the girl's face turned red as if she was shy and particularly charming. There are many bandit teams around Lister. I want to deal with them. Turning to look at the stars in the sky, Locke spoke out his plan. This will not only increase my combat experience but also solve the financial problem of Lister. According to Cotter's report, although they had robbed more than 10,000 gold coins from the bandits last time, there was not much left after the castle was built and a large amount of food was bought. So he focused on the bandit teams nearby. It could not only eliminate harm for the people but also bring benefits for himself. It was a win-win situation. Chapter 26. That's a good idea. The bandits nearby are not strong, and they are suitable for you to practice. After thinking for a few seconds, Athena nodded and said with a smile. Since Athena didn't think it was a problem, Locke didn't hesitate anymore. He stood up and said, "Okay, I'll ask Uncle Cotter to inform everyone. We'll leave tomorrow." In addition to knowledge of medical material and skill, Asclepius was not interested in fighting at all. He waved his hand and said, "These little bandits will be handled by you. I'd better continue to study herbs." Ha ha. He didn't worry about Locke's strength. Besides, Athena, the great god, was there, so he didn't need to worry about them. After Locke left, Athena and Asclepius also didn't stay. The 2 returned to their rooms in the castle. Locke was waiting for Cotter in the hall. Seeing Cotter coming, Locke said directly, "Uncle Cotter, I'm going to eliminate the bandits around Lister tomorrow. Tell everyone to have a good rest tonight and we'll set out early tomorrow morning." Eliminate the bandits? Stunned, Cotter didn't understand why Locke suddenly thought of eliminating bandits. That's right, we don't have many gold coins left. We can just get some money from the bandit teams. Locke nodded with an evil smile. To get money from bandits. Looking at Locke's face, Cotter was speechless in his mind. Others were afraid of bandits and kept a distance, but his master was thinking about how to get money from them. He felt a little crazy when sounding it. Master Locke, we still need to think about it carefully. These bandits are all outlaws. If we go there rashly like this, we will be in danger. Don't worry, Uncle Cotter. You know me well. Locke understood what Cotter meant. He smiled and said confidently, "I won't do anything without confidence." Seeing that Locke was so confident, Cotter didn't say anything more. He nodded with a smile and said, "Master Locke, I'll ask them to prepare now." He was now the knight of level 2, and Curtin, Sam, and Becky had become the knight of level 1. In addition, Locke could even defeat the knight of level 2. They were a powerful force. Even if they met a powerful opponent, even if they couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed. Cotter quickly informed the news to everyone. When they knew that Locke was going to take them to rob bandits, they were in an uproar. Of course, after the uproar, they were more excited. The next day, Locke led Cotter and the others majestically toward the bandits' fortress, planting the flag of the Capet family. Athena didn't follow them to attack the bandit team this time. For this, Locke had no objection to it. Of course, he knew that it was Athena who was training him. They moved very fast. At noon, they arrived the nearest bandits' fortress, Osborne bandits. Osborne, the leader of the bandits, was a dark mage of level 2. As one of the sharper attackers in mage, Osborne had long been known for his ferocity. The strength of the bandit team he established was ranked second among the surrounding bandit teams. The one who ranked first was the Blackrock bandits, eliminated by Locke, with a fire mage of level 2. As they kept moving forward, Locke and the others were less than a kilometer away from the fortress. In the meeting hall of the fortress. Dear Chief, there is a team of more than 20 people appearing at the gate of our fortress. The team has several flags with the sign of irises. The leaders are a young man and a young girl. There is no energy fluctuation on the two of them, and they don't seem to be strong themselves. But the 4 men behind them all emit a strong aura. According to my conjecture, 3 of them are very likely to be level 1 practitioners, and the other one may even be a level 2 practitioner. Each of them is holding a weapon and seems to have some malicious intentions. A masked bandit reported the situation at the foot of the mountain to the man in a black robe in the main seat. The man in a black robe was thin, with almost no flesh on his face. It was as if he was directly wrapped in a layer of human skin on his bones, and his arms were exposed outside. It was like a dead branch, and his skin was close to his bones. He was the leader of Osborne bandits, the level 2 dark mage Osborne. Iris. Osborne stood up at once, his dry face twitching violently. The iris was the symbol of the Capet family. It must be Capet, the loser, who was coming. Angus was defeated by Capet. Even Black Rock bandits was destroyed. If the battle started, his Osborne bandits would probably be unable to survive. Slowly sitting down, Osborne's face became even worse and his eyes were gloomy. The news that Black Rock bandits was destroyed was like a bomb in the crowd, shocking all the bandits around. After investigation, many of the bandit teams thought that this matter seemed to have something to do with Lister. Of course, many bandit teams did not believe that such a large group of bandits could be destroyed by people in a barren place like Lister. Moreover, it was said that recently the Lord of Lister was acknowledged as the #1 loser of Nathan County. Could a loser be able to kill a level 2 mage? Therefore, they guessed that Blackrock bandits had offended some powerful practitioners and was killed by others. There were different opinions about the reason why the Blackrock bandits was destroyed, but only Osborne knew that the Blackrock bandits was destroyed by the widely acknowledged loser who was in Lister now. He and Angus were both from the Brandon family, one of the top forces of Nathan County. They had all received the order from the Brandon family to take over Lister, but Angus acted a step faster than him. 3 level 1 practitioners and 1 level 2 knight, Osborne murmured, comparing the strength of Osborne bandits and the enemy. This loser might have a powerful practitioner backing him up, or perhaps a powerful fire mage. After all, in the fortress of Black Rock bandits, the spy had found a strong aura of the fire element. In addition to these, is there any other abnormal person in the team? Squinting his eyes, Osborne asked in a low voice. No, there are only these people in the team. I especially sent someone to detour from the path to the back of the other party, and did not find anyone else. The masked bandit answered affirmatively. How dare Capet bring someone here alone? He is courting death. A cold light burst out from Osborne's eyes. He grabbed the magic wand and ordered, tell everyone to cheer up. I want to capture Lock Capet alive. As long as Osborne caught Capet, there was a hostage in his hand. Even if there was a powerful practitioner behind Locke, he would be afraid of it and dare not do anything else. He had already spread all the news here to his family. When his family sent a more powerful mage over, no matter who was behind Lock Capet, they would have no choice but to die without a burial place. Chapter 27. Compared with Black Rock bandits, the scale of Osborne bandits was undoubtedly much smaller, but there were also 40 or 50 people. Sure enough, There was no one else. Ha ha, Locke Capit, you would pay for your conceit. After carefully checking Locke's team against the wall, Osborne began to sneer in his heart. Capit, how dare you come here to court death on your initiative? It was you that asked trouble. Looking down at Locke, Osborne's eyes narrowed into a seam, radiating a cold light. Are you the leader of Osborne bandits? Locke smiled faintly and ignored Osborne's threat. He raised his long sword and shouted at the bandits on the wall. Listen, the bandits of Osborne bandits. If you surrender, I won't kill you. Surrender? Ha ha. If the practitioner behind you said that, I might be a little scared. Now you are just a loser. How dare you want the great Osborne bandits to surrender? Osborne laughed as if he had heard a joke. The other bandits also laughed at him. Capit, you will pay a heavy price for your recklessness and arrogance today. Death Shackle. While speaking, Osborne waved the magic wand in his hand. Turbulent dark elements flew out of the crystal of the magic wand and formed a black energy ball in midair. Something in the black mass was constantly stirring as if it was about to rush out of the restraints of the black mass. Shoop, shoop, shoop. In an instant, 6 tentacles appeared in the black mass, and they grew rapidly, covered with barbs that made people's scalp tingling. If they were caught by these tentacles, the consequences could be imagined. Looking at the formed level 2 fettering magic, Death Shackle, Osborne had a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He said in a low voice, go and teach these arrogant enemies a hard lesson. Under the order of Osborne, the tentacles trembled slightly, as if they were excited about the new blood food. Then they quickly twined around Locke and the others, capturing Locke alive. As for the others, killing them all. Osborne's eyes flashed with coldness. He had already made arrangements for the fate of Locke and the others. Watch out, Master Locke. Seeing that the tentacles had already launched an attack, Cotter changed his face that was behind Locke, and reminded Locke loudly. Facing these terrifying tentacles, even he felt extremely difficult to deal with. This was the gap between a knight and a mage. A mage could not only control the powerful magic element but also launch attacks from a long distance. At the same level, a mage could almost defeat a knight and a warrior. It was the first time for Curtin and the others to face the dark mage. They lowered their bodies and carefully defended themselves, ready to make a move at any time. Was this the dark magic? Locke frowned, feeling the dark element of the dark magic. Compared with the fire element, the dark elements seemed to be more corrosive and aggressive. Although Locke was amazed at the strangeness of the dark elements, he didn't forget the business. With a sweep of his long sword, the small universe in his body rapidly revolved, and the divine power instantly reached his limbs. Chief, you are invincible and powerful. Ha ha, you bastards from Capit family dare to offend the great Osborne bandits. Go to hell. Seeing that the magic released by Osborne was attacking Locke and the others, the bandits behind him shouted. They didn't believe that their chief would fail. After all, they had never seen their chief fail. Soon, the tentacles covered with thorns extended in front of Locke and the others. Are you scared to death? Ha ha, boy, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily before I kill the practitioner behind you. Seeing that his magic was about to hit Locke, Osborne thought resentfully in his mind. However, the next moment, his withered fingers suddenly trembled, and his sunken eyes suddenly widened. Bang! In a flash, the 6 tentacles had been cut off by Locke. The cheers of all bandits completely disappeared at this moment. They looked stiffly at the tentacles that fell to the ground and twisted a few times before disappearing. The chief's dark magic was destroyed by his opponent directly. This rumored loser was so powerful. Was it Capit who destroyed the Black Rock bandits? Not some powerful practitioner? Such a terrible idea suddenly came to Osborne's mind. No, we can't put it off any longer. Now that things have come to this, either Capit or my Osborne bandits would be dead. They're warriors of Osborne bandits. Get out and kill the enemy. Unwilling to continue thinking, Osborne put out this terrible idea and roared directly. Death Shackle. It was just the ordinary magic of level 2. Capit wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. After giving the order, he waved the magic wand again, and a black blade with a strong sense of death condensed in front of him. Shadow Flying Blade. Shatter the enemy on the other side. Without any hesitation, Osborne directly used his strongest attack skill, level 2 Dark Magic, Shadow Flying Blade. The bandits also rushed out of the fortress's gate, shouting, and rushed towards Locke. Kill these damn bandits. Locke roared. The small universe in his body spun rapidly. The divine power gathered on the long sword and hacked directly at the flying dark magic. At the same time, Cotter led his men to kill the other bandits. Bang! Locke's long sword collided with the magic blade thrown out by Osborne, producing a lot of sparks. No wonder Osborne was a level 2 dark mage and indeed powerful. Locke thought to himself as he felt the pressure from the long sword. His long sword was only a weapon of level 1. If it weren't for the divine power attached to it, it should have been broken now. After a few seconds of confrontation, the magic blade dissipated because of the loss of power. He took it. Osborne found it hard to accept the fact that Locke had withstood his magic attack, but he couldn't deny the fact. Hell Spear. Osborne didn't show any mercy and released another level 2 magic, Hell Spear. A spear with fire appeared in the air suddenly and stabbed at Locke directly. Bang! Locke wielded his long sword and hacked at the spear. The spear was immediately split open by a powerful force and smashed towards the other side. Boom! The spear made a big hole on the ground in the distance. Shadow Flying Blade. Seeing that Locke once again blocked his attack, Osborne's eyes were filled with strong malice. He released 2 more magic blades in a row. Boom! Boom! However, the 2 attacks were dodged by Locke and hit the ground in the distance. Whoosh! Looking at the ground split by the shadow flying blade behind him, Locke took a deep breath and looked at Osborne. Now, it's time for me to attack. As he spoke, the small universe in Locke's body began to spin crazily, and 6 stars were also continuously emitting divine power. Click click tilde. With the sword in his hand, he rushed towards Osborne. Seeing that Locke's strength didn't be weakened after being attacked for such a long time, Osborne's face darkened. Seeing Locke coming, he used the shadow flying blade again. Boom! The shadow flying blade was cut into pieces by Locke directly. Chapter 28. How is that possible? Osborne trembled and looked at the scene in horror. How could the magic attack he was proud of be shattered by Capet in this way? The rest of the bandits were also shocked by this scene. Locke didn't give Osborne any time to be shocked. He didn't stop after the blade was broken. Do you think you can be safe by hiding yourself against the wall? The corners of Locke's mouth lifted slightly and he laughed out contemptuously. Like a cannonball, with the impact of the ground, he bounced directly towards Osborne's position. Why was this loser so powerful now? Seeing that Locke was rushing at him, Osborne was shocked, feeling so scared in his mind. Dark Shield. Osborne roared, the dark elements in his body rotating. The dark element in front of him surged wildly and had formed a black shield in the twinkling of an eye. The level 2 top defensive magic, Dark Shield. Boom! Locke swung his long sword at the shield formed by Osborne. Go to hell! Locke roared. The stars in the small universe trembled slightly, and the power in his body burst out without reservation. Crack tilde. The shield broke at a visible speed. Seeing this scene, Osborne was almost scared out of his wits. He gave up the magic shield and retreated quickly, trying to avoid Locke's attack. As the mage, Osborne, how could it be a match for Locke in speed? Locke caught up with him almost in an instant. Osborne felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he heard the sound of a sharp blade cutting his body. His consciousness began to blur. He was defeated by a loser laughed at by everyone. The last thought also disappeared. Puff tilde. Osborne's body trembled, and then he fell to the ground stiffly. His head rolled a few meters away, and his eyes were still wide open with horror and a few unwillingness. Chief was dead. Looking at Osborne's headless body, all the bandits felt that their faith collapsed and they lost their spiritual support all of a sudden. Under the leadership of level 2 knight, Cotter, the bandits were beaten back one after another. The team was on the verge of collapse, except for a few who tried their best to resist. The rest of them were captured by Locke. In fact, after killing Osborne, Locke was not in a good condition. His body felt weak for a while. He knew that this was a weak phenomenon caused by the exertion of his divine power. But the bandits on the wall had already been scared out of their wits. They fled far away and couldn't sense the abnormality of Locke. In the meeting hall of Osborne bandits, Locke leaned against the chair comfortably. His previously dry small universe had recovered a little. A magic wand from a level 2 mage. Playing with the magic wand of Osborne, Locke felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, only the dark mage can use it. But this magic wand is worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Locke's mood became good instantly. In the warehouse of Osborne bandits, Locke had also obtained more than 8,000 gold coins. In addition to the gold coins, there were also a large number of herbs, gold and silver jewelry, precious beast hide and so on that had been robbed from the caravan. After cleaning up the whole fortress, Locke went back with his men first. There were only more than 20 people. They couldn't manage that. Some of them escorted captives and spoils back to their territory, while some attacked bandits again. Most importantly, this battle made everyone a little tired and they needed to adjust their state. In the evening, they arrived at Lister's territory. Seeing that their lord escorted so many captives again, Lister's residents were shocked. Their worship of Locke had become fanatical. The news that Osborne bandits was destroyed swept around several other bandit teams like a hurricane. First, it was Black Rock bandits, and now it was Osborne. The destruction of the two strongest bandit teams made the other teams unusually tremble and all carefully restrain themselves for a moment. The caravan passing by soon discovered this strange phenomenon. The unbridled bandits who used to be rampant and unscrupulous have disappeared at the same time. After investigation, these caravans knew that the two strongest bandit teams seemed to have been destroyed, so the other bandits didn't dare to show up recently. However, no matter how low-key the bandits were, they couldn't avoid being destroyed. On this day, Locke brought people to the lair of a bandit team. The leader of the bandit team was only a level 2 warrior. When he saw Cotter and other knights behind Locke, he didn't even resist and directly surrendered. On the evening of the third day, looking at the captives and the chariots of spoils behind them, the residents of Lister were still amazed. On the fourth day, the residents were still a little stunned, because they saw a familiar scene. On the road, the bandit captives walked quietly, with several chariots of spoils behind them. On the 7th day, on the 15th day, looking at the 2 chariots of spoils and more than 10 captives, the residents of Lister were no longer surprised. In half a month, Locke had swept through all the bandit teams. During the period of sweeping the bandits, naturally many people resisted desperately, but all of them were solved without exception. In the end, as soon as many bandit teams heard that the men of the Capet family came up, many bandits directly opened the door and handed in their weapons. Then they respectfully invited Locke in and reported the amount of their property in detail. Some bandits couldn't stand it anymore. They gave up the fortress which was run for many decades and ran away with their belongings. When Locke and others arrived, they had already gone. Locke soon found that except for the biggest bandit team whose wealth was rich, the rest of them were very poor. A single fortress only owned hundreds of gold coins and some even dozens of gold coins. In the hall of Lister's castle, Master Locke, we have gained a total of 40,000 gold coins from our more than 10 actions. The rest of the jewelry, necklace and beast hide aren't evaluated for the time being, Cotter reported excitedly. This was 40,000 gold coins, the tax income of the whole Capet family for 10 years. Locke nodded with satisfaction and sighed. I know why these guys choose to be bandits. This is the fastest way to make money. Saying, Locke was even a little unfulfilled. If a few more bandit teams for him to rob, how good it would be. Hearing Locke's sigh, Cotter was speechless again. It was always bandits who cared about others' things. Who would have thought that there was a person who cared about bandits' things all day long? But it was indeed a good way to make money. Thinking of the 40,000 gold coins in the warehouse, Cotter also had such an idea. Chapter 29 sent the medicinal materials to Asclepius. Pack up the rest and put them in the carriages, then you go to Bone City tomorrow, Locke said to Cotter after thinking for a while. In addition to medicinal materials, these things were useless to keep, so it was better to sell them. The Cotter nodded and replied respectfully, Master Locke, I'll arrange it now. According to Locke's order, Cotter made arrangements. Locke also went back to his bedroom, preparing to take a shower and have a rest. After half a month's robbery, the name of Locke was gradually spread in several neighboring lands. Because of the caravans, the title of Bandit Terminator Locke had even spread throughout Bone City. With the title of #1 loser in Nathan County, Locke Capet could easily defeat the practitioner of level 2? Were you kidding me? At the moment when the news spread, the nobles in Bone City laughed disdainfully. In addition to the news about bandits, the news about Victory Temple of Athena in Lister was also spread out. Of course, the aristocrats in Bone City were even more disdainful of rumors like gods bestowed and appeared out of thin air. In their eyes, ordinary people were so ignorant. With the spread of Locke's name, more and more refugees and exiled people from nearby territories came to Lister. Locke wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to develop his territory. Whether it was the refugees or the exiles, they would all be accepted as residents of Lister. Now, even without the captive bandits, Lister's population had almost doubled. Host, Lock Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Profession, practitioner. Level, the sixth sense. Summoning God 1, Athena. Fondness, friendly. 20. Faith point, 180. Summoning God 2, Asclepius. Fondness, normal, 0. Faith point. It could be opened after the establishment of the divine temple. Since Locke had practiced the fire of the small universe, the attribute panel also changed. He became a divinity practitioner. A divinity practitioner should be a person practicing divine power. As expected, the people who joined Lister all became followers of Athena after they realized the magic of Victory Temple of Athena, which made the number of followers reach 180 points. During the more than a month of getting along with Asclepius, his fondness for Locke broke through almost neutral and entered the ordinary level. However, unfortunately, the system reward did not come out. Come on, Lock Capit. Locke cheered himself up and fell asleep comfortably. On the second day, with 9 carriages of goods, Cotter and his team set off for the Bone City to light up the next star as soon as possible and entered the seventh sense of the small universe. Locke once again threw himself into practice. After a month's battle, he still gained a lot of fighting skills, and his control over the divine power was much better. On the training ground outside the castle, swoosh tilde. A faint flame suddenly appeared in Locke's palm and the flame flickered. Don't be in a hurry. You have to accurately control fire element and slowly condense it in your palm. Athena reminded Locke slowly when she found that there was something wrong with Locke. Locke nodded slightly and adjusted the flame in his palm. Soon, with the continuous input of the fire element, the flame in Locke's palm gradually increased, and then it turned into a head-sized fireball. This was the orange fireball mentioned in the magic book. I made it. I can use magic now. Looking at the shaped fireball in his hand, Locke's breath quickened and he began to get excited. Magic. The magic he had pursued for 16 years finally came true today. Locke was thrilled when he felt the heat of the fireball. With a charming smile on her face, Athena looked at Locke gently and said, "Congratulations, Locke, you have successfully condensed the first fireball." "Thank you, Athena." Locke took a deep breath and said sincerely to the girl next to him with a happy smile on his face. Athena shook her head and said with a smile, "Although you can use fireball spell, there is still one thing that needs to be improved. Before condensing the fire element, you first refine fire element with divine power to increase the purity of fire element. After condensing fireball, to compress the size of fireball with divine power." As Athena explained, she stretched out her right hand, and a small fireball appeared in her hand. The fireball was only 1/5 the size of the fireball in Locke's hand, and the ball emitted a red light. In the small fireball, Locke felt a much stronger fluctuation of fire element than that of fireball in his hand. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Nodding his head, Locke decided to push out the fireball according to the release method of the fireball spell in the magic book. Boom! The fireball smashed into the distance, creating a big hole on the ground in the distance. Ignoring the power of fireball, Locke closed his eyes, constantly extracting fire element from his body with divine power, and then gradually infused the pure fire element into his palm. A red fire grain appeared in Locke's hand and grew bigger until it was half the size of a palm. Although the size of the fireball was confined by Locke with divine power, he did not stop the infusion of the fire element. As Locke kept injecting the fire element, the small fireball began to tremble slightly. Looking at the red ball in Locke's hand, Athena reminded him in a low voice, "Control the transmission speed of the fire element. Don't make the fire element in fireball go berserk." Reminded by Athena, Locke began to control the infusion of the fire element. Finally, the trembling of the fireball stopped. Soon, the energy of the fireball reached a critical point. "Ha ha, it seems that I have succeeded in only one attempt," Locke said happily as he opened his eyes and felt the powerful power from the fireball. However, when Locke was excited, the fireball in his hand suddenly began to shake violently. Locke's face changed and he calmed down. He wanted to stop the riot in the fireball, but it was too late. The whole fireball had begun to shake, and the fire element also dashed around madly and was out of control. Damn it. Seeing that he couldn't control the fireball in his hand, Locke threw the fireball out quickly without thinking too much. The fireball dashed into the distance like a meteor. Boom! A loud explosion soared into the sky, lifting more than 10 meters of dust. Locke and Athena were besieged by a cloud of dust. Cough cough tilde. Half a minute later, The dust gradually dispersed. Locke was covered with dust as if he had just been dug out of the soil. He looked very awful. As for Athena, she was protected by an invisible barrier, which stopped all the dust. "You just watch me eat the dust." Looking at Athena's clean dress, Locke said sulkily. Looking at Locke's embarrassed look, Athena burst into laughter. Then she cleared her throat and pretended to be serious. "I'll teach you a lesson. Don't be distracted when you use magic." "I think you just want to laugh at me." Locke pursed his lips and complained in a low voice. He didn't believe Athena's words. "What did you say?" Athena frowned slightly, regaining her devil drill master's aura again. Locke was used to the way Athena changed her face. He knew how to deal with it. He shook his head in a hurry and denied. "Nothing. I didn't say anything." Looking at Locke's careful look, the corners of Athena's mouth were lifted in a pretty arc. "Well, let me try again." After stretching his arms and legs, Locke couldn't wait to have another try. According to the previous method, another fireball was condensed again. Through the power just now, he was very sure that the destructive power of the fireball spell released according to the method of Athena was almost 2 times stronger than that of the traditional fireball spell. With the lesson he had just learned, he didn't dare to be too distracted and concentrated on controlling the small fireball in his hand. On the other side, Curtin and the others rushed to the training ground nervously with weapons in their hands. Everyone was stunned when they saw the fireball in Locke's hand. The fireball seemed a little familiar. Chapter 30. The small fireball was the fireball spell that Miss Athena used last time. The fireball spell was a skill that could only be released by mages. Did their master also become a mage? Feeling the dangerous aura from the fireball, Curtin felt that his heart could not bear it. Becky and Sam were also stunned, feeling that their brain could not react. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Curtin and the others were all armed and ready to fight, Locke was a little confused. Was there an enemy attack in Lister? We heard a loud explosion and thought there was a sneak attack from our enemy. But now, Curtin paused and turned to the fireball in Locke's hand. "Master Locke, is this the fireball spell?" Becky, Sam, and the others were also waiting for Locke's answer excitedly. In fact, they had already guessed that this should be the fireball spell, but now they always had an unreal feeling. "Yes, this is a level 1 fire magic fireball spell. I became a level 1 fire mage." Locke nodded and didn't hide it, saying with a smile. After getting Locke's confirmation, Curtin and the others all took a cold breath. After shocking, their faces gradually became excited. "Master Locke has really become a distinguished mage. This must be a great miracle." "Ha ha! Creator has finally made Master a mage," everyone shouted excitedly. "Well, you may leave now. I need practice." Looking at the excited crowd, Locke waved his hand. Now he was not very familiar with the use of the fireball spell. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. "Master Locke, we are leaving now." Curtin nodded his head and led them to leave excitedly. Seeing Curtin and the others leave, Locke continued to practice. Boom, boom. Loud bangs came from continuously where Locke practiced. After knowing that Locke was practicing the magic, Curtin and the others were not too surprised. After some days, Locke was able to release the fireball spell skillfully. In addition to the fireball spell, he also grasped other fire magic of level 1. Because of the power of Eye of Perception, Locke could easily grasp the magic as soon as he learned it. In Saint Tribu City, this huge city covered an area of 200 square kilometers and was the most prosperous one in Natan County. All the top families of Natan County were gathered in this city. As one of the top forces of Natan County, the Brandon family was also of great importance in Saint Tribu City. In the biggest study of the Brandon family, a middle-aged man in a luxurious golden robe with a cold face was reading the reported all-business situation of the family. An old man about 50 or 60 years old and looking like a butler came in. "Sir Count, there is news from Osborne that Angus has been killed by that loser from the Capet family." Butler Dinah reported respectfully. Seeing that Count Brandon was still lowering his head, he continued. "Osborne also lost contact, so I sent someone to investigate the situation. I found that Osborne Bandits was also destroyed, and like Black Rock Bandits, they were all robbed. From the information of all the parties, it was still Locke Capet who did it." Hearing this, Count Brandon finally raised his head and asked with a frown. "Locke Capet, isn't he a loser? How could he have the strength to deal with the level 2 mage?" "We haven't found it out yet, but there is a rumor that Lister has been blessed by gods. Gods not only chose a saintess but also gave a divine temple in Lister. Butler Diner replied with his head down. Gods? Count Brandon sneered and said indifferently, it's just some rumors of ignorant commoners. Do you believe it? Brandon stood up and walked to the window. A maid next to him handed him a glass of red wine considerately. Count Brandon shook his glass and took a sip of red wine. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed for a while before slowly ordering. Send Monroe there. Bring more level 2 practitioners and clean up Lister. I must get that place. As for Lock Capit. While saying that, Count Brandon's eyes were full of cold killing intent. He is just a loser. But he dared to kill the people of my Brandon family. There is no need to keep him alive. Just kill him directly. Remember, do it carefully, in case that those old fellows come to make trouble for me again. Okay, Sir Count. I'll arrange it now. Butler nodded respectfully. Monroe was a level 2 mage, with a few level 2 practitioners, and they might be able to sweep all the places in the north. It was a piece of cake to deal with an insignificant baron. The so-called Count Capet was just a level 2 knight who was lucky enough to save the life of a marquis and was conferred the title of Count by breaking rules. After Butler went out, Count Brandon returned to the desk and continued to deal with the business of the Brandon family, ignoring the matter of Lister. All he cared about was the thing in Lister. Thousands of miles away, Locke was still working on practice in Lister. I will succeed this time. Locke took a deep breath and murmured. After adjusting his state, Locke began to control the fire element in his body. In a few seconds, a small fireball had condensed in the palm of his left hand. However, after condensing the fireball, Locke didn't throw it out. He stared at his right hand and his face became more serious. Under Locke's nervous gaze, a blue light grain appeared in his right palm. The blue light grain grew bigger and bigger. In a short while, it had turned into a small water ball. The water ball spell. Yes, this was water magic, which was the complete opposite of fire magic. This was also a freak of the small universe. It could release all kinds of magic through divine power. With the experience of the fireball spell, Locke got the water magic within a few days. However, it was very difficult to release two kinds of mutually exclusive magic at the same time. If one was not careful enough, he would blow himself up. When the water ball spell was completely formed, hiss tilde. The fireball on Locke's left hand suddenly became restless, almost exploding in Locke's hand. Hold on, hold on. Seeing this, Locke began to suppress the riot of fireball crazily. After a few seconds, fireball finally calmed down. Whoosh. Feeling the two magic balls, one cold and one hot in his hand, Locke exhaled heavily. After several days of hard work, he was finally able to achieve a perfect balance between the water element and the fire element. Next, he would work hard to practice the small universe and spare some time to learn other types of water magic. Chapter 31. This morning, Locke heard some noises before he entered the hall. As soon as he came in, he saw that Cotter and the others were discussing anxiously what happened. The moment Locke saw the expressions on their faces, he knew something must be wrong. Seeing Locke come in, the discussion in the hall stopped. With a long face, Cotter explained, Master Locke, there is a pestilence among the exiles. More than 10 residents of Lister have been infected. Pestilence? Locke was stunned. Whether it was on the Earth in the previous life or Akasa continent, the pestilence was synonymous with disaster. Cotter nodded seriously. Where is Asclepius? With his eyes flickering, Locke asked in a deep voice. With the help of Asclepius, the god of medicine, Locke was not too panicked in his mind. Mr. Asclepius has gone to check the condition of the infected people. He told us to ban the flow of people and take isolation measures before he found out the cause of the disease. Curtin replied from the side. Although Mr. Asclepius has superb medical skills, he is not a healer after all. Only a healer can solve this kind of easily infected large-scale pestilence. There is a level 1 healer in Bone City, but it is said that he is very arrogant. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money to invite him here. Cotter sighed in a low voice, and his face was full of worry. Although physicians could also cure patients, they were only for ordinary people. Practitioners got injured and then often needed a healer who was stronger than a physician. You don't have to be so pessimistic. We should believe Asclepius. Locke comforted them with a smile. Then he turned to Cotter and said, you can make arrangements according to the order of Asclepius first. Ding. Release the system task. Help the god of medicine, Asclepius, to stop the spread of the pestilence in the territory and treat the sick residents in the territory. Rewards. It will be given according to the degree of completion of the task. Locke heard the voice of the system, which only he could hear. Since there was a system task, He had to do a better job. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said to Cotter, "Uncle Cotter, you go to comfort residents first. I'll see the situation on Asclepius's side. Master Locke, just in case, you'd better put on the shield." Cotter handed a piece of gauze in the shape of a mask to him. Locke took the shield and found that it could cover totally his mouth and nose. It should be a simple version of the mask in his previous life. Because of the psychological shadow of the Black Death in his previous life, he still put the shield on his face. In fact, the pestilence was not threatening to practitioners. Whether it was the magic element or fighting spirit, they both had the function of body protection, so Locke was not worried about his life. But even so, for ordinary people, a pestilence was absolutely a catastrophe. Soon, Locke found Asclepius. Under the command of Asclepius, all kinds of measures were completed quickly in Lister. A corresponding isolation area had been built in the morning, and the faces of the people who came to participate in the guard also wore shields. Locke walked into the isolation area and saw an infected person covered with 2 layers of quilts. But his body was still trembling coldly. A large amount of black blood had appeared on the back of another infected person's neck, and several other infected people were coughing loudly as if they were coughing out their livers. Asclepius was checking up a coughing patient. He was still dressed normally without any protective measures. After all, he was the god of medicine. Even if he lost his power, the pestilence could not threaten him. After the checkup, Locke walked out of the shed with Asclepius. "Locke, I'm afraid the pestilence will be terrible." After walking out of the shed, Asclepius rubbed his temples and said slowly, "Judging from their symptoms, the pestilence this time should be Black Death." Black Death? This disease could directly kill 1/3 of Europeans in medieval Europe. This disease also had a name: plague. This powerful infectious disease spread by rodents and fleas had killed tens of thousands of lives even in Icasa, a continent which owned the extraordinary power. If my power is still there, I can end the pestilence in a blink of an eye. So it's indeed a little troublesome now. But you don't have to worry, because Victory Temple of Athena plays useful function, and the symptoms of patients in Lister are very slight. I'll give you a prescription. If you buy the medicinal materials according to the content, it should be able to cure this disease. Asclepius gave Locke a prescription full of medicinal materials. "Okay, I will arrange for someone to buy these medicinal materials as soon as possible." Locke nodded. After taking the prescription, he didn't waste his time and went to find Cotter. He should first solve the pestilence in the territory and then think about the root cause: Black Death. Hearing the reason for the pestilence from a Locke, Cotter's face suddenly changed, and so did Curtin and the others. Trying to suppress the shock in his heart, Cotter said to Locke with a surprisingly serious face, "Master Locke, I suggest that the first thing now is to take isolation measures to prevent Black Death from spreading." "I agree with Cotter. It's beyond our ability. We'd better send for a healer to deal with it." Curtin nodded aside. Looking at the serious expressions on their faces, Locke shook his head and explained, "Asclepius has found a way to solve the pestilence." Then he handed the prescription to Cotter and said, "The medicinal materials on it can cure Black Death. You take someone to buy them now." How could Mr. Asclepius cure Black Death? Cotter and the others were stunned for a moment and couldn't react at once. Although the medical skills of Mr. Asclepius were indeed superb, it was a bit too exaggerated to treat the pestilence like Black Death. They took the prescription with doubt and saw dozens of medical materials they didn't know on it. Perhaps Asclepius could really solve this disaster. Looking at the densely packed names of medicinal materials, Cotter and the others suddenly had this idea in their hearts. "Master Locke, we will complete the task you gave us perfectly." Taking a deep breath, Cotter nodded solemnly. At such a critical moment, Cotter didn't waste any time. He immediately set out to buy medicinal materials in the Bone City. The order of Asclepius was like a sharp arrow, accurate and fast, directly stabbing the vital parts of the pestilence. There was no new patient in a day. Chapter 32. On the early morning of the second day, Cotter came back with 2 carriages of medicinal materials: 50 grams of castor, 70 grams of gentian, 100 grams of astragalus. Asclepius took out the medicinal materials quickly and put them into the pot of medicine soup. Then, according to the command of Asclepius, the medicinal materials were soon put into the pot by the crowd. An hour later, everyone had finished decocting all the medicinal materials and gave the boiled medicine to the infected person to drink. Did this medicine work? Seeing that the infected people drank the medicine soup, Cotter and the others were still skeptical. Even if the healer was here, It would take him at least a few days to use his healing skill to cure these infected people. Not only Cotter but also the other residents also had doubts in their hearts. Although they had seen the medical skills of Asclepius, could this small bowl of medicine soup cure terrible Black Death? On the second day, almost all the infected people's conditions had improved, and the sound of cough was reduced a lot. The rotten black pimples on some of the infected people also stopped worsening. This time, they were completely conquered by the medical skills of Asclepius. In the whole territory, everyone's eyes were full of strong respect when it came to Asclepius. Seeing that the pestilence in the territory had been controlled and the infected people were receiving treatment, Locke put himself into practice again. After 10 days in Victory Temple of Athena, Locke was practicing the small universe while Athena was reading a book beside the wall. Meanwhile, in the room of the castle, Asclepius was studying the pharmacopoeia of Icasa continent, which was bought from Bone City. Ding, I have detected that host has completed the task and is checking the degree of completion of the task. The test is over, and the task completion level is perfect. Release task reward. Deblocking some of Asclepius's power. Deblocking some of Asclepius's power. Locke had already mentally prepared for the reward of the system, guessing that it would be completed soon. However, he was still a little pleasantly surprised to receive the reward of the system. Asclepius had recovered part of his strength, which was naturally convenient and harmless for Locke. As soon as the voice of system reward fell, Asclepius gave off an extremely terrifying aura. The sky was sunny just now. In an instant, the wind was surging, and the clouds in the sky began to roll up as if something terrible was about to rush out. Both Cotter and other practitioners and residents of Lister felt like they were pressed by a huge stone, and they could hardly breathe. Is there a god coming? A resident knelt on the ground trembling and bowed to the sky. Cotter's forehead was already covered with a fine layer of sweat, and in front of this force, he could not even think of resistance. The faces of Curtin and others beside him were also a little pale. Is there any terrifying powerful practitioner who has come to Lister? Residents also attributed all the weird phenomena to the gods. They knew that some powerful practitioners could make the mountains and rivers crash and the stars eclipsed easily. Faced with the sudden recovery of his power, at first, Asclepius was confused, and then ecstatic. It feels so good after recovering my strength. Feeling the familiar and full power in his body, Asclepius burst into laughter. However, the next moment, on the wall of Victory Temple of Athena, Athena raised her hand and lightly tapped. The unbridled divine light on the body of Asclepius disappeared in an instant. The rolling clouds in the sky also disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state. The whole world returned to peace. Looking at the disappearing instantly weird phenomenon, Lister's residents looked at each other. If it weren't for the pressure engraved in their bones, they would doubt that everything just now was a dream. After suppressing the divine power fluctuation of Asclepius, Athena said with a cold face, "Be low-key, so as not to cause trouble to Locke." Hearing the voice of Athena, Asclepius in the castle gave an awkward smile and nodded hastily. "Sorry, I suddenly regained a little strength. I'm a little excited." His current strength was less than 1/10 of what he had been before. If the powerful men on this continent came here following his aura, it would be difficult to deal with. What's more, Locke had just entered the sixth sense of the small universe. He needed a calm practice environment. Even if they defeated the other party, it would still cause countless troubles. It was a god. Only a small part of his power has been restored. And he is so powerful. Locke sighed in his heart as he felt the great pressure from Asclepius. He didn't know when he would be able to light up the seventh star and enter the seventh sense of the small universe. In the sixth sense of the small universe, his strength should be equivalent to level 1 to level 3 practitioners in this world. Maybe he could deal with the practitioners from level 4 to level 6 after entering the seventh sense. Even without the help of Athena and others. With the power of the seventh sense, he might be able to do whatever in Nathan County. Thinking of this, Locke couldn't help feeling happy. Of course, Locke wouldn't be satisfied to dominate this small Nathan County. In Icasa continent, there were hundreds of countries like Grim Kingdom, and there were more than 10 countries that were several times stronger than Grim Kingdom. Nathan County, like the dust in the air, was not conspicuous. His goal was the peak of this continent. It was even a more powerful and mysterious god world. Locke took a deep breath and came back to his senses. These were too far for him. He'd better continue to work on practice and find a way to enter the seventh sense as soon as possible. At the moment when the power of Asclepius erupted, in Icasa continent, several powerful practitioners were awakened from practice. Shoop, shoop. Two figures stood 10,000 meters high in the sky. Old man. Did you also feel it? The old man in the black magic robe said in a low voice, staring at the north. This was the second time they had felt this mysterious power. This power was very similar to the aura of gods. Was there a god coming, or did someone touch the god's level? Unfortunately, the time was too short to reach perception. I'm afraid it's not just us. The middle-aged man with a long sword on his back stared at the north with a serious expression. The old man nodded. In just a few seconds, he had already felt more than 5 familiar auras. Icasa continent has been silent for thousands of years. It seems that it will be lively again. Looking at the north, the old man sighed. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then said regretfully, "It's a pity that we don't have the chance to see the other party. Otherwise, we might be able to obtain some information about the divine realm." Chapter 33. A few days later, Lister regained its original order. A team of 7 people was moving forward more than 100 miles away from Lister, the 7 of them dressed like bandits. What the hell? This place is so remote that there is even no teleportation site. A young man with a sword complained. After complaining, the young man looked at the expressionless middle-aged man in front of them and said, "Monroe, just a loser baron? Do we really need to make such a big move?" "Yes. There are 7 level 2 practitioners in our team. Do we overestimate the other party?" Another strong man who was drinking echoed. "You should ask Sir Count about this." Glancing at the 2 of them, Monroe replied indifferently. Hearing Monroe mentioned Count Brandon, the 2 men smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. Seeing that the 2 of them stopped, Monroe turned around and warned. "Sir Count takes Lister seriously. You'd better be serious. If you screw it up, Sir Count won't spare you." "Yes, we understand." The young man chuckled, but it seemed that he still didn't take Monroe's warning seriously. It took the 7 of them a day to get to Lister. Is this Lister? Looking at the lush and vibrant environment in front of him, Monroe was a little surprised. It felt as if you had been walking in the desert and suddenly encountered an oasis, which was amazing. He found that although the density of the magic element in Lister was not as strong as that of St. Ribu City, it had exceeded most of the areas along the way. Wasn't Lister a barren land? How could there be such a level of the magic element? Was it because of the black iron mine? But I hadn't heard that the iron mine could increase the density of the magic element. It seemed that Lister still had a lot of secrets. After he took it, he had to investigate it carefully. Monroe thought to himself. Remember, don't expose yourself at any time. Monroe reminded the 6 people behind him. "Stop. Who are you?" Just as Monroe and the others were about to move on, Curtin shouted coldly. At the same time, 5 or 6 guards rushed out with weapons. "This is Lister. You can't get in with arms without the order of Lord." Curtin warned loudly with a weapon in his hand. At this time, he had already gathered highly spirit, carefully guarding against Monroe and the others. He felt a sense of danger from these 7 people dressed as bandits, especially from Monroe who was in the front. He felt a strong pressure. Taking a look at Curtin, Monroe didn't even have the desire to make a move. He directly ordered the young man behind him, a level 1 knight, "Vernal, I'll leave him to you to warm up." "Okay." With an evil smile on his face, Vernal hacked at Curtin directly. So fast. Seeing Vernal already in front of him for a breath, Curtin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to resist. Clang tilde. Since his blow was blocked, Vernal was not in a hurry. He shook his head and sighed with dissatisfaction. A little weak. As he spoke, his face darkened. He condensed fighting spirit in his palm and slapped directly at Curtin. Bang tilde. Curtin flew down from the horse and smashed into the distance. Puff tilde. Curtin spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't get up under this blow. Vernal jumped off the horse, wiped his long sword with one hand, and walked towards Curtin. "Well, I won't play anymore. Let me send you to hell." The other guards were not even a match for Vernal. They were hit away directly. "Dear Master Locke, I will serve you again in my next life." Curtin smiled bitterly and closed his eyes slowly, seeing Vernal coming towards him. Bang tilde. With a loud noise, Curtin's eyelids trembled. "Was I dead? Why didn't I feel pain?" "Curtin, it seems that you don't need the next life temporarily," a familiar voice teased. Curtin opened his eyes and saw Locke looking at him with a smile. While Vernal had been thrown backward and hit a stone in the distance, he spat out blood and completely lost his fighting ability. Leave it to me. After saying that, Locke turned around and looked in the direction of Monroe and others. His eyes suddenly became cold. Fortunately, Athena told him that something was wrong, or Curtin would have died here. Are you Locke Capet? Monroe looked at Locke with a serious look on his face. He knew Vernal's strength well and it would take some time even for him to win the competition with Vernal. But now, Vernal was defeated by Locke in one move. The others were also shocked to see this incredible scene. A loser in rumors had defeated a level 2 swordsman with just one move. No matter who you are, since you dare to invade my territory, you must pay the price with your lives. Looking at them, Locke said with clear killing intention. The small universe in his body had been completely stabilized at the middle stage of the sixth sense. He was absolutely invincible among level 2 practitioners. At this time, Cotter and the others had also surrounded them. A few retinues lifted Curtin and a few injured people up and quickly sent them to Asclepius for treatment. You go back to a safe place, Locke said directly to Cotter and the others without looking back. Only Cotter was the level 2 knight, and the others basically had no power to fight back in the face of the enemy. If they stayed here, there would be more casualties. Although Cotter was worried about Locke, he didn't disobey Locke's order and retreated with his men. You want to deal with all of us alone? Monroe thought Locke was crazy and arrogant. Did he think that he would be invincible after defeating a level 2 swordsman? Boy, I will break your bones. Tut, tut, how dare you dream of stopping 6 level 2 practitioners alone? You are courting death. The crowd of level 2 practitioners behind Monroe also burst into laughter. Since you want to die first, I'll fulfill your wish. Earthblade. With a sneer, he waved the magic wand. Monroe directly used the level 2 earth attack magic, Earthblade. Shoop shoop tilde. Blades condensed by the earth pierced out from the ground one by one. Locke's body spun and jumped up. He quickly retreated and avoided all the sharp blades. Now let me show you my magic. Dodging Monroe's attack, Locke condensed a fireball in his hand directly. Fireball spell. No. Why was his fireball red? Looking at the fireball in Locke's hand, Monroe trembled and cried out with his eyes wide open. This loser has actually become a mage. When the people behind Monroe saw that Locke used the fireball spell, the mocking expression on their faces suddenly froze. Didn't they say that Locke Capet couldn't become a mage without magic talent? While Monroe and the others were still in shock, the fireball in Locke's hand had been thrown in their direction. So what if you become a level 1 mage? I'm a level 2 mage. Although Monroe didn't know why the color of Locke's fireball was different, at the thought of his identity as a level 2 mage, Monroe was full of confidence. He waved the magic wand and a yellow shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom. The red fireball hit the shield. Chapter 34. Bang! The violent fire element exploded directly at the shield, but the defense of the earth magic was very strong. Under the explosion, the color of the shield only dimmed a little. It was so powerful. Although Monroe blocked Locke's fireball, he was still shocked by the power of the fireball spell. This might be as powerful as the level 2 fire magic attack. Capet, I admit that I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to use such a powerful fireball spell. Staring at Locke, Monroe took a deep breath. After exclaiming, he sneered and slowly analyzed. But this kind of attack must consume a lot of magic energy. You can't release it a few times, or the magic power will soon dry up. Magic power dried up. Locke looked at Monroe sarcastically and threw another fireball out. Boom. The fireball hit the shield, making it a little dim. When Monroe thought it was over, he saw another fireball in Locke's hand. This must be the last time. Capet was just bluffing. There must be not much magic element left in his body. Gritting his teeth, Monroe quickly injected the earth magic element into the shield. Boom. Another 2 fireballs hit Monroe's shield continuously. Why? This was the 5th one. Wouldn't Capet's magic power be exhausted? Seeing that Locke was still condensing the fireball, he roared in his heart and felt endless grievance. How could the dignified level 2 mage be beaten by a level 1 mage easily? Moreover, if Locke continued to attack him like this, he would lose sooner or later. However, he had no choice. Locke didn't give him any chance to release other magic. A warrior behind Monroe wanted to help but was forced back by Locke's fireball. At last, he had to hide behind Monroe. Boom! Puff! The 8th fireball hit Monroe, and he was directly thrown away by the strong impact. The black horse under Monroe's body was directly burned to ashes by the fireball spell, and the other two practitioners, who were close to him, were also directly thrown out by the huge shock wave. Master Locke, you are so strong now. Watching the explosion, Cotter felt his throat dry. His body trembled slightly, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. On the other side, Locke didn't relax his vigilance after knocking Monroe. He knew that the fireball spell didn't directly concentrate on Monroe, so Monroe couldn't be killed by him. Sure enough, Monroe covered his chest and got up from the ground. He stared at Locke, his eyes filled with fear. The situation has changed. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Picking up the magic wand on the ground, Monroe shouted in horror. However, the others looked at each other and could see that they had a hint of retreat. Noticing that the others didn't take action immediately but looked at Locke with fear, Monroe shouted, "He's just a mage. He defeated Vernal with a sneak attack just now. He's not strong in a close battle. I'll use magic to pin him down, and you'll wait for an opportunity to rush forward." While speaking, Monroe waved the magic wand and mobilized the magic element in his body. The earth in front of him began to tremble and several sharp stone walls were quickly condensed. Whoosh tilde, the stone wall dashed towards Locke. Yes, he had 6 level 2 practitioners. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was only the mage of level 1. Could he be invincible? Thinking of this, the rest of them finally regained their morale and rushed towards Locke. Seeing the 5 people coming at him, Locke didn't panic. He quickly condensed a fireball and threw it at the stone wall. Bang tilde, the fireball and the stone wall exploded in the air. At the same time, 2 warriors had rushed to Locke. "Watch out, Master Locke!" Cotter shouted, whose heart was in his throat. The crowd behind him clenched their fists and felt nervous. Monroe heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his men had rushed in front of Locke. When a mage was approached by warriors, he was in danger. Looking at warriors, who were less than 2 meters away from him, Locke raised the corners of his mouth and slowly raised his right hand. A faint blue light flashed in his palm. Something was wrong. The 2 warriors instinctively felt a little dangerous. "Hurry up! Kill him!" one of the warriors roared. The speed was even faster, and he slammed into Locke with a punch. He was confident that he could smash Locke into the meatloaf with one punch. However, he was still a step slower. A blue light quickly enlarged in his eyes. Boom! The man was directly exploded into pieces by the water ball spell. After taking care of one of them, Locke drew his long sword from his waist and hacked at the other. Bang tilde! The other one was shocked. Now seeing Locke coming at him again, he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have time to run for his life, so he didn't have the mood to continue attacking. In a hurry, he was even no match for Locke. He was killed by Locke in a few moves. The water ball spell. Monroe felt his heart beat violently, and his brain was buzzing. He was a little numb. A 2-typed mage. A loser not only had a body comparable to a warrior but also became a mage. More horribly, he was a 2-typed mage. Should this really exist? The other 2 practitioners, who came with Monroe, looked pale. Seeing their companions die like this, they had no intention of continuing to fight. They looked at each other and seemed to have made up their mind. The 2 of them jumped on the back of the horse and rode it to run away. "You still want to leave when you are here?" Locke sneered, and 2 small balls appeared in his hands, a blue one and a red one. Then he aimed at the targets and threw them out. Boom! With 2 loud sounds, 2 big holes appeared on the positions where the practitioners fled, and their bodies were torn into pieces by the violent magic element. "It's over." Seeing that the last 2 people were dead, Monroe's face was as pale as death, and he directly collapsed to the ground. Now that so many of them had been defeated, he was even more unlikely to be a match for Locke. "Next, it's time to kill you." With a murderous look on his face, Locke walked towards Monroe with a sword in his hand. "Sis tilde." The tip of the long sword drew a burst of sparks on the ground. Thump. Hearing the harsh sound of the long sword rubbing the ground, Monroe knelt directly and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Capet, I'm willing to report a piece of precious news. Please forgive me for my life." Pride and dignity were nothing in front of a life threat. It was not easy for him to reach a level 2 mage from practice. He still had a lot of good time to enjoy. He didn't want to die now. "Oh, tell me. I'll see if it can exchange your life." In front of Monroe, Locke stopped and didn't take action immediately. He could tell that Monroe and the others were not bandits. After all, no group of bandits could have such powerful strength, so now he was very curious about which force had been making trouble for him. Chapter 35. Seeing that he seemed to have a chance to live, the fear on Monroe's face decreased a little. He quickly said, "There is an iron mine on the mountain north of Lister." The Black Iron Mine? Even Locke was surprised to hear the words Black Iron Mine. He knew about the black iron ore. It was a good kind of ore used to make weapons. The appearance of the Black Iron Mine was often accompanied by a bloody scramble. After all, a black iron mine meant a huge amount of wealth. Locke didn't get dizzy by the unexpected fortune. He raised his long sword and said indifferently, "Your life is in my hands now. You have to think clearly about the consequences of lying to me." There was no residential area in the mountains in the north of Lister, so he only looked at it carelessly before. It was a deserted land. "I promise. What I said is true." Seeing Locke holding a long sword, Monroe trembled and promised loudly. It seemed that the man didn't lie to him. Looking at Monroe's frightened expression, Locke almost believed him. Locke asked slowly, "Now, it's time to tell me which force you come from." "I'm a member of the Brandon family. This land was originally chosen by Count Brandon. However, your father intervened. We were ordered by Count Brandon to disguise as bandits to destroy you and take over Lister." In the face of the danger of his life, Monroe spoke out everything he knew without reservation. It turned out that after knowing that Lister owned the Black Iron Mine, Count Brandon didn't want to alert anyone. He planned to get this territory to himself secretly, but he didn't expect that Locke's father took a step ahead and made it the territory of Locke. In fact, both Black Rock bandits and Osborne bandits were tools for the Brandon family to collect wealth. If a barren and remote territory was occupied by the bandits, not many people would care about it. Next, Count Brandon would send an army to annihilate the bandits and accept Lister openly. However, who would have thought that the Black Rock bandits and Osborne bandits would be killed by a person who was called a loser? After saying that, Monroe closed his mouth. He was not stupid. He did not threaten Locke with the Brandon family. He was very clear that it was completely stupid to provoke the other party at this time. However, Count Brandon would soon know the situation here, and he would send stronger people there. When the people of Sir Count came over, Locke Capit, "I must wash away today's shame." Although Monroe thought so, he didn't dare to show it. He carefully observed Locke's expression, fearing that Locke would regret and end his life with a sword strike. The Brandon family. Locke recalled the information of the Brandon family in his mind. The Brandon family was also a Count-level force, but as one of the top forces in Nathan County, it was far from something the Capet family could compare with. In a word, the two families were not at the same level. Humphrey. Even if Monroe was from the Brandon family, he should be prepared to pay the price for hitting him. Locke sneered in his heart, with a murderous look in his eyes. "Guards, take him down. If you find out what tricks he dares to play, kill him directly." Locke didn't plan to kill Monroe. After all, Monroe was a level 2 mage, so it might be useful. Cotter and the others also came over from afar and grabbed Monroe from the ground. After sending someone to take Monroe out, Locke went to check the injuries of Curtin and others. To their surprise, when they rushed back, the wounds of Curtin and other people had healed. "Mr. Asclepius, are you a noble healer?" Asclepius nodded with a smile, sort of. After regaining some of his divine power, he could directly use healing skills. According to the understanding of this world, he should be considered a healer. Mr. Asclepius was a healer. Creator, how stupid we were to doubt his medical skills. Cotter and the others were very shocked. First Miss Athena, and now Mr. Asclepius. Where did Master Locke find these two horrible people? Master Locke and Mr. Asclepius. "We leave first, please excuse us." Seeing that Curtin was safe and sound, Cotter felt relieved and left respectfully. It seemed that Asclepius needed to train a few healers for his territory. In the future, there would be more and more residents in Lister. It was inappropriate to ask Asclepius to cure everything in person. Watching receding figures of Cotter and the others, Locke suddenly came up with this idea. Ding, trigger the system task. Task. Train 4 healers. Task reward. It will be distributed according to the completion of the task. Just as Locke was thinking about this, the voice of the system came through. It was a huge project to train healers. A healer should first have the wood magic talent, and at the same time learn the relevant magic of the healer. However, since there was the system task, no matter how difficult it was, he had to complete it. Locke made up his mind. After all, the reward given by the system had never let him down. After Cotter and the others left, Locke told Asclepius that he wanted to train healers. Asclepius' eyes lit up and he stroked the beard on his chin. When the healers are trained, I'll have more time to study the pharmacopoeia, too. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I will first select a few children among the territory and teach them to know the medicinal materials and familiarize themselves with medicinal theory. But you also know that my practice method is not suitable for them, so you need to solve the practice method of healers in this world. No problem. I'll take care of the practice method of healers. Locke nodded with a smile. There was no practice method of healers in his territory, so he planned to go to the Bone City to have a look. However, the most important thing right now was the Black Iron Mine. If it really existed, then he wouldn't have to worry about gold coins in the future. After thinking for a while, Locke decided to find Athena. Seeing that Athena was reading a book on the wall, Locke asked, I heard from the mage that there is a black iron mine hidden in the mountains in the north of the territory. I'm going to have a look. Would you like to go with me? I've read a book for so long. Just take it as stretching my body. Athena closed the book in her hand and stretched herself leisurely. Then she stood up and said, Let's go. A gentle breeze blew a few strands of hair at the girl's temples. When Athena stretched herself, her curvaceous figure made Locke's heart beat faster. Looking at Athena's back, Locke smiled helplessly. Athena was getting more and more casual in front of him. Chapter 36. Up mountains were located in the west of Lister. It was a range of deserted mountains. Most of the mountains were covered with snow that didn't melt all year round. From the mountainsides to the foot of the mountains, there were spruce forests. Although these spruce forests were not as vast and boundless as the primeval forests, there were also many wild animals hidden within them and even magical beasts. If one was not careful, he would be in danger. Compared with other places, the environment here was much worse, so the residents of Lister seldom came here. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, Locke couldn't help but doubt, is there really a black iron mine in this mountain range? In the depths of the mountains, I felt a kind of strange stones. This should be the black iron ore you mentioned, right? Her eyes retreated from the mountains. Athena turned to Locke and said, as our mountains were located on the border of Lister, she didn't pay much attention to it. Just now, she checked it carefully and found that there were indeed some different rocks on the ground. It seems that there are some black iron ores. We are going to make a fortune. Hearing Athena's words, Locke couldn't wait any longer. He jumped off the horse and said, the road in the mountain forest is rugged, and the horses are not suitable for walking. It seems that we need to walk in. As he spoke, he had tied the horse to the tree. Looking at Locke's greedy face, Athena smiled speechlessly. Look at you. It's just a kind of ores. You say it easily. You are not the lord and don't need to worry about the expenses of the territory. Locke retorted unconvincingly, pouting. Soon, the two tied up the horses and were ready to set off. Wait, I have a faster way. Locke had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by Athena. What is the method? Locke turned his head in confusion. When he saw the sly smile on Athena's face, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his mind. The next moment, he felt a burst of huge divine power enveloping his body. Then, a strong sense of weightlessness came. When he came to his senses, he was more than 10 meters away from the ground. I'm flying. Looking at the more distant ground, Locke's voice was trembling lightly. He couldn't believe it. I'm a god. Isn't it normal for me to know how to fly? Looking at Locke's frightened face, Athena asked with a light smile, why didn't you tell me that you could fly in the air? Have you ever asked? Locke. Half an hour later, puff tilde, the two fell to the ground and stepped on it again. Feeling the soft touch from the ground, Locke breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, his face was a little pale. It was still a little scary in the air of dozens of meters. Although he had taken a plane in his previous life, it was completely different now. There was nothing under his feet during the whole process, as if he was stepping on the air, giving him a sense of fear that he would fall at any time. After taking a few deep breaths, Locke's pale face finally recovered a little. Have we arrived? Locke looked around curiously but found no traces of ores around. There is still some distance, but there is an interesting thing here. Athena looked ahead as if she had found something interesting. Howl tilde. Just as Locke was thinking about what Athena meant by the last sentence, he heard a wolf howl. A magical beast. Locke didn't hesitate. The fireball spell in his hand had taken shape. When he was about to throw the fireball spell out, Athena reached out her hand to stop him. Seeing this, Locke scattered the fireball spell in his hand. Since Athena thought it was okay, he didn't have to do that. A few seconds later, a huge silver-white figure appeared in front of the two. Looking at this sudden appearance of the magical beast, Locke was slightly stunned, his face a little surprised. This is the same Ice Wolf King that attacked the carriage when he first arrived in Lister. However, Locke sensed a stronger aura than before from the Ice Wolf King. Did this Ice Wolf King become a level 2 magical beast? This Ice Wolf King has a special bloodline. Looking at the Ice Wolf King, Athena analyzed, there seems to be an ancient power in his blood. It should be the blood power called in this world. Locke was shocked by Athena's explanation. Wasn't the blood power only available to the powerful races passed down from ancient times? For example, the dragon race, Beam Giant Beast, Phoenix, and other powerful races. This Ice Wolf in front of him also had the blood power. When Locke was amazed, the Ice Wolf King stared at Athena with a hint of humane fear in his big eyes. Looking at the Ice Wolf King, Locke couldn't help laughing. It seemed that the Ice Wolf King in front of him was scared by Athena's attack. There seemed to be a flash of struggle in the eyes of the Ice Wolf King. Then he slowly walked towards Locke and Athena as if he had made up his mind. What does he want to do? Locke was confused. It seemed that the Ice Wolf King was not going to attack the two of them. However, the small universe in his body still started to revolve, secretly mobilizing the divine power to prevent the sudden attack of the Ice Wolf King. Under Locke's confused gaze, the Ice Wolf King approached the two of them. To Locke's surprise, the Ice Wolf King stopped 2 meters away from them and began to growl. In that voice, Locke seemed to hear a hint of flattery. Yes, the Ice Wolf King was flattering them. Do you want to follow us? Looking at the Ice Wolf King, Athena asked. The Ice Wolf King nodded quickly and then whispered twice in a flattering way. How could Ice Wolf King be so intelligent? Locke felt a little curious. Normally, before level 4, the magical beasts had some intelligence, but they were still unable to think like humans. Their intelligence was equivalent to a child of 7 or 8 years old. Only when they reached level 4 and the brains of magical beasts had been completely developed, it was said that level 8 magical beasts could transform into humans. I can't make a decision. This is his place. You need to ask him. Athena shook her head with a smile and looked at Locke. Ask me? Locke was speechless. This kind of thing didn't need to ask him. Moreover, Athena should already know how he would choose. Hearing Athena's words, the Ice Wolf King turned his head to Locke, with obvious flattery in his big eyes. Of course, Locke was looking forward to having a level 2 magical beast in his side. You can follow us. Locke nodded and reminded, but you can't kill anyone after arriving in the territory. Okay. Hearing Locke's words, the Ice Wolf King let out a joyful groan and nodded his head quickly. Locke found that the Ice Wolf King was quite cute. Since the Ice Wolf King had lived here for so long, he should know where the Black Iron Mine was. Thinking of this, Locke asked the Ice Wolf King, "We are looking for the Black Iron Mine. Do you know where it is?" But Locke found that he was wrong. The Ice Wolf King looked at him in confusion, as if he didn't know what the Black Iron Mine was. Seeing that Locke and the Ice Wolf King were staring at each other, Athena smiled helplessly, left them behind, and walked deep into the mountains. The Black Iron Mine you mentioned should be in front of us. Let's continue walking. Chapter 37 found the mineral resources and called the third god. The two and a wolf continued to walk into the depths of the mountain range. The jungle became low and finally disappeared. A scene full of black gravels appeared in front of Locke and the others. To everyone's surprise, the gravels were not ordinary rocks. They were sharp edges, and they were black crystal stones that had been smashed, reflecting a deep luster in the sun. It was an open-air mine. Locke trotted over and picked up a crystal-like ore. Feeling the coldness from the ore, he breathed more heavily. Yes, this was the appearance of the black iron ore he had seen on the books. It's really the Black Iron Mine. Holding the ore, Locke shouted as he waved at Athena behind him with an excited expression. Athena also walked up slowly and looked at the ores in Locke's hands. The Ice Wolf King tilted his head and sniffed at an ore on the ground. Then he walked away in disgust. Seeing Locke holding the ore excitedly, his eyes revealed a kind of humanized doubt. Was the man stupid? Locke held a stone and giggled. Ding, I have detected that host has obtained a Black Iron Mine. Congratulations to host for obtaining a summon card. The familiar cold voice of the system came to Locke's mind again. An opportunity to summon? Was this double happiness? Looking at the summoning card in the system zone, Locke was extremely excited. Without hesitation, he took out the summoning card and was ready to summon. Seeing that Locke took out a mysterious card, Athena seemed to have guessed something. She stared at the card quietly with a curious expression. With Locke's click, the summoning card trembled slightly, and the light door appeared in front of Locke for the third time. Is this the door of summoning? Staring at the light door, Athena's face changed slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The power of summoning gods at will might have surpassed Zeus, the king of gods. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were indeed more mysterious and powerful existences. Divine light full of the light door, a tall figure stepped out. A few seconds later, a muscular man with a giant hammer appeared in front of the two men and a wolf. The strong man looked around in surprise. God of forging, Hephaestus. Looking at the strong man, Athena called out his name. Athena. Hearing that, Hephaestus's face froze. He was surprised to meet an acquaintance. He put the hammer on his shoulder and smiled. It seems that I'm not the first person to come here. Locke didn't expect that he would summon the god of forging, Hephaestus, this time. Wow, it's the system. What I lack comes. The joy in Locke's heart was indescribable. He restrained his excitement and greeted with a smile. Hello, Hephaestus. I'm Locke Capit. When Hephaestus walked towards Locke, he shook slightly as if he was limping. But it didn't affect his speed at all. Locke curiously looking at Locke from head to toe, Hephaestus smiled and reached out his hand. Hello, Locke. After greeting Locke, Hephaestus waved at Ice Wolf King and said, hello. The Ice Wolf King looked at Hephaestus with a little fear. He also felt a threatening aura from Hephaestus. Seeing Hephaestus greeting him, the Ice Wolf King responded with a low voice. Locke felt funny when he saw Hephaestus greeting the Ice Wolf King. This god of forging seemed to be more enthusiastic than Asclepius. Hephaestus picked up the black iron ore on the ground, nodded, and said with satisfaction, well, not bad. There are ores that can be used to forge here. Although the quality is a little poor, they can still make a lot of things. Locke finally realized that this god of forging was really obsessed with refining skills. Since we have found the location of the ores, let's go back first. I'll arrange for someone to mine. Looking at Athena and the newly summoned Hephaestus, Locke suggested with a smile. Athena nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Hephaestus and the Ice Wolf King and said with a faint smile, you two, go back by yourselves. After saying that, Athena and Locke turned into a beam of light and flew towards the direction they came. Although the divine power in my body is not strong, it is still possible to follow them. Looking in the direction where Athena and Locke disappeared, Hephaestus turned to the Ice Wolf King and said, then I'm leaving now. You go back alone. After saying that, Hephaestus floated up and flew in the direction of Athena. Seeing that everyone had left, the Ice Wolf King began to run wildly. Although there were many stone bushes in the forest, they did not affect the speed of the Ice Wolf King at all. In a few breaths, the Ice Wolf King had disappeared from the open space and entered the forest. In midair, Locke opened the attribute panel. Host, Locke Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Profession, Divinity Practitioner. Level, the Sixth Sense. Summoning God 1, Athena. Fondness, Friendly, 20. Faith point, 180. Summoning God 2, Asclepius. Fondness, Normal, 60. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the Divine Temple. Summoning God 3, Hephaestus. Fondness, Neutral, 0. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the Divine Temple. Unknowingly, there were already 3 gods. Looking at the gradually enriched attribute panel, Locke was in a good mood. In about 40 minutes, Locke and Athena arrived at the place where they had tied the horses. A few minutes later, Hephaestus also arrived. To Locke's surprise, the speed of the Ice Wolf King was also quite fast, but less than 10 minutes behind them. As soon as the Ice Wolf King appeared, the 2 horses became restless. Although the Ice Wolf King had restrained his hostility, the natural pressure brought by the level 2 magical beast still made the 2 black horses jump uneasily. If they flew over like this, the residents of Lister would be scared to death. Therefore, the 3 of them decided to choose a low profile. The Ice Wolf King naturally became one of the riders. Just as the 3 of them were discussing who would ride the Ice Wolf King, the Ice Wolf King took a weak look at Hephaestus and moved closer to Locke and Athena. It seems that I can only ride a horse. Seeing the Ice Wolf King's expression, Hephaestus shrugged his shoulders and seemed to have some regrets. And Athena seemed to prefer riding the horse, so only Locke was left. The Ice Wolf King squatted down obediently to let Locke sit on him. Locke found that riding on the Ice Wolf King didn't make him uncomfortable as he thought it would be. Let's go. Riding on the Ice Wolf King, Locke felt a little proud suddenly in his mind. The Ice Wolf King roared and ran towards Lister. Howl tilde. A howl of a wolf passed through the buildings and spread in the residential area of Lister. Damn it, wolves are coming to attack our territory. The expression on Cotter's face changed and he rushed out with his big sword. Judging from the wolves howling just now, the strength of the wolves coming this time was much stronger than last time. In addition to Cotter, Curtin and the others also rushed towards the wolf howl with weapons. Click click tilde. It was getting closer. Hearing the sound of sharp claws rubbing against the ground from afar, Cotter and the others couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They are coming, Cotter reminded Curtin and others. At dusk, a vigorous figure rushed to the residence area of Lister. Something is wrong. Looking at the figure of the giant wolf, Cotter narrowed his eyes and seemed to see something incredible. On the back of the giant wolf, there seemed to be a familiar figure. The moment they saw the figure clearly, both the guards including Cotter and the residents who came to help with defense were completely petrified. Chapter 37. The two and the wolf continued to walk into the depths of the mountain range. The jungle became low and finally disappeared. A scene full of black gravels appeared in front of Locke and the others. To everyone's surprise, the gravels were not ordinary rocks. They were sharp edges, and they were black crystal stones that had been smashed, reflecting a deep luster in the sun. It was an open-air mine. Locke trotted over and picked up a crystal-like ore. Feeling the coldness from the ore, he breathed more heavily. Yes, this was the appearance of the black iron ore he had seen on the books. It's really the black iron mine. Holding the ore, Locke shouted as he waved at Athena behind him with an excited expression. Athena also walked up slowly and looked at the ores in Locke's hands. The Ice Wolf King tilted his head and sniffed at an ore on the ground. Then he walked away in disgust. Seeing Locke holding the ore excitedly, his eyes revealed a kind of humanized doubt. Was the man stupid? Locke held a stone and giggled. Ding, I have detected that host has obtained a black iron mine. Congratulations to host for obtaining a summon card. The familiar cold voice of the system came to Locke's mind again. An opportunity to summon? Was this double happiness? Looking at the summoning card in the system zone, Locke was extremely excited. Without hesitation, he took out the summoning card and was ready to summon. Seeing that Locke took out a mysterious card, Athena seemed to have guessed something. She stared at the card quietly with a curious expression. With Locke's click, the summoning card trembled slightly, and the light door appeared in front of Locke for the third time. Is this the door of summoning? Staring at the light door, Athena's face changed slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The power of summoning gods at will might have surpassed Zeus, the king of gods. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were indeed more mysterious and powerful existences. Divine light full of the light door, a tall figure stepped out. A few seconds later, a muscular man with a giant hammer appeared in front of the two men and a wolf. The strong man looked around in surprise. God of forging, Hephaestus. Looking at the strong man, Athena called out his name. Athena. Hearing that, Hephaestus's face froze. He was surprised to meet an acquaintance. He put the hammer on his shoulder and smiled. It seems that I'm not the first person to come here. Locke didn't expect that he would summon the god of forging, Hephaestus, this time. Wow, it's the system. What I lack comes. The joy in Locke's heart was indescribable. He restrained his excitement and greeted with a smile. Hello, Hephaestus. I'm Locke Capit. When Hephaestus walked towards Locke, he shook slightly as if he was limping. But it didn't affect his speed at all. Locke curiously looking at Locke from head to toe. Hephaestus smiled and reached out his hand. Hello, Locke. After greeting Locke, Hephaestus waved at Ice Wolf King and said, hello. The Ice Wolf King looked at Hephaestus with a little fear. He also felt a threatening aura from Hephaestus. Seeing Hephaestus greeting him, the Ice Wolf King responded with a low voice. Locke felt funny when he saw Hephaestus greeting the Ice Wolf King. This god of forging seemed to be more enthusiastic than Asclepius. Hephaestus picked up the black iron ore on the ground, nodded, and said with satisfaction, well, not bad. There are ores that can be used to forge here. Although the quality is a little poor, they can still make a lot of things. Locke finally realized that this god of forging was really obsessed with refining skills. Since we have found the location of the ores, let's go back first. I'll arrange for someone to mine. Looking at Athena and the newly summoned Hephaestus, Locke suggested with a smile. Athena nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Hephaestus and the Ice Wolf King and said with a faint smile, "You two, go back by yourselves." After saying that, Athena and Locke turned into a beam of light and flew towards the direction they came. Although the divine power in my body is not strong, it is still possible to follow them. Looking in the direction where Athena and Locke disappeared, Hephaestus turned to the Ice Wolf King and said, "Then I'm leaving now. You go back alone." After saying that, Hephaestus floated up and flew in the direction of Athena. Seeing that everyone had left, the Ice Wolf King began to run wildly. Although there were many stone bushes in the forest, they did not affect the speed of the Ice Wolf King at all. In a few breaths, the Ice Wolf King had disappeared from the open space and entered the forest. In midair, Locke opened the attribute panel. Host, Locke Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lister. Profession, Divinity Practitioner. Level, the sixth sense. Summoning God 1, Athena. Fondness, friendly. 20. Faith point, 180. Summoning God 2, Asclepius. Fondness, normal, 60. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the Divine Temple. Summoning God 3, Hephaestus. Fondness, neutral, 0. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the Divine Temple. Unknowingly, there were already 3 gods. Looking at the gradually enriched attribute panel, Locke was in a good mood. In about 40 minutes, Locke and Athena arrived at the place where they had tied the horses. A few minutes later, Hephaestus also arrived. To Locke's surprise, the speed of the Ice Wolf King was also quite fast, but less than 10 minutes behind them. As soon as the Ice Wolf King appeared, the 2 horses became restless. Although the Ice Wolf King had restrained his hostility, the natural pressure brought by the level 2 magical beast still made the 2 black horses jump uneasily. If they flew over like this, the residents of Lister would be scared to death. Therefore, the 3 of them decided to choose a low profile. The Ice Wolf King naturally became one of the riders. Just as the 3 of them were discussing who would ride the Ice Wolf King, the Ice Wolf King took a weak look at Hephaestus and moved closer to Locke and Athena. "It seems that I can only ride a horse." Seeing the Ice Wolf King's expression, Hephaestus shrugged his shoulders and seemed to have some regrets. And Athena seemed to prefer riding the horse, so only Locke was left. The Ice Wolf King squatted down obediently to let Locke sit on him. Locke found that riding on the Ice Wolf King didn't make him uncomfortable as he thought it would be. "Let's go." Riding on the Ice Wolf King, Locke felt a little proud suddenly in his mind. The Ice Wolf King roared and ran towards Lister. Howl tilde. A howl of a wolf passed through the buildings and spread in the residential area of Lister. "Damn it, wolves are coming to attack our territory." The expression on Cotter's face changed and he rushed out with his big sword. Judging from the wolves howling just now, the strength of the wolves coming this time was much stronger than last time. In addition to Cotter, Curtin and the others also rushed towards the wolf howl with weapons. Click click tilde. It was getting closer. Hearing the sound of sharp claws rubbing against the ground from afar, Cotter and the others couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. "They are coming," Cotter reminded Curtin and others. At dusk, a vigorous figure rushed to the residence area of Lister. Something is wrong. Looking at the figure of the giant wolf, Cotter narrowed his eyes and seemed to see something incredible. On the back of the giant wolf, there seemed to be a familiar figure. The moment they saw the figure clearly, both the guards including Cotter and the residents who came to help with defense were completely petrified. Chapter 38. Locke jumped off the Ice Wolf King. Seeing that Cotter and the others were ready to face a formidable enemy, he said helplessly, "Restrain yourself, you made such a big noise." The Ice Wolf King let out a low cry as if he had acknowledged his mistake. On the other side, Cotter and the others all took a deep breath and looked at Locke and Ice Wolf King in disbelief. When did the level 2 magical beast become so obedient and easygoing? At this time, their minds were full of questions. "Can't you recognize me?" Locke made fun of them when he saw that they were stunned and didn't respond for a long time. "Master Locke, This Ice Wolf King? Cotter stared at the Ice Wolf King nervously, fearing that the Ice Wolf King would burst out and hurt people. Cotter felt a strong sense of threat from the Wolf King. He was very clear that although they both were at level 2, he was definitely not a match for the Ice Wolf King. I met him in the jungle with Athena. Now he has surrendered to us. Locke patted the Ice Wolf King's head and explained with a smile. After saying that, he said to Cotter, from now on, she will be the guardian magical beast of our territory. Surrendered? Guardian magical beast? Looking at the Ice Wolf King standing honestly at the side, Cotter and the others were all shocked. Master Locke subdued the magical beast of level 2. There is actually a magical beast of level 2 in Lister. The level 2 magical beast is also our guardian magical beast. Lister's residents felt a little unreal suddenly. Just as everyone was excited, another sound of hoofbeats came. The two of them, Athena and Hephaestus, had arrived. Looking at the strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall and holding a giant hammer, Cotter and the others were shocked again. Of course, they knew Athena, but who was the person who suddenly appeared now? Miss Athena and Mr. Asclepius also appeared suddenly like this. Could it be that this person in front of them? Then Asclepius walked out with a smile. Hephaestus, I didn't expect it to be you this time. As soon as Asclepius sensed the smell of Hephaestus, he rushed over immediately. Asclepius, I didn't expect you to arrive here earlier. Hephaestus laughed and hugged Asclepius. Sure enough, they knew each other. Looking at the two people who were just like old friends, Cotter confirmed his guess. Master Locke became more and more mysterious. Cotter sighed again, but he had been watching Master Locke grow up. Master Locke had been living in Fisk City and had never come into contact with these people. While Hephaestus and Asclepius were greeting each other, Locke said to Cotter, Uncle Cotter, there is indeed a black iron mine in the mountains. The black iron mine actually exists. Cotter took a deep breath and became excited. However, after excitement, his face was covered with a layer of dark clouds. This was a black iron mine. Could they keep it, which the noble families were fighting for? Although our enemies were very powerful, no matter what decision Master Locke made, we would carry it out. Master Locke, what are you going to do now? With determination in his eyes, Cotter asked, since the black iron mine is in Lister, it belongs to me. No one can take it away. Locke smiled faintly and said in a very confident tone. Then he ordered Cotter, now, our first task is to mine ores. I'll arrange it now and start mining as soon as possible. Cotter nodded. There were nearly 200 bandits captives in Lister. The labor force was abundant. Cotter continued to ask, are we going to contact the weapon forging towers and the weapon forging workshops in the Bone City to expand the channels for selling the black iron ores? Don't hurry. Locke shook his head. With the help of the black iron mine, in addition to the god of forging, they had to change the weapons in their territory first to improve their overall combat effectiveness, so that they could better deal with the subsequent crisis. Thinking of this, he said to Cotter, after mining ores out, transport them directly to the open space beside the castle. I want to build a weapon workshop there. When the castle was built, several spare rooms were built around it. Now, these rooms only needed a little reconstruction to be used as a workshop. A weapon workshop. After a short pause, Cotter smiled bitterly and said, Master Locke, don't you remember that we don't have a forger? Besides, it will be an expensive expense to invite a forger to refine weapons. In Ikasa continent, in addition to healers, there were array mages, who studied arrays, and beast trainers, who could tame powerful magical beasts to fight for them. As for forgers, they were specialized in forging weapons. Who said we don't have a forger? Locke smiled mysteriously and then looked in the direction of Hephaestus. We have the best forger in the world. Did we have our forger? This time, Cotter was stunned. When did we have a forger? Even in the Bone City, there were only 2 forgers of level 1, let alone our small territory. Noticing that Locke was looking at Hephaestus, Cotter was shocked and then thought of a possibility. Was he the most expensive forger? Thinking of this possibility, Cotter's breath became faster and faster. The forgers were a group of superior existences. Now there was a forger in the territory. With a smile on his face, Hephaestus came over and said to Locke, I want to handle the workshop myself. Locke nodded. Hephaestus was a forger, so it should be easy for him to change a workshop. Excited, Cotter went to arrange for someone to mine the black iron mine. In just one night, Hephaestus had renovated the workshop, the forging furnaces, forging tables, quenching tanks, files, Looking at the rows of dazzling forging tools, Locke was surprised. What's more, as long as they stepped into the workshop, the air around them became a little hot. My former forging field was connected to the earth fire, and the scale was many times larger than this. There was no earth fire here, so the three of us worked together to set up a small array. With my special divine power, we created the effects of lava. Hephaestus was quite satisfied with the current workshop and explained to Locke with a smile. As Locke approached, he saw the boiling lava in the furnaces, and the hot breath came from time to time. If anyone fell into the lava, he or she would die, not leaving corpses. At the same time, Cotter had found the location of the black iron mine and arranged for more people to mine it. Because the black iron was very hard, it was very difficult to mine it. 2 days later, a cart of black ores was finally transported to the castle. Chapter 39. The two of them, Athena and Asclepius, were already used to the forging skills. They didn't have any curiosity and were doing their things in the castle. Only Locke was interested in forging skills, so he went to the workshop to see the process of weapon forging. After they got the black iron ores, they couldn't use them directly but needed to refine the ores. With a wave of his big hand, a full cart of ores weighing up to 1,000 pounds was carried into the forging furnace by the great divine power. Swoosh tilde. A dark red flame appeared in Hephaestus's hand. Locke clearly felt that the flame was several times stronger than the one he and Athena condensed with the fire element. Suddenly, Hephaestus threw the flame in his hand into the forging furnace. Boom! The fire inside the forging furnace flickered. The glittering black iron ores were directly ignited. The originally hard black iron ores now had little bubbles on their surface. And then they began to melt like the cheese in the microwave. Hephaestus was the god who had the title of fire god at the same time. Looking at the powerful flame that could melt black iron, Locke sighed secretly. 10 minutes passed. The black iron ores in the forging furnace had turned into a mass of slightly black thick liquid. The black thick liquid in the forging furnace began to stir automatically. To Locke's surprise, the liquid began to change during the stirring. A small part of the liquid turned pure black, and most of the liquid turned multicolored. Hephaestus waved his hand again. Something in the forging furnace was opened, and a multicolored mixture of unknown substances flowed out from the left mouth of the forging furnace. Soon, there were only about 5 liters of pure black liquid left in the forging furnace. Are these all not necessary? Locke asked curiously as he looked at the gradually cooling multicolored mixture. Although he was not familiar with the forging skills, looking at these things, they did not look like anything good. Hephaestus nodded and said, "Yes, these are the impurities in the black iron ores." After separating most of the impurities, Hephaestus did not stop extracting. The pure black liquid in the forging furnace was still flowing, tearing, and combining rapidly. Another half an hour later, the liquid in the forging furnace stopped and another pile of impurities was separated. It can be called black iron liquid now. Looking at the black iron liquid in the forging furnace, Hephaestus said with satisfaction. After the refinement was finished, under the control of Hephaestus, the black iron liquid flew out of the forging furnace and landed on the sword-shaped mold prepared in advance. Soon, a pure black iron sword appeared in front of Locke. Half an hour later, the iron was completely cooled down. Hephaestus lifted the iron with divine power and threw it into the forging furnace. Within a minute, the iron weapon had turned red. Another minute later, he took out the iron weapon. Ding clang, ding clang. Hephaestus grabbed the hammer placed aside and began to beat it. Blue veins stood out on his arms. Soon, under the hammer's attack, the blade of the sword turned into a thin piece. With a sweep of Hephaestus's arm, the thin piece seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and then folded together. Ding clang. After folding, he continued to beat. Hephaestus threw it into the forging furnace, heated it until turning red, then he took it out. Beating, folding again and again, according to the introduction of Hephaestus. This was a process of forging, repeating fold forging, and further extracting impurities to improve the toughness of black iron. A sword like this usually needed over 10,000 times of forging. After several times of folding, there were more than 10 layers of obvious texture on the iron weapon. Shocked, Locke suddenly remembered that he had obtained the drawing of the sword in the stone when he completed the planting task last time. Thinking of this, he took out the drawing and handed it to Hephaestus. He asked expectantly, "I have a drawing of the sword in the stone. Can you forge it now?" The sword in the stone is a good weapon. After reading the drawing for a long time, Hephaestus said slowly, although the structure is a little complicated, it's not a problem for me. The sword in the stone made of this low-grade iron won't be of much high level. He put away the drawing and said with a smile, with your current strength, you can't control the sword in the stone. Even it's in front of you. Locke nodded with a smile. High-level weapons often had their consciousness and would reject low-level users. After handing the design drawing to Hephaestus, Locke found that it was late and decided to go back to have a rest. Don't you need to keep an eye on it? Seeing Hephaestus was also preparing to leave with him, Locke was a little surprised. I am a god. Hephaestus laughed, turned around, and walked towards the castle. The sound of forging iron came from the workshop before Locke could understand what Hephaestus meant. After a short pause, Locke shrugged helplessly. It seemed that he thought too much. Hephaestus was the god of forging. He didn't need to stay by the side of the iron all the time like ordinary forgers. After forging, compounding, engraving, quenching, sharpening, and other complicated craftsmanship, 10 days later, the first batch of weapons had come out. There were 6 long swords, 2 long blades, and 2 big swords. There were 10 level 2 weapons in total. As soon as the weapons came out, Locke distributed the exclusive weapons to Cotter, Curtin, Sam, and Becky first. As for the other retinues and subordinates, they were not even practitioners now. Even if they had level 2 weapons, they could not play many roles. So to encourage practice, Locke sent a notice directly. As long as one became the level 1 practitioner, he could get a level 2 weapon. When they knew that as long as they became level 1 practitioners, they would be able to obtain level 2 weapons, everyone was shocked and activated the crazy practice mode. On the training ground outside the castle curtain, this is the first time I've seen such a superb carving technique. Looking at the carved texture on the big sword in his hand, Cotter exclaimed, I'm afraid it's not just the carving technique. Look at the pattern in the sword like flowing water. It's perfect. How about we try the strength of this weapon? Curtin suggested, looking at the big sword. With his eyes lit up, Cotter said without hesitation, okay, let's try my level 1 big sword. He was also very curious about the power of the level 2 big sword. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, the original big sword of Cotter was directly cut into 2 pieces. When they looked at the big black iron sword, there was only a trace of being scratched on the blade. Broken. How so powerful? I'm afraid the hardness of this big sword is about to catch up with a level 3 weapon. Curtin said in strong shock. Ordinary level 2 big swords couldn't easily break the level 1 big swords. Yes, this is definitely the top weapon of level 2. Cotter said in a trembling voice, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. As a practitioner, the weapon was the greatest help in the battle. Think about it. If 2 level 2 practitioners had a life and death battle, and one of their weapons was directly cut off by the other party, how could continue the fight? In the heart of Cotter and the others, the status of Hephaestus had risen again. Perhaps Master Locke didn't lie to them. Hephaestus was really the best forger in the world. Locke discussed with Hephaestus and decided to forge some weapons and sell them. Half a month later, Hephaestus had forged 30 level 1 weapons and 10 level 2 weapons. Of course, the weapons of level 1 and level 2 were not comparable to the weapons of level 1 and level 2 forged by ordinary forgers. On the second day, with this batch of weapons, the crowd headed for Bone City with great momentum. Chapter 40. At noon, a city of more than 10 meters high appeared in front of everyone. This was the Bone City. It covered an area of more than 30 square kilometers and was the largest city in several nearby territories. After paying the entrance fee, the crowd entered Bone City. The streets were lined with houses, signs and flags of stores were flying, and the streets were crowded with people. It was a lively and prosperous scene. Looking at the constant stream of people on the street, Locke sighed. This seems to be the first time I've seen such a prosperous scene in months. Locke felt that things had changed. When he came to Lister, there was nothing. In just a few months, he obtained the god system and summoned 3 gods. He also practiced the small universe and became the level 1 mage. If those people had known his current situation, they would have been shocked. Athena, Asclepius, and Hephaestus also looked curiously at the first city they saw after they came to this world. Of course, Hephaestus didn't take out the hammer. Otherwise, a strong man carrying a hammer would frighten many people. Cotter took his retinues to deliver the weapons for sale to the stationed post. At the same time, Locke decided to take Athena and the others to feel the food in the world. There were only potatoes, the existing crops in Lister, and these potatoes were not mature yet. Most of the food supply was bought from Bone City by men sent by Locke. The variety and richness of food were naturally not as good as that of Bone City. About more than 10 minutes later, Locke and the three of them arrived at a Lebanon hotel that was over 10 meters high. Lebanon Hotel was a typical Gothic building. The west side was the entrance of the front door, and above was an exquisitely carved rose window. The east side was surrounded by a corridor, and the whole outside was exquisitely carved, looking magnificent. However, after taking a glance at the images of the carvings on the pillars, Hephaestus was not interested in them at all. The sculptor is not good at carvings, the textures are not smooth enough, his carving action is not fluent. Look at the rose window, the design is in a mess, I can't even stand it. Besides, look at that statue, it has no facial details and glassy eyes. It's a waste of sculpture materials. Hephaestus didn't try to hide his voice and began to comment casually. The aristocrats around him gradually darkened their faces after hearing what he said. Not everyone is a master of forging like you. Noticing the change in the people's eyes, Locke said helplessly, if you continue, I'm afraid we won't be able to have dinner today. Hephaestus stopped and saw the nobles around him staring at him angrily. It was known that this Lebanon Hotel was one of the landmark buildings in Bone City. It was famous for its exquisite and gorgeous design. The nobles in Bone City often came here for fun. Now, there was a person who said it was a bad place. He was humiliating the nobles. You have done a bad job. Why don't you let others talk about it? Hephaestus grumbled. And even though he said so, he stopped. Athena and Asclepius gave helpless smiles and followed Locke to the hall. A meal here would cost at least dozens of gold coins. According to Icasa Continent's conversion, 1 gold coin was equal to 100 coins and 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins. A gold coin was the monthly expense of many ordinary families. According to Locke's previous economic level, he wouldn't spend hundreds of gold coins to have a meal here. But now it was different. He had made a huge fortune when he dealt with the bandits. The weapons he was going to sell were estimated to be worth more than 100,000 gold coins. As soon as Locke and the others entered the hall, a tall maid with bared long legs came up to them. Distinguished guests, welcome to Lebanon Hotel. What can we do for you? The maid was highly cultivated, and her voice was soft and pleasant to hear. All the maids recognized Locke as a noble at the first sight because Locke was dressed in aristocratic clothes. Oh my God, he was so handsome. Looking at Locke's handsome face secretly, the maid blushed and her heart skipped a beat. Did this noble master just arrive in Bone City? The maid thought to herself. As the person in charge of reception, she had seen almost all the nobles in Bone City, but she had never seen Locke. But she didn't think she had a chance. Looking at the noble, beautiful and elegant Athena beside Locke, the maid felt a little dejected in her eyes. Arrange a big private room for us. Locke nodded with a smile. Soon, the maid led Locke and the others to the private room. Filet steak, crispy goose liver with mushroom, caviar seafood platter. Locke, Asclepius, and Hephaestus ordered more than 10 dishes. In addition to these, Athena also ordered 7 or 8 desserts, such as tiramisu, marzipan, saku cake, and so on. A meal cost more than 1,000 gold coins. Looking at the dishes ordered by Locke and others, the maid was a little surprised. Even in Bone City, few people could eat thousands of gold coins for a meal. Lebanon Hotel was very efficient. Within half an hour, all the dishes had been served. Although the skill of carving is not very good, the food in this world is good, Hephaestus said with satisfaction while chewing the beef. Asclepius was also eating with his head down and nodding sullenly, still approving of Hephaestus' words. Athena, on the other hand, enjoyed the food elegantly. Bang tilde. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A young man broke in, followed by 2 guards. The young man was wearing a trainee magic robe, with his royal-style curly hair covering his shoulder. He raised his head, looked down at the people in the room arrogantly, and finally stopped on Locke. When the young man saw Locke, he was first stunned, and then smiled contemptuously. I heard from my subordinate that someone bragged that the hotel's carving is low-end. Then the young man walked in and looked at Locke arrogantly. Now I see you. Locke Capit. I seem to understand. Church Yalman. Looking at the young man who came in, Locke frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, Locke finally remembered his name. In addition to the students of Mage Academy also set up a magic awakening class to teach the magic principles of children who hadn't awakened magic talent. The man in front of him was called Church Yalman, the son of a viscount, who was in the same class as Locke. Locke didn't like a playboy like Yalman, so they didn't get along well. Chapter 41. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Church, Locke's eyes were slightly cold, and he said lightly, "Church Yalman, you are not welcome here. Please get out." Locke's cold words ignited the flames of anger in Church's eyes. "Why, you were a loser now. Why did you still keep a proud look?" Especially when he saw Athena beside Locke. He was so jealous that he almost lost his temper. Yes, Locke Capet used to be the most talented student in the magic class, but why was he now a loser with beautiful women? Calm, Church was repeating in his mind. "I'm an apprentice mage now, and my status was much higher than Locke's." Taking a deep breath, Church looked better. He looked at Locke and said regretfully, "I heard that our former the first genius of Nathan County became the Lord of Lister. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true." "Lister? That's a barren place. How could someone be willing to be the lord of such a shabby territory?" With a sneer, Church said sarcastically, "I've become an apprentice mage now, and I've received an offer from the Scylla Magic Academy, so it won't be long before I can become a truly great mage." Speaking, Church showed the symbol of the apprentice mage in his chest. Faced with Church's braggadocio, the corners of Locke's mouth lifted slightly, watching Church's performance like a clown. "Locke Capet, I'll take everything away from you and see if you can still keep it." Noticing Locke's scornful smile, Church's heart sank and he thought viciously. Looking at Athena, with a warm smile on his face, Church invited, "So, this beautiful lady, you'd better follow me instead of following this loser." However, to his disappointment, Athena didn't even look at him when she tasted the wine. She had no interest in such a playboy. Meanwhile, the two men, Hephaestus and Asclepius, were eating their food, ignoring him. No one paid attention to Church. The smile on his face gradually stiffened, and finally, his whole face became cold. Opposite Locke's private room, the girl shook the red wine in her glass and murmured, "Locke Capet, I didn't expect to meet former first genius here, Miss Grace." The so-called first genius is nothing but some people bragging about it, a middle-aged man not far away from the girl said coquettishly, lowering his head. Although he was the leader of Treasure Pavilion in Bone City and a respected figure in Bone City, he dared not show any disrespect to this young girl. Rosalind Grace cast a casual glance at the man and didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Locke's private room with interest, waiting for the consequence. Through the window, she could almost see what was going on in Locke's private room. The middle-aged man stopped talking wisely. "Miss, the people following Locke are not simple." Behind Rosalind, there was a woman about 50 years old to serve her, who reminded her in a low voice. Although she didn't feel any energy fluctuation from the three people, she didn't know why she always had a sense of threat deep in her heart. What a beautiful girl. As a woman, Rosalind also noticed Athena beside Locke. However, when she saw Athena's face, she was stunned instantly. She had always been very confident in her appearance, but just now, for the first time, she felt self-abased. Yes, it was a sense of self-abasement, as if a mortal woman was dreaming of being compared to the goddess in the scroll. When did she, the daughter of a count, feel self-abased? Rosalind sighed with self-mockery. Then she looked away from Athena and looked at Locke again. She nodded slightly, her eyes flickering. It seems that this once first genius is a little unusual. Locke must be extraordinary to have such a beautiful girl by his side. In Locke's private room. "Are you done?" Locke's face was calm, and there was not even a trace of anger from embarrassment. He looked at Church indifferently, and then said slowly, "If you finish, get out." Church was stunned as if he didn't believe what he had heard. "Get out?" This loser asked him to get out. Church felt that the anger he had accumulated for a long time in his chest suddenly exploded. "Locke Capet, do you know you are courting death?" Clenching his fists, Church looked extremely gloomy, as if he wanted to swallow Locke alive. "Since you are a loser, you should behave yourself as a loser and watch out. Some people can't be offended by a loser like you." Looking at Locke with hatred, Church took out the magic charm from his pocket. He thought that Locke should learn a lesson. "Today, I'll show you the power of Fireball spell." As he spoke, Church activated the magic element in his body and injected it into the magic charm in his hand. The magic charm began to burn with the sound of sizzling. Seeing that Church took out the magic charm, Locke shook his head with boredom. To be honest, the magic released by the magic charm was not a threat to him at all. Upstairs, Rosalind straightened her body slightly and stared in the direction of Locke's private room. She wanted to see how Locke was going to solve the current difficulties. Although the power of the magic released by the magic charm was not very great, for ordinary people, even if they did not die, they would be skinned. At this time, the fireball spell in Church's hand had taken shape. The fist-sized fireball trembled slightly as if it was about to lose control at any time. With a red face, Church managed to control the fireball in his hand barely. Locke, Capit, get ready to pay for what you just said. With a roar, Church threw the fireball out of his hand. Looking at the fireball, which was whistling towards him, Locke didn't even blink. It seems that I need to send you out myself. With a wave of Locke's hand, a fireball instantly appeared in his hand. Without any pause, he directly threw it at the fireball of Church. How was that possible? How could Locke Capit release the fireball spell? When Church saw the fireball in Locke's hand, he trembled and found it hard to believe the reality of the scene in front of him, staring his eyes as big as possible. His body was stiff in place, and his brain was buzzing. He lost the ability to think. Locke Capit is a mage. Rosalind, who was far away, suddenly stood up from the chair. Her calm heart had already been stirred up. Everyone knew that Locke was a loser on magic. Why did he suddenly become the fire mage of level 1? No, this is not an ordinary fireball spell. The woman next to Rosalind stared at the fireball with a serious face. This level 1 magic could actually make her feel threatened. Bang tilde. The two fireballs bumped into each other, and the fireball of Church was instantly disintegrated like an egg smashing on a stone. Locke's fireball smashed directly at Church, who was standing still. Chapter 42, when he saw the fireball smashing at him, Church stood still like a piece of wood. It seemed that he had been scared out of his wits. Boom! The fireball exploded in front of Church, and the huge shockwave threw him away. Bang tilde. Church smashed heavily on the wall in the distance. I'll spare your life for the sake of classmates. You won't be so lucky next time, Locke said slowly, looking at Church on the ground. Although he needed to be punished, he was not a murderous maniac. So when the fireball was about to hit the other party, Locke controlled the fireball to explode. Puff tilde. Church covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Locke in fear, his body trembling as if he hadn't recovered from the shock. Finally, he fell to the ground and passed out. Seeing their master fainted, the two guards trembled and stood there at a loss, looking at Locke in horror. If Locke could release the fireball spell, it meant that he was already a mage of level 1. They usually used the power of Church to pretend to be powerful, and they were not even practitioners. How could they be a match for this mage in front of them? Get out! Locke waved his hand and said impatiently. The two men nodded in a hurry. Fearing that Locke would go back on his words, they grabbed Church and ran out of the room with all their might. So powerful! Rosalind exclaimed in her heart. Even though she was a little far away from Locke, she still felt a strong fluctuation of the fire element. Although she was also a level 1 mage, she couldn't take Locke's fireball spell. She activated her magic talent at the age of 5 and had been called a genius girl. With the support of the Grace family's huge resources, she became a level 1 mage recently. Miss Rosalind, please try your best to make friends with the other party. The woman behind her looked a little excited. Locke Capit has controlled the magic element to a terrifying extent. I dare say that even the senior students of Scylla Magic Academy are not so proficient in it. Many low-level mages would lose control of the magic as long as it was released, and the magic would attack according to its original target. It was easy for the enemies to dodge such magic. Only the mage with exquisite spirit power and great magic could continue to control the magic released and carry out a more accurate target attack. As for Locke, he could not only detonate the fireball in advance but also accurately control the direction of the fire element's impact. Raphael was shocked when she recalled what had happened just now. Hearing Raphael's comment on Locke, Rosalind was shocked. Few people in County Town could make Aunt Raphael think so. Was Locke really a super genius? He had been hiding his strength and practicing magic for so many years. At the thought of this possibility, Rosalind's breath quickened, and the shock in her eyes became more intense. If that was the case, how shrewd would this young man be who was called loser so many years? No matter what, it was an opportunity to make friends with each other. A genius like Locke would be a great help to her career. Rosalind regained her previous calmness and ordered the middle-aged woman lightly, "From now on, report every move of Locke Capet to me. Remember, don't make the other party unhappy." The middle-aged man's forehead had been covered with a layer of sweat. Hearing Rosalind's order, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly nodded. "I will definitely complete the task perfectly." Locke was a level 1 mage. Moreover, although he had been lowering his head, he had heard the conversation between the two of them word by word. The other party's talent had reached the point that even Miss Rosalind had to show her affection. Fortunately, Locke didn't hear what he had said. In Locke's private room. "Sorry, I failed to stop Master Yalman." The previous maid ran in and apologized guiltily. At the same time, her eyes were full of strong admiration. Master Capet was not only a handsome man but also a powerful mage. "It's none of your business. You can leave now." Locke shook his head to reassure maid. After saying that, he looked in the direction of Rosalind. He had already sensed 2 magic auras. Clear one was the wind mage's aura, the other was obscure, which should be the aura of the ice mage. But so what? As long as they didn't provoke him, it had nothing to do with him. He was so observant. When Locke looked in their direction, Rosalind was shocked. She was very calm when she was found by Locke. She raised her glass and nodded at Locke with a smile as a greeting. This good-looking girl should be the level 1 wind mage. Feeling the faint magical fluctuation on Rosalind, Locke instantly concluded, these two people shouldn't belong to Bone City. Although Bone City was the largest city around these several territories, compared to the real city, it was very common. This girl should be only 18 years old. At this age, she could be considered a genius for being a level 1 mage. This kind of genius usually appeared in big forces. Moreover, he felt an obscure and powerful magical fluctuation from the woman who looked like a guard behind the girl. Bone City didn't have any force that could afford to hire a mage as a guard. But it had nothing to do with him. Locke smiled and looked away. Rosalind was stunned to see herself being ignored like this. In County Town, every nobleman who saw her would try his best to please her. However, today when she took the initiative to show her affection, she failed. Is that Church Yalman who was beaten? Miserable. How dare hitting Church Yalman in Bone City? The man is courting death. Courting death? Are you blind? The other party is a mage. Now it's the Yalman family that should feel troublesome. The loud noise attracted many guests in the hotel. Although they knew Locke was a loser, they had never seen Locke, so they didn't know that the person in front of them was the loser they often despised. Mage. This young man is actually mage. He is a mage at such a young age. He must be a master from a big family. Yes, maybe they are from the county town. At the same time, these people quickly ordered to find out Locke's identity as soon as possible. In Bone City, the strongest Castellan was only a level 2 mage, and the level 1 mage was already a very strong existence. Therefore, these aristocrats were very cautious, afraid of offending Locke. Soon, the steward of Laban Hotel knew what was going on in the private room. When he knew that Locke in the private room was a mage, the steward's face changed immediately. He came to apologize and said that he would give Locke a half-off discount. Locke didn't make things difficult for him. After dinner, the 4 of them were about to meet with Cotter. Not long after Locke and the others left, the middle-aged man entered the private room where Rosalind was in. He bowed and reported respectfully, "Miss Grace." They went back to the post house after they left the hotel. There seemed to be some valuable goods in their carriage, and a strong guard is guarding it. Precious goods? Rosalind was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, she smiled expectantly and said, "If they are goods used for exchange, they should go to Treasure Pavilion to trade." On the other side, Locke and the others were indeed preparing to go to Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 43. Treasure Pavilion was a 7-story attic, which was the highest building in Bone City. As the property of the Grace family, a leading family in Nathan County, Treasure Pavilion played an important role in Bone City. To a certain extent, it could be on an equal footing with the Castellan mansion. In Treasure Pavilion, people could sell goods or buy what they wanted. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion would hold an auction regularly to sell some precious items. In addition to Bone City, there were treasure pavilions in every city of Nathan County. So as long as you could afford it, you could buy everything from Nathan County. With several boxes of weapons, Locke and the others arrived at Treasure Pavilion. Before they stepped into Treasure Pavilion, a middle-aged man came to meet them. "Respected Mr. Capet. I'm Judd, the leader of Treasure Pavilion in Bone City." The middle-aged man introduced himself with respect. Locke politely nodded and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Judd. At the moment when Locke saw Judd, he suddenly became interested in the girl he had seen in Lebanon Hotel. Although Judd was the leader of Treasure Pavilion, he was extremely respectful to the girl. It was conceivable that the girl must have a high status. Since he knew that Locke was also a level 1 mage, Judd didn't dare to show any neglect. He lowered his head and said, "Mr. Capet, please move to the VIP reception room. I'll introduce an important person to you. Let's go." Locke nodded. He had already guessed who he was going to meet this time. It was the girl who had appeared before. Locke went to see Rosalind, Athena, and the two of them began to hang around in Treasure Pavilion. 2 minutes later, Locke arrived at the 7th floor of Treasure Pavilion and entered the middle gate. After entering the gate, there was an elegantly decorated hall, with the marble floor, a sandalwood table, and several silver luminous pearls hanging on the exquisite chandelier on the roof. "Hello, Mr. Capet. My name is Rosalind Grace. I'm Count Grace's daughter from the Grace family." Rosalind performed a nobleman's characteristic etiquette, gracefully, elegantly, and calmly, with an air of competence emanating from her body. Count Grace. Soon enough, Locke thought of the Grace family. Although the Grace family was one of the top 10 families in the Nathan County, several times stronger than the Capet family, as a person who had been influenced by the civilization of the Earth in his previous life, Locke couldn't do anything to grovel. "Hello, Miss Grace." Locke smiled and politely greeted Rosalind. As a genius, he spoke differently. Although it was the first time for Rosalind to get close to Locke, she immediately felt the difference from Locke. He spoke in neither humble nor pushy manner, and his temperament was completely different from that of some sore-haired aristocrats. At the invitation of Rosalind, Locke sat down. A maid beside them poured half a glass of wine for the two. From the corner of her eyes, the maid looked at Locke up and down curiously. She wondered who could let Miss Grace receive him in person. The two clinked glasses. After drinking, Rosalind asked with a smile, "Mr. Capet, do you come to Treasure Pavilion for something important?" Locke put down the glass and looked at Rosalind with a faint smile. His gaze sank slightly. "Mississippi Grace, didn't you know that I'm here for sale?" Not only Athena and other powerful gods but also Locke had found many people following them. Someone from Rosalind's side must be one of these stalkers. In Locke's bland gaze, Rosalind felt a slight chill. With a straight face, she said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Capet. It's my fault. I'm sorry for sending someone to monitor you. Please believe me. I mean no harm." She was smart enough not to defend herself, but to sincerely apologize. "It doesn't matter. They're just some minions. It's not a big deal." Locke took a sip of wine and said casually, "I have some weapons here and want to sell them in Treasure Pavilion." "It's not a big deal." Hearing this, Rosalind was surer of her thoughts. Over the years, Locke must be hiding his talent. After all, many talents were too outstanding and were eliminated. "Mr. Capet, since you trust Treasure Pavilion, we won't let you down. We will give you a price that will satisfy you," Rosalind said in a low voice. Although she was a little shocked, her expression did not change much. She didn't care what weapons Locke was selling at all. All the advanced forgers were in the county town, so there was basically no good weapon here. She had even decided that even if Locke took out a pile of scrap metal, she would still buy it at the highest price. This was an opportunity to develop a good relationship with Locke, and she would not miss it. "Don't worry, Miss Grace. I won't let you suffer any loss," Locke said confidently. Although these weapons were only level 1 or 2 weapons, they were created by the god of forging and were not something an ordinary weapon could compare with. Led by Grace, Locke came to a special treasure identification room where 3 old men sat. When the 3 saw Rosalind, they all stood up and bowed. "Mr. Capet, these 3 are the treasure evaluators of our Treasure Pavilion. I believe they won't let you down." Rosalind smiled and turned to Locke, introducing. She had told them that no matter what Locke offered, they would offer a very high price. Locke nodded with a smile. Then he asked Cotter, who was waiting outside, to bring in 3 boxes with weapons. Several treasure evaluators surrounded them. They had received the notice in advance, so they didn't expect the items in the boxes at all. After all, it was a thing that needed to be accepted by relationships. It was probably not that good. "Then let's have a look first," Locke said as he opened the boxes with weapons. The 3 treasure evaluators looked at the boxes casually, as if they were following a procedure. However, when they saw the weapons in the boxes, they were all stunned. Noticing the change of expression on the treasure evaluators' faces, Rosalind also walked up. When she saw the weapon in the boxes, she was also stunned. Although she was not the practitioner who used these weapons, as the daughter of the Count, she still had this insight: these weapons seemed to be stronger than those of her family. Chapter 44. A treasure evaluator trembled slightly, picked up a long sword, looked at it over and over again, and finally exclaimed, "These are all level 2 weapons. It's not just the level 2 weapon." Touching the patterns on the hilt of the sword, another treasure evaluator's beard shook and his voice trembled. "I've been a treasure evaluator all my life, and I've never seen such exquisite sculpture technique. Look at this sword. It has the same pattern as the cloud. It's perfect." The last treasure evaluator praised as he touched the pattern on the blade. Although she had found that these weapons were not ordinary, Rosalind was still shocked when she heard the evaluation of treasure evaluators. Are these all level 2 weapons? Was there a level 2 forger who she didn't know? No, it was impossible. A forger who could make level 2 weapons was an extremely noble existence even in the county town. It was impossible for him to live in such a desolate place. But how did these weapons come from? Looking at these weapons, Rosalind was extremely confused. On the other side, after marveling for a while, the 3 treasure evaluators decided to test the strength of level 2 weapons. So they asked someone to bring a broken long blade for testing. Although the long blade was broken, it was true that it was a level 2 weapon and there was no problem using it to test. Besides them, Rosalind also looked at the test curiously to see how powerful the weapons that could get such a high evaluation would be. Clang tilde. A big gap appeared on the blade of the broken level 2 long blade, and a small scratch appeared on the blade of the long sword. Hiss tilde. Looking at the gap on the broadsword in their hands, the 3 treasure evaluators took a deep breath. Rosalind was also stunned, and a little unbelievable. Generally speaking, they were both level 2 weapons. Even if one of them was a little better at forging, the gap between them wouldn't be so great. Locke, on the other hand, was calm. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, this was a weapon made by the god of forging. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, its toughness was not low. "Miss Grace, I promise with the honor of a treasure evaluator that these weapons are the best in level 2. That's right. The forging level of this level 2 weapon surpasses that of level 3. The 3 treasure evaluators had a strong shock in their eyes and a look of certainty. Looking at the calmer Locke, Rosalind said in a slightly excited tone, "Mr. Capet, do you still have such a level 2 weapon? I will buy it at the highest price." Even in the Grace family, level 2 practitioners could be considered the mainstay. If all weapons of practitioners in the family were replaced with this kind of weapons, how terrifying would it be? Thinking of this, Rosalind became more and more excited. However, to Rosalind's disappointment, Locke shook his head and said, "No, I only have so many level 2 weapons at present." Locke smiled and said with certainty, "But I'm sure that I will have such a weapon in my hands later. Mr. Capet, we can establish long-term cooperation. Of course, I will buy it at the highest price." Rosalind, who had been disappointed, said hurriedly as her eyes lit up, "Of course." Locke nodded. The Grace family was a leading business force. It would save a lot of trouble to trade with such a force. After the two reached an agreement, treasure evaluators began to identify the level 1 weapons. After the shock of the level 2 weapons, they calmed down a lot when they evaluated the level 1 weapons. Looking at the weapons on the ground, Rosalind said to Locke with a smile, "One level 1 weapon is worth 3,000 gold coins, one level 2 weapon is worth 8,000 gold coins. What do you think of the price?" Locke didn't mind the price. In fact, the average weapons of level 1 were only 2,000 gold coins, and the weapons of level 2 were at most 5,000 gold coins. Rosalind offered a high price. After all, even the level 2 magic wand was only about 10,000 gold coins. After the identification, Locke and Rosalind went back to the exquisitely decorated room. Soon, the maid prepared the gold coins. 10 level 2 weapons and 30 level 1 weapons, a total of 170,000 gold coins, have been stored inside. As Rosalind said, the maid had already handed over a black card. Locke knew that this black card was jointly issued by several most powerful chambers of commerce in Ikasa continent, which was suitable for large-scale gold coins transaction. If you wanted to exchange for cash, you could also get to joint banks established by several chambers of commerce to exchange. Mr. Capet, the recruitment of Scylla Magic Academy, which is held each 2 years, is about to start. I think you will also go there. Looking at Locke, Rosalind said expectantly, "If you join Scylla Magic Academy, The Grace family will provide all the practice resources for you. Whether it was the Grace family or other forces, they would recruit talented students in advance and provide them with practice resources. After graduation, these students would often become the support for the development of these forces. Scylla Magic Academy? It was the second time that Locke heard this name. As the largest mage academy of Nathan County, Scylla Magic Academy was also the place that all the people who studied magic wanted to go to most. If one could enter the Mage Academy, it meant he would be able to make rapid progress. After graduation, he would be the target of all the noble families to recruit. If it was in the past, Locke might have accepted it, but now it was different. He had the god system. With the wisdom goddess, Athena, was there any need for him to study in the Mage Academy? Moreover, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Once he accepted the resources of the Grace family, it meant that he was bound to the Grace family. He didn't want to be bound. Thinking of this, Locke shook his head and refused. He shrugged and said, "Sorry, I'm very busy now. I'm afraid I don't have time to take part in the examination." Rosalind was stunned, somewhat unresponsive. "Very busy now? No time to take the examination?" Listen, were these inappropriate words? Didn't you know how many people dream of this opportunity? I will go to Scylla Magic Academy if there is a chance. However, not now. Looking at the surprised look on Rosalind's face, Locke said to Rosalind with a faint smile. Although he didn't need to be a student in Scylla Magic Academy, he would go to the library of the Mage Academy, which collected the largest number of magic books in Nathan County. So he would go to the Mage Academy, but he had to wait until everything about Lister was on track. He would go to the Mage Academy, but not now? Rosalind didn't understand what Locke meant instantly. There were strict recruitment rules in the academy. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for 2 years. Even Marquis couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Locke so determined, Rosalind sighed and didn't say anything more. Geniuses might be so independent and special. Chapter 45. Miss Grace, I need some practice methods of healers. Do you have it here? Locke didn't forget the task system, so he decided to buy some books about the practice methods of healers. After thinking for a while, Rosalind replied, "The practice methods of healers are relatively rare at present. There are only 2 books of level 1 in the Treasure Pavilion in Bone City. Higher level practice methods need to be transferred from other places. Miss Grace, call me Rosalind." Locke. Looking at Locke, Rosalind smiled. Locke didn't feel restrained and said directly, "Rosalind, I'll buy the 2 books about the practice methods of the healers. If the high-level practice methods of the healers arrive, I'll ask my men to buy them." "Are you going back?" Rosalind asked curiously when she heard Locke's tone. Locke nodded and replied, "Have a rest for 1 night at Bone City." "I'm going back." Knowing that Locke was leaving, Rosalind felt a little regretful. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She smiled and invited, "The Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction tomorrow evening. I wonder if you are interested in attending it." An auction? He had never attended an auction since he came to this world. Thinking of this, Locke nodded. "Okay, I will attend it on time tomorrow. I'm looking forward to your coming," Rosalind said with a smile. The 2 of them took another sip and went downstairs. Coming downstairs, Locke was stunned to see Athena and others. Asclepius's hands were already full of objects, and Hephaestus was also carrying various bags. Both of them are a look of helplessness. As for Athena, she was still standing in front of a pastry cabinet, seeming to be hesitating about which one to buy. Sure enough, girls were born to be crazy about shopping, and even gods were no exception. Looking at the 2 of them, Locke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When Asclepius saw Locke as if he saw a helper, he asked in surprise, "Locke, is everything done? Is it time to go?" Looking at this appearance of Asclepius, Locke laughed, and after glancing at Rosalind, he introduced to several people, "This is Rosalind Grace." Locke introduced Athena and the others to Rosalind. "Hello, everyone. Just call me Rosalind." Rosalind greeted Athena and others with a smile. "Hello, Rosalind." Asclepius and Hephaestus smiled, while Athena nodded slightly as a greeting. Rosalind also nodded slightly to Athena, showing no dissatisfaction on her face. "Boy, good job." Asclepius came up to Locke, showing a look that all men understand, but he just finished his words. He felt a very cold gaze. Turning around, Asclepius saw Athena looking at him calmly, but he was sure that there was a chilling coldness deep in her eyes, which made him scared. Although it was the second time that Rosalind had seen Athena, Rosalind still was a little shocked. Perhaps, in front of this girl, all women would be dejected. Rosalind smiled bitterly in her heart. She didn't expect that she, the daughter of a count, would feel self-abased one day. Let's go. Athena glanced at Rosalind lightly and turned to Locke. After saying that, Athena walked out of the treasure pavilion. Asclepius shrugged his shoulders and went out with Hephaestus, both carrying things. After saying goodbye to Rosalind quickly, Locke followed them. Locke Capet. The anger on Viscount Yalman's face froze and he couldn't believe it. Wasn't Locke Capet a loser? How could he hurt Church, who was an apprentice mage? Yes, it's Locke Capet. He is now the fire mage of level 1. Another guard of Church said in a trembling voice. Hearing the guard's report again, Viscount Yalman trembled and finally believed it. Lying on the bed, Church struggled for a while and then said intermittently, "Father, let's end this matter in this way. We don't want to provoke Locke Capet." He had already had a psychological shadow over Locke. Hearing what he said, Viscount Yalman kept silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and nodded helplessly. His family couldn't afford to offend the promising level 1 mage. On the other side, when they knew that the person who released the magic in Laban Hotel was a mage, all the aristocrats were shocked. The loser they laughed at had become a mage. Most of the aristocrats of Bone City were born with noble titles from their ancestors, and some families didn't even have a mage. In the past, they just wanted to find a sense of existence to satirize Locke. Now that they knew that Locke had become the mage of level 1, they were totally low profile and didn't dare to speak ill of Locke. Were those businessmen telling the truth? Did Locke Capet take people to kill those bandits? But the bandit teams had level 2 mages and Locke was a level 1 mage. How could he be a match for the bandits? Or was there any other powerful practitioner behind Locke Capet? Thinking of this possibility, the hearts of the nobles twitched fiercely. Locke and the others returned to the post house. In the evening, Locke invited actively Athena to go shopping and enjoy the night view of Bone City. On the second day, they strolled around the city for the whole day. In the evening, Locke and Athena came to the auction house of the treasure pavilion. As for Asclepius and Hephaestus, they went to some tavern in the city for drinking happily. As soon as Locke arrived at the door, Judd came out and welcomed the two people in. The auction hall had 3 floors, which were enough to accommodate hundreds of people. On the first floor, there were some common seats arranged intensively, and on the second floor, there were several independent tea seats. On the third floor, there were more than 10 private rooms. Judd took Locke and Athena to the third floor directly. "Mr. Capet, this is a level 1 mage at such a young age. You are young and promising," a middle-aged man in a black robe said with a smile when he saw Locke and others in the corridor on the third floor. "Sir," asked Helen. Looking at the middle-aged man in a black robe, Judd bowed. "Hello, Mr. Donahue." Locke performed etiquette between mages before coming to Bone City. He knew that the other party was a level 2 mage. Donahue nodded with a smile and said to Locke, "If you are free, you can come to Castellan Mansion." "Sure." Locke nodded with a smile. After greeting Donahue, Locke also came to the private room. It was a well-decorated room. Sitting there, one could see the situation on the whole auction site. Chapter 46. In the auction hall. Welcome to the auction of Bone City. An enchanting and sexy beauty stood at the forefront of the auction table. She was the auctioneer this time. The first auction item is the work of Kevin, a famous sculptor in the county town Dream of White. The starting price, 50 gold coins, 1 raise of 5 gold coins at a time. Behind the glass cover was a delicate pearl necklace, under which there was a shiny luminous pearl. Under the light of the luminous pearl, the necklace emitted a milky white luster, which was very beautiful. Hearing the introduction, the crowd immediately became lively. "It's Master Kevin's work. My wife happens to need a pair of the necklace. I want this one." Looking at the excited people in the hall, Locke was confused. Perhaps it was because he had seen a lot of Hephaestus carvings, but now when he looked at the pearl necklace, Locke felt that it was just so-so. Athena, who was standing next to him, also had a look of disgust on her face. 55 gold coins. "Sario, you want to buy the necklace of Master Kevin with 55 gold coins? Are you dreaming? I will pay 70 gold coins. 80 gold coins." In the end, the necklace was sold for 100 gold coins. Locke was surprised to hear the final price. Are these aristocrats so rich to spend 100 gold coins on a common necklace? Locke felt the decline of the Capet family again. The Count family had only a few thousand gold coins in savings. Perhaps his family couldn't even compare with some Viscount family. Strictly speaking, Count Capet was also a civilian. He knew that the people's livelihood was poor, so he often commuted tax. When encountering some disasters, he would pay his own money to save the victims. Although Locke sighed, he didn't mean to blame Count Capet at all. He was even proud of Count Capet. The auction was still going on. Half an hour later, Locke began to feel bored. He found that all the items on the auction were luxury goods. In the auction field, an auction item was sold, and the attendants brought a cage covered with black cloth. With one hand supporting her chin, Athena looked at the cage with eyes flickering, lost in thought. Under everyone's gaze, the auctioneer uncovered the black cloth. Under the black cloth was an iron cage, in which there was a fiery red bird, only half the size of a palm. The bird's eyes were red and kept beating the iron cage, but in front of the hard subway cage, any struggle was in vain. This is a flame bird cub. Everyone knows that an adult flame bird is a level 2 magical beast. Possessing this flame bird is equivalent to having a powerful level 2 mage. Take it down, and the flame bird will become the strongest power of your family. The auctioneer's words were very ingenious, praising the strengths and avoiding the shortcomings. She portrayed the advantages of the flame bird simply and clearly. The starting price is 500 gold coins. Each bid will be no less than 50 gold coins. After describing the advantages of the flame bird, the auctioneer began to offer the base price. However, although the auctioneer had boasted, no one bid for it. They could afford 500 gold coins, but they were not idiots. Not to mention whether this cub had the chance to become a level 2 magical beast or not. Even if it could become a level 2 magical beast, it would take a long time. Moreover, the resources of a level 2 magical beast needed were not something an ordinary noble family could support. The hall was silent for more than 10 seconds. 550 gold coins. A deep voice came from the third floor. Yes, Sir Castellan. Looking at the direction of the private room, the people below instantly knew the identity of the bidder. Now, the others were even less interested in the flame bird. No one dared to compete with Sir Castellan for a useless thing. Of course, Locke didn't want to raise the price. Even if the bird grew up, it was only a level 2 magical beast, which was totally out of his eyes. Buy this bird. However, just as the auctioneer shouted for the second time, Athena said to Locke 600 gold coins. Hearing Athena's words, Locke shouted without hesitation, "How dare someone bid with Sir Castellan?" It seems that the voice is also from the third floor. This time to bid. Did he have a conflict with Sir Castellan? When they heard Locke's voice, they were shocked at first, and then the whole room was in an uproar. Let's wait and see. How dare you offend Sir Castellan? Some of them even chuckled and were ready to watch a good show. To everyone's surprise, just when they thought Sir Castellan was going to get angry, there was a chuckle of Sir Castellan in the private room. "Mr. Capet, since you like this flame bird, I'll make you happy and give it to you. It's Locke Capet." Hearing the name shouted by Sir Castellan, everyone froze again. After yesterday's experience, Locke's weight in their hearts skyrocketed. "Thank you, Sir Castellan." Turning in the direction of Donahue's private room, Locke smiled and thanked him. Even Sir Castellan didn't participate in the bidding, and the others didn't ask for a snub and bid with Locke. Locke bid the flame bird smoothly. In just a short while, the servant of the treasure pavilion brought the flame bird up. The flame bird is irritable before you tame it. The servant was stunned with his eyes wide open as if he had seen something incredible. It turned out that Athena had opened the door of the cage, but the usually irritable flame bird didn't seem to be about to riot at all. Instead, it flew intimately to Athena's hand. "You may leave now," Locke said to the servant who stood still with a smile. After the servant left, Locke asked curiously, "Is there anything special about this flame bird? Don't you think it's cute?" Athena teased the flame bird and said without looking back, "Cute?" Locke's mouth twitched. Well, that was indeed a good reason. Stroking the flame bird's head, Athena continued, "In addition to its good-looking appearance, it also has the phoenix blood in its body." "Phoenix bloodline?" Shocked, Locke walked up to Athena. The flame bird lay in the palm of Athena's hand, rubbing its little head against hers. "This little guy has the phoenix bloodline?" "I've never heard that the flame bird has the phoenix bloodline." Looking at the chirping flame bird, Locke was confused in his mind. Is it not a flame bird? But the people of the treasure pavilion mistook it. Anyway, he had benefited. After all, Phoenix was one of the most powerful races in the world. Even if he had a little blood power, he would still be very powerful. After biting the flame bird, Locke and Athena didn't want to stay more and decided to leave the treasure pavilion. On the second day, Locke and others had already set out, preparing to go back to Lister. On the way for Locke and the others towards Lister, the other team was more than 200 miles away from Lister. It was a team with 16 people. They walked fast and orderly. Obviously, they were well trained. The leader was an old man with white hair. He had a cold face and sharp eyes. It seemed that it was unusual for Locke Capet to defeat Monroe, who was a level 2 mage. However, he dared to provoke the Brandon family. Locke Capet just waited for the death. Chapter 47. At noon, Locke and the others returned to the castle. Seeing Locke and the others come back, the Ice Wolf King ran over excitedly. He soon discovered the flame bird, which was also a magical beast. Staring at the flame bird, the Ice Wolf King stopped, stared at it and grinned, as if he was going to give the newcomer a head-on blow. Howl! The Ice Wolf King roared as if declaring his sovereignty. The flame bird, who was dozing off in the carriage, was frightened and flew away. At the sight of the Ice Wolf King, the flame bird shouted discontentedly, as if complaining that the Ice Wolf King had woken it up. Seeing that the flame bird was frightened by him, the Ice Wolf King barked shyly. However, facing the Ice Wolf King of level 2, the flame bird did not retreat. It raised its head, and its chest bulged slightly as if it was accumulating strength. Pang! The crisp chirps of the flame bird contained an indescribable majesty. Puff tilde. With this cry, the originally majestic Ice Wolf King suddenly prostrated on the ground. He looked at the flame bird with a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing that the Ice Wolf King was lying on the ground, the flame bird seemed to be proud and raised its little head. Then it returned to the carriage and continued to take a nap. It seems that this little guy's bloodline is unusual, Locke said with some exclamation. In magical beasts, the high-level magical beasts had this natural bloodline suppression on the low-level magical beasts. Locke knew that the flame bird had a special bloodline, but Cotter and the others didn't know. When they saw the famous level 2 magical beast was frightened by a bird, they were shocked. After being taught a lesson by the flame bird, the Ice Wolf King had learned his lesson and had become a follower of the flame bird. The flame bird sat on the body of the Ice Wolf King, and the bird and wolf scurried around the territory every day. At first, the residents of Lister were afraid of the Ice Wolf King, but gradually they got used to it. Sometimes, they would even share the prey with them. After returning to Lister, Locke handed over the practice methods of healers to Asclepius. Then he entered the state of practice again. He had learned all the magic of level 1 that he had brought before and began to learn the magic of level 2 before he went to Bone City. He only had 3 books of level 2, 1 about water magic and 2 about fire magic. There was so much fire magic. Locke should thank Angus of Blackrock Bandits who contributed a book of the level 2 defensive magic, Fire Shield. As for Bone City, even the level 2 mage, there was only Castellan, let alone the level 2 magic books. There was only 1 book in Treasure Pavilion, which was level 2 fire magic, the flame gun that Locke had stored. A day passed quickly. In Bone City, a knight in Grace's family clothes entered Treasure Pavilion. Ferguson pays my respects to Miss Grace. After saluting, Ferguson reported, according to the news from the family, the level 3 dark mage of the Brandon family, Bulwer, and several level 2 practitioners used the teleportation site to arrive at Ramsey City. According to the direction they are heading, their destination should be Lister. Wesley, it's him. Hearing this man, Raphael behind Rosalind became a little serious. She was no match for Bulwer. Rosalind's face darkened and said slowly, it seems that Father is right, the Brandon family must have something to do with the bandits here. As she spoke, a trace of doubt flashed through Rosalind's eyes. Even if Locke has touched the interests of the Brandon family shouldn't have sent such a powerful force. Did they already know that Locke had hidden the things about magic talent and wanted to nip the danger in the bud? According to Rosalind's conjecture, the rumor of the caravan was very likely to be true, and the nearby bandits might have been eliminated by Locke. Although Locke was only a level 1 mage, it was not ruled out that there were some powerful practitioners behind him. However, the level 2 mage was not that powerful in bandits. After all, the truly powerful and highly talented mage was not reduced to being a bandit. So although he was able to assist Locke in defeating the bandits, This practitioner should not be powerful enough to face a peak level 3 dark mage, and basically would not have any chance of winning. After thinking for a while, Rosalind ordered, "You go to Lister now. You must tell Locke the situation before the people of the Brandon family arrive. Let him go to the Grace family. The Grace family can protect him." "Yes, Miss Grace." Ferguson nodded. After Ferguson left, Raphael couldn't help saying, "Miss, protecting Locke means that we will have a direct conflict with the Brandon family." For so many years, the Grace family had been neutral and rarely participated in the family fights in the county town. The fight in the county town, in the end, which can really stay out of it. Rosalind sighed as if she was talking to herself. 3 hours later, Ferguson arrived at Lister. Was this Lister? Ferguson looked at the environment of Lister and was a little surprised. It seemed that it was not as bad as it was said. After sighing, he didn't waste time. He shouted and rode towards Lister. At the same time, a horrible wolf howl was heard, mixed with the unique cruelty of the magical beast. Hiss hiss tilde. The black horse under Ferguson roared and its front hooves jumped high. It came to a sudden stop and almost threw him out. Damn it. This aura is at least the magical beast of level 2. Sensing the fury in front of him, Ferguson's face darkened slightly. Did Lister get attacked by the level 2 magical beast? But judging from the surrounding situation, it didn't look like that. Although he was extremely surprised, he quickly took out his weapon and was ready to deal with the attack of the magical beast at any time. A huge silver figure had appeared not far away from him, the Ice Wolf of level 2. Ferguson's face darkened more at the sight of the Ice Wolf King. Although both of them were level 2, he was definitely not a match for the Ice Wolf. However, what confused him was that the Ice Wolf didn't attack immediately, but stared at him with greedy eyes, showing no intention of attacking. There seemed to be a familiar red bird on the head of the Ice Wolf. A few more people appeared behind the Ice Wolf King. While the Ice Wolf was jumping happily as if asking for credit. "Who are you?" After comforting the Ice Wolf King, Curtin looked at Ferguson and asked coldly. The Ice Wolf didn't attack them but looked very friendly. Did Lister keep a level 2 magical beast? Seeing this scene, Ferguson felt that he was in a trance. There were few level 2 magical beasts in the Grace family. "I'm a knight from the Grace family. I have something urgent to tell Mr. Capet." Ferguson took a deep breath and suppressed his astonishment in his mind. He didn't beat around the bush and show his intention directly. Grace family? Curtin was a little stunned. He also knew something about Locke at Bone City. He asked others to put down their weapons. Seeing that the other party was very anxious, he didn't dare to neglect him and said, "Come with me." When Locke knew the knight of the Grace family came, he was a little surprised. Ferguson bowed and said, "Mr. Capet, we have received the news that the Brandon family has sent a level 3 dark mage and more than 10 level 2 practitioners. Now they are coming to Lister. Miss Grace asked me to take you to the Grace family. As long as you come to the Grace family, even the Brandon family can't do anything." Finally, the guard was with some pride on his face. The Grace family was one of the few families in Nathan County that could compete with the Brandon family. "I see. Thank Miss Grace for me." Just over. Hearing Locke's words, the guard was stunned. Shouldn't Locke look flustered and follow him to escape from Lister and go to the Grace family? Why didn't Locke change his expression and take it seriously? Moreover, even these guards seemed to be only slightly surprised. They didn't panic at all. Locke's eyes darkened, with a hint of killing intent flashing in them. He turned his head and said to Cotter, "Uncle Cotter, ask the residents of Lister to hide well." Everyone retreats to the castle and prepares for the battle. "Okay, Master Locke." Cotter nodded his head and turned to go out. After so many battles, he already had unconditional trust in Locke. Were these people crazy? They even wanted to fight against a powerful level 3 mage and more than 10 level 2 practitioners. Weren't they going to die? Now, he felt that Locke was a little arrogant. "Mr. Capet, don't you hear it clearly? This is a level 3 mage and more than 10 level 2 practitioners. You can't resist them at all." Ferguson took a deep breath and tried to persuade him again. "You should survive first to strengthen your power. With your talent, you will become a powerful mage sooner or later. Why do you lose your life in vain?" Locke smiled faintly, looked into the distance, and shook his head. "It's too late." Too late? Ferguson didn't understand what Locke meant. The next moment, his face changed and he finally understood the meaning of Locke's words. The enemies had come. Chapter 48. A level 3 mage and 15 level 2 practitioners. This force could not be underestimated even in the county town. finished, it was doomed to die. Standing on the pier wall and looking at the team that appeared in front of the castle, Ferguson's face turned deathly pale. On the other side, Wesley had stopped outside the castle. Against the wall, Locke looked at Wesley, who was in the lead, and said calmly, "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law of the Empire for attacking a territory of Baron so blatantly?" "Attack a territory? No. We are here to kill the bandits." After saying that, Wesley changed the subject with a creepy smile on his face. "As for you, you were killed by the bandits. It has nothing to do with us. As long as he killed everyone in Lister, no one would know it was he who did it. I can't believe there are people from the Grace family here." When he saw Ferguson standing against the wall, Wesley was stunned for a moment. Then he said gloomily, "So what? We can kill the people from the Grace family together." Hearing this, Ferguson's face became even more serious. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to leave today. "Uncle Cotter, please protect the other residents. I'm going to fight with them." Locke held the long sword with fighting intention in his eyes. Cotter was only a level 2 knight. Curtin and the others had only become level 1 knights. They would not be a match for their enemies at all. If they went, they would only be courting death. Besides, he could also see where his limit was. Bang tilde. Locke jumped off the wall and landed on the ground steadily. Crazy. Locke Capet must be crazy. He was just a level 1 mage, but he actually wanted to fight against a level 3 mage and so many level 2 practitioners. The most ridiculous thing was that a mage didn't choose to use the magic he was good at, but chose this kind of close combat method. Ferguson suddenly felt that the world was really crazy. Under the castle. Clang. Locke unsheathed his long sword and made a crisp sound. Sword in the stone was still being forged, so he only used a level 2 long sword now. But after all, it was made by Hephaestus, and its power was also great. "You are brave." Seeing that Locke rushed directly in front of him and the others, Wesley was a little stunned. When he realized what had happened, he sneered, "But if you don't have the strength, this behavior is stupid." "Carl, Morton, go and kill him." Without any hesitation, Wesley ordered the 2 swordsmen beside him. The 2 swordsmen drew their long swords and rushed to Locke. One of them stabbed his long sword at the right side of Locke, and the other cut from the left to form a pincer attack to prevent Locke from escaping. The 2 of them launched a fatal attack without reservation. From the movements of the 2, they must have been strictly trained, and their combat effectiveness was not comparable to that of the ordinary level 2 swordsman. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 people, Locke's face was calm. His long sword danced in the air and instantly deflected the tip of one of the swords. Then he spun his body to avoid the attack of the other person. So fast. Ferguson, the 2 swordsmen who attacked Locke and Wesley were all shocked in their minds. Locke's speed had surpassed the level 2 swordsman. While the crowd was shocked, Locke's body leapt up and swept a change of leg towards the nearest swordsman, who was unable to react and was directly kicked away by Locke. Puff tilde. The man flew backward, half kneeling on the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and then a mouthful of blood was spurted out. He looked at Locke in intense shock. After dealing with one person, Locke didn't stop but sent another hand to the other swordsman. The man's face changed and hurriedly covered his chest with his hand. Bang tilde. After retreating a few meters, the man finally stabilized his body. Although he barely received Locke's palm, the huge impact still made his face pale. Looking at the 2 people who were defeated by him in 2 moves, Locke didn't continue to attack. He pointed his long sword horizontally at Wesley. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and said with a faint smile, "It seems that these 2 people are hurt badly. It's too troublesome to fight one by one. You'd better attack together." Locke Capet really defeated 2 level 2 swordsmen. Now, he even asked everyone to fight together. Creator, was I still in a dream? On the wall, Ferguson's body was stiff, and his eyes were trembling in astonishment and disbelief. Locke Capet was not only a level 1 mage but also a powerful level 2 swordsman. Was there really such a powerful person in the world? On the other side, looking at provocative Locke, Wesley's eyes darkened and his face finally became serious. "It seems that we have underestimated you. I didn't expect you, a loser, to be so strong." "Everyone, kill him," Wesley said loudly, with a coldly murderous look in his eyes. Wesley finished his words. Without any hesitation, practitioners behind him rushed to Locke. The powerful fighting spirit exploded one after another, making people's scalp tingle. Master Locke had to face more than 10 attacks from level 2 practitioners at the same time. Now not only Ferguson but also Cotter and the others in the castle were sweating in their hands. "Cotter, let's go downstairs and help Master Locke." Looking at the enemies rushing towards Locke, Curtin held his weapon and looked anxious. After a moment's silence, Cotter shook his head and said slowly, "We will make trouble for Master Locke." As he spoke, he took a look at Athena, who was standing on the wall. Seeing that Athena looked calm without any worries on her face, he felt a little relieved. Seeing more than 10 people rushing over, Locke stopped smiling and finally became serious. To be honest, he was under great pressure facing more than 10 level 2 practitioners at the same time. The small universe in his body was spinning, and the divine energy was quickly surging. Clang tilde. He jumped up and dodged a fist of a warrior. Locke directly cut off a long sword of a swordsman. Then he turned around and dodged the attack of another swordsman. After dodging the attack, he quickly rushed towards one of the warriors. Seeing that Locke was going to kill him, the warrior was shocked and quickly dodged, but it was still a step slower. Clang tilde. Locke cut off his arm directly. "That's a good move." Asclepius held up his beard and commented after nodding. "It does work, but I think it might have been better if he had done it differently, avoiding the warrior's fist and then chopping up directly from the lower left corner." Hephaestus added in an aside. Seeing the two people chatting happily, Cotter and the others were speechless. The tense battle was going on now. Did they need to be so casual? Although his speed was extremely fast, there were indeed a lot of enemies. Locke gradually became a little weak. 2 minutes later, bang! Locke felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was hit by one of the warriors and flew backward uncontrollably. Boom! Locke bumped into the wall and a cloud of dust was floating. Chapter 49. Locke Capit, you're going to die of your arrogance. With a sneer, Wesley didn't intend to give Locke any chance to breathe. As the magic element in his hand surged, a black ball which was made by dark elements appeared in his hand, and then he threw it directly in the direction of Locke. A fiery red light flew out of the dust and hit the black ball. Boom! 2 magic balls exploded in the air. Locke slowly walked out of the dust, with a fireball jumping in his hand. Staring at the small fireball in Locke's hand, Wesley's expression changed constantly. Surprise, exclamation, and admiration mixed together. A rumored loser not only became a level 2 swordsman but also a mage. How could it make people not shocked? Finally, he took a deep breath to suppress his inner fluctuation and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you also to be a mage. No matter how hard you struggle, you won't be a match for the powerful level 3 mage." While speaking, Wesley took out the magic wand. After using the magic wand, the magic he released was even more powerful. He could even use the magic wand to release the level 4 magic. "Let's have a try." Looking at Wesley, who was so confident, Locke said indifferently. While he was speaking, the fireball in his hand had been released. Giant shadow nail. Wesley waved the magic wand, and the immense dark element magic power poured into the crystal of the magic wand. The dark elements in front of him surged and formed countless dense and sharp thorns with dim light. "This is a level 3 attack magic, giant shadow nail." Whoosh! The thorns flew towards Locke. Boom! The sharp thorns collided with the fireball. The fireball exploded, but only a part of the thorns was consumed, and the rest were still stabbed at Locke. Seeing the rest of the sharp thorns coming at him, Locke narrowed his eyes and dodged aside quickly. Through this blow, he knew that his fireball spell against a level 2 magic was already the limit. Seeing that Locke dodged the attack, Wesley was also flustered. He continued to wave the magic wand and released another level 3 magic. Boom! The spear brushed past Locke and smashed into the ground in the distance, instantly creating a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Although dodging, the huge shockwave still hit Locke out of the way. Ahem! Getting up from the ground, Locke felt a wave of nausea in his body, and hot pain came from it. "Kill him." Seeing that Locke had no strength to fight back, Wesley said to the other men who were waiting beside him. Hearing the order, those men roared and used their most powerful skills to kill Locke. Seeing this scene, Cotter and the others were shocked and their hearts thumped fiercely. With the current level of attack, if Master Locke was hit, he would definitely die. In a few breaths, a swordsman had already rushed in front of Locke, stabbing the long sword in his hand at Locke. Seeing this, Wesley sneered. "Locke Capit." It was over. However, the next moment, the sneer on his face suddenly stiffened. How could it be possible? Wesley's body trembled slightly and his eyes were about to pop out. The people on the wall felt numb as if they were struck by lightning, and their brains went blank. This was an extremely strange scene. In addition to Locke, The person who had planned to rush up and kill Locke stood still like a sculpture and even maintained a posture of attack. It was as if the whole space and time had been frozen, and everyone stayed at that second. In the eyes of those people, there was incomparable panic. Just now, they felt a suffocating force that instantly descended on them, making them unable to move. "Is this the arrival of a god?" Looking at Locke, Wesley said in a trembling voice. He had never seen such a horrible scene in his life. He couldn't believe what kind of power was able to imprison the others. "I saved you again," a flirtatious voice rang out in the field, and the voice was gentle and crisp, making people refreshed. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Athena, only to find that Athena was emitting a faint glow. In this radiance, they could feel the terrifying power. "It seems that I have to repay you with myself." Locke rubbed his aching place in his chest and grinned to reply. Hearing Locke's tease, Athena snorted. Although Cotter and the others had been mentally prepared and knew that Athena was very strong, they were also shocked by Athena's means. As for Ferguson, his brain had stopped working and he even forgot to breathe. Looking at the beautiful girl on the wall, Wesley looked terrified. He couldn't believe that Lister had such a strong woman. "It's quite difficult for you to deal with a level 3 mage. In that case, let me finish it," Athena said as she raised her palm again. The light on her index finger flickered. A beam of light rushed towards Wesley at a high speed. On the other side, Wesley felt a strong force entering his body, and then the dark elements in his body were madly compressed. A second later, Wesley was frightened to find that he could only use the power of level 2 mage now. "No!" Wesley screamed out in fear, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only use the magic power of level 2. Run! He had to run away, or he would die without a doubt. He shouted in his heart over and over again. Athena seemed to be very satisfied with her work. Then she turned to Locke and said, "You can do it now." Locke nodded and exercised his body. Then he raised his long sword and rushed to Wesley. Seeing Locke coming at him, Wesley's face changed dramatically and he gritted his teeth. Deathblade. He directly condensed a level 2 magic, Deathblade. A flying knife made of dark elements cut through the air and rushed towards Locke. Bang tilde. Locke cut the flying knife with his long sword in his hand. The flying knife turned into dark elements and dissipated, but Locke was forced to stop. Swoosh tilde. A fireball appeared in Locke's hand and then it was released directly to Wesley. Being controlled by Locke, Wesley had no chance to escape. Seeing that Locke released magic at him again, Wesley could only wave the magic wand again and release the level 2 magic, Deathblade. Boom. The two magic attacks collided again. After a magic attack, Locke raised his sword and rushed at Wesley again. Although Wesley was suppressed to mage of level 2, his comprehension of magic was not comparable to that of level 2. The two of them fought against each other for a few rounds, and they were tied for a while. Chapter 50. The battle went on. More than 10 minutes later, everyone found a phenomenon. The more Locke fought, the more courageous he became. As for Wesley, the more passive he became. Gradually, he was suppressed by Locke. After throwing out the level 2 magic to block Locke's attack, Wesley felt a little bitter in his heart. As Locke's opponent, he had a deeper feeling than others. He had thought that he could consume Locke to death with the help of a level 3 mage's magic power to recover his speed. But he didn't expect that Locke was a freak. After such a long fight, magic power didn't show any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, both magic attacks and fighting skill attacks were getting more and more fierce. In a separate cell at the edge of the castle. "This aura is Sir Wesley." Hearing the sound of explosions through the door, Monroe became excited in his mind. He was very sure that the familiar dark magical aura was from Sir Wesley. The family finally sent someone over. Locke, Capit and everyone in Lister just wait to be destroyed? Monroe thought resentfully. However, he still felt a little strange. The battle had lasted for more than 10 minutes. With Sir Wesley's strength, it was easy to capture such a place. Although he didn't know what had happened, Monroe had absolute trust in Wesley. Maybe Sir Wesley wanted to play with Locke, Monroe thought happily. Under the castle. Boom. The magic released by Locke and Wesley collided again. Soon, Locke's face lit up when he felt the situation of the small universe inside his body. Kill. With a roar, the small universe in Locke's body shook violently, and the sixth star shone brightly. At this moment, a more powerful force burst out from his body. Finally, his practice reached the peak of the sixth sense. At this time, the universe began to spin crazily and replenished the divine power that Locke had consumed in the battle. In just a few seconds, Locke returned to his peak state again. Now the divine power in his body was at least 30% more than before. This aura was so powerful. Wesley, who had been suffering a lot, was shocked when he felt the powerful power from a Locke. "I'll use you to test my strength." Staring at Wesley, Locke was itching to have a try. He gathered all his divine power and controlled magic elements together in his hand. A blade made of flames gathered in front of him. Level 2 magic, flaming blade. Seeing the burning blade in Locke's hand, Wesley simply could not control himself and exclaim. Although shocked, Wesley was still the mage of level 3. Soon he came back to his senses and quickly condensed the level 2 magic, Dark Blade Wrath. Several blades with black gas appeared in front of him. Bang tilde. The blade made of flames directly shattered the black blade and slashed at Wesley. Wesley was shocked. Through rich combat experience, he knew that he had no time to dodge, so he directly condensed a magic shield on his chest. Boom. The blade hit the magic shield. Sizzle. The magic shield broke into pieces like glass. Wesley's face turned pale. He gave up the magic shield directly and rolled aside. Level 2 mage. Master Locke has become a level 2 mage. Curtin cried out with some excitement. Cotter was also shocked, his face full of excitement. The crowd who were against the wall also cheered with joy. Ferguson swallowed his saliva and found that his throat was dry. Level 2 mage. A level 2 mage at 18 years old. James, known as the first genius of Nathan County and the leader of the younger generation, was only a level 2 mage now. On the battlefield, the dust was all gone. Wesley got up from the ground destructively. It seems that Locke defeating the level 2 mage is easy. Seeing that Locke defeated Wesley with one blow, Athena waved her hand. The swordsmen and warriors that had been imprisoned before were all restored to freedom, and the magic energy in Wesley's body was also released. Although they had regained their freedom, they were already scared out of their wits and had no intention of fighting. "You can't escape." Looking at the person who wanted to escape, Locke said lightly, "Of course, if you can defeat me, there may be a glimmer of hope." Wesley's face lit up when he regained the power of level 3. "If it went on like this, we would die without a doubt." Staring at Locke, Wesley's eyes darkened. He had to find a way to stop Locke. He shouted at his timid subordinates, "If we take Locke as a hostage, there may be a chance of survival, or everyone will die." His words worked quickly. Those who had wanted to retreat felt a little hopeful. After looking at each other, they all rushed to Locke. Bang! Locke's speed was so fast that he killed a person with lightning power. Compared with the previous one, Locke seemed to be able to kill them with ease. To be exact, Locke was several times stronger than before. Bang tilde. Locke cut off a weapon of a swordsman with his long sword and then cut the swordsman in half. After killing the swordsman, the fire elements in Locke's body gathered and soon formed the level 2 magic, flaming blade. In front of him. Boom. Several swordsmen couldn't dodge and turned into ashes in the blades of the fire. Locke didn't intend to stop but continued to condense the flaming blade. Bang. Another person was killed. Seeing his men fall to the ground one by one, Wesley's face was extremely gloomy. It seemed that this was the only way. Gritting his teeth, the dark elements in his body gathered crazily on the magic wand in his hand, and he used his strongest skill, the magic of level 4. Hell's Spear. With Wesley as the center, the dark element of magical energy surged rapidly, and a violent wind suddenly blew. The powerful magical fluctuation made people's scalp tingle. Level 4 magic. Wesley used the level 4 magic. "We are saved." Looking at Wesley, who was surrounded by dark elements, the members of the Brandon family shouted excitedly. Level 4 magic. On the other side, looking at the magic energy that was continuously gathering in front of Wesley, Locke's face became serious again. He was shocked by the surging magical energy. The magic of level 4. Cotter and the others on the wall also looked very nervous. They had no doubt that just that energy fluctuation could tear them apart. "Maybe, that's a good idea." Locke seemed to think of something and put his long sword back into its sheath. In his right hand, fire elements were flying, and his left hand was full of water elements. Soon, 2 magic balls were formed in his hands. Water magic. Wesley was shocked to death. Locke Caput was still a water mage. Oh my god, what kind of monster was he? Knowing that Locke could use the water magic, Cotter and the others were fine. Standing aside, Ferguson felt that his brain had completely lost the ability to think. He just stared blankly at the 2 magic balls in Locke's hands. "Locke, what are you doing?" Hephaestus did not react for a moment. Athena also looked at the fireball in Locke's hand. After thinking for a few seconds, her eyes lit up with a familiar smile. She seemed to know what Locke wanted to do. To everyone's curious eyes, Locke slowly put the two magic balls together. Seeing Locke's action, Asclepius took a deep breath and murmured, "You are playing yourself to death." Chapter 51. Did he want to mix the fire elements with the water? But these were two completely different elements. No, they were not only different but also completely opposite. Now everyone knew what Locke was going to do, and they were shocked in their hearts. On the other side, Locke's forehead was covered with a layer of dense, fine sweat. The improved fireball and waterball spells were fixed the magic elements in a very small space through the divine power, and the compressed elements would be very violent, so the power released was naturally more powerful. However, now these two irritable elements were put together for a moment. The fire element and water element collided with each other, almost breaking through the control of Locke's divine force. Especially the moment the small fireball collided with the small water ball, Locke almost lost control, causing the two powerful element balls to explode in his hands directly. With the high spirit, Locke concentrated all his attention on merging the magic balls in his hand, as if he was holding a bomb that was about to explode at any time. With the fusion of the magic balls in Locke's hand, a strong and violent aura arose from Locke's hand. At the same time, Wesley had completed the level 4 magic, Hell Spear. A 4-meter-long spear with a daunting black aura appeared in front of him. At this moment, Wesley also felt the energy in front of Locke. Although he was a little shocked, he knew that there was no room for him to retreat. He roared, "Go, Hell Spear, shatter the enemy." The long spear seemed to have heard the order. It vibrated slightly and shot quickly towards Locke with a strong black smoke. At the same time, the two small balls in Locke's hands had been merged, forming a red and blue element ball. The violent force of the element ball rampaged, and it had reached the limit that he could control. Without any hesitation, he directly pushed out the element ball that he was about to lose control of. Boom! The element ball collided with the long spear. Wesley ran out. The magic of level 4 he was proud of only lasted for a second before it was smashed into pieces by the element ball. After smashing the long spear, the element ball, which had been in a state of riot, finally burst out completely. With the element ball as their center, it emitted a strong red and blue light wave, which spread in all directions with terrible power. The shocked eyes of Wesley and other members of the Brandon family gradually were occupied by panic. They frantically fled to the distance, but without the slightest effect. And the light wave at once in front of them, really careless. Looking at the fast-spreading light wave, Athena complained slightly. As she spoke, she lightly leapt up and already rushed in the direction of Locke. Almost in an instant, a destructive light wave surrounded the two people, Locke and Athena. Then, the light wave didn't seem to stop at all. It rushed directly to the castle. All the people in the castle, including Cotter and the others, were with their mouths wide open, and their feet seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move at all. These are bound to die. Seeing the light wave rushing towards him, this was the only thought in Ferguson's mind. Looking at the light wave rushing towards them, Hephaestus on the wall shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He stretched out his hand as if he was summoning something. A stream of light in the workshop flew out. In a flash, that stream of light had reached the front of the castle. "Is this Mr. Hephaestus's hammer?" Cotter recognized it immediately. Sure enough, Mr. Hephaestus was also so powerful. Seeing that Hephaestus took action, Cotter and the others finally felt relieved. The hammer vibrated, and a mysterious power spread out, forming an invisible barrier in front of the wall to protect the castle, and the red and blue light wave was also blocked outside by the hammer. A minute later, the scattered dust sank, and the scene under the castle finally appeared in front of everyone. A milky white barrier protected Locke and Athena. Except for a small piece of land under Locke and Athena, the other parts of the barrier were all destroyed by the powerful power of the element ball. The ground under Locke and Athena's feet was like a mountain, standing alone in a big pit. As for Wesley and the others, they had already been burned to ashes by this powerful force. Very strong. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Locke himself was shocked and said in a daze. After the shock, he was a little excited. "Is this the attack I made?" Seeing the excited look on Locke's face, Athena rolled her eyes and said coldly, "It's indeed powerful, but it might blow yourself to death first." so you'd better not use it before you completely control it. Holding Locke's hand, she jumped up and the two went back to the wall. Master Locke, are you okay? Seeing Locke come back, Cotter and the others came up to him and asked worriedly. Locke shook his head, indicating that he was fine. In a battle, although he was accidentally cut by the enemy's weapons, they were not fatal injuries. Boy, you are so brave to do anything. Looking at Locke, Asclepius next to him praised. As he spoke, he threw the healing skill into Locke's body. The wounds on Locke's face healed at a visible rate with the help of Asclepius. How could Lister have a powerful healer? Judged by the fast healing method, he must be the healer of level 3 at least. Seeing that Locke's wounds were healed by Asclepius in an instant, Ferguson didn't know how to describe his inner shock. The girl who could crush the level 3 mage at will and the strong man who could resist the beyond level 4 magic power and a healer at least of level 3. Was this the secret base of a big family in the county town? No. He had a vague feeling that even the families in the city might not have such strength. At this moment, Ferguson felt that his brain was in a mess and he was a little confused. In other words, everything now was fake. In fact, he was still sleeping. He hadn't come to Lister and experienced such horrible scenes. He pinched his thigh hard. However, the piercing pain told him that everything was true. Ferguson decided to leave. He couldn't stand staying here any longer because he felt his heart couldn't bear anything. Trembling, Ferguson walked up to Locke and saluted. Sir Capet, since the problem has been solved. Excuse me, I'll leave now. He looked extremely respectful. The original Mr. Capet had been changed to Sir Capet. If he still kept pride of the Grace family when he first came here, he had already put himself in a humble position now. Say hello to Rosalind for me. Locke didn't stop him and nodded with a smile. After getting Locke's permission, Ferguson didn't stop for a moment and rode off at a furious pace. Chapter 52. The battle was over. Noticing that the energy fluctuation outside the cell stopped, Monroe was shocked and pricked up his ears to listen to the sound outside. Locke Capet's men must have been killed by Sir Wesley. Thinking of this, Monroe got excited. He seemed to have seen the Brandon family welcome him out. However, when hearing the giggling sound from the cell, a guard came in from the outside and knocked on the door with a weapon in his hand. What are you excited about? Stay here quietly. Hearing the guard's reproach, Monroe's face froze and immediately found that something was wrong. Sir Wesley won. Shouldn't these people look flustered and fearful? Why did he still act as nothing had happened? A bad feeling suddenly surged up in his heart. Young man. Monroe waved his hand and stopped the guard who was about to go out. He turned his head and looked at the small window of the cell. What's going on outside? The guard glanced at Monroe. Although he was a little impatient, he was in a good mood. So he said, the invaders have been eliminated by the Lord. You should be more obedient. After saying that, the guard went out. Monroe stood there stiffly as if he hadn't recovered his spirit from the news. The fact that the invaders were eliminated meant that Sir Wesley was defeated. A level 3 mage was eliminated easily. Monroe's face turned pale all of a sudden, and his face, which had been so excited and red, turned pale all of a sudden. He slumped to the ground with despair in his eyes. Would he spend the rest of his life in prison? Thinking of this possibility, Monroe couldn't help but shiver. No. It was not easy for him to practice into the level 2 mage. How could he be defeated like this? I must find a way to get out. Yes, since Locke Capet had saved his life, it meant that he was still valuable. Although he had been locked up in prison, he also found that except for Locke and the people around him, Lister had no strong fighting strength at all. The strongest one was only a knight of level 2. For example, these guards were basically ordinary people. Maybe he could turn to Locke Capet's side. Yes, he chose to side with Locke Capet. In this short minute, he was in a mood like a roller coaster. In the end, he had already had the will to submit. Help. I want to see Sir Capet. After leaving Lister, Ferguson ran all the way to Bone City at the fastest speed. In Treasure Pavilion, Rosalind's face changed when she heard that Ferguson had come back. Did Ferguson still arrive a little late? Did Locke and the others already come across the danger? Raphael, who was standing behind her, also sighed. She thought that Locke and the others might be dead, while Lister might be over. Ferguson bowed to Rosalind after he came in. Rosalind waved her hand to hint Ferguson to get up and asked in a low voice, "Didn't I ask you to protect Locke from leaving? Why are you here?" "Dear Miss Grace, Lister is not in danger now. All the members of the Brandon family have been killed," Ferguson reported. lowering his head. Rosalind was stunned at first, and then she stared at Ferguson with her beautiful eyes wide open. She couldn't believe what she just heard. All the members of the Brandon family were dead. There was a level 3 mage and more than 10 level 2 practitioners. If Ferguson didn't look very normal now, she would doubt if Ferguson was insane. Raphael, who was standing behind Rosalind, was also shocked, losing in astonishment. "Tell me everything you know." After all, she was the daughter of a count and had seen a lot of big scenes. Rosalind soon came to herself. Ferguson told her everything he had seen in Lister. When it came to fun and tension, his eyes would still show a strong shock and fear. Defeating a level 3 mage easily, Locke used beyond the level 4 magic, and a strong man who blocked beyond the level 4 magic power, or at least a healer of level 3. Rosalind felt everything was impossible. If she didn't have absolute trust in Ferguson, she would think that all this was fake. She can defeat a level 3 mage. This girl is at least a level 4 practitioner or even a level 5 practitioner. Rosalind took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the shock in her heart, but her voice was still trembling uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that the girl named Athena would be such a powerful practitioner. The man holding the hammer was at least a strong man of level 4, and there was also a healer of level 3. This power was almost omnipotent in the county town. Besides, it was just her guess. Maybe they were more powerful. From now on, Locke Capet was the highest VIP. Even if she used all the resources of Treasure Pavilion, she must have a good relationship with Locke Capet. Rosalind was a little excited. Perhaps, with the help of Locke, the Grace family would become a real big family. This was an unprecedented opportunity for the Grace family. She wanted to pay a visit to Lister in person, but she had to go back to the county town because Scylla Magic Academy was about to begin. Besides, she had to personally report this thing to her father, Count Grace. Lister, the castle was completely unharmed under the protection of Hephaestus, but the training ground in front of the castle was miserable. The originally flat training ground had now become a big pit. Fortunately, there were not many houses in front of the castle, so there were not many places damaged during the battle. The Brandon family still treated Locke as a pushover and provoked him again and again. Locke's eyes flashed with coldness as he watched the reconstruction work under the castle. Now that they dared to make trouble for him, they were ready to pay the price. He remembered that there seemed to be a lot of good things in the Brandon family's territory. According to the law of the Empire, it was not allowed to encroach on each other's territory, but the Brandon family took the initiative. He just fought back. But Locke's force was still too weak. After the fight, Locke suddenly realized something. Although his strength was rapidly increasing and he had summoned a lot of gods, the other people's strength was still too weak. At present, Cotter was only the level 2 knight, Curtin and the other knights were only the level 1 knights. The others were only a little better than the ordinary people, not even the practitioners. Even the mage of level 3 would need him to take action. In the future, their enemies would only become stronger and stronger. He and the gods couldn't always fight with enemies. Just as Locke was thinking about how to establish and expand his force, a guard came up and reported, "My lord, the mage Monroe who was imprisoned before wants to see you." Monroe? Locke suddenly remembered that he was still holding a mage, so he said to the guard, "Bring him here." Now he was worried about how to develop his own power. If the mage was sensible, he might be useful. In a short while, under the escort of the guards, Monroe arrived at the pier wall. Chapter 53. Was this where the battle just happened? Looking at the ruined ground under the castle and feeling the strong and violent aura that was still pervading in the air, Monroe's heart trembled. Although he hadn't experienced this battle, he knew with the magic aura here that he would definitely lose his life under this force. "Respectful Sir Lord." Kneeling on the ground, Monroe bowed respectfully. At first, he thought he was a level 2 mage and had some condition, but now he was really afraid. A level 2 mage? He was afraid that he couldn't block even the fluctuation of the battle just now. Locke nodded slightly, waiting for Monroe's next words. Kneeling on the ground, Monroe said in a respectful voice, "Sir Capet, I'm willing to work for you and do whatever you ask me to do." After saying that, he lowered his head and waited for Locke's reply nervously. While he was waiting anxiously, Locke finally spoke. "I can give you a chance to make amends." Looking at Monroe, who was kneeling on the ground, Locke said slowly, "From now on, you will open a magic class in Lister. You will teach children in Lister magic knowledge and earth magic." Hearing Locke's words, Monroe breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. As long as he could get out of that dark cell, he could do anything. But if I find out what tricks you are playing." Saying, Locke emitted a piercing chill, which showed an evident meaning. Hearing Locke's warning and thinking of the fight just now, Monroe felt a chill down his spine. He immediately promised, "I will do my job well as Lord asked me to do. I don't dare to betray Lord at all." Locke nodded slightly and said lightly, "As a member of the Brandon family, you should know more about the power of the Brandon family, right?" Locke wanted to know more about his enemy. After all, only by knowing clearly the enemy could he win battles. The Brandon family is one of the top 3 forces in Nathan County. The strongest one in the family is the father of Count Brandon, Lancelot. He is a powerful man at the top of level 4. According to the news spread in the family, Lancelot is about to break through to become a level 5 mage. Observing Locke's face and seeing that Locke was calm and didn't look surprised or scared, Monroe continued, "By means of my identity, I can't get in touch with the core confidential information of the family. But I know that the Brandon family has a secret connection with a certain Duke family, for so many years. It was just because of this Duke family that it was able to confront the power of the Marquis family." After saying that, Monroe stopped and waited for Locke's order. The Brandon family was supported by the Duke family. In other words, besides the Brandon family, the Duke family was also a threat to Lister. It seemed that he had to make the people in the territory stronger as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Locke waved his hand and asked the servant to take Monroe to leave. Previously, he had divided a separate area around Victory Temple of Athena, which was especially used for teaching. It was also the place where Asclepius trained healers. Strictly speaking, the healers and forgers in this world were one type of mage. Different from the ordinary mage, the healers were not only the wood mage but also needed the talent of fire nature to operate the fire to refine medicine. As for the forgers, they were the fire mages who had learned the forging technique. In addition to magic, array mages also needed to learn the formation technique, and the biggest difference with ordinary mages was on the soul power level. The soul power level determined the mage's perception of herbs, ores, etc. Therefore, a mage could become a special profession like a healer, whose soul power level was definitely rare. Only a few people could become mages, and now with the strict requirements of soul power, these jobs were incomparably precious. The mining work of ores was on the right track. Locke asked Cotter and the others to put aside their work and put all their energy into practice. With the help of Victory Temple of Athena, the strength of Cotter and the others was increased very fast. To speed up the practice speed of Cotter and the others, Locke decided to find Asclepius to prepare medicine for practice. When Locke came over, Asclepius was teaching 3 apprentices to refine medicine. In fact, these 3 people only had a faint wood attribute and fire attribute talent. If they were tested according to the traditional magic talent test, they would not be able to reach the standard of being healers at all. However, their talent was stimulated through a special way of Asclepius. Last time, they had tested more than 10 children, but only the 3 could have a faint resonance with the test crystals. Although the earlier magic talent woke up, the higher the magic talent level would be. But the awakening time of magic talent was different for everyone. Therefore, Locke decided to ask Monroe to teach these children basic magic knowledge, and then regularly carried out the test of magic talent. Of course, if one was over 16 years old, it was almost impossible for him to wake up. Judged by the looks of these 3 people, they would soon be able to become level 1 healers. After completing this task, it would probably be another good reward. Locke thought happily. "Hi, Locke." Seeing Locke come over, Asclepius asked the 3 healer apprentices to practice by themselves. "Hello, Asclepius. Can you refine medicine to improve practice base now?" "I'm going to provide practice medicine to Uncle Cotter and the others. Of course, the premise is that it can't damage their foundation." After greeting, Locke spoke out his thoughts directly. Ikasa continent had a lot of medicine that could improve one's practice base, which could also be regarded as the resource of practice. Many big families had powerful strong men in generations because there was a constant supply of medicine. However, many medicines would exploit one's potential. Although they had the effect of improving one's practice space, in the long run, the gain was not worth it. If they take it, energy transforming elixir of level 2 is very suitable. After thinking for a while, Asclepius said energy transforming elixir was a very common elixir in Ikasa continent, which was used to improve the practice space of knights, swordsmen, and other fighting spirit practitioners. After saying that, he smiled and continued, "Don't worry. I have improved my way of refining medicine. It won't hurt their foundation. Okay, I'll arrange the purchase of medicinal material of energy transforming elixir. Without the slightest doubt, Locke smiled back. If there was even something wrong with the medicine refined by the medical god, then the healers in this world were useless. Soon, the medicinal materials used to refine medicine were listed by Asclepius. After getting the list, Locke didn't waste time. He gave it to Hansen and asked him to prepare it. After Locke left, he went straight to the practice room of Victory Temple of Athena. His practice space had reached the peak of sixth sense. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could feel the breakthrough to the seventh sense. Now his strength was equivalent to a level 3 practitioner, and it was difficult for him to deal with a level 4 practitioner. As for that terrifying element ball, he had never condensed it successfully since he used it last time. Once, he almost blew himself up. Fortunately, Athena appeared in time to help him stabilize the energy. Therefore, he decided to practice the small universe first when his divine power became stronger. From breakthrough to seventh sense, his strength was equivalent to that of the level 4 to level 6 practitioners in this world. Locke couldn't help feeling excited. However, although he had the strength of a level 3 practitioner, he had never used the magic of level 3. Both Lister and Bone City were too remote to collect high-level magic books. It seemed that he still needed to go to Scylla Magic Academy. Locke sighed. In the whole Nathan County, where he had the most magic books, it must be Scylla Magic Academy. After Cotter and the others entered the practice, Locke was not idle either. Soon he also entered the practice. More than 10 days. Ding tilde. Detecting that the task is completed, and the level of the task is excellent. Rewarding you with a divine temple of Asclepius. Hearing the voice of the system, Locke was stunned for a moment and then couldn't restrain his excitement. Although he was ready to complete the task and accept the reward of the system, he was still very surprised to hear the reward. A divine temple. This mission rewarded a divine palace. Ha ha, Locke Capit, you were so lucky. Looking at the small palace floating in the system space, Locke's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Compared to Victory Temple of Athena, Temple of Medical God was indeed much smaller. But it didn't matter. From the Victory Temple of Athena, each god's temple had magical powers. For example, Victory Temple of Athena could improve the environment, speed up practice, inspire wisdom, and so on. Temple of Medical God must have its corresponding function. Chapter 54. On a hill on the right side of the castle, Locke, Athena, Asclepius, and Hephaestus were standing side by side. In front of them, a delicate divine temple was floating, emitting a faint blue mysterious energy like clouds. After discussion, Locke decided to put the divine temple on the small mountain on the east side of the castle. It's better for you to put your thing. Looking at the mountains in front of them, Locke said to Asclepius. Asclepius nodded with a smile. With a light tap of his cane, the divine temple turned into a beam of light and flew out. At the same time, the divine temple rapidly expanded, instantly turning into a hill-sized palace floating in the air. The huge palace reflected a boundless shadow on the ground. After a day's mining, the 5 residents were drinking in the yard. Under the leadership of Locke, the lives of Lister's residents had undergone tremendous changes, especially after mining for ores. They had obtained a stable income. Just as they were drinking happily, one of them dropped the bottle in his hand with a bang on the ground. The sharp sound of the broken bottle awakened the rest of them. Jeff, you are too weak. Ha ha. You were drunk with only 1 bottle. Yes, so weak. If you go back tonight, I'm afraid you'll be disliked by your wife. Ha ha. The rest of them laughed and shouted, but they suddenly found that there was something wrong with Jeff's expression. Jeff's eyes were wide open and dull as if he had seen something horrible. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a goose egg. What is it? Jeff pointed at the floating divine temple in the distance and said in a trembling voice. The other 3 people looked in the direction of his finger and were instantly stunned. They couldn't help but rub their eyes to confirm if the scene they saw was real. Thump. God is coming. Finally, one of them knelt excitedly and worshipped the divine temple devoutly. The rest of them also quickly knelt on the ground with respectful faces. Attracted by the screams, the residents came out one after another. When they saw the divine temple floating and emitting divine light, they directly knelt on the ground. In the distance, the divine temple fell on the mountain and had integrated with the mountain. At this moment, with the divine temple as the center, the invisible energy began to spread around the whole area of Lister. With a wave of his cane, Asclepius suppressed the other fluctuations emitted from the divine temple. Let's go and have a look. Athena smiled sweetly and flew towards the divine temple with Locke. The two of them smiled at each other and followed up. The four flew over the pier wall and directly arrived at the square inside the divine temple. In front of the main hall, there was a wide divine road paved with stone bricks. In the middle of the road stood a jade pillar, on which there was a carved lifelike long snake. On both sides of the road stood 2 rows of beautifully carved jade pillars, the top of which were inlaid with sparkling luminous pearls. In the dark night, the luminous pearls shone gorgeous light, lighting up the whole road. As they continued to walk up, they saw the main hall of the divine temple. Its style was an ancient Greek Doric columned. In front of the main hall were 4 Doric pillars and the foundation of the platform were 3 simple steps. The lintel at the entrance of the main hall was read, "The god of death is not allowed to enter." In this way, the patients would be greatly encouraged and have the confidence to defeat the pain. Beside the main hall, there were more than 10 palaces of various sizes, including the treatment hall, the medicine refining hall, and so on. When they entered the main hall, at the front of it was a statue of Asclepius, which held a walking stick. Compared with Asclepius beside Locke, the statue was more dignified and solemn. There were 4 exquisitely carved jade pillars in the hall. The luminous pearls on the roof illuminated the hall as if it was daytime. The entire hall was reserved and elegant. "How's it going? Is it good?" Asclepius smiled and asked Hephaestus. "Ha ha." Looking at the proud expression on Asclepius's face, Hephaestus curled his lips and said, "My divine temple is much more magnificent than yours." Asclepius didn't get angry at all. He laughed and showed the 3 around. On the other side, the residents of Lysta had gathered in front of the gate of the divine temple. They were afraid of being punished by gods, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They all carefully watched at the gate. Cotter, Curtin, and the others also woke up from practice and rushed to the gate of the divine temple as fast as they could. Half an hour later, Locke and the other 3 walked out of the divine temple. "My lord." The residents all bowed to Locke and then greeted the 3 of them. "My people, this divine temple is also a gift from gods. It will protect Lysta, just like Victory Temple of Athena." Looking at the eagerness in residents' eyes, Locke continued with a smile, "Therefore, everyone needs to repay the favor of gods with your devout faith." Compared with the appearance of Victory Temple of Athena last time, the residents were much calmer, but they were still very excited and happy. With Locke's permission, Lysta's residents began to worship the divine temple. When they saw the familiar figure in the divine temple, they were shocked again. Was Mr. Asclepius also the spokesperson chosen by gods in the world? At this point, their worship of Asclepius reached the point of complete fervor. First, it was Miss Athena, and now it was Mr. Asclepius. So would it be Hephaestus next? At the thought of this possibility, Cotter and Curtin couldn't help but tremble. They looked at each other and found that the other party's eyes were filled with shock. In the castle, Locke had already washed up and was lying comfortably on the bed, waiting for the system test at 12 o'clock. Finally, 12 o'clock came. Ding! The test of the second divine temple is over. The number of people of belief is being tested. Asclepius owns 230 faith points. The voice of the system ended. Locke opened the attribute panel to check the change of the points on the board. Host, Locke Capit. Race, human race. Binding identity, Lord of Lysta. Profession, Divinity Practitioner. Level, the 6th sense. Summoning God 1, Athena. Fondness, Friendship, 40. Faith point, 360. Summoning God 2, Asclepius. Fondness, Normal, 95. Faith point, 230. Summoning God 3, Hephaestus. Fondness, Neutral, 80. Faith point. It can be opened after the establishment of the divine temple. After browsing the data on the attribute panel, Locke was a little disappointed that the system didn't release any reward this time. After being depressed for a while, Locke shrugged and didn't feel upset. He was not a greedy man. Ding tilde. You have been targeted by the powerful Brandon family. As a qualified lord, you have to make your territory stronger to fight against the enemy. Releasing system task. Developing Lysta into a powerful and rich city. Time limit, 2 years. Stage 1, developing the number of territorial citizens, building territorial infrastructure, and carrying out housing construction. Time limit, 6 months. Just as he comforted himself and was about to go to bed, the voice of the system rang again. Chapter 55. Although there were gods such as Athena and Hephaestus, compared with the power of the Brandon family, Lister was too weak. Not to mention to compare with the power behind the Brandon family. All of a sudden, Locke became anxious in his mind and eager to strengthen his power. To build a city in 2 years. Locke smiled bitterly and felt stressed. Compared with the beginning, the territory had undergone many changes. The ecological environment and the living quality of the residents had achieved a leap, but it was still far away from the goal of becoming a city. However, a miracle would be created. Locke took a deep breath and said with firm eyes, "Let me, Locke Capit, create a miracle." Locke focused on the first phase of the task: develop the number of territorial people, build territorial infrastructure and carry out housing construction. After browsing through the task, Locke stood up and walked to the desk. Since the city was to be built, it needed to be well planned. It was a map of Lister. Lister's topography was similar to North America of his previous life, with the high west and low east. The western side was mainly the Apu Mountains, while the central part, as well as the eastern side, were low hills and plains. The terrain of the Apu Mountains was rugged and it was not suitable for the development of a city, so the subsequent construction had to be carried out in the central and eastern sides. 3 hours later, Locke wrote down his construction plan approximately. It was just a preliminary plan, and the specific details needed to be discussed. A large-scale construction must require strong financial support. Fortunately, after selling out the level 2 weapons, he had nearly 200,000 gold coins, which was enough to support the early construction of Lister. Besides, the commercial chain with Treasure Pavilion had been established and he could earn gold coins by selling weapons. At a tavern in Bone City, a man entered the tavern and soon found an acquaintance. He sat down and ordered a bowl of wine. The man looked around and then lowered his head and whispered to the acquaintance beside him, "Let me tell you a shocking secret." The others put down the wine bowls in their hands and approached the man. They pricked up their ears, waiting for the man to say the so-called shocking secret. Seeing the rest of them approaching, the man had a mysterious expression on his face. He took a sip of the wine, created enough suspense, and then said in a low voice, "Do you know that Lister, the one who is said to be poor?" The rest nodded. "Another divine temple has been built in Lister. It's amazing that it can cure patients." The man continued in a low voice, "Divine temple?" One of them sneered and said speechlessly, "Didn't they say a long time ago that a temple appeared there? You believe it?" The other man also shook his head, feeling bored. He patted the man's shoulder and advised, "Divine temple? Just listen to it. It's false. You'd better sell vegetables honestly. It's true this time." Seeing that no one believed him, the man became anxious. "My brother went to Lister to deliver vegetables. He saw it with his own eyes. Now they are going to move the whole family to Lister." "Well, that's great. Why don't you move in too?" "Ha ha. Yes. Don't disturb us looking at women." They laughed and looked at the dancing girl who appeared in the tavern. "Humphrey, I'm really going to move. You will regret it." Seeing no one talking to him, the man didn't even drink. He muttered and went out in anger. The news that Lister had 2 divine temples spread quickly in Bone City. Of course, many people sniffed at the news and didn't want to believe it. The aristocrats were also shocked and confused. Could it be that gods really descended in Lister and made Locke Capit, who had the reputation of being a loser, a mage? Confused, they sent someone to inquire about the situation of Lister. However, they were completely shocked by the news from their men. Lister really had 2 divine temples. Lister had the Black Iron Mine. A few days ago, a level 3 mage came to look for trouble, but was beaten up by Locke Capit. The aristocrats only felt that their values of life were affected. First, there were divine temples and then Locke killed a level 3 mage. Why did they feel so unreal? "Do you think Lister still has mineral resources?" In Bone City, Baron Fubin exclaimed. "It's true. I've heard that they have a professional forger who can make level 2 weapons. However, since Lister has a strong defense, we can only investigate this situation." A middle-aged man who looked like a butler continued to report. Sitting on the chair, the eyes of Baron Fubin were shocked. Lister also had mineral resources, which was an enviable fortune. What's more, it was hard to understand why the level 2 forger would come to such a remote and desolate place like Lister. Although he was greedy for the mineral resources in Lister, he had a clear estimation of himself. From the news he had received, he was afraid that there were some powerful men in Lister. As for that Locke who could kill the level 3 mage, he didn't believe it at all. Perhaps that powerful man deliberately put all the things on lock to deceive others. After all, no matter how astonishing a person's talent was, it was impossible for him to defeat a level 3 mage. If he reported the information of the mineral resources to the Basel family, he would get a big reward. The Basel family was one of the top 10 forces of Natan County. It was easy to deal with Lock Capit. After a moment of silence, Fubin sneered in his heart. He wondered if Lock Capit could keep the fat. It was known to all that even those big families would scramble for a black iron mine. Whether there was any divine temple, or to kill a level 3 mage, in front of the big family, were not important. Someone secretly sent a message to the family behind them, telling them about Lister's situation. Some were also watching, wondering if they should bring gifts to make friends with Lock. Bone City also began to surge. Hearing the news about Bone City from Treasure Pavilion, Lock just smiled and didn't take it seriously. There were just some small families in Bone City, which didn't make a threat to Lister. In the middle of St. Brieuc City, there was a huge and magnificent building. Lock Capit. In the study, the middle-aged man murmured and waved his hand, indicating the person who had reported to him to leave first. Now Lock was a level 1 fire mage. It seemed that his talent was really good. After the matter of the Brandon family was solved, maybe he could train Lock well. Marquis Hyman soon made a decision. He didn't believe that Lister had 2 divine temples. It was known to all that the gods were legendary things. How could they descend in that barren place? Even if it really had the function of accelerating practice, it might be because of some arrays. It was as if the Marquis mansion had set up an array that could condense magic elements. The Brandon family also received the news from Bone City. Vice is dead, too. Count Brandon's face very darkened and his eyes were filled with coldness. How could he lose so many people in a loser's territory? Sir Count, that loser has begun to mine the Black Iron Mine. I don't know where he has hired a forger to forge a lot of weapons. Many families know about the Black Iron Mine. According to Bone City, Treasure Pavilion has decided to open the branch in Lister. Butler Diner reported with his head down. Does the Grace family also want to get involved in this matter? Count Brandon lowered his head. Since the matter of the Black Iron Mine was exposed, the other families would never watch him monopolize it. Lock Capit. I would let you be proud for a while. When the Brandon family became the real overlord of the Natan County, it would be the day of the destruction of the Capit family. With a grim look in his eyes, Count Brandon sneered in his heart. Then he ordered the Butler Diner, go and invite Count Basel and Count Ogden here. Butler Diner nodded and went out. On the other side, in the meeting hall of the Grace family, that's all about Lock Capit. After saying that, Rosalind stopped and looked at Count Grace on the host seat, waiting for Count Grace to speak. Count Grace was a slightly plump middle-aged man. His black robe was inlaid with golden patterns, which made him look dignified and noble. His eyes revealed the unique shrewdness of a businessman. Count Grace nodded slowly and said in a low voice, there is no doubt that Lock Capit is a rare genius. Most importantly, he has the support of the powerful practitioners. Rosalind, you did a good job this time. The fight in the county town is getting fiercer. The power of Marquis and the Brandon family will not let us stay out of it. Everyone knows that the Brandon family is very ambitious. Cooperating with the Brandon family is risky and dangerous. Therefore, we have no choice but to choose the power of the Marquis family. But in the face of such a fierce battle, no matter which family is likely to be destroyed. Therefore, our family urgently needs a reliable ally now. And we have already taken the chance in the matter of Lock Capit to win a good impression. Beside Count Grace, an old man of about 70 also nodded slightly and said with a serious face, I agree with the view of Sir Count. For this kind of genius, we must try our best to make friends. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. A month later. As the news of the Divine Temple spread, in just a month, Lister had more than 1,000 residents. Even Locke was stunned by the growth rate. These newcomers, who had just joined the territory, became faithful followers after experiencing the magic of the divine temples of Athena and Asclepius. After the faith point breakthrough of 1,000 points, the power of the 2 divine temples had risen by 1 level directly. The density of magic elements and fighting spirit in the whole territory had increased greatly, and the effect of Temple of Medical God was more obvious. It slowly increased the physique of the people in the territory and even their talent. However, Locke felt a little helpless. According to the instructions of the system, only the Faith Point Breakthrough 10,000 could trigger the new function and reward. Since so many people came at once, the original houses were naturally not enough. Locke didn't hesitate to spend all his gold coins on the construction. During this period, Asclepius' fondness towards him broke through the normal level to the friendly level. He also obtained a level 6 soul restoration elixir. Soul restoration elixir, as its name implied, could stabilize the soul. It was one of the best healing medicines for people whose soul was damaged. Of course, this medicine had no effect on Locke. It was directly thrown into the system zone by him. One day, Locke finished practice and decided to check the situation of housing construction. In the past month, his practice space was still at the peak of the sixth sense. He had a hunch that within 10 days, he would be able to feel a breakthrough to the seventh sense. After a month's construction, there was another area of beautiful rooms in the territory. Respectful Sir Lord, at the construction site, an old man with a white beard bowed to Locke. "Hi, Rowan." Locke replied with a smile. Looking at the busy figure of the workers, he turned round and asked, "How is the project going?" The white-bearded old man was Rowan, the leader of the construction team who came to help Locke build a castle before. Rowan and the others had come to Lister a month ago. They had made a great contribution to the fast construction of Lister. In Bone City, they also heard rumors about Lister. Unlike others, they had been to Lister and had a deep impression of Locke. They didn't think the news was groundless. They were dubious about the rumor and decided to see it by themselves. When they arrived at Lister, they were shocked. It was hard to imagine that Lister had changed so much in just 2 months. In particular, the 2 lofty divine temples made people want to worship them. After careful consideration, Rowan, the leader of the team, decided to stay in Lister. A dozen of his team members followed Rowan to stay. They were only the lowest level workers in Bone City, and there was nothing worth their attention. "Sir Lord, 40 houses have been completed at present. According to the requirements of the drawing, we still need 200 houses. As for the academy, we have the priority to start according to your requirements. It is almost completed now." Rowan sighed and said helplessly, "We have worked overtime, but the workers are not enough now." Since receiving the task of building a city, Locke had a bold idea, to build an academy. If Lister wanted to develop, he had to have a place to foster strong people. Although it would cost a lot of money to build an academy, it was a good deal in the long run. "I'll take care of the workers." Locke nodded and said to Rowan, "You can also tell everyone that after the project is over, I will give everyone 1.5 times the reward." Rowan was overjoyed. He bowed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sir Lord." After talking with Rowan, Locke asked Hansen to recruit workers in Bone City. In the evening, Locke came to the residence of the bandits he had caught before. The guards very soon assembled the captives. Soon, there were a lot of people under the stage. Although they were all captives, Locke didn't abuse them. He maintained a normal supply of clothes and food. It could even be said that their current life was a little better than that of residents in Lister at the beginning. Of course, compared to the residents of Lister, they lacked freedom, the most important thing in their lives. "Everyone, although you were bandits before, I'm willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Looking at the captives on the ground, Locke paused. Seeing that all the bandits raised their heads, he said loudly, "From now on, as long as you work hard and don't commit any crime in 2 years, I can give you freedom." These bandits used to be the residents in the nearby territory, but for various reasons, they came to the mountain to be bandits. They didn't deserve to die. As a modern educated person in the 21st century, Locke wouldn't deprive casually ordinary people's lives. However, although there were reasons, they should be punished for doing something wrong. 2 years was also a test. If there were still some people who didn't change and still did evil, Locke wouldn't be soft on them. Freedom? The captives were shocked and looked at Locke in disbelief. What did they hear just now? Sir Lord said they could be free. As captives, money was the most useless thing for them. What did they want the most now? It was freedom. The originally quiet captives suddenly became noisy. "Sir Lord, do you promise to set us free after 2 years?" A bandit trembled with tears in his eyes. Locke nodded affirmatively and promised, "I promise in the name of the Capet family that I will keep my words." "Thank you, Sir Lord." The bandit knelt excitedly and kowtowed to Locke. The others also knelt with surprise one after another. After getting Locke's promise, the bandits worked with unprecedented enthusiasm. 5 days later, the Academy under Victory Temple of Athena had been rebuilt. But there were only two separate teaching buildings at present. Tisangu Academy. In the middle of the academy, there was a huge square for the exchange of students. In the center of the square, there was a jade pillar carved with irises. The prosperous and fragmented petals were clear and lifelike. The iris was the symbol of the Capet family. 4 lines were engraved in the center of the jade pillar: the natural human rights, born equal, brave and fearless, and desperate. The carving was strong and powerful, a masterpiece of Hephaestus. The reason why Locke chose the natural human rights and born equal was that he hoped that the students of Tisangu Academy could constantly surpass themselves, break the worldly prejudice and become really strong men. Wearing a black robe, Monroe walked into Tisangu Academy. With the participation of a large number of residents, there were already more than 60 students in the magic class. Today was the first time they had classes in a new teaching building. Brave and fearless, and desperate were normal. But what did the natural human rights and born equal mean? Looking at the mottos written by Locke, Monroe was stunned. He felt that his head was buzzing and he almost couldn't stand. Standing in front of the jade pillar for a while, Monroe smiled bitterly. In this world where the strong dominated and the noble ruled, this lord really dared to write anything. Locke set Monroe on the opposite side with the world just one sentence. Now Monroe suddenly regretted whether it was a right choice to join Locke. Of course, this idea disappeared in an instant. Monroe had to admit that Lister was indeed mysterious. As a mage, he was very sensitive to magic elements. He was sure that the magic element was getting thicker here compared to when he first arrived in Lister. What was more amazing was that he clearly found that the speed at which he absorbed fire elements was much faster than before. He speculated that Lister might have some magic array to condense the magic elements. After all, many magic arrays could condense magic elements and fighting spirits. He didn't believe in the legendary gods. No matter what, he was now a member of Lister. It was better for him to teach children well. Shaking his head helplessly, Monroe strode towards the magic teaching building. Chapter 57. In the past 2 days, different from the undercurrents in other places, the atmosphere in the Castellan mansion was particularly depressing. It was filled with heavy soldiers. Castellan Donahue, with a pale face and purplish lips. The man fell into a coma. Beside him stood Parker, the level 1 healer of Bone City. Parker sighed helplessly. The poison in Sir Castellan's body had entered the internal organs, and even the level 3 healer in Barnes City was unable to cure it. What could he, a level 1 healer, do? Is there really no other way? Outside the room of Donahue, Mrs. Castellan, Mavis, looked worried and tired, and a faint weariness emanated from between her brows. After Donahue got toxic, all the things in the Castellan mansion fell on her shoulders. She was worried about her husband's life, and at the same time, she had to prevent the attack of political enemies. The old butler, Sharman, shook his head and said bitterly, "Even the level 3 healer can't do anything about it. I'm afraid that Sir Castellan is." Mavis seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she asked, "Treasure Pavilion? Do they have any life-saving medicine?" The old butler, Sharman, shook his head again. The fire of hope in Mavis extinguished again, and the air became quiet for a moment. At the same time, a guard came over. "Mrs. Mavis, the leader of Treasure Pavilion, Mr. Judd, wants to see you." Mavis nodded helplessly and signaled the guard to invite Judd in. After Judd came in, he bowed to Mavis and then asked, "Mrs. Mavis, how is Sir Castellan now?" "It's getting worse and worse. He's in a coma now." Mavis took a look at Donahue, who was lying in the room, with a worried look on her face. Hearing this, Judd's face became a little serious. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, "You can go to Lister and ask for help. Maybe there is still a chance of survival." "Lister?" Mavis was a little stunned. When she realized what Judd meant, she asked excitedly, "Mr. Judd, do you mean, can someone in Lister cure Donahue?" She had heard of Lister several times these days, but she had no time to pay attention to it because of her husband. Donahue. Judd just smiled and said nothing. Locke Capet's matter was too involved. If he hadn't been on good terms with Donahue, he wouldn't have exposed too much about Lister. Seeing that Judd just smiled and avoided eye contact with her, how could Mavis not understand what he meant? "Charman, go and arrange a carriage. We'll go to Lister right away." Without any hesitation, she ordered the old butler Charman, She trusted Judd very much and knew that he wouldn't talk nonsense. Shaman nodded and quickly went out to make an arrangement. Seeing that Mavis was in such a hurry, Judd thought for a while and reminded her, "You must be careful. Don't offend Lock Capit or displease him." Mavis nodded. How could an ordinary person be treated so seriously by the leader of the treasure pavilion? She would not offend him without thinking. Soon, the old butler, Charman, got the carriage ready and they rushed to Lister as fast as they could. The carriage of the Castellan mansion moved very fast. In just 3 hours, they arrived at the border of Lister. The broken border stele had already been replaced with marble. The word Lister was written nimbly and enchanting. They also set up sentries at the intersection of Lister. Is this really Lister? Looking at the lush and vibrant scene in front of her, Mavis was a little stunned, but she also knew that it was not the right time to think about it, so she waved her hand, indicating the convoy to continue. As expected, they were stopped by Lister's guards at the intersection. "We are from the Castellan mansion." A guard of the Castellan mansion showed his token. Someone from the Castellan mansion? Sam was confused. It seemed that they didn't have any intersection with the Castellan mansion. Why did the other party suddenly come here this night? "My husband, Castellan Donahue, was seriously injured. We come to Lister to seek medical help." Mavis opened the curtain of the carriage. Although her tone was a little anxious, it was very decent. "Seeking medical help." Sam's eyes fell on the carriage and saw a man lying there. After withdrawing his gaze, he nodded and said to Mavis, "Wait a moment. I'll send someone to report to my lord now." It seemed that Lister really had the ability to cure her husband. Seeing that Sam knew that she came to see a doctor and didn't show any surprise, Mavis had more hope. When did the people of the Castellan mansion need to be informed before seeing an insignificant Baron Lord? The guards of the Castellan mansion were a little unhappy in their minds, but seeing that Mavis didn't say anything, they could only wait. They had been waiting for nearly an hour. In the end, even Mavis was a little angry. Fortunately, she finally saw 2 people coming out of Lister. The leader was none other than Cotter. Cotter bent slightly towards the carriage and explained, "I'm sorry. My lord is practicing in seclusion, so I'll take you to the medical clinic." Locke was on the edge of a breakthrough, so Cotter reported it to Athena. Athena didn't care much about the Castellan mansion, so she asked Cotter to handle it by himself. "Sir Castellan and Mrs. Castellan are coming. Why didn't your lord receive them in person?" A guard scolded. The other guards also stared at Cotter with unfriendly expressions. Hearing the guards scold, Cotter's face darkened, and said coldly, "This is Lister. No matter who comes, you have to follow the rules here. If you don't want to, you can leave." As he spoke, the peak momentum of level 2 broke out from his body. After several battles, the vision of Cotter and the others had also improved a lot, and they were not afraid of anything. The peak level 2 knight. The guards were startled by the oppressive force from Cotter. This man was actually a powerful peak knight of level 2. This man was stronger than him. Sweat broke out on the forehead of Kabir, the captain of guards of Castellan. Mavis slightly bent her body and apologized to Cotter. "Nice to meet you, knight. I apologize for what the guard Relf said just now, but I promise that he didn't do it on purpose. He was just too worried about Donahue's injury." Seeing that the other party gave in, Cotter nodded and took back his momentum. According to Athena's order, he planned to take these people directly to the divine temple of Asclepius. After being scolded by Cotter, the members of the Castellan mansion stopped being arrogant and carefully followed him. Along the way, the more Mavis looked, the more alarmed she became. On both sides of the road were newly renovated 2-story small buildings, each with a small independent courtyard in front. In addition, large-scale construction was still going on in the distance. The residents passing by also had happy smiles on their faces. From time to time, someone greeted Cotter, and everything was in order. Was this the legendary Barren Land? It might be able to defeat most of the territories. As the convoy slowly moved forward, everyone only saw a big figure and a small one in front of them chasing after each other on the road. The small figure was very smart. After entering the grass, he ran away in a flash and disappeared. The big figure that was tall stamped his feet anxiously in the original place. He muttered as if he was saying threatening words. Hearing the sound of the carriage behind, the figure turned around. "Hi, Cotter." Seeing a group of people staring at him behind Cotter, Monroe's face turned red. He cleared his throat and tidied up his messy clothes. Then he looked at Mavis and the others and asked, "Are they here for?" "Hissed Tilda." Seeing the 2 brown-yellow bars on Monroe's chest, The people of the Castellan mansion took a deep breath. This was a level 2 Earth mage. Was a level 2 mage so casual now? After all, the mage of level 2 was the distinguished guest of the major family of Bone City. However, it seemed that Cotter was used to this kind of scene. He smiled and asked, "Hi, Monroe. Are you having a class?" After joining Locke's side, Monroe seemed to have realized the reality. He was very well behaved and even quickly familiar with the residents of Lister. Nodding his head, Monroe smiled helplessly and said, "Yes, these little guys are really troublesome." The two exchanged a few more words. Cotter headed for the Divine Temple of Asclepius with the people from the Castellan mansion. Chapter 58. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the door of the Divine Temple of Asclepius. Looking at the Divine Temple in front of her, Mavis was a little shocked. She muttered, "Is this the Divine Temple that is said to appear in Lister? Such an exquisite and magnificent building could not be found even in the whole Nathan County." The old butler, Charman, and other guards also looked at the magnificent building in front of them in amazement. Under the leadership of Cotter, the crowd came to the treatment hall. "Mr. Asclepius, here comes the injured." With a respectful look on his face, Cotter saluted to Asclepius. As the wife of the Castellan, Mavis was good at gauging people. She immediately realized that the person in front of her should be the one who could cure her husband. So she bowed to Asclepius and said sincerely and respectfully, "Sir, please save my husband. Is this the patient?" Asclepius nodded slightly, glancing at Donahue on the stretcher. Mavis nodded hurriedly. Then Asclepius put down the pharmacopoeia in his hand and walked up to Donahue on the healing table with great interest. He looked at 3 level 1 healers behind him and said crossly, "What are you 3 waiting for? Come here." The 3 young healers nodded, having followed Asclepius for so long, immediately understood that Asclepius was trying to test them, and quickly went to the healing table and began examining Donahue's body. His face is pale and his lips are blue. It should be a sign of being poisoned. There are still wounds on his body. He should have experienced a fierce battle when he was poisoned. Seeing Asclepius let the 3 teenagers check the wound of Castellan Donahue, the butler, Charman, reminded him, Sir Castellan has a noble status. Don't you think you are too arrogant?" "That's right. You ask several children to help. What if the treatment of Sir Castellan is delayed?" Kabir said, the captain of the guards. Mavis didn't say anything, but her face was a little darkened. It was ridiculous that the 3 young men cured her husband. Noisy. Asclepius frowned and waved his hand. The butler and several guards only felt a huge force coming over them, and in front of this force, they felt as small as dust in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had already been swept out of the hall by this force. Standing outside the treatment hall, their brains went blank for more than 10 seconds before they came to their senses. So powerful. The captain of the guards swallowed and felt that his throat was extremely dry. In front of this force, he had no ability to resist at all. If the enemy really wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. At this time, Mavis was completely stunned, as if she was struck by lightning, and her brain was buzzing. At this moment, she finally understood what Judd meant. She finally understood why Judd had warned her not to offend Locke Capet. "It's finally quiet," Asclepius said, clapping his hands with satisfaction. Ahem. When Mavis was still in shock, she heard a violent cough. Somehow, Donahue, who had been in a coma, woke up. In fact, since he entered the Lister, the power of the Divine Temple had been slowly restoring the injuries in his body. Especially after he entered the Divine Temple, the healing effect was more obvious, which directly woke him up from his coma. "Creator." "My dear Donahue, you're finally awake." Mavis came back to her senses from the shock. Seeing that Donahue had actually woken up, she pounced on him and cried with joy. Looking around at the strange surroundings, his dull eyes were filled with confusion. "Where am I? Hell? Mavis, are you here too? Hell? Ha ha, even the god of death is useless in my place." He heard a chuckle. "Who are you?" Gazing at Asclepius with his walking stick, Donahue's pale face was filled with confusion. "This is Mr. Asclepius." Mavis briefly told him that they had come to Lister. Please Mr. Asclepius, help me." Donahue struggled and said intermittently, "Don't worry. I just said that you will not die even wanting if you are in my place." After saying that, Asclepius turned to the 3 healers and said, "You continue." Nodding, one of them condensed a ball of green energy in his hand and slowly entered Donahue's body, ready to check the situation inside his body. Is this wood elements? Although Donahue was not a healer, he had seen a healer make a move. Moreover, there are actually 3 level 1 healers in a small territory. Although he was shocked that there were 3 level 1 healers in Lister, even the level 3 healer couldn't do anything about the poison. Would the level 1 healers work? The poison is blue and cold. The internal organs have already been frozen. Besides, I just tested the blood, and there are also many toxins in it. It seems that the toxins have entered the internal organs. The 3 of them were discussing unhurriedly. Hearing what the 3 of them said, the faces of Donahue and Mavis darkened instantly. Although they didn't know much about healing skills, they knew that if the poison entered the heart, it would be a narrow escape. According to the symptoms, he must have been attacked by the level 3 magical beast, the one-horned snake. There is no wound on his body bitten by the snake, so it should be caused by the poisonous mist from the snake. Hearing the analysis of the 3, Donahue was shocked in his mind. Yes, he was indeed hurt by the one-horned snake of level 3. 3 days ago, the Castellan went to the mountains to hunt the level 2 magical beasts, but he didn't expect to meet the one-horned snake of level 3. Although he escaped the attack of the one-horned snake, in the end, he was still highly poisoned. After being poisoned, they arrived at Barnes City as soon as possible. However, in the face of the deadly poison of the one-horned snake, even the healer of level 3 couldn't do anything about it. However, what made Donahue even more speechless was that just for a moment, the 3 of them seemed to have discussed the treatment. Antidote elixirs formula: 50 grams of the Viola philippica, 100 grams of the lobelia. The 2 of them began to sort out the medicinal materials. The other man continued to transfer the healing energy into Donahue's body. Antidote elixir. Hearing the name of medicine, Donahue shook his head with a bitter smile. It was a common level 1 medicine. After being poisoned, he had even taken the level 3 medicine, but it was useless, not to mention the level 1 antidote elixir. Anyway, he was at the end of his rope. He couldn't even be cured by the level 3 healers. Why not let these people have a try? Thinking of this, he decided to wait and see without saying anything. On the other side, the 2 of them prepared to refine antidote elixir after dealing with the medicinal materials. Chapter 59, Puff Tilda. One of them put the faint flame into the furnace to control the size of the flame, and the other put different medicinal materials into the furnace. Refining medicine was one of the skills of a healer, so Donahue was not surprised at all. However, to his surprise, with the infusion of the healing energy, the wounds in his body actually healed. He felt it carefully and found that this healing energy seemed to be a little purer than the level 3 healer he had seen. Maybe they could really succeed. This idea suddenly came to Donahue's mind. Half an hour later, a black pill was refined. After taking the antidote elixir, he looked better, feeling that his body was gradually recovering. A look of joy appeared on his face. Although there were still a lot of toxins left in his body, they were not enough to kill him. Looking at Donahue up and down, Donahue was not very happy. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Only 40% of the poison has been detoxified." Hearing what he said, the 3 of them looked ashamed and lowered their heads. 3 level 3 healers did something that even the level 3 healers couldn't do, but Asclepius still wasn't satisfied. Donahue suddenly had a fantastic feeling. Was the level 1 healer so powerful now? It seems that I have to do it myself. With a sigh, Asclepius raised his hand and injected a huge amount of energy into Donahue's body. Donahue felt that a burst of powerful and vigorous energy was rapidly healing the wounds in his body. In just a few seconds, his internal organs that had been eroded by the poison had been repaired. Seeing that his body had recovered in an instant, Donahue was stunned and his brain went blank. So powerful, this man was definitely the strongest he had ever met in his life. Taking a deep breath, Donahue bent his body and said very respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Asclepius." Surprised to see her husband get better instantly, Mavis was overjoyed and also saluted right after Donahue. Shaking his hand, Asclepius said impatiently, "Well, you can go out now, don't disturb me with my reading." Hearing Asclepius' order of expulsion, Donahue and Mavis dared not stay longer and leave respectfully. At the same time, Cotter gave a salute and was ready to go back to practice. Waiting anxiously outside the door, the old butler, shaman and the guards finally saw someone come out of the treatment hall. They wanted to ask the man about the condition of Sir Castellan, but when they saw the person's appearance, they all froze in place with an incredible expression. He He was cured. Sir Castellan, are you all right? The old butler, Charman, took a deep breath and felt that he was in a trance. 2 hours ago, Sir Castellan was still in a coma, as if he was at his last gasp. How could he come out with good spirit in such a short time? Charman, I have never felt more comfortable than now. Donahue patted his chest with a smile. Seeing Donahue's expression, the old butler, Charman, and others finally believed it. Looking at the people coming out of the main hall of the Divine Temple, Donahue turned around and asked Cotter, Mr. Cotter, can we worship the Divine Temple? Of course. Cotter nodded and said to Donahue, I have other things to do. If you don't mind, I'll arrange for someone else to take you to the Divine Temple. Thanks, Mr. Cotter. Soon, a maid was arranged to lead the way for Donahue and others. The god of death is not allowed to enter. Looking at the words in front of the Divine Temple Hall, Donahue's eyes narrowed. How arrogant it was. However, with the means of Mr. Asclepius, it was also true to its name. When Donahue saw the statues of Asclepius in the hall, he was shocked. Is this Mr. Asclepius? Mavis was also shocked. Perhaps, the person who defeated the level 3 mage was Mr. Asclepius. Seeing that even the people of the Castellan mansion were so surprised, the maid leading the way said with a trace of pride on her face, Mr. Asclepius is the spokesperson chosen by gods in the world. His medical skills are superb, and he is one of our most respected people. Was it true that, as they said, Mr. Asclepius was the spokesperson of gods? Thinking of this, Donahue laughed at himself and denied the idea. Gods were legendary existences. Whether there were gods or not in reality was a problem. How could they appear here? Perhaps the reason why the statue was built into the shape of Mr. Asclepius was just to condense the faith in the territory. It was as if a kingdom would build a god of war, making the people have spiritual support. The old disease in my body is actually showing signs of recovery. Just in the process of the crowd's worship, the trembling voice of the captain of the guards, Kabir, rang in the crowd's ears. Are you sure? Donahue took a deep breath, stared at Kabir, and asked. He also knew that there was a hidden disease in Kabir's body. Back then, he was trapped in a heavy siege. To protect him, Kabir had been badly injured, so his foundation was damaged, and he would always stay at the position of the level 2 swordsman. He also asked the healer to cure him. The healer said, the foundation is seriously damaged and there is no possibility of recovery. He would be a level 2 swordsman for the rest of his life. But now, Kabir said that his old disease had been cured. It was really shocking. Kabir nodded his head and said excitedly, yes. There is a magical power repairing the wounds in my body. This divine temple does have a healing effect, the maid who led the way explained in a calm voice with a smile. Looking at the Solomon sacred statue, Donahue's heart was surging, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Was this really a divine temple bestowed by gods? Donahue and the others went to another divine temple in Lister. When Donahue and the others saw a divine temple that was even more magnificent than the one, they were really numb. This divine temple seemed to be more exquisite than the buildings of the capital city. Donahue was extremely amazed. After entering the divine temple, everyone only felt a chill rush into their heads, making their thoughts much clearer. Chapter 60. Half an hour later, Donahue and the others finally came out of Victory Temple of Athena. He turned around and took a look at the divine temple. Donahue let out a sigh of relief with a complicated expression on his face. Today, he had really experienced too much shock, and in the end, he was even a little numb. In the near future, the name Lister would surely spread throughout the whole kingdom. Donahue thought affirmatively to himself. If there weren't so many things to be handled in the city, he wouldn't even be willing to go back. It could be said that the Victory Temple of Athena was the paradise of practitioners. Donahue had planned to pay a visit to Locke, but it was a pity that Locke was practicing in seclusion, so they decided to leave Lister first. The Castellan could be said to be the backbone of a city. If something happened to the Castellan, the city would probably be in turmoil, so the Castellan mansion had been blocked. The news that Donahue got poisonous. Although the Castellan mansion had suppressed the news that the Castellan had been seriously injured, it was impossible to hide, so a long time like paper was hard to wrap up the fire. Now many aristocrats knew about it. In order to prevent some nobility from making trouble, he needed to go back as soon as possible to stabilize his people. Donahue had made up his mind to focus on his relationship with Lister after solving the problem in Bone City. Of course, he also knew from his wife Mavis that Lister also had a black iron mine. He knew that this would definitely attract many big families and powerful forces to fight for it. If it was in the past, he might have hesitated whether he should get involved in the muddy water or not, but ever since he saw the powerful power of Asclepius and the magic power of the two divine temples, he directly chose to support Locke. Before long, Donahue and the others had left the territory of Lister. "Is this Donahue?" In a grass outside Lister's territory, a spy widened his eyes. "Didn't they say that Castellan Donahue was highly toxic and would lose his life? Why was he still here?" The spy's shocked eyes were tinged with a hint of doubt. Could it be that the news of Castellan's injury was just a smoke bomb released by the Castellan mansion to confuse the ambitious families so that they could destroy these families all? Thinking of this, the spy couldn't help but shiver. In that case, Bone City would probably go through a thorough cleaning. In addition to this spy, the other spies hiding in the dark were also confused and surprised. In shock, the spies reported the news to the families as soon as possible. On the second day, the news that Castellan Donahue went to Lister and asked for treatment was spread in Bone City. "You know what? I heard that the Castellan was poisoned a few days ago and almost died. Fortunately, he was cured by Lister's healer. The uncle of my brother's wife's eldest brother works in Castellan Mansion. I heard that the people of the Castellan Mansion were preparing for the funeral. Yes, I heard that the poison was removed as soon as Sir Castellan entered the Divine Temple." Nonsense. It's not that he detoxes himself by entering the Divine Temple. After refuting the previous words, the man said firmly, "It's obvious that he has just entered Lister. The poison in the body of Sir Castellan has been removed." All in all, the news about Lister was spread widely and the content was getting more and more ridiculous. On the first day, more than 100 people went to Lister for treatment and worshipped the divine temples. On the second day, the number of people increased to more than 200. On the third day, there were more than 500 people. The number of believers of the divine temples of Athena and Asclepius rose dramatically. However, Locke didn't know about it at all. He had devoted himself to practice. It was the sixth day that Locke began to practice in seclusion, in the practice room of Victory Temple of Athena. Locke's closed eyes suddenly opened, full of uncontrollable surprise. The 6 stars in the small universe were trembling slightly, and the divine power within them had reached a saturation point, bursting out a bright light. Yes, he was about to have the 7th sense of breakthrough. Finally, the divine power on the 6 small stars reached a limit. 6 wonderful streaks of divine light burst out and gathered in the middle. A light dot gradually condensed within the 6 divine lights, constantly absorbing the divine power of the 6 stars. The bulk of the light dot increased, and in just a moment, it had the appearance of a star. A few seconds later, the 7th star was formed. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Locke's body. An invisible barrier was lit up in the Victory Temple of Athena, blocking Locke's aura. The 3 of them, Athena, Asclepius, and Hephaestus, raised their heads and looked in the direction of Locke. They knew this was Locke's breakthrough. Cotter, Curtin, and the others who were practicing in the Victory Temple of Athena were all awakened by this aura. Is this Master Locke's breakthrough? He is so powerful. Feeling the cold aura, Cotter said in a somewhat shocked tone. Master Locke must be more powerful than him now by the momentum. Master Locke's practice space had been improved again. He had to hurry up to practice. He couldn't be a burden to Master Locke. A touch of firmness flashed through his eyes. Once again, Cotter sank into practice. Just like Cotter, Curtin and the others were surprised for a while, but then looked firm and threw themselves into the practice again. In the practice room of the Divine Temple, Locke gathered all his divine power in his body, and divine power in the practice room was also surging. 10 minutes later, Locke was finally able to control the divine power in his body. The divine power in his body finally calmed down. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, and a ball of purple light instantly appeared in his hand. There is a level of difference between the 6th sense and 7th sense, although there is only a level difference. Locke felt it carefully and found that the divine power in his body was 10 times denser than the 6th sense. To put it simply, he could beat himself 10 times before. Moreover, after reaching the 7th sense of practice, he obtained the most important ability, the divine sense. The divine sense was very similar to the perceptivity of the level 6 practitioners, which could perceive something invisible to the naked eye. Locke released the divine sense. Even if he closed his eyes, everything within 10 meters could be seen clearly, including the smallest dust. but he didn't know how strong he was now. Putting away the divine sense, Locke opened his eyes and fiddled with the magic power ball in his hand. Feeling the strength in his body, he thought with curiosity. At this time, a slim figure appeared at the door of the practice room. Seeing the familiar figure, Locke suddenly thought of something with a snicker. The divine power in his body quickly revolved, and a layer of purple divine power was attached to his fist. With the sound of breaking through the air, he threw it at the figure. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a figure flew out of the practice room and smashed heavily on the wall in the distance. Crack tilde. The huge impact made the wall crack. Gradually, through the layers of dust, you could see that Locke was struggling out of the wall. Ahem! Locke waved his hand to dust off the dust around him. Helplessly, he looked at Athena, who was walking gracefully towards him, and said unhappily, "I've already had my 7th sense from breakthrough. Why did I be defeated by you in one move?" Looking at Locke's embarrassed look, Athena put on a charming smile. She touched her chin and thought for a while. She nodded and said, "It's really a blow. I'll lessen my strength next time so that you can resist the second move." Looking at Athena's serious expression, Locke was speechless in his mind. Chapter 61. Just as Locke was suffering a heavy blow, the two of them, Hephaestus and Asclepius, arrived at the divine temple. Asclepius secretly gave Locke a thumb up with admiration. In the divine world, few people dared to attack Athena secretly. Looking at Locke up and down, Hephaestus said with a smile, "Congratulations, you've got your 7th sense from breakthrough so soon." Touching his aching chest, Locke grinned and sighed. "From breakthrough to 7th sense, I still can't avoid being beaten." Athena directly ignored the hidden bitterness in Locke's tone. She waved her hand, and the broken stones on the wall on the ground flew automatically and quickly returned to their original position. A few seconds later, the wall of the divine temple was restored to its original state. Locke and the other two were used to this magical method. After all, this was the divine temple of the gods, so it was naturally miraculous. On the other side, when hearing Locke's complaining tone, Hephaestus and Asclepius laughed. "I have another good news to tell you." After that, Hephaestus continued, "The forging of sword in the stone has reached the last step." Locke was shocked and thrilled to hear that. Shaking his head, Hephaestus said, "But now we still need the most important thing, a carrier of power, original crystal. Only with this kind of crystal can sword in the stone store divine energy and burst out more powerful power. Weapons made of black iron, such as the big sword of Kotter, could withstand fighting spirit which came from practitioners and could not store fighting spirit by itself." What is the original crystal? Locke was confused. He had heard of magic stones and magic crystals, but he had never heard of any original crystals. The two men, Athena and Asclepius, also looked at Hephaestus curiously. Apparently, they didn't know about this kind of crystal. The original crystal is the treasure of level 6 on this continent. It can store magic power and fighting spirit at the same time. It has a very high affinity. It is named original crystal, which means to close to all the strength sources. Therefore, according to my guess, it should also be able to store divine energy. Locke nodded and didn't say anything. He planned to listen to the following introduction. However, after waiting for a long time, Hephaestus still didn't speak. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Hephaestus said helplessly, "I saw this from the so-called encyclopedia. I don't know if there is really such a thing. How could I know other information?" When he went to Treasure Pavilion last time, Hephaestus bought an encyclopedia, which recorded all kinds of treasures of Ikasa continent and their functions. I'll send someone to Treasure Pavilion to ask about it. Maybe they have some information about it. Locke said to the three after thinking for a while. After coming out of the Divine Temple, Locke went straight to Curtin, who was responsible for patrolling, and asked him to go to Treasure Pavilion. In the afternoon, Curtin came back from Treasure Pavilion. However, it was a pity that Treasure Pavilion didn't have any news about the original crystals for the time being, saying that they would take a few days to collect the information of the original crystals. But Judd also promised that as long as there was any news about the original crystals, he would send someone to tell Locke. Under the large-scale construction, gold coins were consumed quickly. In less than a month, Locke only had 60,000 gold coins left. Fortunately, 20 more level 2 weapons were forged. 5 weapons of the best quality were left in the territory, and the rest were sold to Treasure Pavilion. Locke got 120,000 gold coins in one go. With sufficient funds, the construction of Lister was going on at a fast speed. There was no news about the original crystal for the time being, so Locke sank into practice again. After he entered the seventh sense, his control over the divine energy was several times stronger, and he was more proficient in the use of magic. Therefore, he planned to try to use the element ball again. As the number of residents in the territory increased dramatically, Locke couldn't stand in front of the castle and do practice magic as before. Therefore, he built a more secluded place behind the castle for the magic practice. Locke's expression was serious on the new practice ground. Not far from the improvised seat, with one hand supporting her chin, Athena looked at Locke idly. In case of any accident, Locke pulled out Athena, who was reading. All of a sudden, in an instant, two element balls appeared in Locke's hands. "Let's begin." After murmuring, Locke's face became more serious. Then he controlled the two element balls to get closer. Feeling the energy of the collision, the two element balls made sizzling sounds and began to vibrate. Noticing that the element balls were about to lose control, the small universe in Locke's body began to revolve. The powerful force tightly wrapped the restless fire element and the water element. Soon, the two element balls were suppressed by him. Finally, the two element balls, a blue one and a red one, were about to touch each other. At this moment, Locke was in high spirits. The reason why he failed several times before was that he couldn't control the riot of the two element balls when they came into contact. The next moment, Locke's eyes reflected red and blue light. The two small balls trembled slightly, but they were still stable and did not explode directly like the previous two times. Seeing this, Locke breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly, he didn't relax and continued to control the merging of the small balls. This was just the beginning. With the merging of the two kinds of energy, the riot of the element balls would be more obvious. In the element ball that had been integrated partly, the two elements continued to tear and collide. The small universe in Locke's body also began to spin crazily, and the two kinds of elements were firmly fixed in the sphere of the small ball by divine energy. Half a minute later, Locke's forehead began to sweat, and the two element balls in his hands had been integrated totally. All of a sudden, the element ball in red and blue vibrated slightly, and fire elements and water elements were moving around. A minute later, the element ball in Locke's hand calmed down and shone brightly like the beautiful aurora. Only Locke knew how powerful this seemingly beautiful ball was. Locke suddenly came up with a bold idea. The combination of the two types of magic elements had such a powerful power. What if he added another magic element? Thinking of this possibility, Locke's breath quickened gradually. Locke, who was excited, suddenly felt the element ball in his hand shaking a few times. He was so scared that he held his breath to calm himself down and didn't dare to continue to be distracted. Now he couldn't even control two types of magic elements, and there was no need for him to join another magic element. Under Locke's control, the element ball stopped shaking again. Locke said happily, "It seems that I have succeeded." Athena, who was standing far away, also came over. "Since it's a skill you created, you can name it yourself." Looking at the red and blue element ball in Locke's hands, Athena suggested aside. Locke nodded. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of the name of the skill. Athena looked at Locke with a pair of beautiful eyes, waiting for his name expectantly. Water Fire Element Ball. Athena had thought that Locke had thought of some amazing name, but when she heard it, her face froze. Was this a name? It seems that this name isn't good. With a pitiful look on his face, Locke thought about it again. How about Destructive Ball? It seems that it's also not good. Then let's use Fierce Ball. 10 minutes later, he finally confirmed the name of this skill. Two elements divine punishment. Two types of magic elements formed a punishment from gods. Chapter 62. Then Locke began to be familiar with the skill two elements divine punishment which he created. On the third day, he finally got the news from Treasure Pavilion. In order to make friends with Locke, Treasure Pavilion had spent a lot of money and effort. In the past 3 days, they had used the relationship network. Finally, it got some clues that someone had seen the original crystals in the depth of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. The Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts was the junction of the mountain range of Natan County and Gabus County. It stretched for thousands of miles, and magical beasts were crisscrossing there, which was one of the training places of the Grim Kingdom's practitioners. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion also attached a detailed map of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts, which marked the information of magical beasts in every position in detail. Locke was silent for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "It seems that I have to go to the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts in person." Inside the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts, there were some powerful magical beasts. If a normal practitioner entered the mountain range, he would be a narrow escape. Although Cotter was a little worried, seeing that Locke had made up his mind. He knew that whatever he said would be useless. No one could change his idea after Locke had made up his minutes since he was a child. Moreover, after so many things, he had unconditionally trusted Locke. The reason why Locke chose to go to the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts was not only to look for the original crystals but also to increase combat experience. The Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts was a paradise for him to gain experience. He had just had his 7th sense from the breakthrough, so he needed to consolidate his practice space through battles. Locke then discussed this idea with Athena. Athena also supported Locke's decision. The practice would be increased in real battles. Although she could also fight with Locke and improve his fighting skills, it was just a practice and couldn't be compared with a real battle. After discussion, Locke and Athena went to the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts to look for the original crystals. Asclepius was studying medicine, and Hephaestus also needed to forge weapons, so the two stayed in the territory. After leaving the territory, Athena released her divine energy and flew towards the direction of Raphim City with Locke. The city was the nearest city with a teleportation site to Lister. "I don't know when can I fly?" Locke sighed as he looked at minimized mountains and rivers, starry villages beneath his feet. In Ikasa continent, only practitioners, who had reached level 6, could fly freely. Of course, when the Wind Mage was level 3, he could use wind control technique to fly for a short time with the help of the power of the wind element. Some special fighting skills could also allow the user to stay in the air for a short time. Level 6 was a threshold for all practitioners. After entering level 6, both magic power and fighting spirit would have a qualitative change, and the energy stored in the practitioner's body would increase doubly. It was enough to support the huge consumption of flying. In Ikasa continent, only 10% of the people could become practitioners, and in this 10%, only 10% of them could become breakthrough to level 6, who became big practitioners flying in the sky. Looking at Locke's yearning face, Athena put on a sly smile and said slightly, "I can fulfill your dream of flying." Then she pretended to throw Locke away. Locke was taken aback when he saw this. He wrapped his arms around Athena's waist. A unique fragrance of virgin wafted into Locke's mouth. "Loose your hands." Athena just wanted to see the frightened look on Locke's face. She didn't expect that Locke would react so strongly. "No." Ignoring Athena's anger and embarrassment, Locke hugged Athena tightly. Athena struggled a few more times but finally found that it didn't work. She had no choice but to give up and said angrily, "You can hug me if you want." Seeing that Athena seemed to give up, Locke smiled triumphantly in his heart and held Athena in his arms naturally. The two of them moved very fast. In the evening, a huge city outline appeared in the eyes of the two. They arrived at Raphim City. This city was 5 or 6 times larger than Bone City. The more than 20-meter-high city wall looked exceptionally magnificent. Locke and Athena descended from a deserted place. After stepping on the ground, Locke could only let go of Athena and reluctantly left her charming body. After entering the city, Locke and Athena soon found the exact location of the teleportation site. It cost Locke 4,000 gold coins to use the teleportation site. Looking at the old man on the counter, Locke said with hatred, "I must build a teleportation site in Lister. You are already a rich man with hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Why are you so stingy?" Athena patted her forehead and said helplessly, "Even if it's just a gold coin, I don't want to give it up." "Humphrey, I should have asked you to be the Lord. You will know how hard it is for me," Locke retorted unconvincingly. After saying that, the two of them had arrived at the transmission platform. In front of them was a circular high platform with dense red array textures engraved on it. There were 4 pillars around the high platform, and the top of the pillars was embedded with a black magic stone that provided energy for the teleportation site. The old man activated the array, and the energy in Mage gathered towards the array textures, which lit up with a red luster. Locke only felt a dizzying sensation come over him as his eyes lit up. The farthest distance of the teleportation site was 1,000 miles, so Locke and Athena needed to go through 3 teleportations to reach the Nariel Mountains of Magical. It cost the two of them 12,000 gold coins. Locke felt sorry for it for a long time. What made Locke most depressed and distressed was that in the last teleportation site city, in order to attract the strong, mages could actually get a discount. 500 gold coins were cheaper for one person. After that, Locke thought of taking the magic examination. After flying for half a day, the two finally arrived at their final destination, Dika's city. The majestic Nariel mountains of magical beasts stretched out in the sea of clouds. This ancient city was bathed in the shine of the setting sun. After searching for a quiet place, Locke and Athena landed on the ground. After entering the city, Locke found that the atmosphere on the street was completely different from that in the city they had met before. Compared with the previous city, there was a murderous look in Dika's city. The men on the street were tall and strong, with a strongly bloodthirsty aura, and the women were also dressed simply and skillfully. A group of people passed by Locke and Athena. They wore the same clothes and the same medal on their chests. Some of them were in high spirits and ready to go, while some just came in from outside the city. They were dispirited and covered with injuries. Locke knew that they were mercenaries who were preparing to go to the mountains of magical beasts or had just returned from there. Mercenary was a common profession in Ikasa continent. They often received some tasks from the mercenary guild, such as escorting treasures and looking for treasures. They would also go to the Nariel mountains of magical beasts to hunt down the magical beast in exchange for money. Chapter 63. The mercenary guild was established by the top mercenary regiments of Ikasa continent. In the mercenary guild, the mercenary members could be graded as mercenary and mercenary regiments. They could also receive mercenary tasks in exchange for rewards. However, Locke was most interested in another super guild, the Mage Guild. Just like the Mercenary Guild, Mage Guild was an organization spread all over the Ikasa continent, established by the leader of the Mages Tower on the continent. The Mages Tower had been established for thousands of years, and the members of the Board of Elders were all powerful mages. In addition, there were also their Warrior Guild and the Swordsman Guild. Each guild was one of the top forces on the continent with branches all over the kingdoms. Of course, among these guilds, the Mage Guild was on the top steadily and the strongest. Therefore, the Mage Guild was also an extraordinary existence in the forces of various kingdoms. Whether it was the Mage Guild or any other guild, they all had their own grading standards. After passing the corresponding assessment, the guild would issue the badge representing the rank. After entering Dika's city, Locke and Athena found a hotel named Mocha to live in. After booking rooms, Locke immediately decided to go to the Mage Guild to take part in the mage examination. After all, with the identity of the mage, it would be more convenient for him to act and save a lot of trouble. Most importantly, the identity of the mage could save money. In the lobby of the hotel, seeing the noble and radiant Athena, the men's eyes were burning, full of desire to gaze at her body up and down. Several strong men who had drunk were even a little tempted and wanted to come up to accost her. Locke's gaze stared, bursting out a suffocating chill, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Everyone in the hall trembled and felt as if there was a huge stone pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. What a powerful aura! The strong men who were about to move stood still in horror, their backs were wet with cold sweat and woke up from fear. The others also looked away in a hurry, afraid that Locke would make trouble for them. But people who could survive here all had brains, let alone the dangerous aura from Locke just now. Just judging from the temperament of Athena, they knew that she must not be an ordinary person that could be desecrated by them. After intimidating the people in the tavern, Locke and Athena walked towards the Mage Guild. The Mage Guild was the tallest building in Dika's city, so the two soon found its location. A tall building appeared in front of Locke and Athena. Compared with other buildings in the city, the Mage Guild was more classical. The hall of Mage Guild was very lively. However, when they saw Locke and Athena come in, the people who had been chatting suddenly stopped. The silence of the crowd was surprisingly consistent, which made the hall quiet all of a sudden. Locke and Athena were too eye-catching. The young man was handsome and gentle, while the young girl was elegant and beautiful. Noticing that everyone was silent and staring at the two of them, Locke touched his nose and was speechless. Were the two of them so attractive? "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" A maid came over with a comfortable smile on her face. It could be seen that the maid had been strictly trained to speak in a gentle and decent way. Looking at Locke's handsome face, the maid's heart skipped a beat. She had worked in the Mage Guild for a long time, but it was the first time that she had seen such a handsome boy. Locke smiled and said directly, "I want to take part in the mage test." He actually wants to take part in the mage test. He came to take part in the mage test at such a young age. He must be from that family. When they heard that Locke was here for the mage test, they began to discuss in a low voice. The maid's eyes lit up, and the admiration in her eyes became more intense. "Come with me." Athena found a vacant seat in the hall and sat down. She picked up the books prepared for the guests on the shelf to waste time and read while waiting for Locke's examination. Although the others were amazed at Athena's face, they didn't dare to come up to disturb her when they saw her frosty face. Soon, the maid took Locke to the room marked Examination of Level 1 Mages. Looking at the words Examination of Level 1 Mages, Locke stopped. Under the puzzled gaze of the maid, he smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I'm not going to take the examination of Level 1 Mages." The maid was a little stunned. Obviously, she misunderstood Locke's meaning. "Sir, if you are an apprentice mage, you don't need to take the mage examination." Locke shook his head and said slowly, "I'm here for the examination of Level 2 Mages." Examination of Level 2 Mages. The maid was stunned for a few seconds and then came to herself. Are you really here to take the examination of Level 2 Mages?" Locke nodded seriously. The maid took a deep breath and finally believed him. With great shock, the maid took Locke to the room for examination Level 2 Mage. "Mr. Amos, this gentleman is here for examination Mage." The middle-aged man called Amos nodded and gestured for the maid to leave. Level 3 Wind Mage. Looking at the 3 silver magic marks on the middle-aged magic robe, Locke was still a little surprised. It was Mage Guild, and the one in charge of the examination was a Level 3 mage. When Hogio Amos raised his head and saw a young man standing in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Then he complained, "Ellie is getting more and more careless. Why did she bring you here?" Then he lowered his head again and pointed at the door with one finger. "Turn left when you go out. The examination of Level 1 Mage is over there." Then he immersed himself in the study of the magic book again. "Mr. Mage, I'm here to take part in the examination of Level 2 Mage." Just as he was concentrating on the magic book, he heard Locke's voice. Hodgia raised his head again, seeming to understand what Locke meant. After a while, he looked at Locke suspiciously and asked, "You said you are here for the examination of Level 2 Mages?" "Yes," Locke said affirmatively. Hodgia closed the magic book and stood up from his seat. He circled around Locke and looked at Locke up and down. He asked in a low voice, "Which system are you here for the mage test?" "A fire mage," Locke replied. Although he also knew water magic, it was one of his trump cards, so he would not expose it. Hearing this, Amos nodded and went straight to a high platform that looked like a table. "Let's take the magic power test first." Since the Mage Guild here lacks Level 3 mages from other systems, the Level 2 Mage test here will be conducted by me and the chief. Then he turned to look at Locke and said, "By the way, my name is Hodgia." "Locke Capit," Locke said with a smile. "Locke Capit, it sounds familiar." Hodgia murmured, but he still couldn't remember where he had heard of this name. The decoration of the room was very simple. Not far away was a high platform, on which there was a crystal stone to test magic power. More than 10 meters away from the magic power test platform, there was a 2-meter thick stone wall, which was incomplete. It seemed that it was used to test magic. The magic array on the walls was not satisfactory. It could be seen that it was used to reinforce the walls to prevent the magic from losing control. Under the lead of Hodgia, Locke arrived at the front of the magic power test platform. On the left side of the crystal stone was a test pillar, which was divided into 2 parts. The first part's point was from 1 to 10, and the second part's point was from 11 to 20. It looked like the mercury thermometer Locke had seen in his previous life. Looking at Locke, Hodgia said slowly, "This crystal stone can test Level 2 magic power, and the magic power of Level 2 mage must reach 11 points." Locke nodded and put his hand on the crystal stone, ready to inject magic power. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to his mind. What would happen if he infused his divine energy into the crystal? If the crystal stone is broken, don't I need to be responsible for it? Locke hesitated for a while and turned to look at Hodgia. No one knew what would happen if he infused his divine energy into the crystal stone, so he planned to ask clearly in advance in case he would be asked for compensation. After all, a crystal stone needed more than 10,000 gold coins. Locke's words amused Hodgia. Would the crystal stone be broken? Did this little guy think of himself as the level 6 big mage? He said casually, "Don't worry. Just boldly inject magic power into it." Although this crystal stone is not at a high level, it won't go wrong even if a level 4 mage comes. Upon hearing this, Locke nodded and closed his eyes, ready to inject divine energy into the crystal stone. Hodja also fixed his eyes on the test pillar on the left side of the crystal stone, trying to see how powerful the person who dared to take part in the level 2 mage test was. However, a few seconds later, the crystal stone didn't respond at all. Locke opened his eyes and asked seriously, "Don't really need me to compensate?" "You don't have to compensate," Hodja said fiercely after confirming it again. Locke didn't intend to keep strength. He controlled his divine energy and poured it into the crystal stone. Crack tilde. A crack suddenly appeared on the crystal stone. In the astonished eyes of Hodja, the crystal stone broke into pieces. The crystal stone was broken. The air was quiet for dozens of seconds, and Hodja stood still like a piece of wood. Chapter 64. You said I don't need to compensate. Looking at the broken crystal stone, Locke spread out his hands, as if this wasn't his own business. Hearing Locke's voice, Hodja came back to his senses from the shock. He looked at the crystal stone in disbelief. Was it because the crystal stone's lifespan had expired? But wasn't this crystal stone only used for half a year? Or was this guy a mage of level 5? Ha! He laughed at himself and denied the possibility. In the whole Ikasa continent, no one had ever heard of a person who could become the mage of level 5 before the age of 20. What's more, he didn't feel magical fluctuation just now. So it must be the problem of crystal stone. These old men in the capital city were becoming more and stingier. They even took a piece of crystal stone with inferior quality. Hodja slightly blushed at the thought that he had just confidently let Locke inject magic power into it. Ahem, I guess this crystal stone's lifespan has expired. With a dry cough, Hodja said to Locke, "Wait a minute. I'm going to change a crystal stone." Then he rushed out of the room. Half a minute later, Hodja came back with a crystal stone in his arms. Locke noticed that the luster of this crystal stone was more round and plump than the previous one. Come on. Hodja swept the previously broken crystal to the ground and carefully put this one in his hand into the groove. This is the crystal stone that can hold level 6 magic power. It can absolutely guarantee the success of the test. Don't worry. This time, Locke didn't plan to try his divine energy. If he broke the crystal stone again, he would be suspected. He put his hand on the crystal stone and immediately felt a comfortable coldness in his palm. He then mobilized his divine energy to control the magic power in his body and slowly injected it into the crystal stone. All of a sudden, the first compartment on the test column was lit up in an instant. Before Hodja could be shocked, the second compartment on the test column also was lit up in an instant. Well, looking at the bright test column, Hodja was stunned. The value of the test column reached its peak at once, which meant that the young man in front of him had surpassed the level of level 2 magic power. Genius. This was a super genius. If you want, we can take the advanced magic power test. Hodja looked at Locke expectantly. He wanted to know the maximum value of Locke's magic power. No, I'm here for the test of level 2 mage. Locke shook his head and refused. He was currently at the early stage of his 7th sense, equivalent to Ikasa continent's level 4 practitioners, so at least he could use level 4 mage's magic power. Of course, although there was the level 4 mage's magic power in his body, Locke didn't know how to use level 4 magic, so he was not a real level 4 mage. Hearing Locke's refusal, Hodja felt a little regretful. After sighing, he continued with expectations. Then let's start the magic test. Magic power only represented the amount of magic power in an individual. A level 2 mage not only possessed level 2 magic power, but also skillfully used level 2 magic. Pointing at the wall in front of the magic power test platform, Hodja asked, "Have you seen the wall in front of you? Within 10 minutes, as long as you can condense the level 2 magic, Flame Spear, and release it, you will be qualified." Flame Spear was a common skill in the level 2 fire magic, so it was also used in the test of level 2 mages. Locke didn't waste any time and began to gather the magic energy in his body. 2 seconds later, a spear with red flames appeared in front of Locke. This flame spear was with a burst of powerful energy fluctuation. Sensing the destructive power contained in the spear, some of Hodja's heart was stirred up. On the other side, the magic in Locke's hand had completely taken shape. Should I ask this guy to stop? From this power, the wall used to test the magic of level 2 could not block it. Staring at the flame spear in Locke's hand, Hodja hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he controlled himself and wanted to see how powerful the magic was. Whoosh tilde. The long spear rushed out with raging flames and stabbed into the wall. Boom! The wall only lasted for a few seconds and exploded like tofu. The powerful spear did not stop and continued to stab into the wall of the room. A faint light appeared on the wall. The defense array detected the attack and activated the magic defense. Boom, boom, boom. With the consumption of the magic array, the flame on the spear dimmed a lot. Even so, the spear broke the magic array and left a big hole in the wall. Finally, the huge impact made the whole building of Mage Guild shake. What's going on? Is Mage Guild attacked? What a powerful energy fluctuation. In the hall of Mage Guild, everyone stood up quickly from their seats and was shocked. In the test room, looking at the big hole in the wall not far away, Hodja swallowed subconsciously but found that it didn't know when his throat had completely dried up. Even as a level 3 mage, he couldn't resist the power just now. I'm sorry I didn't stop it timely. Looking at the wall broken by his magic, Locke looked at Hodja with embarrassment. Genius. Locke Capit must be a rare genius in 1,000 years. In the future, he would definitely become a powerful man who was famous on the continent. Such a talent must become a member of the Mage Guild. Suddenly, something occurred to Hodja. He looked at Locke, took a deep breath, and asked in a trembling voice, Locke Capit, you used to be the first genius. Locke smiled without saying anything, indicating to admit it. Hodja took a deep breath again, and his expression was mixed with shock and admiration instantly. Chapter 65. Half a minute later, Hodja finally calmed down. Looking at Locke, his eyes lit up as if he was looking at a golden mountain. Taking a deep breath, Hodja suppressed his excitement and said to Locke, Mr. Capit, I sincerely invite you to join Mage Guild. Locke hesitated when he heard the invitation from Hodja. Where had so many magic books on this continent? It must be Mage Guild. However, to join a force meant to be restricted by it while enjoying the benefits it brought. Locke didn't want to be bound. Seeing the hesitation on Locke's face, Hodja immediately knew what he was worried about. So he explained with a smile. Mr. Capit, don't worry. Mage Guild won't restrict you. On the contrary, after you become a member of Mage Guild, you can use the resources of Mage Guild. For example, you can read the magic book in Mage Guild, or you can exchange the practice resources with other mages through the platform of Mage Guild. Of course, Mage Guild will also release some tasks. The members of the guild can receive tasks in exchange for rewards. You can also work in Mage Guild and get paid, just like me. The reason why Locke hesitated was that he didn't want to be restricted. Hearing what Hodja said, he nodded and smiled. Okay, I agree to join Mage Guild. In terms of Ikasa continent, the Mage Guild was definitely the force with the most mages. The collection of the magic books must be great, and the magic books were exactly what Locke lacked now. Welcome, Mr. Capit. Hearing Locke's promise, Hodja was overjoyed. While saying that, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that Mr. Chief is not here. I'm only a level 3 mage. I can only issue a magic certificate of level 2 for you. Otherwise, with your value of magic power, you may be able to pass the test of level 3 mages. Locke smiled. It was not a pity. Although his magic power was breakthrough to level 4, he couldn't use the level 3 and level 4 magic. So even if he could really do the test, he couldn't pass it. At this time, the maid, Ellie, ran over from the hall in a hurry to check the situation here. Don't panic. The fluctuation was caused by our magic experiment, Hodja said when he saw the panic-stricken Ellie. After saying that, he continued to order. Besides, bring a magic robe of the level 2 fire mage here. Hearing the order of Hodja, Ellie immediately knew what had happened. Locke really passed the test of level 2 mages. Soon, Ellie brought the magic robe here. The overall color of the magic robe was black, with complex ray patterns on it. Wearing the magic robe, Locke looked noble and more handsome. Hodja wanted Locke to stay a little longer, but Locke refused because Athena was waiting for him outside. But he also said that when he finished his work, he would go back to Dika's city. At that time, the two of them would discuss the problem of magic. Moreover, Locke also wanted to read the magic book of the Mage Guild and learn more magic. In the hall. Oh, he actually passed the test of level 1 mages. One of them was surprised to see Locke in a magic robe, but when he saw the 2 red bars on Locke's chest, the tea that had reached his throat sprayed out directly. Creator, am I blind? This is the symbol of a level 2 mage. It's really a level 2 mage. This young man actually passed the test of level 2 fire mage. Everyone's eyes widened and said in disbelief. Athena stood up. She was not surprised that Locke could pass the test of level 2 mages. "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm the captain of Brave Mercenary Team." Sam, a slightly chubby, bearded middle-aged man, stopped Locke. "Mr. Mage, our team is short of a strong mage like you. I sincerely invite you to join my mercenary team." It could be seen from the badge on the fat middle-aged magic robe that he was a level 2 earth mage. "I'm sorry. I have no intention of joining the mercenary regiment." Shaking his head, Locke refused. Sam looked pitiful. Seeing that Locke was determined, he didn't say anything more. The others who still wanted to win Locke over stopped when they heard Locke's words. They could tell that Locke really didn't want to join any teams. When the two of them came out of Mage Guild, the evening glow had disappeared and the sky was full of stars. The city was ablaze with lights. Very lively, the streets were filled with the sound of hawking. Some were selling medicine, some were selling beast-repelling powder, and some were selling weapons. Compared with the day, the street was less bleak and warmer. Locke and Athena didn't go back in a hurry and decided to stroll around. Walking on the street, Athena seemed a little active, like an inexperienced young girl. Whenever she saw anything strange, she would pick it up and have a look. Athena's beauty naturally attracted many people's attention. But when they saw the logo of a level 2 mage on Locke's chest, many people couldn't help but shrink their heads. Of course, in this city full of practitioners, a level 2 mage was not so deterrent. But everyone was not stupid. If one could become a level 2 mage at this age, could he not have the support of big forces behind him? The street was brightly lit and lively. Locke didn't expect that there would be such a place in the dangerous Nariel Mountains of magical beasts. Sighing, Locke took Athena's hand directly. He could clearly feel that Athena's whole body seemed to be stiff. However, to his surprise, Athena didn't seem to refuse. The two strolled on the street hand in hand. A handsome man with a pretty lady envied others. Just as the two of them were about to go back, they suddenly noticed a special stall with all kinds of exquisite masks on it. The stall owner was actually a little girl about 12 or 13 years old. The little girl was wearing a little worn girl's clothes. Although the clothes were old, they had been washed white and not dirty. The girl's big eyes were also full of spirits. Athena grabbed a white fox-shaped mask curiously. Seeing that Athena was going to buy something, the little girl was very happy and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Do you want to buy a mask?" Athena touched the little girl's head and said with affection, "Of course, we'll buy two." Then she turned to look at Locke. Obviously, she let Locke give money. Locke nodded helplessly. He also liked this little girl very much. He put his hand in his pocket and took out 2 silver coins from the system's space. Seeing the 2 silver coins, the little girl waved her hand and said, "Brother, you gave me too much. 20 copper coins are enough. We like these 2 masks very much. They are worth the money," Locke said with a smile and handed the money to the little girl. If it was somewhere else, Locke might give the little girl 2 gold coins directly. However, a weak girl with 2 gold coins was bound to be coveted by others. Hearing Locke's words, the little girl struggled for a while and finally took the silver coins. She said gratefully, "Brother and sister, you are really good people." Locke replied with a smile, "You deserve it. Let me put it on for you." Locke took the mask from Athena's hand and put it on Athena's face carefully. The mask covered half of her face, which made her look more mysterious and beautiful. After putting on the mask, Athena waved at the little girl and said with a mysterious smile, "Little girl, see you if we are destined." After greeting the little girl, the two of them left. It was late. After Locke and Athena left, the little girl began to clean up the stall. She didn't notice that 2 people were staring at her under the eaves in the distance. Chapter 66. Of course, the 2 were Locke and Athena. From Athena's words, Locke knew that the little girl had a special constitution. She must be a super genius. However, the girl's foundation seemed to have been damaged. If it couldn't be repaired, she could at most live to 18 years old, let alone practice. So he and Athena didn't leave at once. They wanted to know who the little girl was. At the stall, the little girl had put all the masks into her backpack. After packing up, the little girl carried a huge backpack and walked towards the north of the city. During this period, she bought a few pieces of bread in the bakery and finally bought a roast chicken. Following the little girl, the 2 of them came to a dilapidated house. Most of the walls of the house had collapsed, and the house was on the verge of collapse. It could barely cover the wind and rain. "Dad, I am back," the little girl shouted as she put down the bag on her back. Soon, the room was lit up with candles. Through the broken window, a middle-aged man with stubble was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the broken ceiling. Beside his head was a bottle of wine that had been empty, and he was like a corpse without any vitality. After entering the room, the little girl took out the chicken and bread from her bag and put them beside the middle-aged man. "Dad, I met a nice brother and nice sister today. They gave me 2 silver coins, so we can have delicious food today." However, the middle-aged man did not respond at all. Quite a while later, his eyes moved. "You eat." "Dad is not hungry." "Dad won't eat. Neither will I." The little girl snorted. The man was silent for a while before he sat up and took 2 bites symbolically. The little girl may be really tired, falling on the small bed aside, and soon fell asleep. Looking at the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, the face of the middle-aged man was full of tenderness. At this time, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, as if he had found something. Gently standing up, he walked out and closed the door gently. The moment the door was closed, the kindness on the middle-aged man's face instantly disappeared, replaced by infinite coldness. "Who are you?" Staring at Locke and Athena, who were holding masks in their hands, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with rage and his body burst out a strong momentum. This aura had reached the level of a level 6 practitioner. How did others expect that there was a powerful level 6 practitioner in this dilapidated place? "You'd better not use fighting spirit, or you will die faster." Although Locke was surprised, he didn't show it on his face. He could feel that the middle-aged man's body was seriously injured. Seeing that Locke was able to figure out his physical condition in an instant, the middle-aged man's face changed. The fighting spirit in his body did not stop, and even a little bit cold. He asked word by word, "Who the hell are you?" At the same time, he retreated slightly. As long as the situation was not right, he would run away with the little girl in his arms. Under the strong momentum of the middle-aged man, the wind roared and blew up clouds of dust. "Be quiet." Frowning, Athena waved her sleeve and a force flew towards the middle-aged man. In an instant, the momentum of the middle-aged man completely disappeared, and the fighting spirit in his body suddenly calmed down and could no longer be used at all. The middle-aged man felt as if he was struck by lightning. Looking at Athena, the shock in his eyes gradually turned into a strong fear, and his face was extremely pale. How could it be possible? Although he was seriously injured, he was the level 6 practitioner. Judging by that, the girl could suppress him immediately. The girl was at least a level 6 practitioner. After the panic, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of grief and despair. "Why are you even unwilling to let go of a little girl?" Looking at the middle-aged man's heartbroken face, as if he had a great hatred with him, Locke was a little stunned. What did he mean by saying that we were not even willing to let go of a little girl? "We are just curious about this girl. You don't have to be so sad and desperate, do you?" This time, the middle-aged man turned to be stunned. He looked up at the confused Locke and asked, "Aren't you sent by the Tiffany family?" "No." Locke shook his head. Now he also realized that the two of them must have been chased by their enemies. Hearing Locke's denial, the middle-aged man finally looked better, but he still stared at Locke and Athena cautiously. Locke smiled and said, "Although I don't know what you have experienced, if you believe me, you can come to my territory. In my territory, no one can hurt you." After all, this man was the swordsman of level 6. Lister needed such a strong man. "Protect us?" The middle-aged man laughed at himself and seemed to think of something painful. "You don't know who is chasing us at all." "I'm not good at lying." Locke looked at the dilapidated house and continued, "Besides, I can cure your injuries, including her foundation problem. Can you restore Anne's foundation?" Pierce's body trembled and he was a little excited. But after the excitement, he shook his head bitterly and said, "It's impossible. Anne's foundation has been destroyed. Even the level 8 healer can't do it. How can you do it?" Locke shrugged indifferently and said with a faint smile, "Anyway, you have no choice now. Why don't you gamble?" Pierce was stunned. He stared at Locke, trying to find out why Locke was so confident from Locke's face. "Think it over." After saying that, Locke and Athena turned around and were about to leave. "If you have made up your mind, wait for us in Dika's city." Pierce stood still, his face gloomy as if he was considering the credibility of Locke's words. Creak tilde. In the dark night, there was the sound of the door opening. Anne poked her head out and looked at Pierce. "Dad, what happened outside?" Looking at Anne's face, Pierce felt warm in his heart. Yes, his home was still there. How could he give up so easily? With a long-lost smile on his face, Pierce said in a soft voice, "Honey, It's okay. Have a good sleep." Locke and Athena also returned to the hotel. On the second day, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Ancient trees were towering and tall, with their tops overlapped and their branches intertwined. The boundless forest was like a dark green ocean that could devour everything. Just 2 steps away, Locke heard someone calling his name. He and Athena turned around and saw a fat middle-aged man waving at the two of them. It was Sam who invited Locke yesterday. "Young man, although you are now a level 2 mage, the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts is in danger. Even in the middle circle, there are many with level 3 or 4 magical beasts. So you'd better stay outer circle and remember to enter the middle circle." Noticing that Locke and Athena wanted to enter the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts, Sam reminded them, "Thank you for your warning." For Sam's kindness, Locke bowed to him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we know what we should do." Seeing that Locke didn't care about it at all, Sam sighed in his heart. It seemed that the two of them were from some big force, arrogant and conceited. After defeating several beast-free magical beasts raised by his family, he thought he was invincible and had no idea of the terrible power of magical beasts in the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Without saying anything more, Sam went back to look for his team members. He didn't want to see young Locke and Athena die in the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. "Captain, they don't appreciate it at all." Seeing that Locke and Athena didn't take their captain's words seriously, a young man snorted coldly, "Does he think he is invincible as long as he is a level 2 mage? In my opinion, these two people are most likely from some family to train themselves. They are arrogant, outside. Just give others a reminder if we can." Sam shook his head and said to the 7 people behind him, "Our target is to capture the level 2 magical beast Fire Beast." According to the information provided by the Mercenary Guild, the Fire Beast is at the junction of the middle circle and the outer circle, so we still need to be careful and not to provoke the magical beast in the middle circle. The 7 people behind him nodded. In their team, as long as the captain, Sam, was a level 2 practitioner and the others were practitioners of level 1, they would be in danger if they encountered magical beasts above level 2. Chapter 67. In the Mountains. Locke pulled his long sword out of a large snake that was more than 10 meters long. The large snake's body hit the ground heavily. Although it had lost its vitality, its body was still twisting. "The level 2 magical beast is not challenging at all," Locke said in disgust. As he spoke, he had already put the large snake's body into the system space. Level 2 magical beasts, beast hides, beast meat, and beast bones could be sold for money. They had been in the mountain range of magical beasts for 2 days. In these 2 days, the strongest they had met were only level 2 magical beasts. However, Locke could clearly feel that as they went deeper, the strength of magical beasts was indeed getting stronger and stronger. According to the map given by Treasure Pavilion, they were already at the junction of the outer circle and the central circle. In the distance, more than 20 meters away from the ground, Athena was sitting on the branch as thick as a thigh, leaning against the trunk of an ancient tree. She looked as bored as she could. Seeing that the battle downstairs finally came to an end, she shouted at Locke, "I'm hungry." "Okay, I'll find some food for barbecue right away." Locke waved his hand and replied helplessly. Athena was a god. How could she feel hungry? She just wanted to eat roasted meat. After saying that, Locke closed his eyes and released Divine Sense. Everything within the radius of 200 meters was clearly presented in his mind. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned and couldn't help laughing. Under the search of Divine Sense, he found a giant forest boar of level 2. This giant forest boar was about 100 meters away from him, crawling in the grass. Its red eyes were full of greed, and the 2 tusks of more than 50 centimeters long emitted a sharp luster like an edge. It seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to attack Locke. With an evil smile, Locke held his long sword and rushed towards the giant forest boar. Ouch! The forest was suddenly filled with the screech of the giant forest boar. More than 10 seconds later, boom! The huge body of the giant forest boar slammed into the ancient tree, and a wound of 3 centimeters wide appeared on its chest. Although the wound was not long, the blood gushed out like a fountain. It was obvious that it had been pierced through by Locke's sword. Dragging the giant forest boar, Locke arrived in front of a clear stream and skillfully cut the giant forest boar. In no time, he had already taken off the loin, plum meat, hind leg meat, and other parts with better meat quality. On the other hand, Athena had also built a fire and put the table and chairs. There was even a bottle of good red wine on the table. If others saw the two of them leisurely, they would be shocked. They were very careful in the mountain range of magical beasts, as if treading on thin ice, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were not careful enough. When they looked at others, they would believe that Locke and Athena were on vacation. Half an hour later, the smell of meat suffused around the camp. Lying prone on the table, Athena fixed her beautiful eyes on the roast meat in Locke's hand. Greedy. Locke was amused by Athena's greedy look. Seeing that the meat was almost roasted, he handed a piece of plum blossom meat to Athena. Athena happily took over the roast meat. Seeing that Locke was still busy grilling the rest, she tore one piece and handed it to Locke's mouth. At least you are the one who roasted it. I have to give you a taste, so I have to thank you. Locke rolled his eyes at Athena and bit the meat. Athena, who was enjoying the delicious food, frowned slightly. Locke also raised his head and looked into the depth of the forest. You eat first. Locke stood up and turned to Athena. Athena nodded. Puff tilde. Legs slightly curved, Locke directly ejected, landing on a distant branch. After a few moves, he had disappeared from Athena's sight. It was less than 200 meters away from the camp of Locke and Athena. The ground collapsed, and broken trees were everywhere, with blood all over the place. Everyone, I'm sorry. Sam's breath was weak and his face was extremely pale. There was a wound of more than 10 centimeters on his thigh, revealing his ghastly white bone. The 6 people behind him were also injured to varying degrees. Sam's eyes were full of regret as he looked at the giant scorpion coming slowly in front of him. He shouldn't have taken the task of the flame beast. The young men behind him looked sad and dejected. Facing the poisonous scorpion with black stripes of level 4, they had no chance to escape. The pincers of poisonous scorpion with black stripes came at them at a very fast speed, leaving no chance for Sam and the others to escape. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sam gritted his teeth and mobilized the last bit of magic power in his body. A yellow shield appeared in front of them. Boom! After a few seconds, the shield was directly smashed into pieces by the pincers. Sam and the others were thrown out by the strong impact. Facing a few weak humans like ants, the poisonous scorpion with black stripes did not seem to be interested in continuing to play. It quickly ran towards Sam, intending to smash Sam and the others into meat mud. It's over. Looking at the poisonous scorpion with black stripes in front of him, Sam closed his eyes in despair and was not ready to struggle. Sure enough, in front of the poisonous scorpion with black stripes of level 4, all their struggle was in vain. Bang tilde. However, a few seconds later, there was no expected sharp pain. Sam opened his eyes in confusion, when he saw clearly the scene in front of him. His pupils suddenly trembled and his eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that the extremely powerful poisonous scorpion with black stripes had been thrown away, creating a big pit in the distance. It didn't know when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. At this time, the poisonous scorpion with black stripes had climbed out of the big pit and let out an angry roar. It seemed that he was going to tear up the human who had attacked him, a level 4 magical beast. Well, it's a little challenging. Facing the irritated poisonous scorpion with black stripes, Locke didn't change his face and his battle intent was very high. But, it's just a little ugly. There was a pair of middle eyes on the back of the poisonous scorpion with black stripes, 3 side eyes on both sides of the front end, and 6 pairs of arms. Its whole body was covered with a shell with black stripes. 6 pairs of arms. The first pair was the whole limb that helped eat, the second pair was the long and thick tentacles like the crab's pincers, which had the function of preying, feeling, and defense, and the other 4 pairs were the feet. Locke recalled the features of the poisonous scorpion with black stripes in his mind to find its weakness. Cutting off the second pair of feet first. With the thought in his mind, Locke lifted his long sword and slashed at the poisonous scorpion's second pair of feet. Although the poisonous scorpion with black stripes was huge, it was surprisingly agile. With a pincer, it shook off the long sword in Locke's hand. The other big pincer came at Locke's body. At the same time, its tail stabbed at Locke from behind, which was full of poison. Facing the attacks, Locke didn't panic. He jumped up, resisted the pincers with his sword, and then turned around to avoid the poison sting. Was this the previous young man? Sam stared blankly at Locke, who was fighting with the poisonous scorpion with black stripes. He was in a trance. This was a level 4 magical beast. How could an 18 or 19 years old young man be on par with a level 4 magical beast? Was this real? Besides, Wasn't this young man a fire mage of level 2? Why didn't he use magic? Instead, he rushed up with the sword like warriors and swordsmen. Chapter 68. The team members behind Sam were also shocked, especially the young man was extremely surprised in his mind who had complained about Locke's arrogance. At this time, he was also a little grateful. Fortunately, he only complained a few words and did not say anything excessive. If he offended Locke, he would be miserable. The battle between Locke and the poisonous scorpion with black stripes had reached a white-hot stage. Boom! Locke jumped back and avoided the pincers of the poisonous scorpion with black stripes. A huge hole was made on the ground where he had stood before. Before the poisonous scorpion's pincers were pulled out from the ground, now was the time. Locke, who was retreating, instantly found the flaw of the poisonous scorpion. He kicked on the ancient tree behind him, and with the reaction force of the ancient tree, shot towards the poisonous scorpion like a cannonball. Puff tilde. After a flash of sword light, the second pair of feet on the left side of the poisonous scorpion was cut off by Locke. Ouch! The poisonous scorpion howled painfully, its voice was deafening. It wished it could tear Locke into pieces. Sam and the others covered their ears with their hands and looked painful. They were almost knocked out by the powerful sound wave. Looking at the roaring poisonous scorpion, Locke frowned and raised his long sword. It's too noisy. It seems that I need to kill you as soon as possible. Clang tilde. Locke cut the poisonous scorpion's shell with his long sword. However, the sharp sword was directly shaken away by the hard shell of the poisonous scorpion. Seeing that he couldn't break the defense of the poisonous scorpion, Locke had to step back. TSK, it was so defensive. Looking at the hard shell with only a sword mark left, Locke was also a little surprised. At the same time, a big pincer of the poisonous scorpion had already smashed towards Locke. Locke had no time to change the direction in the air, so he could only hold the sword horizontally in front of his chest to resist the attack. Bang tilde. Although there was a long sword in front of Locke's chest, he was still thrown out and smashed into the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing that Locke was knocked away, Sam's and others' hearts rose to their throats. They clenched their fists subconsciously and felt nervous for Locke. This was a frontal attack from the level 4 magical beast. Even an ordinary level 4 practitioner would be injured. When the dust dispersed, they saw Locke. What shocked them was that Locke was completely unharmed except for the messy clothes. Seeing that Locke was safe and sound, everyone was relieved. At this moment, Locke was their only life-saving straw. When he came to his senses, Sam reminded him loudly, "Sir, the poisonous scorpion has a strong defense. Let's retreat first." After knowing Locke's strength, Sam called Locke sir instead of little brother. They could see that although Locke was also very powerful, he couldn't defeat the poisonous scorpion of level 4 at once. If continuing to fight, they would be doomed if they attracted other powerful magical beasts. "Step back, or I'll hurt you." Locke shook his arms, stretched himself, and dusted himself. "Your shell is really thick. It seems that I have to be serious." As he spoke, the small universe in Locke's body began to rapidly revolve, and purple magic attached to the long sword. Seeing that Locke wanted to continue the fight, Sam sighed in his heart and had to retreat as Locke said. Bang tilde. After dodging the pincers and stings of the poisonous scorpion, Locke held his long sword and hacked at it. Crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a crack unexpectedly appeared on the hard defensive shell of the poisonous scorpion. The poisonous scorpion waved its pincers and sting, but Locke dodged it easily. At this time, Locke's speed was extremely fast, and he slashed at the outer shell of the poisonous scorpion a few more times. Crack. Crack. Broken. Under the powerful attack of Locke, the shell of the poisonous scorpion broke into pieces. He was really so powerful. Looking at the shell that was gradually falling off, Sam and the others took a deep breath and felt that their minds were in a mess. The poisonous scorpion was also slightly stunned as if it did not believe that the defense that it was proud of was blocked in this way. After a short period of distraction, the poisonous scorpion began to feel fear in its eyes. The human in front of him was stronger than it. Without any hesitation, it hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of Locke. The poisonous scorpion fled in the direction of their camp. Looking at the fleeing poisonous scorpion, Locke muttered to himself, "I can't let you go there." As he spoke, his body glowed with a faint purple light. The divine power within his body was poured out without reservation, and Locke poured it into the long sword in his hand. The long sword emitted a bright light, which seemed to contain terrifying power. After pouring all his strength into the long sword, Locke slashed at the poisonous scorpion with one move. Boom! The purple sword light, with the power to destroy heaven and earth, slashed in the direction of the poisonous scorpion. Wherever the sword light passed, everything cracked. Sensing the powerful energy fluctuations behind it, the poisonous scorpion, which was fleeing, had a strong fear in its heart and crazily fled in another direction. It knew that if it was attacked by this energy, it would definitely die. However, the speed of the sword light was very fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the poisonous scorpion. Looking at the sword light, the poisonous scorpion's eyes were incomparably terrified. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion occurred at the location of the poisonous scorpion. The huge impact swept the stones around them away, and a few meters thick ancient trees were also broken. A minute later, everything returned to peace. There were only a few broken limbs and arms on the position of the poisonous scorpion, and the other bodies had been annihilated in the sword light. Swoosh! Locke breathed a sigh of relief and his face turned pale. The blow just now had drained all the divine power in his body. Was this young man really a human? Even if a person started to practice from the womb, he might not be so strong. Sam and the others stood still like woods, and their brains had lost the ability to think. Damn it. Locke seemed to think of something and his face changed. He turned to Sam and the others and said, I have something important to do and need to go first. This is not a place to stay for a long time. My camp is not far away. If you want, you can come to the camp to heal yourselves. Then Locke rushed to the camp. Hearing Locke's words, Sam and the others came to their senses. They knew that it was not the right time to be surprised, so they hurried to the direction where Locke had left. Along the way, Sam and the others were very careful. Judging from Locke's anxious expression just now, they guessed that something big might have happened in Locke's camp. Was there a sneak attack from magical beasts? Or what happened to the delicate and beautiful girl next to Locke? Within 200 meters, Sam and others saw a fire. However, what confused them was that the whole camp was abnormally quiet except for the sound of burning woods. Then they looked at Locke, who was holding a pile of charred stuff with a helpless expression on his face. The beautiful girl beside him also looked helpless, as if it was none of her business. Sam looked at the things in Locke's hands carefully. This thing seemed to be roasted meat. So the important thing Locke just said was that the meat was scorched. When they saw the red wine on the table, Sam and the others seemed to have received the violent attack, and an extremely absurd idea arose in their hearts. These two, were they on vacation here? Chapter 69. Locke's heart ached when he saw the good hind leg meat which he had roasted for a long time was scorched. It seemed that Goddess was not omnipotent, such as in food. Looking at Athena, Locke sighed. At this time, he also noticed Sam and others walking out of the jungle. Although shocked, Sam bent over and bowed to Locke. Thank you for saving our life, sir. The people behind him also bowed respectfully to Locke. Even the young man who had complained about Locke before also had a respectful look on his face. In Ikasa continent, people always respected the strong. It's just a piece of cake. Don't mind. Locke waved his hand casually. He took out 2 bottles of healing medicines from the system and threw them to Sam. These are medicines for treating hurt, blood recovering medicine and healing powder. One is for internal use and the other for external use. Blood recovering medicine and healing powder. Sam took medicines from Locke in shock. These were all valuable level 2 medicines. How could this young man give them like this? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he bowed to Locke again and said, Thank you for your mercy. Their healing medicines were all destroyed by the poisonous scorpion with black stripes. Oh my god. Just as Locke was about to continue the barbecue, Sam's excited voice suddenly rang out, which startled Locke. Is this the superior medicine? Sam's voice trembled with extreme excitement. The others also came over, staring at the medicines in Sam's hand. It's really the superior medicine. I can't believe I've seen the superior medicine. When they saw the exquisite and beautiful lines on the black pill, they also cried out excitedly. Yes, the stripes on the medicine were also called elixir stripes, which was the symbol of the top-level medicines. The superior medicine was a sign of the highest quality of a pill. Usually, only very powerful healers could refine the top-level medicines with elixir stripes. Even the low-grade superior medicines were invaluable. Sir, this is the superior medicine. Are you really going to give it to us? Sam took a deep breath and asked incredulously. I thought there was something wrong with the medicines. Locke was speechless. He waved his hand and joked. It's for you. If you do not use it, I will take it back. Hearing Locke's words, Sam and the others didn't refuse anymore. They sprinkled healing powder on the wound and then took blood recovering medicine. It was the level 2 medicine. Looking at the wound that was healing at a visible speed, Sam was a little shocked. After taking blood recovering medicine, the energy in their bodies quickly recovered. Sam and the others finally had a trace of blood on their faces. Locke had also roasted a lot of meat and handed it to Sam and the others. At first, Sam and the others were a little restrained, but after tasting the taste of the meat, they began to gobble down. Uncle Sam, what are you going to do in the future? Locke asked, looking at Sam and his team members beside the bonfire. Alas, we can't finish this task. We have discussed and decided to leave Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts and take on some other tasks. Sam smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Locke nodded and asked curiously, are you going to be mercenaries all the time? Hearing Locke's question, Sam suddenly fell silent. If it was in the past, he would have said without hesitation, of course, it's the fastest way to get free and money to be a mercenary. But now he hesitated, especially this time he almost died because of magical beasts. If it weren't for Locke, all the young people behind him might have died here. Some of them were level 2 practitioners, and some were level 1 practitioners. If they went to some small nobility's side, they could also find a way to live. But they didn't want to be restricted by the nobility. Moreover, as mercenaries, they were not only free but also able to obtain a high commission. Seeing that Sam didn't say anything, Locke smiled and said, in fact, I'm the lord of a territory. If you want, you can come to my territory. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Sam was now a level 2 mage. Among the several people behind him, the older man was a level 2 warrior, and the other young people were also level 1 practitioners. These people were much more talented than Curtin, Sam, and others. If they were well trained, they would definitely become strong. You are a lord? Sam was a little surprised. Locke nodded with a smile and said, my territory is developing, and I'm short of helpers. Sam fell silent again. However, from his expression, Locke knew that he was a little interested. After a long silence, Sam said to Locke, I can't make a decision for them. I need to discuss with them. Soon, Sam gathered his team members to discuss joining Locke. The expressions of the team members varied. Some were excited, some were worried, and some were silent. A few minutes later, Sam came to Locke and nodded, okay, we agree to work for you. After getting along for a while, they found that Locke was not as arrogant as other aristocrats. Moreover, Locke was not only able to provide the top-grade medicines of level 2 casually, but also a strong man who could defeat the magical beast of level 4. They should be lucky to be under Locke's command. The second morning came. The mist had not yet dissipated, and the forest in the distance looked exceptionally mysterious and daunting. My lord, there are many dangers in Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Would you like to think about it again? Sam said with concern. They also knew that Locke and Athena were going to go deep into Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Although Locke was able to deal with the level 4 poisonous scorpion with black stripes, there were still many level 4 magical beasts that were stronger than the poisonous scorpion in the center. And in the inner area of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts, there were many powerful level 5 magical beasts. It was said that there were even level 6 magical beasts in the innermost part of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Locke shook his head and said to Sam and others, you can leave first. Seeing that Locke was very determined, Sam and the others stopped persuading him. They decided to leave the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts and wait for the two in Mocha Hotel in Dika's city. After saying goodbye to Sam and others, Locke and Athena continued to walk towards the inner area of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. Compared with the outer circle, the magical beasts in the central circle were much stronger, basically level 3 and level 4 magical beasts. Locke didn't fear these magical beasts. After all, they were money. After killing them, Locke threw them into the system zone. 3 days later, Locke and Athena arrived at the inner circle of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. In the evening, Locke had already dissected a level 4 shorthorn magical bull, and Athena, as usual, made a fire and set up the table and chairs. Half an hour later, Locke put the baked steak on the plate in front of Athena, At the same time, a figure rushed out of the forest. Locke was slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure, but he didn't panic too much. With the presence of Athena, what kind of danger could it be? Soon, the figure had rushed in front of the fire. Only then did Locke see his face clearly. The figure should be more than 60 years old, looking very embarrassed. His hair and beard were in a mess, and he looked shabby. Locke sensed a faint magical aura from the old man, which was extremely powerful. Locke sensed danger from it. This aura was even stronger than that of the middle-aged slovenly man Locke had seen in Dika's city. This old man might be the strongest one he had met except Athena and other gods. Chapter 70. The slightly scruffy old man was very casual and walked past Locke, grabbing a piece of steak and beginning to eat it directly. While chewing the beef, the old man gave a thumb up with his oily hand. He couldn't even speak clearly. "Brat, you're good at cooking." "Of course." Locke nodded confidently and put another piece of baked steak on Athena's plate. Then he looked at the old man with a faint smile and said, "Old man, my roast meat is very expensive." Hearing Locke said that steak was very expensive, the old man's body stiffened. He reluctantly handed the half-eaten roast meat to Locke and said, "You actually charge me for it?" "I won't eat it. I'll give it back to you." Looking at the old man's cheeky face, Locke couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Then he said, "You have eaten half of it and should pay the half. This is a level 4 magical beast, invaluable. But you look like don't have much money. I'll give you half off and charge you 5,000 gold coins." 5,000 gold coins? The old man jumped and refused directly. "Boy, why don't you rob directly? I just ate a few mouthfuls of meat. But you actually charge me 5,000 gold coins. I have to make you clear today, no money, just the life." With these words, the old man sat cross-legged on the ground with a roguish look and continued to bite steaks. To be honest, when he saw the two young people barbecuing in Nariel mountains of magical beasts without fear, his inner surprise was beyond description. Especially when he saw the short-horn magical bull of level 4 roasted by the two people, he was even more shocked. Was there any powerful man protecting these two people? Did this powerful man kill the level 4 magical beast? But he had checked it carefully and found that there was no trace of anyone nearby. Out of strong curiosity, he chose to stay and have a look. This boy had a mysterious power, and he should be a practitioner. As for this beautiful girl, there was no energy fluctuation on her body. She was completely an ordinary person. He, Philemon, was a level 6 mage, and the two of them would never be his match. Ouch! At the same time, a high and angry roar passed through the thick forest and reached their ears. The voice was sonorous, powerful, and dignified. And at the same time, it contained endless anger. Locke didn't care about the old man who was roguish anymore. He released his divine sense to see what a magical beast was roaring. However, he seemed to have seen something and could not help but feel a little stunned. Is this a dragon? In the sky, the magical beast's entire body was red, and there was a circle of scarlet spikes around his head. His entire body was covered with hard scales, and a pair of flapping wings caused bursts of hurricanes. Wasn't this a super race at the top of the biological chain that had been said all the time in the Akasa continent? The dragon race? There was a dragon in Nariel mountains of magical beasts. The dragon race was one of the most powerful races in the world. The adult dragon was at least a level 6 magical beast, and the little dragon would also have the strength of a level 4 magical beast. Compared with the dragon race, human beings were incomparably weak. However, although the dragon race was powerful, there were not many of them. Otherwise, the dragon race would dominate the continent, not humans. 10,000 years ago, there was a fierce battle in Akasa continent. After the battle, the remaining dragons moved to a place called Dragon Island and rarely appeared in Akasa continent. Unexpectedly, there was a dragon here. Locke took a deep breath and looked excited in his eyes. In the distance, under the powerful pressure from the red dragon, the magical beasts all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Damn human, how dare you steal the thing of the great dragon race? Biddle, I will tear you to pieces. The red dragon roared angrily and spoke the human language. It was the first time that Locke had seen a magical beast speak. He was very curious. In order to vent his anger, the red dragon roared and spat out fireballs one by one. Boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions rang out in the quiet inner circle of Nariel mountains of magical beasts. Is this red dragon here for you? Locke turned to look at Philemon and asked, He found that since the red dragon appeared, the old man's expression had been a little unnatural. "How is that possible?" With his eyes wide open, Philemon retorted. "But anyway, he looked a little guilty." "Well, now I have changed my mind. Give Main 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, I will shout out, if I bring the red dragon here, you will be in danger," Locke said indifferently, crossing his arms. Hearing Locke's threatening words, Philemon was stunned at first. Then he angrily pointed at Locke and said, "You are robbing when I have a difficulty. Do you know how to respect the elderly?" Locke curled his lips and shrugged indifferently. Taking a look at the furious red dragon and Locke's stubborn look, he finally gave in. Philemon gritted his teeth and said, "Only 5,000 gold coins, no more." 11,000. "Boy, why do you add more and more?" 6,000 is my bottom line. 12,000. Locke said calmly, "Boy, don't be so greedy." 7,000. "It can't be more." Seeing the two bargainings, Athena touched her forehead helplessly. Her gaze fell on the red dragon in the distance. Okay, we can't say anything more." 14,000. Philemon stopped Locke in a hurry, afraid that Locke would raise the price again. In the end, the two of them completed the transaction at the price of 14,000. At the same time, the red dragon seemed to find something and stared in the direction of Locke and others. "The despicable human, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to have a partner. I'm going to tear you up." The red dragon spat out a fireball in the direction of Locke and the others directly and then flew over with roaring. Seeing that he was finally discovered, Philemon's face changed. After hesitating for a while, he sighed helplessly and gritted his teeth to say, "Boy, you go first. I'll block him." As soon as he finished his words, a powerful magical fluctuation burst out from his body. A huge magic shield made of flames appeared in midair and stopped the red dragon's fireball. Although it blocked the attack of the red dragon, there was still a crack on the magic shield. Seeing that magic shield was about to break, the red dragon sneered and several more fireballs smashed at him. I just took a broken stone from you. You don't have to be so angry." Seeing such a series of fireballs, Philemon broke out into curses. Although he was cursing, his movements were not slow. In an instant, several magic shields appeared in front of him. Boom! The sound of collision between fireballs and magic shields echoed in the forest. After fending off Biddle's attack, Philemon was ready to run away. However, he saw two familiar figures behind him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Looking at Locke and Athena, Philemon was stunned. He had put all his attention on dealing with the red dragon, and didn't pay attention to the situation of Locke and Athena. Now he was stunned to see that the two were still there. What made him most speechless was that the two of them did not leave, but they were drinking leisurely and watching the battle between him and Biddle as if they were watching a play. He fought hard alone to buy time for the two of them. As for others, they drank red wine leisurely and chatted comfortably. At this moment, Philemon had the urge to beat someone up. Chapter 71. On the other side, Biddle had already rushed towards them. "This is a level 6 magical beast." Looking at the whistling Biddle, Locke smacked his lips. He turned to Athena and said, "How about I go and have a try?" Philemon just felt a buzz in his head. What did he just hear? This guy actually wanted to go and have a try? This was a level 6 magical beast, and it was the dragon race, one of the most powerful races on this continent. Looking up at Biddle, who was getting closer and closer, Athena smiled and said, "I don't care. Anyway, it's not me who gets beaten." "Then try it." Locke nodded and pulled out his long sword. The battle intention was high in his eyes. Crazy. These two must be crazy. Seeing that Locke really wanted to challenge the red dragon, this was the only thought left in Philemon's mind. Holding the long sword in his hand, Locke's small universe spun crazily in his body, and the divine power poured out without reservation. This aura, feeling the powerful power that Locke exploded out, Philemon was surprised in his mind. The ordinary level 4 practitioner might not be a match for this bloke in front of him. It seemed that this guy was the one who killed the level 4 shorthorn magical bull. He was already a level 4 practitioner at such a young age. This kind of terrifying talent was absolutely comparable to the talent in Central Land. Philemon thought in shock. "Old man, let me have a try." Locke turned to Philemon and said, taking a look at Biddle. Philemon said seriously, "Although you have a great talent, he is a level 6 magical beast. You will not be his match. That's why it's challenging." Locke said with a smile. Seeing that Locke was determined to fight with the red dragon, Philemon nodded helplessly and dispersed the shield in the sky. "Hey, Biddle, your current opponent is me," Locke shouted at Biddle with a long sword in his hand. Biddle was slightly stunned. He looked at Locke and became furious. "You little human. How dare you take the initiative to provoke me? I'm going to tear you apart." With a roar, Biddle dived down, spat out a fireball from his mouth, and smashed it at Locke. Locke didn't choose to defend himself. With the help of the impact of the ground, he jumped up and directly stabbed at Biddle. Locke spun, dodged the red dragon's fireball, and stabbed at Biddle. Clang tilde, but his long sword was directly gripped by Biddle's claws. Unable to move at all, at the same time, Biddle's another claw slapped over. Locke couldn't avoid it, and he was slapped down from the sky by Biddle. Bang tilde. Locke fell from the sky like a meteor and made a big hole in the distance. Ahem. He struggled to get up from the hole. He was slapped by Biddle directly and felt blood rolling in his body and internal organs aching. This guy's physical strength was also unusual. Seeing that Locke was still alive after resisting the attack of the red dragon, Philemon was a little surprised. While Philemon was sighing, his body suddenly trembled, as if he had seen something horrible. He opened his eyes wide and cried out, "He is a fire mage." The magic of level 2 in front of Locke had been condensed. Whoosh tilde. The blade made of 2 flames slashed at Biddle. After releasing the magic, Locke held his long sword and rushed towards the red dragon again. Biddle didn't expect that Locke could use magic. Although he was surprised, he was a level 6 magical beast after all. There was a huge gap between the two. The blade of the flames was directly smashed into pieces by his claws. At this moment, Locke had rushed to Biddle's front and stabbed him in the chest with a long sword wrapped in a layer of purple luster. Clang tilde. The long sword stabbed into the scales, creating sparks, and could no longer move forward. Bang tilde. In the blink of an eye, Locke was slapped away by Biddle again. This time, Biddle didn't stop but chased after Locke again. Seeing Biddle arrive in front of Locke in an instant, Philemon was very shocked. They were so far away that even he had no time to rescue Locke. What confused Philemon was that the girl with no practice base didn't seem to worry at all. At this time, he suddenly felt a wave of energy, which was unusually violent. "These are water magic elements," Philemon exclaimed in surprise. This guy was actually a double space mage. Moreover, he could put the two opposite magic elements together. It was appalling. Bang tilde. With a loud noise in the sky, a powerful wave of energy was scattered from the center of Locke and Biddle. "This attack is as powerful as level 5, right?" Looking at the attack made by Locke, Philemon murmured. A faint red barrier protected the red dragon within. Locke was also slapped by the energy wave. Bang tilde. Locke, who fell on the ground, panted heavily, his forehead already covered with fine sweat. "Alas, I have tried my best." Seeing that his most powerful blow didn't hurt Biddle at all, Locke sighed and looked at Athena helplessly. "It seems that I can only leave it to you." Philemon just felt that he had received too much shock today, so he was in a trance now. What did the boy just say? The rest could only be left to this girl with no practice space and seemingly weak. Athena put down her glass elegantly and walked slowly to Locke, looking up at the red dragon in the sky. Boom! Just as Philemon was confused, a powerful force burst out from Athena's body. You are so powerful." Philemon pointed at Athena, his fingers trembling slightly. He was too shocked to speak. He felt a terrifying force from Athena. Athena rose slowly, with a mysterious luster around her body. Her clothes fluttered as if a goddess descending from heaven in the scroll. On the ground, Locke walked up to the table and filled his glass with red wine, leisurely watching the upcoming battle in the sky. Seeing that Locke looked leisure, Philemon was speechless in his mind. Athena was fighting fiercely in the sky, and Locke was drinking leisurely on the ground. No matter what, Philemon felt that the scene was a little strange. In the air, the red dragon stared at Athena vigilantly. Who are you?" He felt a sense of oppression from Athena. This sense of oppression was actually stronger than that of elders in Dragon Island. "The one who beat you." Athena smiled faintly and punched the red dragon with great force. Seeing Athena attacking him, the red dragon mobilized the dragon power in his body, and the previous red defensive barrier appeared around him once. In an instant, Athena had rushed around the red dragon. Crack! Cracks appeared on the barrier like glass. Athena's fist fell on the body of the red dragon naturally. Boom! The red dragon, like a cannonball, smashed into a small mountain in the distance. Chapter 72. one move. Seeing the domineering Biddle being punched away by Athena with one move, Philemon felt his scalp tingle instantly. It was not a big deal that this bloke had the strength of a level 4 practitioner, but now there was a girl who could defeat the level 6 magical beast easily. What kind of monster did he see today? How could a seemingly harmless girl knock down a level 6 red dragon with a punch? This scene looked so illusory. However, everything around him was telling him, yes, Philemon, what you see was real, not a dream. Opening the broken trees and stones on his body, Biddle climbed out of the pit awkwardly. Although he was punched by Athena, as the dragon race, his body was very strong, so Athena's punch did not cause much damage to him. However, this punch was not harmful to him, but it was insulting. He was the noble dragon race, but he was punched to the ground. Ouch! Biddle roared and flew into the sky again. His body emitted a faint red glow. Looking at Athena, who was not as big as his claw, his eyes were burning with anger. Human, you really pissed me off. Great dragon god, please help your people kill the enemy in front of him. After saying that, Biddle began to whisper in a language that Locke couldn't understand. This is the magic of dragon language. Hearing Biddle's mysterious low voice, Philemon took a deep breath and his voice was full of shock. The magic of dragon language. Locke also put down the glass and looked at Biddle very curiously. The magic of dragon language, by chanting dragon language, was a special magic attack method of the dragon race, which was very powerful. With Biddle's singing, huge fireballs appeared around him. Fireballs were floating in the air, waiting for Biddle's order. After a while, the sky behind Biddle became a world of fire. Go ahead. Burn this damn human. Biddle shouted. The fireball in the sky trembled slightly and moved very fast, smashing towards Athena overwhelmingly. Countless fireballs made the sky and earth crimson. The powerful and burning airwaves swept towards all the creatures on the ground, making people feel as if the end of the world was coming. Seeing the powerful attack, Philemon subconsciously shrank his head. He couldn't withstand such an attack. On the other side of the sky, Athena stood in the air, looking calmly at the fireballs smashing towards her. She stretched out her right hand, and her index fingertips rapidly drew something in the air in front of her. When fireballs were less than 50 meters away from her, her depiction ended. At the same time, a mysterious light curtain with a star in front of her suddenly lit up. The light curtain expanded rapidly and surrounded Athena. At the same time, fireballs arrived in front of Athena. Bang! Bang! A deafening explosion came from the sky, centered on the position where Athena was. Philemon opened his mouth slightly and looked at the battle in the sky in shock. Just standing in the distance, he could feel the shocking power. However, compared with his nervousness, he found that Locke looked quite calm. Seeing Locke's careless look, Philemon couldn't help but ask, "Don't you worry about your partner getting hurt?" Worried? Locke was stunned for a while. After thinking for a while, he sighed and looked in the direction of Biddle. "I'm worried about the red dragon." Philemon didn't understand what Locke meant instantly. Seeing that Locke didn't explain, he didn't ask. Instead, he continued to look at the battle in the distance. Ouch! Seeing that all the attacks had hit Athena, Biddle roared excitedly. The next moment, his eyes, which were the size of a lantern, suddenly widened, and his mouth, which had been wide open, stiffened directly. In the sea of fire, Athena slowly appeared. She even strolled leisurely. A purple light curtain surrounded her, keeping all the injuries outside. Biddle was still in shock when he saw the tiny figure in front of him in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Athena's fist had already hit Biddle's head. Under the huge impact, Biddle was directly thrown away. His wings kept flapping, hoping to control his falling body. However, Athena didn't stop. Her speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, she came behind Biddle and kicked him on the back. Bang! The falling Biddle was kicked into the high air. "Damn human, I must tear you into pieces." Biddle struggled and tried to control himself. Just as he was about to stabilize his body, Athena's body flashed and appeared behind him again. Bang! The red dragon was kicked to the ground again. "Ah!" Biddle screamed and threatened, "Human, I must tear you apart." Athena was unmoved. She appeared behind him again and kicked him into the sky. 2 minutes later, "Ah, human, how about we stop? I'll let you go." After screaming, Biddle said in a tone of discussion, but what answered him was Athena's fist. Repeatedly, Biddle was beaten up by Athena like a sandbag, without any strength to fight back. More than 10 minutes later, Buddle said in a sobbing tone, "I admit defeat. I'm really convinced. Please forgive me." After more than 10 minutes of beating, his body was black and blue, and the bone rack seemed to be broken. Buddle had changed from threatening to begging for peace and finally begging for mercy. Philemon stood still like a wood. In the past more than 10 minutes, Philemon felt that the whole world had become unreal. As the level 6 mage, Philemon felt that he had good endurance. But when he saw Locke and Athena, he found that he wasn't good. A delicate and frail girl was hitting a level 6 giant dragon. This scene, no matter how it looked, was a little strange. At this time, Athena finally got tired of beating the red dragon in the sky. Puff tilde, she kicked Buddle on the back. Bang tilde. Buddle fell from the sky and smashed on the ground not far away from Locke and Philemon. Chapter 73. Locke waved his hand and blocked the floating dust outside. At the same time, Athena also slowly landed on the ground. She clapped her hands and said regrettably, "If there are a few more, I may beat them more happily." Locke was speechless when he saw Athena's violent look, which didn't match her figure. Seeing Athena walking past him, Philemon slightly bent his body and bowed to Athena. This was respect for the strong. Athena waved her hand to hint Philemon to stand up. After standing up, Philemon stood still, feeling a little restrained. After seeing how powerful Athena was, he didn't dare to be as casual as before. Locke walked up to Buddle and said, "Buddle, now I have two choices for you. First, submit to me and be my subordinate. Second, I'll kill you now." Being beaten by Athena for more than 10 minutes, Buddle was exhausted. Looking at Locke, his eyelids moved, as if he didn't want to talk to this man who was weaker than him. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back and found that Athena was looking at him. Buddle trembled and nodded quickly. Without any hesitation, he said, "I'm willing to be your subordinate." He finally realized that although Locke was not strong, his status was ridiculously high. Ding! Detecting the host subdued a level 6 red dragon, rewarding the host with a summoning card. At the same time, the voice of the system came to Locke's mind. He actually was rewarded a summoning card. Locke couldn't help lifting the corners of his mouth and smiling happily. Seeing Locke so happy, Philemon naturally attributed it to the reason that Locke had subdued the red dragon. Indeed, few people on this continent could conquer the arrogant dragon race. Seeing Buddle surrender, Locke nodded with satisfaction. "Well, old man, it's time to fulfill your promise." "Where are 14,000 gold coins?" Locke said to Philemon with a smile. Hearing Locke's question about gold coins, Philemon's face froze. He rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. "In fact, I don't have so many gold coins now." Noticing that Locke didn't look well, he quickly added, "I mean I don't have any money with me, but my money is placed somewhere else." Locke didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. "Long time ago, I founded a mage academy by myself. It's doing well now. I'll write a letter to them and ask them to give you money." Philemon said, "This old man set up a mage academy by himself?" Hearing this, Locke showed suspicion and looked at Philemon in disbelief. "Can you establish an academy with such a poor look?" It was no wonder Locke was suspicious. Philemon's clothes were worn out and stained. His hair and beard were in a mess. If Locke hadn't known that Philemon was a level 6 mage, Locke would have believed that Philemon was a beggar. Seeing that Locke didn't believe him, Philemon seemed to think of something. He fumbled in the bag for a long time and finally took out a black token. The token looked small and exquisite, with vivid roses engraved on the edge. Under the roses were the words Scylla Magic Academy, and the big letters Dean were engraved in the middle. "Are you the Dean of Scylla Magic Academy?" Locke was surprised to see the logo on the token. "Yes." Philemon nodded and sighed. "I haven't been back for many years, but I heard that it's going well now." This old man actually was the Dean of Scylla Magic Academy. Locke looked at Philemon up and down and still felt a little surprised. However, if this old man was the Dean of Scylla Magic Academy, could Locke make use of Philemon to enter the library of the Mage Academy? With the improvement of level, he felt the shortage of high-level magic skills more and more. "Well, let's make another deal." Locke looked at Philemon and said with a smile, "I don't want the 14,000 gold coins." After a pause, Locke continued, "Let me enter the library of Scylla Magic Academy for a month." When he heard that Locke wanted to enter the Mage Academy, Philemon was first stunned, and then looked embarrassed. According to the rule of Scylla Magic Academy, only the people of the academy can access the magic books. How about this? If you pretend to work as a tutor in Scylla Magic Academy, you can come in and out of the library as you like. Philemon asked tentatively, pretending to work as a tutor in Scylla Magic Academy? It would be more convenient for Locke to enter the library. Although Locke was a little interested, he didn't change his expression and asked in a low voice, "What's the benefit of me being a tutor in Scylla Magic Academy?" Seeing that Locke seemed to have the intention to be a tutor, Philemon warmly introduced, "The tutor of Scylla Magic Academy will be rewarded with at least 500 gold coins a month. In addition, he will also be rewarded with a low-level Magic Power Stone." Magic Power Stone was also the refined crystal of magic element, from which mages could directly absorb magic power. They were divided into 4 levels: the low level, the middle level, the top level, and the super level. A low-level Magic Power Stone could be sold for 10,000 gold coins. In addition to the 14,000 gold coins that should be given to me, I should be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins every month and 2 low-level Magic Power Stones, Locke said directly after thinking for a while. "Deal," Philemon said decisively. Seeing that, Locke suddenly regretted it. He should have added 2,000 gold coins. However, the reason why he went to Scylla Magic Academy was mainly to get more high-level magic, and the reward was not important. He could get thousands of gold coins by selling a weapon now. "Old man, and my fire crystal," Biddle added after Locke and Philemon finished their discussion. "Well, now that the matter has been settled, I'll leave first." Philemon changed the topic as if he hadn't heard Biddle's words. He dodged to a tree in the distance and was about to slip away. Before leaving, he suddenly stopped and said with a serious face, "Boy, although the magical energy in your body is powerful, it is still not used much. Maybe it will bring some trouble." He could also see that the power Locke used seemed to be a little stronger than the ordinary magic power and fighting spirit. If it was exposed, it might attract the covet of some super powerful men. Locke nodded in agreement. Ordinary practitioners would only think that he used a special fighting spirit, but a stronger practitioner could tell the difference in this power. "Just wait and see. I'm sure I will defeat you when we meet next time." Biddle muttered in a low voice, watching Philemon disappear in the jungle. After Philemon left, Locke took out the summoning card. Athena was very familiar with the summoning card, but Biddle was curious about it and stared at the card hanging in the air. Locke tapped on the card. The summoning card trembled slightly and scattered little by little. After that, it gathered into the light door. "Is this summoning magic?" Biddle's eyelids trembled when he felt the powerful force in the light door. At the same time, the divine light in the light door was wanton. Chapter 74. A white sheen shot out of the light door, so fast that Locke could not see clearly what kind of creature it was. Whoosh tilde. The white sheen was as fast as lightning. It spun around Locke and the others 2 times and finally stopped. "What's this?" Looking at the sudden emergence of the white creature in front of him, Locke actually did not react for a while. "You are the divine horse, Slipner." Slipner walked slowly to Locke and said, "Yes, I'm Slipner." It lowered its head slightly and said to Athena, "Sir Athena, you're lucky. I'm afraid few people in the world can be faster than Slipner." Athena nodded slightly and said to Locke with a smile. Locke also smiled and nodded. "Welcome, Slipner. Just call me Locke." Locke soon remembered something about Slipner. It was said that Slipner's body was as white as snow, and the most miraculous thing was that he had 8 legs. It was said that his teeth were engraved with the runes. It was the fastest animal in the world, which could run on the sea or in the air, and even back and forth the Death Country. "Hi, Locke." Slipner waved his hoof and greeted Locke with a smile. Biddle, who was standing aside, carefully observed the good horse with 8 legs that suddenly appeared. Although he didn't feel any hostility from Slipner, and since the mysterious door of light disappeared, there was nothing dangerous from Slipner. He had seen the speed of Slipner just now. His speed was definitely faster than his. Therefore, he was still afraid of Slipner. "Oh, there is a dragon here." Slipner walked around Biddle, seeming to be curious about the existence of dragons in this world. "What are you looking at?" "I'm the noble dragon race." Biddle snorted and raised his head. Although he was a little afraid of Slipner, as the pride of the dragon race, he still couldn't stand such an arrogant gaze to judge him. "Noble, the dragon race? Ha ha, really?" Slipner smiled faintly. In his tone, Biddle could feel a clear sense of contempt. Just when Biddle was about to release the dragon might to frighten the horse with 8 legs in front of him, he saw that Slipner's eyes narrowed and a trembling breath suddenly burst out from his body. Boom! Biddle slumped onto the ground. Under this aura, He could hardly have the thought of resistance, suppression. This was the irresistible bloodline suppression. But he was the dragon race, one of the most powerful races in the world. How could he be suppressed by Slipner's bloodline? Looking at Slipner, Biddle was shocked in his mind. Seeing that Biddle was frightened by him, Slipner didn't release his breath anymore. He shook his head and walked to Locke and Athena. Biddle, on the other hand, was like to be pardoned, with his wings contracted, and stood very obediently in place. Originally he still retained the pride of the dragon race, but now he was really afraid. Locke was amused by Biddle's obedient look. Although the bloodline of the dragon race was strong, Slipner was the real divine beast. If Biddle wanted to compare with Slipner, he could only be beaten. With a smile in his heart, Locke didn't forget his mission to the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. He took out the map made by Treasure Pavilion, pointed at the mountains where had the original crystal, and asked, "Do you know where this position is?" Staring at the map for a while, Biddle said, "There used to be an iron-winged bird living in this place, because it was unwilling to submit to me, and then, it died. I emptied its lair." As he spoke, Biddle seemed to sigh. Although this broken bird is very weak, there are really many good things in its lair. Locke didn't pay attention to the reason why the iron-winged bird died. Instead, he continued to ask, "Have you ever seen the original crystal in Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts?" If the low-level magic beast was unwilling to submit to the high-level magical beast, it would die finally. The original crystal? Confused, Biddle shook his big head to show that he didn't know what the original crystal was. Locke was helpless and had no choice but to take out the information about the original crystal sent by Treasure Pavilion from the system zone and told Biddle the appearance of the original crystal. Looking at the black stone on the cloth, Biddle thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "There seems to be such a thing in my dragon nest." So Locke decided to go to Biddle's dragon nest first. If not, then they went to the lair of the iron-winged bird to look for. Biddle flapped his wings and flew towards his dragon nest. The two of them, Athena and Locke, rode on Slipner. Slipner jumped up, and the air seemed to have an invisible staircase. Slipner stepped into the air and went ahead. Locke found that riding on Slipner wasn't as bumpy as he thought. On the contrary, it was smooth and comfortable. Slipner also released a layer of transparent energy, keeping the wind outside. Otherwise, at this speed, the violent wind might be able to tear people apart. In the blink of an eye, Slipner had already flown to the side of Biddle and followed Biddle unhurriedly. Obviously, he was skilled in controlling speed. In about 10 minutes, Locke, Athena, and Slipner arrived at the dragon nest. The dragon nest was located on a cliff. At the door of the dragon nest, there was another more than 20-meter wide platform. Everyone came to the front of a huge stone door that was nearly 20 meters high. The stone door was covered with mysterious patterns. Standing in front of the stone door, Biddle emphasized cautiously, "Master, you said you would take the thing called original crystal without anything else." He was afraid that Locke would go back on his word and take away his other treasures. "Yes, I only want the original crystal." Locke smiled helplessly and nodded. Sure enough, the legend on Ikasa continent was not groundless. The dragon race was really a miser. Hearing Locke confirm it again, Biddle breathed a sigh of relief, and then pressed the huge dragon claw on the stone door. The patterns on the stone door also suddenly lit up with a red luster. Boom! The stone door shook slightly and then slowly opened to both sides. Looking at the world behind the stone door, Locke was also a little stunned. The luminous pearls emitted fluorescent light one by one, making the cave look as if it was in the daytime, which was different from what Locke had imagined. Although the whole cave didn't look exquisite, it was not in a mess. In addition to the luminous pearls, the stone walls, pillars, and basin-shaped stone grooves were also filled with colorful things with lusters. Locke walked closer to them and wanted to see what these dazzling things were. Although he couldn't see clearly what was shining, Locke had a familiar feeling. Chapter 75 Is this the treasure you are talking about? Locke picked up a colorful light stick and looked at Biddle, speechless. It was a toy given to children by the parents of Ikasa continent. It could only emit beautiful colorful light and amuse children but had no other value. "Master, be careful. Don't break it." Biddle carefully held his hand under Locke's hands, as if he was afraid that Locke would break it. While saying that, it nodded in a flaunting manner. "How about it? Is it beautiful enough? It's one of my favorite treasures." Looking at the proud look of Biddle, Locke's mouth twitched. Why did this dragon look a little stupid? Shaking his head helplessly, Locke returned the light stick to Biddle. Biddle took over the light stick. Seeing that Locke was not interested in his treasure, deeply breathed a sigh of relief. What's this? Athena picked up a transparent ball curiously. I know. Biddle volunteered to teach Athena how to use the ball. He stretched out his dragon claw, and a trace of dragon power entered the ball between his fingers. The ball shone brightly, and then the surrounding environment changed. Locke and the others seemed to be in the starry sky. This is a projection ball. It can store and project images. Looking at the twinkling stars around, Locke explained. This kind of projection ball could be considered a magic treasure of level 4, and it was very rare. Ordinary aristocrats could not afford it. Even if one had a projection ball, he would use it to keep some precious images, evidence, and even the inheritance of practice methods. It was rare to keep the starry sky in such a leisurely manner. At least, it meant that its former owner was definitely not an ordinary person. After the projection ball was closed, the surroundings returned to what they had been. Facing so many dazzling things, Locke felt a little headache, so he released Divine Sense to search more carefully. After a while, he finally found a dark green stone under a pile of things. Locke walked over and waved his sleeve. The broken swords, long knives, and other things above the stone were swept aside. His hand palmed down. The stone suddenly flew up and landed in his hand. Such a broken stone? Biddle asked curiously as he saw Locke take out such an unremarkable stone from his storage. Yes, this is the original crystal. Locke nodded with a smile. He had just tried to infuse the divine power into the original crystal, and he found that it could indeed store the divine power. However, Biddle was obviously not interested in such a dim and dark stone at all. After getting the original crystal, Locke had completed his goal this time. The two of them were ready to go back. As for Biddle, he continued to stay in the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. After all, he was only a level 6 magical beast now and could not turn into a human form. If he appeared in the human world rashly, there would definitely be a disturbance. Riding on Slipner, Locke and Athena galloped at full speed. In just an afternoon, they arrived at the edge of the Nariel Mountains of Magical Beasts. During this period, they also met a lot of flying magical beasts, but before they could get close, they were frightened away by the aura released by Slipner. Some of them were a little weaker, and they were even directly knocked out by the aura of Slipner. They fell down from the sky, and the mercenary on the ground picked them up. Soon, Locke and Athena entered Dika's city. People in the city were not surprised at Slipner. An 8-legged horse was not surprising because there were countless races on the Ikasa continent. Click click tilde. A burst of the rapid and fierce sound of horses' hooves came. Hearing this sound, the peddlers on the street changed their faces slightly and hurriedly moved their stalls to the side of the street. Mercenaries and the passers-by also made way for them. Looking at this sense, Locke was curious. Although Dika's city was small, it was not as small as an ordinary city. Even the peddlers on the street were mostly practitioners, not as compliant as the ordinary peddlers, but even so, these peddlers were still afraid. It could be seen that the person who was about to appear must be not simple. "Young man, you'd better hide aside as soon as possible," an old man said in a hurry when he saw Locke and Athena two still standing in the middle of the road. At this time, a group of people had turned a corner and came in the direction of Locke and Athena. They ran in a rampant way, frightening the passers-by to dodge for fear of being affected. Seeing that Locke and Athena were unmoved, they stood still. The old man couldn't help shaking his head and sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, such a beautiful girl was going to be ruined again. In the distance, the dark horse was wearing armor, looking majestic. The 7 of them galloped on their horses and dispersed the crowd without scruple. The young man in the lead looked back and forth in the crowd as if an eagle was hunting its prey. At the same time, the young man's eyes froze for a moment, and then his pupils narrowed. His eyes completely fell on Athena. Go. With an evil smile, the young man stimulated his horse and galloped towards Locke and Athena. Looking at the 7 black horses rushing over, Slipner raised his head and his eyes were full of disdain. They were just like a few ants. How dare they show off in front of Slipner? Buzz tilde. Slipner growled. The furious horses let out a scream and its mane stood up as if they had encountered something horrible. Their front hooves went soft and they fell directly to the ground. The 7 people on the back of the horse also flew out and smashed on the ground not far away from Locke and Athena. How awkward. All the people around were stunned. The 7 of them got up from the ground awkwardly. The leader was a young man about 20 years old, wearing a magic robe of the level 1 wood mage. Everything happened so suddenly that the young man did not expect that the horse, which was usually well trained, would suddenly lose control. As a mage, his physique was much weaker than a warrior. Now there was a trace of blood's smell in his throat. If he hadn't suppressed the surging in his chest for his dignity, the blood in his throat would have spit out. Why did the well-trained warhorse suddenly lose control? The young man was puzzled. However, although his body was uncomfortable, he would not lose his proper manner and show a painful expression in front of the beautiful lady. He tidied up his clothes and made a sure aristocratic etiquette to Athena. Then he said politely, "Oh, beautiful lady, I have reserved a private room in the Thea Hotel. Can I invite you to dinner?" "Get out," Athena said in a clear and emotionless voice. Chapter 76. The young man was stunned. He couldn't believe that someone dared to talk to him like this. "Get out? How dare you ask me to get out?" It was the first time that he had heard someone talk to him like this since he was a child. A few seconds later, his face became extremely gloomy. He looked at Athena and said angrily, "Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Locke asked in surprise, but there was also a trace of timidity in his surprise. Fearing that he would offend some big shot. Seeing that Locke was scared, the young man straightened his back and said in a loud voice, "I'm from the great level 4 mage, Matilda's. Sorry to interrupt you. We are not interested in the rest." However, before Hewlett could finish his words, Locke had interrupted him. Locke looked indifferent. He even turned to Athena helplessly and said, "Why are there always such idiots nowadays? Who knows, maybe he doesn't have a brain." Athena also pretended to sigh with a regretful look. Seeing Locke and Athena echoing each other, Hewlett's face turned red, then from red to white, and finally to iron blue. He didn't realize that he had been fooled by Locke. Many of the people around them were also flushed with stifling laughter. If they were not afraid of Hewlett's identity, they would have laughed out. In Dika's city, Tiger Mercenary Team was very powerful, and this playboy was the favorite son of the head of the Tiger Mercenary Team, level 4 fire mage, Matilda. Hewlett used to be domineering in Dika's city, relying on his father, the level 4 mage. Few people dared to hurt him. Even if they were bullied, they just dared not to say anything even they were angry. Although they were happy to see Hewlett being fooled, they were worried about Locke and Athena in their mind. "Good, very good." Guards. Gritting his teeth, Hewlett looked at Locke and Athena. Pointing at Locke, he said, "Kill this guy." As he spoke, a lewd look appeared in his eyes. He looked at Athena and said, "As for you, I will show you how awesome I am tonight." Hearing the order, the guards behind him grinned lewdly and walked towards Locke and Athena, clenching their fists. "I'll leave it to you." Locke turned to Slipner and said, he didn't want to deal with such rubbish. Then he took Athena's hand and walked towards the hotel. "Move." Seeing that Locke and Athena ignored them, Hewlett shouted angrily. One of the guards took the lead in grabbing Locke. Bang tilde. At the same time, the guards suddenly saw a huge black shadow of hooves smashing his face. Meanwhile, he only felt a suffocating pain on his face, and then there seemed to be a sound of nose bone breaking. Just when he wanted to know what happened, his consciousness had fallen into a coma. In the eyes of the others, the guard's face had been completely sunken, and blood was rushing. It seemed that he would most likely die. "Kill this beast first," Hewlett roared when he saw his subordinate was attacked by a horse. The other guards also rushed forward, roaring. One of the level 2 swordsmen used his long sword to pierce towards Slipner's neck, and the other used his fist-covered fighting spirit, blocking Slipner's way of retreat. But what made them completely speechless was that no matter how hard they besieged, Slipner could always happen to dodge. "This 8-legged horse is definitely not simple," one of the onlookers exclaimed. A man beside him nodded in agreement. Among the 5 guards, there was no lack of level 2 practitioners. Even so, they could do nothing about the horse. No, not only did they have no choice, they even felt that this 8-legged horse seemed to be still teasing the 5 people. At first, they thought that Slipner was so lucky that he could always dodge the attack. But later, they gradually found that Slipner just wanted to make fun of them. On the other side, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Locke and Athena had gone a little far. Slipner yawned and seemed not interested in continuing to play. Puff tilde, puff tilde. After a while, The remaining 5 guards were also lying in a pool of blood. Looking at the guards who might die on the ground, Hewlett was stunned. After defeating the guards, Slipner walked towards Hewlett. "You don't come over." Hewlett looked terrified and trembled. Although he was a level 1 mage, he had never experienced such a bloody scene. At this time, he was scared out of his mind. Water ball spell. In a hurry, Hewlett gesticulated at random for a while and finally condensed a water ball beside him. Bang tilde. However, before he could release the water ball, Slipner had already stepped over. Boom. The unstable water ball completely exploded on his hand at this moment. Puff tilde. Hewlett was thrown backward and hit the ground in the distance. Hewlett's chest had been completely sunken, and his flesh and broken bones were mixed together. There was still a strong fear in his gradually dissipated pupils, and there seemed to be a trace of disbelief in this fear. It was hard to believe that someone dared to lay a hand on him in Deeker's city. It was hard to imagine that he had been killed by a horse. Hewlett was killed. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the people around all took a deep breath and felt that their brains were buzzing. After that, Slipner swaggered towards Locke and Athena. The others made way for him in silence. They were afraid that Slipner would get angry and hurt them. "There is going to be another storm in the Deeker's city." Looking at Hewlett's body, a peddler sighed and then quickly began to pack up his things. He had no intention of setting up a stall these days. Other peddlers and pedestrians also left in a hurry, trying to leave this place as soon as possible. They could foresee how furious the head of Tiger mercenary team, who had hundreds of subordinates, would be. End of Block 1.